Chapter 1. The Beginning of the Transmigration. A sharp pain shot through Feng Lingyu's head. Enduring the intense agony, she opened her eyes and found herself in an unfamiliar room. Looking around, Feng Lingyu realized this was a room full of an old-fashioned atmosphere. Even though she had struggled to survive for years in the harsh, she had never seen such outdated furniture. Holding her head, Feng Lingyu slowly sat up. What's going on? Didn't I die together with the Zombie King? As a max-level triple-ability awakener, lightning, space, and plant at the Flame Sun base, Feng Lingyu had chosen to self-destruct and take the Zombie King down with her when the base was besieged. Without the Zombie King, the people at the base should be able to hold out for a while longer, right? I never expected that dying together with the Zombie King would make me transmigrate. Is this compensation for saving millions of people? Feng Lingyu murmured. As she spoke, Feng Lingyu's eyes widened. Clenching her fists, she said firmly, "Since heaven hasn't abandoned me, I must live well in this world. Otherwise, how could I be worthy of this opportunity one earned with my life?" The sharp pain in her head brought Feng Lingyu back to her senses. She examined the small room where her original body had been. Beneath her was a carved wooden bed, and she was covered with a thick cotton quilt. Given the general conditions of this era, the original body's family circumstances must have been quite good. Feng Lingyu slowly got out of bed. Across from the bed stood a large carved wooden wardrobe and a dressing table, which seemed to match the bed. On the dressing table, an exquisite bronze mirror caught Feng Lingyu's attention. She walked toward it, and upon seeing the face in the mirror, her gaze tightened. What's going on? How can she look exactly like my original appearance? Feng Lingyu exclaimed. The person in the mirror had picturesque features, delicate and exquisite. Even a casual glance carried moving charm. However, due to a frail constitution since childhood, her complexion was slightly sallow and her lips were pale. But her features were identical to Feng Lingyu's previous life. Could it be that my transmigration wasn't a coincidence? Just then, another familiar pain struck her head. She didn't know how long it took for the pain to slowly fade, but by then, Feng Lingyu had received all the memories of the original owner. The original owner's name was also Feng Lingyu. She was 16 years old. Her parents were public officials engaged in confidential national activities, and not long ago, they had both died in the line of duty, making the ultimate sacrifice. The original owner had been frail since childhood, constantly taking medicine. Coupled with her parents' busy work schedules, they had little time to accompany her, so her personality was somewhat introverted. However, her parents loved her deeply, and she understood their work well. Thus, when news of her parents' sacrifice came, the original owner, in her anxiety, accidentally fell in the kitchen and hit her head on the stove, losing her life. But logically, given the original owner's situation, the state should not have directly informed her of her parents' death, since it was well known that Feng Lingyu had been frail since childhood. Moreover, after her fall, no one looked after her and not even a doctor was called. This situation clearly indicated that someone intended to harm Feng Lingyu. Who would have a grudge against a 16-year-old girl like the original owner? Feng Lingyu let out a faint smile. No matter who it is, if they dare to reach out again, I will chop off their claws one by one. Little girl, go in peace. I will avenge you, Feng Lingyu said firmly, touching her face. At that moment, she felt a release in her chest. The last lingering obsession of the original owner had dissipated. Chapter 2. Testing Antly. Feng Lingyu slowly walked out of the room and found herself in a small, square courtyard. Although the original owner had grown up without her parents' company, both of them worked dangerous jobs that came with high salaries and bonuses. Materially, she had always lived well. Moreover, the original owner had just turned 16 and had already graduated from high school, a remarkably accomplished young girl. Feng Lingyu looked around, planning to familiarize herself with the environment first. The main house consisted of 3 rooms. One belonged to the original owner's parents, one was Feng Lingyu's room, and the central one served as a guest reception hall. On either side of the courtyard stood 2 additional rooms. One was a separate toilet and shower room, while the other housed the kitchen and a storage area. In the courtyard grew a large jujube tree, now heavy with fruit. Summer was the perfect season for jujube trees to bear fruit, and, beside the tree stood a well. Overall, it was a well-appointed house. Feng Lingyu thought back carefully and recalled that the person who had come yesterday to inform her of her parents' sacrifice was the neighbor aunt who, in the original owner's memory, had always been kind to her. Because her parents were often away from home, young Feng Lingyu had frequently been entrusted to Aunt Li's care, of course, with payment in money and food. In her memory, Aunt Li had a minor flaw of being somewhat opportunistic, but she had taken care of the original owner with genuine effort. Yet, how could an ordinary woman like her have known about her parents' sacrifice? Just then, a sound came from outside the door. Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu. Are you awake? Aunt Li's voice rang out from beyond the door. She came at just the right time, saves me the trouble of seeking her out, Feng Lingyu said with a cold smile. She opened the door to find the woman outside shifting her gaze, unable to meet Feng Lingyu's eyes, a clear sign of a guilty conscience. Aunt Li, is there something you need at my house at this hour? Feng Lingyu asked teasingly. Aunt Li, noticing how different Feng Lingyu seemed from usual, was secretly alarmed. Could this girl be possessed? She's usually so timid and withdrawn, why is she so bold today? With that thought, Aunt Li's eyes darted as she probed, Xiaoyu, you fainted unexpectedly yesterday. Are you feeling all right today? Oh? The way you say that, Auntie, makes it sound as if my fainting had nothing to do with you. Shouldn't you be the one who knows best what happened yesterday? Feng Lingyu stared straight at Aunt Li, her eyes dark and penetrating, as if seeing through the schemes in Aunt Li's mind. Aunt Li's heart pounded under Feng Lingyu's gaze. Stammering, she said, You, don't talk nonsense and blame me. I don't know anything. I just came out of kindness to check on you. The more Aunt Li spoke, the more self-righteous she became. What, I came to see you out of goodwill, and you want to blame me? I raised you. You can't be so ungrateful. Hearing this, Feng Lingyu said mockingly, Aunt Li, my parents paid you 20 yuan every month plus various ration tickets for taking care of me. That's as much as a full-time worker's monthly salary. As she spoke, Feng Lingyu stepped closer to Aunt Li. I'd like to ask you, Aunt Li, how did you know about my parents' sacrifice? Come to think of it, I was injured so badly yesterday. If you really cared about me as you claim, why didn't you even call a doctor? Feng Lingyu pressed on, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Your concern is really cheap, Aunt Li. For a housewife like Aunt Li to know the news before the government had even announced it, there was clearly something fishy. Aunt Li's face turned pale under Feng Lingyu's questioning. I overheard someone talking about it. It has nothing to do with me. I truly just care about you. Since you're fine, I'll be heading home now. Aunt Li stammered, then fled in panic. Watching Aunt Li's retreating figure, Feng Lingyu's eyes were deep and unfathomable. Chapter 3. The abilities followed. Feng Lingyu closed the door and sat quietly in the courtyard, deep in thought. From the earlier probing, Aunt Li didn't have the guts to harm her. It was highly likely she had been used by someone. The original owner's life was simple. She studied diligently at school and maintained decent, if not close, relationships with her classmates. Interesting, very interesting. Thinking that the mastermind behind it all had yet to be uncovered, Feng Lingyu felt a flicker of excitement. She truly enjoyed this feeling of a cat chasing a mouse. You rat hiding in the gutter, you'd better hide well. If I catch you, it'll cost you your life. But before that, Feng Lingyu had to fill her stomach, since she had been unconscious from yesterday until now. Feng Lingyu walked into the kitchen and checked the rice jar. There were still a few pounds of rice left, and in the corner were some vegetables and sweet potatoes. After a moment's thought, she decided to make rice porridge, as this body was far too frail. She approached the rice jar, ready to scoop out some rice, but as she drew near, she sensed something was off. In the apocalypse, Feng Lingyu was a max-level ability user in 3 categories: lightning, space, and plant. Her survival to the very end was owed to her sharp observational skills. She faintly heard the sound of air moving beneath the rice jar. That's not right, could there be a secret room under this house? She mused. Feng Lingyu examined the jar closely and realized it was no ordinary rice jar. It was forged from dark iron. In the apocalypse, Feng Lingyu's weapon had been a massive blade made of dark iron, weighing 500 jin. The weight of this entire jar made of dark iron was unimaginable. It seemed she wouldn't be able to investigate further today. She would have to find a way later. If only my abilities were still here. This little rice jar would be nothing to me. But unfortunately, this original body is far too weak, Feng Lingyu said regretfully. It's urgent to strengthen this body. I've finally made it to a normal world. I need to live life to the fullest, she said, clenching her fists. Just then, a faint spark of lightning flickered across her clenched fist. Is that lightning ability? My ability actually followed me here. Feng Lingyu exclaimed excitedly. Even without her abilities, her intelligence and skills alone would allow her to carve out a place in this world. But having her abilities gave her even more confidence to survive in this era. Feng Lingyu thought it over. Since the lightning ability had come along, had the space and plant abilities also followed? There was no reason only one ability had come through. She focused and tested herself and discovered that her space ability was also present. As a top-tier ability user in the apocalypse, Feng Lingyu's space was filled with many things that didn't exist in this era. After the apocalypse began, the most valuable things were food. Items like gold bars, diamonds, and gems were the least valuable in that world. As a max-level space ability user, Feng Lingyu had thought, since her space was so vast, she would sweep through every jewelry store she came across and empty them. Those were the things she had in abundance in her space. What about the plant ability? Feng Lingyu walked to the corner of the kitchen and picked up a sweet potato. Under her activation, the sweet potato quickly sprouted a long vine. Feng Lingyu carefully assessed and found that, aside from her space ability remaining unchanged, her lightning and plant abilities were only about 3/10 of their former strength. But in this era, without mutated animals, even her abilities at level 3 were more than enough. Chapter 4. The Benefits of Mutant Animal Meat. Since the space had followed her, Feng Lingyu decided not to settle for plain rice porridge anymore. In fact, during the apocalypse, food was extremely scarce. Even plain rice porridge was considered a luxury for top-tier powerhouses like Feng Lingyu. After all, there was no stock of rice in Feng Lingyu's space either, which showed just how precious rice was. But now, Feng Lingyu's body was weak and inherently deficient. Eating only plain rice porridge would not be enough to restore her health. Feng Lingyu's space contained a large amount of mutant animal meat from the apocalypse. This meat was infused with the life force that had emerged in the world after the apocalypse. For Feng Lingyu now, this life force was a great tonic. It was truly a case of finding something without even searching for it. This saved Feng Lingyu the trouble of figuring out how to regulate her body on her own. Moreover, this mutant animal meat was also highly effective for restoring her abilities. Fortunately, Feng Lingyu had stored a large quantity of mutant animal meat in her space back then. After all, as a top-tier powerhouse, mutant animal meat was the one thing she never lacked. It seemed she would be able to upgrade her abilities soon. Thinking of this, Feng Lingyu took out a large piece of mutant rabbit meat from her space. A single piece weighed 7 or 8 gene. But now, to restore her body, she needed to eat a lot of food. It seemed she would have to find a way to get some grain. Eating only meat wouldn't work either, Feng Lingyu thought to herself. Feng Lingyu cut the mutant rabbit meat into chunks and glanced at the kitchen. There were only the most basic seasonings. There was no help for it. In this era, being able to eat one's fill was already considered good. How could anyone afford to pursue variety? Even a skilled housewife cannot cook without rice. Since that was the case, she would have to simply stew the meat. Fortunately, the meat was tender and flavorful, so there was no need for other seasonings to mask any gamey smell. Before long, the rabbit meat was stewed, and the kitchen was filled with the aroma of meat. However, considering the of this era, Feng Lingyu thought it best to be cautious. So, she used her spatial ability to seal the meat's aroma within the kitchen, blocking the scent. During the apocalypse, Feng Lingyu had often used this method to conceal the human scent on her body. With this method, Feng Lingyu could enter major cities as if they were empty, which was why her space contained an unimaginable amount of supplies. Feng Lingyu brought the rabbit meat to the table and ate heartily. So satisfying. Feng Lingyu stretched lazily. Nourished by the mutant animal meat, she felt her body had improved significantly. Feng Lingyu moved her body and felt full of strength. It seemed that before long, she would be able to move the rice jar in the kitchen. Thinking of this, Feng Lingyu felt that the original owner's parents were not as simple as they seemed. After all, even if an ordinary family had a secret room, they would never possess dark iron. In her previous life, the great sword Feng Lingyu had forged from dark iron had taken her 10 years of effort, traveling across mountains and rivers, to gather enough dark iron to craft. Given how precious dark iron was, how unbelievable was it that the Feng family actually had a rice jar made of dark iron? Feng Lingyu always felt that there must be something very important hidden beneath the rice jar. Perhaps the people behind this were after the Feng family's secret. Thinking of this, Feng Lingyu decided to go out tomorrow and ask her parents' good friend, Uncle Zhang. She had a feeling that the sacrifice of the original owner's parents was suspicious. Uncle Zhang was the director of the Jing City Public Security Bureau. Feng Lingyu's parents had once told her that if there was anything she didn't understand, she could go to Uncle Zhang for help. But there was no rush. After all, the official notice of her parents' death had not yet been announced. There must be some reason for that. For now, the most important thing was to check the family's financial situation. Because of her abilities, Feng Lingyu's appetite had become enormous, and aside from mutant animal meat, her space contained no other food. She would need to find some money and ration tickets to go out and buy some. Chapter 5. Now we have money. Returning to her own bedroom, Feng Lingyu looked around and realized that her original body's parents truly doted on her. In this era, when most people struggled just to have enough to eat, the original owner not only had her own room, but even had matching furniture. On a cabinet in the corner of the room sat a radio. Beside the radio were a thermos and a ceramic cup. Feng Lingyu opened the cabinet and found some snacks left by the original owner: dried sweet potatoes, white rabbit creamy candies, various types of biscuits, and even 2 cans of malted milk powder. The original owner had been frail since childhood, so the Feng couple had always tried their best to ensure she ate well. She then looked at the dressing table, where a jar of clam oil sat. Feng Lingyu remembered that the original owner liked to keep important things in the drawer beneath the dressing table. Pulling open the drawer, a small box came into view. Opening it, she found some money and tickets the original owner had saved over the years, along with a few delicate hair ties. Counting them, she discovered there were over 360 yuan, along with various daily-use coupons. Inside the box was another smaller box. Opening it, she found a Rolex watch encrusted with diamonds. Beside it was a small card that read, "Happy 16th birthday to Mom and Dad's little treasure. May you always be happy and joyful." This watch was actually the original owner's birthday gift. It was likely too precious to wear outside, so she had kept it in the cabinet. Feng Lingyu put all the money and tickets into her space, since nowhere was safer than there. Next, only the original owner's bed remained to be checked. The quilt cover was printed with small floral patterns, giving the entire room an elegant feel. In this era, people's clothes were patched over and over again, yet the original owner even had a quilt cover. Examining the structure of the bed, she felt something was off. Feng Lingyu closed her eyes and used her mental energy to sense carefully. Found it. The bed frame is actually filled with something else. She carefully pried open a corner of the wooden bed and gasped. The hollow interior of the bed was completely packed with gold bars. She took out all the gold bars and lined them up. Counting them, she found there were 120 gold bars in total. With a wave of her hand, Feng Lingyu stored the gold bars into her space. How could an ordinary family have so many gold bars? It seemed that the original owner's parents were not as simple as they appeared on the surface. She went to the living room, which had only a few simple furnishings. The most valuable item was probably the sewing machine in the corner, covered with a dust cloth. The living room likely wouldn't hide anything valuable, since Aunt Lee sometimes came over to clean. Changing direction, Feng Lingyu walked straight into the original owner's parents' room. It seemed the Feng couple was rarely home, as their room was much more modest than Feng Lingyu's. Aside from the bed, which took up the most space, there was only a double-door wardrobe. Opening it, she found very few clothes left. Feng Lingyu felt the pockets of the hanging clothes and pulled out a passbook. Opening it, she saw there was 1,200 yuan inside. This should be the Feng couple's savings from their wages over the years. She checked the remaining pockets and found over 500 yuan in cash and a large stack of coupons. Feng Lingyu happily put all this money into her space. With these openly usable funds, she could go out and buy grain tomorrow. Chapter 6. The Jade Pendant Space Revealed. During the apocalypse, due to environmental changes, many original crops had ceased to produce, and most people could only rely on nutrient fluids to fill their stomachs. Feng Lingyu hadn't eaten proper meals in a long time either. Because of her ability, this body required a large amount of food. With these money notes, she could rest easy for the time being. Having found these items, Feng Lingyu planned to leave, but then she thought, since the original owner's room had hidden so many gold bars, it didn't make sense that her parents' room had nothing hidden at all. Feng Lingyu walked toward the large bed and fumbled around the headboard for a while, eventually discovering a hidden compartment. Just as I thought. Feng Lingyu opened the compartment and found inside a bankbook, along with a large stack of cash and money notes. It seemed that what she had found earlier was only the Feng couple's visible income. Opening the bankbook and seeing the number, Feng Lingyu's eyes narrowed. Over 50,000 yuan. How could there be so much? Counting the cash, she found it amounted to over 3,000 yuan, not to mention the remaining notes. But after the shock of the bankbook, Feng Lingyu remained quite calm. In the corner of the box was an unremarkable cloth pouch. Opening it, she found a seemingly low-quality jade pendant and a letter. The Feng couple had even given their daughter a diamond-studded Rolex for her birthday. There was no reason for them to keep such an ordinary-looking jade pendant. Feng Lingyu picked up the jade pendant and examined it closely, noticing a flicker of light flowing through it. This only confirmed her suspicion. After a moment of thought, Feng Lingyu pricked her fingertip and smeared her blood onto it. Before the apocalypse, Feng Lingyu had read plenty of web novels. No matter what, it was worth a try. The moment the blood touched the jade pendant, it burst into a brilliant light. The jade pendant transformed into a streak of light and flew toward Feng Lingyu. Feng Lingyu only felt an intense flash of light. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in a different place. Standing on soft grass, she looked around and realized she was inside a space. The space spanned about 10 acres, and not far away stood a 2-story wooden cabin. Near the cabin was a clear spring, and further in the distance, there was even a small hill. Truly incredible. Her original spatial ability had only allowed her to store items and keep them from spoiling, but this was clearly a planting space straight out of a novel. Feng Lingyu walked toward the wooden cabin. Pushing open the door, she found the first floor contained a kitchen and a storage room. Glancing to the side, she was surprised to see an alchemy room. Climbing to the second floor, Feng Lingyu discovered it was a bedroom. On the bedroom wall hung a painting of a beautiful woman in red ancient attire. The woman bore a striking resemblance to Feng Lingyu, about 70% similar. Could this be an ancestor of the Feng family? Feng Lingyu wondered. Just then, she saw the woman in the painting smile at her. Then a beam of light flew from the painting into Feng Lingyu's mind. After an unknown amount of time, Feng Lingyu finally came to her senses. That beam of light had been a divine thought left behind by the woman in the painting. The woman was the 7th-generation head of the Feng family. She had accidentally unlocked the space within this jade pendant, and because of this space, the Feng family had risen to become the foremost noble family of that era. Chapter 7. The Secret of the Space. Not long after, the emperor of the time developed murderous intent due to the Feng family's wealth. The head of the Feng family sensed the emperor's thoughts and immediately decided to retreat at the peak of their power, offering up the family's assets to protect their clan. Under the leadership of the family head, the Feng family surrendered 90% of their openly known wealth, then withdrew to the north with the remaining clan members, living quietly and cautiously. Thus, the Feng family resided in the north for generations. Apart from their covert activities, they spent their days peacefully farming in the north, successfully dispelling the emperor's suspicions. This jade pendant was called Qingling, and only the direct bloodline of the family head could open it. Now, by the time it had passed to Feng Lingyu's generation, the direct line of the Feng family had dwindled to only Feng Lingyu herself. Sensing that the original owner had met with misfortune, the Qingling pendant summoned Feng Lingyu's soul from a later era to ensure the Feng bloodline would not be severed. So that's how it is, Feng Lingyu murmured. So I am Feng Lingyu. Child, I am the only one left of the Feng family's direct line. To bring you across, I extracted most of this space's spiritual energy. The beauty in the painting spoke slowly. If you have the chance in the future, you must revive our Feng family and restore this space. This is my lifelong regret. The space has many other wonders for you to discover on your own. Child, from now on, everything depends on you. With these words, the Feng family head gradually dissipated, leaving only the beautiful woman in the painting with her charming gaze. After hearing the Feng family head's words, Feng Lingyu fell silent for a moment. It seemed this opportunity was not easily gained. Nevertheless, since Feng Lingyu had received the benefits, she was naturally willing to shoulder the responsibility. Ancestors of the Feng family above, I, Feng Lingyu, the 127th generation direct daughter of the Feng family, swear here and now that I will revive our Feng family in the future. As for the hidden hand that harmed my family, I will make them pay blood for blood to comfort my parents' spirits in heaven. Feng Lingyu knelt before the portrait and firmly kowtowed 3 times. In the room, aside from a bed, there were wardrobes covering half the space. It seemed the Feng family head had also been someone who loved beauty. Opening the wardrobes, she found them filled with clothes made of fine silks and satins, each more splendid than the last, along with stacks of uncut fabric. The drawers of the dressing table were filled with cosmetics, powders, and jewelry. Even the phoenix soaring to the sky gold hairpin on top alone was likely worth 10,000 gold pieces. Not to mention the box containing at least 100 pieces of jewelry, its value was simply incalculable. On the dressing table were 3 wooden boxes. Opening the first, she found a set of silver needles and a medical book. It seemed the previous owner had practiced medicine. Opening the second box, she found several books. One was a cookbook, one was a collection of medicinal formulas passed down through the Feng family, and another contained methods for making various cosmetics and skincare products. In the last box, there was a letter and a jade thumb ring. After reading the letter, Feng Lingyu discovered it contained detailed information about the space and how to use it. More importantly, the Feng family also had 4 auxiliary clan families. These 4 families were the Shen family, the Wei family, the Chen family, and the Sang family. Since ancient times, these 4 families had served under the Feng family head, acting as their right and left hands. The 4 families were less like auxiliary ministers to the Feng family and more like the personal forces of the Feng family head. The jade thumb ring in the box was the token of the Feng family head. This ring could be opened in the middle to become a small seal. Any order stamped with the seal would be obeyed without question by the direct and collateral branches of the Feng family, as well as the 4 auxiliary families. Chapter 8. Space Supplies. After reading the letter, Feng Lingyu felt that the death of her family might not be so simple. Although since ancient times, the collateral branches of the Feng family and the 4 great clans had all obeyed the orders of the Feng family head, what about now? The main branch had withered away until only Feng Lingyu remained as its sole bloodline, while the 4 great clans and the collateral branches were flourishing with descendants. Under such circumstances, would they still be willing to follow the commands of the main branch? As long as the bloodline of the main branch was severed, the collateral branches and the four great clans could naturally take its place. It seemed there was still a long way to go to uncover the truth. After all, in this special era, the Feng family had long been fragmented. The main branch remained in the capital city, holding onto the ancestral property. Meanwhile, the collateral branches and the four great clans had been separated and left to develop on their own. After the cultural movement began, her father, Feng Dingbang, donated the Feng family ancestral home and other properties in the capital to the state for use as office spaces, leaving only this small courtyard for their own family to live in. Now, many people were crammed into a single room with their entire families, so the fact that the Feng family of three could live in such a large house was enviable. Some of the Feng family's visible businesses had also been donated or turned into state-private joint ventures, which was why there was a passbook with over 50,000 yuan in her parents' room, all from earlier dividends. However, after the cultural movement began, these businesses were all nationalized, and naturally, there would be no more dividends afterward. It seemed that the reason her parents had taken on such dangerous work was, first, to clear their family background and gain the state's protection. After all, having so many assets could easily label them as capitalists. Second, they must have sensed danger, so joining a state department was a better way to protect their family. These were all Feng Lingyu's guesses, but she estimated the truth wouldn't be far off. Feng Lingyu turned and went downstairs, deciding to check out the warehouse and the pharmacy on the lower floor. The warehouse appeared to be only about 20 square meters in size, but in reality, it contained all the hidden assets of the ancient Feng family. Moreover, this space had merged with Feng Lingyu's space. Although Feng Lingyu had no food, her space had collected all sorts of miscellaneous supplies. Various daily necessities, toilet paper, clothes, shoes, various fabrics, petroleum, and all kinds of appliances. Clothing, food, housing, and transportation except for food, Feng Lingyu would collect anything else she saw while on missions. This space also had a preservation function, so everything stored inside looked as fresh as when it was first put in. Feng Lingyu then walked into the pharmacy. The layout was also simple, with medicine cabinets lining all four walls. Various rare herbs, ginseng, lingji, and others were neatly arranged inside. She also discovered that the medicine cabinet itself was like a storage space, meaning she had access to an almost inexhaustible supply of medicinal herbs. Now, the only place Feng Lingyu hadn't checked was the kitchen. Thinking about her appetite, she felt that the kitchen was the most important to her. Unexpectedly, the kitchen wasn't as empty as she had imagined. The cabinets were filled with all kinds of vegetables, and there were several large vats nearby. They stored various grains, rice, flour, millet, sweet potatoes, and all sorts of beans, piled up to the brim. On the stove were various seasonings, salt, sugar, rapeseed oil, and lard, all neatly arranged. The food hasn't gone bad after being stored for so long? Feng Lingyu suddenly realized that the kitchen was also a storage space. The things stored there were far more than what she could see on the surface. For example, the cabinet for vegetables and the jar for oil. When she took some out, they would automatically refill. Of course, this wasn't an endless supply. Once all the stock was used up, the jars would stop replenishing on their own. But even so, Feng Lingyu was thrilled. Only those who had experienced would understand the preciousness of food. In the early days, before her abilities had grown strong, Feng Lingyu had also gone hungry. She never wanted to experience that feeling again. Chapter 9. Going to find Uncle Zhang. Feng Lingyu walked out of the small wooden building and decided to test the effects of the spiritual spring outside. If the effects were really good, perhaps Feng Lingyu wouldn't have to rely on eating mutated animal meat to slowly recover her body. The clear, sweet spring water slid down her throat, and she immediately felt a surge of vitality filling her body. It swept away the fatigue caused by this body's congenital deficiencies, and her breathing was no longer as labored as before. It seemed that after drinking this spring water a few more times, she could fully nurture this body back to health. But the spring water only made up for this body's shortcomings. To regain her former skills, Feng Lingyu would still need to train herself. Looking at the more than 10 acres of land outside, Feng Lingyu decided to find some seeds so she could be self-sufficient in the future. She also needed medicinal herbs. She would have to plant some when the opportunity arose. The distant hillsides should also be utilized. Various animals like chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, cattle, and sheep could all be raised. Having been reborn into a new life, although Feng Lingyu had promised to fulfill the Feng family head's entrustment and avenge the Feng family, that didn't mean she couldn't enjoy life. Walking down the street with a sense of history, Feng Lingyu was filled with curiosity. In the modern world, Feng Lingyu had been an orphan. The apocalypse had arrived before she even graduated from university. Although her childhood circumstances had been poor, they were nothing compared to the current huaxia. The streets of the capital city now were not the bustling thoroughfares of later times. Pedestrians in drab clothes walked along, and occasionally someone riding a bicycle would pass by, drawing envious glances from everyone. Following the memories in her mind, Feng Lingyu arrived at the capital city Public Security Bureau. At the entrance of the bureau stood 2 young guards on duty. "Comrade, what are you here for? This isn't a place to wander around." One of the guards, a round-faced young man, saw Feng Lingyu and stopped her to ask, "Comrade Public Security Officer, I'd like to see your director." "My father was a comrade in arms with Director Zhang," Feng Lingyu stated, identifying herself. Sure enough, upon hearing that Feng Lingyu's father was a comrade in arms with Director Zhang, the young guard's tone softened considerably. "Comrade, please wait here for a moment. I'll go in and report." Before long, a burly man in a police uniform walked out. When he saw Feng Lingyu, his steps faltered for a moment. But he still strode toward her. "Are you Xiaoyu?" Meeting Director Zhang's gaze, Feng Lingyu said firmly, "Uncle Zhang, I am Feng Dingbang's daughter. I want to ask about my parents." Looking at the somewhat frail young girl before him, Zhang Weiming let out a long sigh. "All right, come with me." Zhang Weiming's reaction confirmed to Feng Lingyu that her parents' deaths were indeed not simple. "Sit down, Xiaoyu. About your parents, Uncle Zhang, my parents have already died in the line of duty, haven't they?" Feng Lingyu interrupted before Zhang Weiming could finish. Hearing this, Zhang Weiming was greatly shocked. "This news hasn't been released yet. Who told you?" So someone knew Feng Lingyu was in poor health and deliberately told her to provoke her. It was the auntie next door who told me, Uncle Zhang." "Is this news true? Have my parents really passed away?" Feng Lingyu pretended to be as timid as before, asking in a choked voice. In truth, Feng Lingyu wasn't sure whether Zhang Weiming was trustworthy. If he was also involved, she would have to act as if she knew nothing. Moreover, if a person changed too drastically in a short time, in this era, they could easily be mistaken for a spy. Chapter 10. What his parents left behind. Using the motion of wiping tears with his hand, Feng Lingyu secretly observed Director Zhang's reaction. "Xiaoyu, your parents' matter is classified. Only someone at my level can know about it. Your neighbor is definitely suspicious," Zhang Weiming said in a deep voice. "Don't make this public for now. I'll have someone detain her first." Then, with a complicated expression, he continued, "Your parents' case involves many things that cannot be made public, but you need to know, your parents are heroes. The organization is still investigating this matter. The higher-ups decided after deliberation to keep it from you for now, since everyone knows about your health issues." Zhang Weiming paused, then went on, "This case runs deep. Even I don't know many of the details." After speaking, Zhang Weiming walked up to Feng Lingyu and bowed deeply. "I'm sorry. This was a failure on our part. We failed to take good care of the family of a martyr." Hearing this, Feng Lingyu hurriedly and flusteredly helped Zhang Weiming up. "Uncle Zhang, it's not your fault. Someone is trying to cause trouble behind the scenes." "I understand all of this," Feng Lingyu said, lowering his head as he wept. "I was planning to tell you after this matter was resolved. Since you already know, I'll give you the compensation from the state now." Zhang Weiming opened the drawer of his office desk and handed a document to Feng Lingyu. "Because you're only 16 now, the state has decided that, in addition to a compensation of 2,000 yuan, you'll receive 30 yuan per month along with various subsidies. But this will only be paid until you come of age." Closing the document, Feng Lingyu studied his emotions. "Uncle Zhang, didn't my parents leave behind any personal effects? I'd like to take them back, to keep as a memento." "Your parents died while on a mission abroad. When our comrades found them, they were all ready. But your father once left something with me. He said that if anything ever happened to him, I should give it to you." Hearing this, Feng Lingyu put on a pleased expression. "My father left something for me? What is it?" "Yes. I've kept it at home. I was planning to give it to you once everything had settled down," Zhang Weiming said with a sigh. "Tonight, come home with me for dinner. Your aunt wants to see you too, and I'll give you the thing then." Feng Lingyu said sheepishly, "That's too much trouble for you, Uncle Zhang. Good child, your father and I were friends. A meal is nothing. In the end, I failed to take care of you, and I feel guilty." "Uncle Zhang, don't say that. You've done very well. It's just that some bad people took advantage of the situation," Feng Lingyu said, looking at Zhang Weiming with gratitude. "Then I won't disturb you any longer. I'll come find you when you get off work." "All right. I get off at 5:30 p.m. That's 2 hours from now. Xiaoyu, wait for me outside." Leaving the Public Security Bureau, Feng Lingyu decided to go to the Supply and Marketing Cooperative to buy some things. It wouldn't look good to visit empty-handed in the evening. The Supply and Marketing Cooperative in the capital was much better than he had imagined. It had everything one could need, though it was true that the sales clerks weren't very friendly. Hello, I'd like to weigh out half a kilo of white rabbit creamy candy and 2 kilos of mung bean cakes, Feng Lingyu said to the woman sitting behind the counter knitting a sweater. The woman wasn't rude. She replied matter-of-factly, white rabbit candy is 2.3 yuan per kilo, mung bean cakes are 0.8 yuan per kilo. You'll also need to give me 1 kilo of candy coupons and 2 kilos of pastry coupons. Feng Lingyu took the money and coupons from his pocket and handed them to the sales clerk. After checking that everything was in order, the woman efficiently packed up the pastries. Carrying the pastries, Feng Lingyu returned to the Public Security Bureau. Zhang Weiming was already waiting at the entrance. Feng Lingyu quickly ran over. Uncle Zhang, I'm sorry to keep you waiting. I went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some things. Zhang Weiming waved his hand and said, I got off work early. Besides, I didn't wait long. Come on, let's go home with your uncle. Your aunt has been saying she wants to see you. Chapter 11. The Sealed Box. Yan Hui was preparing dinner at home when she heard the door open and quickly came out to see. She saw an exceptionally pretty young girl following old Zhang inside. Puzzled, she asked, Old Zhang, whose daughter is this? She's so lovely. Zhang Weiming first turned to Feng Lingyu and said, Xiaoyu, come on in, make yourself at home. Then he explained to Yan Hui, this is Dingbang's child, Xiaoyu. So this is Xiaoyu. Come in and sit down, dear child. You look just like your parents. Yan Hui took Feng Lingyu's hand and led her to sit on the sofa. Auntie Yan, I brought some pastries for you to keep. I hope I'm not putting you out tonight. Feng Lingyu handed over the items as soon as she sat down. Yan Hui quickly declined, no trouble at all. I'm delighted to have you over for dinner. Listen to me, take these back with you when you leave. I can't accept gifts from a child. Hearing this, Feng Lingyu placed the items on the table and said, Auntie Yan, if you insist like this, I'll be too embarrassed to come again in the future. All right then. I'll shamelessly accept them. You sit tight while I go cook. Unable to refuse further, Yan Hui relented. After Yan Hui went into the kitchen, Zhang Weiming led Feng Lingyu to the study. From a safe in the study, Zhang Weiming took out a box and handed it to Feng Lingyu. This is what your parents asked me to keep for you. Feng Lingyu took the box and noticed it was sealed, with no idea what was inside. Thank you, Uncle Zhang. With this, I'll have something to remember them by, Feng Lingyu said, her voice choked with emotion. Xiaoyu, try to take it easy from now on. Even though your parents are gone, you can come to me for anything. Whether you want to find a job or continue your studies, it's fine. Although the universities have suspended classes now, I can still arrange a spot for you at a worker peasant soldier college without any issue. Then, as if casually, Zhang Weiming added, you should open this box and take a look. It must contain something important. Feng Lingyu's grip on the box tightened. Uncle Zhang, this box is sealed with something, and I don't know how to open it. Her voice trembling with tears, she continued, if I accidentally damage it, I'll lose the only thing my parents left me. Didn't your father ever tell you how to open it? Zhang Weiming asked again. No. As you know, my parents were rarely home, and they never told me much about their affairs. If I hadn't come to see you today, I wouldn't even have known my father left me anything. This must be something very important. You need to keep it safe, Zhang Weiming said with a meaningful tone. After dinner, Zhang Weiming rode his bicycle to take Feng Lingyu home. They parted at the alley entrance, and Feng Lingyu walked back alone. When she reached her doorstep, she heard a commotion of crying and wailing from next door. Seeing Feng Lingyu return, a young woman rushed out from the neighboring house and screamed at her. Feng Lingyu, how dare you show your face here? My mother has taken care of you since you were little, and you actually had the police arrest her. You're an ingrate. I'm telling you, if anything happens to my mother, I'll make your life a living hell. This sharp-featured woman was Aunt Li's daughter, named Li Mingfeng. She was the same age as Feng Lingyu and had been jealous of her since childhood. Ridiculous. If your mother were innocent, would the police have come for her? Feng Lingyu sneered. Hearing this, Li Mingfeng flew into a rage and lunged at Feng Lingyu to hit her. Feng Lingyu grabbed her swinging hand and said, What, you want to hit me? Do you want to join your mother in there? At these words, Li Mingfeng was indeed frightened. Grinding her teeth, she threatened, Feng Lingyu, your parents are dead. You're an orphan now. Let's see how you manage. Don't expect my family to look after you anymore. My parents were martyrs. The state will take care of me. Feng Lingyu declared loudly. As for you, how dare you insult a martyr? Do you think I wouldn't report you? Thinking of the Revolutionary Committee's power, Li Mingfeng's legs went weak. I'm sorry. I won't do it again. Please don't report me. With that, Li Mingfeng fled back into her house without looking back. Feng Lingyu watched her retreating figure and sneered, a coward who bullies the weak. Chapter 12. The content of the letter. After entering the house, Feng Lingyu quickly slipped into the space. The box left by her father appeared intact on the surface, but some traces could not escape Feng Lingyu's eyes. Someone had tried to open this box before, but it seemed they had failed, so they handed it back to Feng Lingyu. Thinking of Zhang Weiming's subtle probing just now, it seemed he must be connected to the people behind the scenes. If it weren't for the fact that the box would self-destruct if forcibly opened, they probably wouldn't have taken it out at all. In fact, the moment she got the box, Feng Lingyu had already recognized it. When she was a child, Feng Dingbang often taught her how to open this box. It needed to be twisted like a Rubik's Cube, and every step of the twisting motion had to be memorized precisely to open it. Xiaoyu, you must remember the method I taught you. Come on, practice once more. If you remember it, I'll reward you with a piece of candy. In her memory, her father was gentle and considerate, but on this matter, he did not allow Feng Lingyu to slack off. Following the method in her memory, Feng Lingyu began to twist the box. With a click, the box opened. Inside the box were a letter and a small jade gourd. The letter explained that Feng Dingbang had sensed a group of people secretly investigating the Feng family's treasure hiding places. The Feng family had hidden their wealth, accumulated over the ages, in 4 locations. The treasure map had always been in the hands of the direct line of the Feng family, and only the head of the Feng family knew about this. Feng Dingbang didn't know how this information had leaked, but he sensed danger at the time. Coupled with the wave of cultural transformation sweeping through, for the safety of his family and to discourage those lurking in the shadows, Feng Dingbang donated most of the family's assets and businesses, moving the family to this small courtyard. Aside from the donated property, Feng Dingbang still had some truly valuable items that he hadn't donated, all of which he had placed in a secret chamber beneath the kitchen. But that rice jar weighed 1,000 jin, and now was not the right time to open it. It was best to wait until everything had calmed down and the people behind the scenes had given up before retrieving it. Seeing this, Feng Lingyu sighed softly. Wealth has always stirred people's hearts. The letter also mentioned that by the time Feng Lingyu read it, the people in the shadows would have already made their move. For her safety, it was best for Feng Lingyu to sign up for the rural relocation program and wait until this chaotic period had passed before returning. The relocation site was set at Qingshan village, under Danning City in Northeast Province. This was the ancestral land of the Feng family from ancient times, far from the capital city. It would be difficult for those behind the scenes to reach that far, ensuring her safety. Feng Dingbang had already made arrangements. Director Zhao of the Rural Relocation Office had once been indebted to him, so as long as Feng Lingyu signed up, the director would naturally handle the relocation location properly. Also, before going to the countryside, she should remember to find a man named Gao Dashu. Every head of the Feng family had a personal guard who grew up with them from childhood. Barring any accidents, this guard would stay by the head's side for life. Gao Dashu was the guard who had been with Feng Dingbang. They shared a deep bond, and he was the person Feng Dingbang trusted the most. Originally, this box was supposed to be kept by Gao Dashu, but the task came suddenly, so Feng Dingbang had no choice but to entrust it to Zhang Weiming. Finally, Feng Dingbang added teasingly that the small jade gourd left behind was the token of her engagement from back then. If she happened to meet the person, she could get to know him. But if they truly didn't get along, she should go and find her own destiny. Seeing this, Feng Lingyu's face darkened. She actually had a nominal fiancé. Chapter 13, Discovery of the Treasure Map. Feng Lingyu had a sudden thought and left the space. Although Feng Dingbang had said to wait until it was safe before opening the secret chamber beneath the rice jar, for Feng Lingyu, nowhere was safer than her own space. Feng Lingyu activated her ability, gathering all her power into her hands, sinking her energy into her dantian. With a forceful push, the rice jar slowly began to move. It moved. Feng Lingyu dared not relax and continued to exert herself, finally revealing the entrance beneath the rice jar. Lifting the lid above, a stone staircase was exposed. Feng Lingyu retrieved a flashlight from her space and slowly descended the stone steps. The secret chamber was not very large, only about 10 square meters, and was filled with boxes. She opened one box at random. Inside was a bright red wedding gown, embroidered with golden threads depicting a phoenix spreading its wings, so lifelike it seemed ready to take flight. Beside it lay a golden crown. These must have been her mother's dowry items. Feng Lingyu's mother also came from a prominent family, the Ling family. The Ling family had moved overseas early in the founding of the nation, but her mother, Ling Qingxue, chose to stay in Huaxia for her beliefs and family. Most of the remaining boxes contained gold bars and various gemstones, while the rest held precious antiques, calligraphy, and paintings. Feng Lingyu stored all these items into her space. Feng Lingyu continued to examine the secret chamber. For landscape paintings on the wall caught her attention. Recalling that the head of the Feng family had mentioned in the space that they had hidden their assets in secret to protect themselves, these 4 paintings must be related to the treasure's location. In truth, after so many generations of the Feng family's legacy, the secret of the paintings had long been lost. Successive heads of the Feng family had failed to unravel the mystery within the paintings and locate the Feng family treasure. Many had given up, believing them to be ordinary ancient paintings. But Feng Lingyu had met the head of the Feng family in the space and knew that the Feng family treasure truly existed. She had thought the wealth hidden outside would have nothing to do with her, but she never expected the Feng family to have passed down the treasure map. She wondered how that group in the shadows had learned about the Feng family treasure. Feng Lingyu approached and examined the paintings closely. They appeared to be simple landscape paintings, and she could not discern what mystery they held. But this must be what the people behind the scenes were after. Their goal was likely the hidden treasure of the Feng family. She stored the paintings in her space, carefully checked for anything left behind, and then left the secret chamber. After restoring the rice jar to its original position, Feng Lingyu entered her space. Heaven knows she hadn't eaten her fill at Zhang Weiming's place. In the space's kitchen, Feng Lingyu simply cooked a large pot of mutated pork. The pork, cooked with spiritual spring water, was fragrant and enticing. After taking a bite, Feng Lingyu immediately felt her ability, which had been depleted from pushing the rice jar, slowly begin to recover. The next morning, Feng Lingyu went out to find the tall tree mentioned in her father's letter. Walking through a long alley, Feng Lingyu arrived at the Gao family's doorstep. Just as she was about to knock, a weak male voice came from inside. "I don't agree to this, matchmaker Wang. Find someone else." Then a short, angry woman stormed out. As she walked out, she turned back and cursed, I was trying to help you out of kindness. With your crippled father and such an ugly daughter, you should be grateful anyone would take you. Talk about biting the hand that feeds you." After walking out, matchmaker Wang collided head-on with Feng Lingyu, who was about to knock. "Ouch! Which damn fool has no eyes?" Before she could finish her curse, the woman saw Feng Lingyu's face. She had never seen such a beautiful girl. Thinking of the Zhang family's request to find a good girl for their simple-minded son, if she could make this match, the Zhang family had promised a matchmaking gift of 100 yuan. It was just that the Zhang family had high standards, insisting on a girl from a respectable family who was also pretty. The one before her fit perfectly. Chapter 14, Male or Female. As long as she thought of that 100 yuan matchmaking fee, matchmaker Wang's anger vanished. She circled Feng Lingyu twice, clicking her tongue in appraisal. "Stunning, truly stunning. Young lady, where is your family from? Have you been betrothed? If not, Auntie here can introduce you to a good family." "Introduce me to a good family? Then Auntie, you'll have to pick carefully. You need to find someone who matches this damned soul of mine. How about finding someone blind, what do you think?" Feng Lingyu looked at matchmaker Wang with a half-smile. Hearing this, matchmaker Wang's expression stiffened. "This young lady, how can you talk like that? Auntie only means well. Young lady, Deputy Factory Director Zhang from the second textile factory is looking for a match for his son. Once you marry in, you'll be given a formal job right away." Naturally, matchmaker Wang wouldn't give up easily. She spoke while studying Feng Lingyu's expression. "Since the terms are so good, Auntie, keep them for your own daughter. Why cheaply give them to an outsider like me?" After saying this, Feng Lingyu brushed past matchmaker Wang and walked toward the Gao family courtyard. Matchmaker Wang watched Feng Lingyu's retreating figure, gritted her teeth, turned, and hurried away. The temptation of 100 yuan was too great. Missing this opportunity, finding another suitable match would be hard. She needed to quickly inform Mrs. Zheng. Feng Lingyu entered the Gao family courtyard. No one was outside, they must have gone indoors. Just as she was about to call out, a round-faced, big brother walked out of the kitchen. Feng Lingyu's mouth twitched. Even with her vast experience, she couldn't immediately determine the person's gender. If she said it was a woman, the person stood about 1.8 meters tall, had a neat short haircut, and faint muscle definition could be seen with movement. If she said it was a man, the person had a round, cute, girlish face. Just as Feng Lingyu was unsure how to address them, the tall, strong man had already spotted her. The person's gaze first locked onto her like a wolf's, and Feng Lingyu's back instantly tensed. Her instincts, honed in the apocalypse, sensed danger. As Feng Lingyu remained on alert, the other person first looked at her face with confusion, then, as if confirming something, happily ran toward Feng Lingyu, dimples appearing at the corners of their mouth. Miss, why are you here? I've missed you so much." Feng Lingyu now confirmed that this person was Gao Dashu's daughter, Gao Xiaodao. Before the age of 7, Gao Xiaodao had always been with Feng Lingyu, and their bond was deep. Gao Xiaodao had been taller than her peers since childhood, with a straightforward personality. Under her father's guidance, she had taken it as her duty to protect Feng Lingyu. Back then, she had no choice but to leave the Feng family with her father, Gao Dashu. Facing Gao Xiaodao's sparkling eyes and wide smile, Feng Lingyu felt a strange familiarity, inexplicably reminded of her past life roommate's husky. Xiaodao, long time no see. Feng Lingyu smiled at Gao Xiaodao. It's really you. Miss, I've always wanted to find you, but Dad wouldn't let me. He said I had to learn my skills well before I could follow you. Gao Xiaodao spoke excitedly, her words jumbled and her voice choked with tears. Miss you. Feng Lingyu extended her index finger and gently tapped Gao Xiaodao's dimple. Xiaodao, kids with dimples can't cry, you know. Here, have some candy. Before Gao Xiaodao could finish her sentence, she froze at Feng Lingyu's gesture. In a daze, it felt like being back in childhood, when Gao Xiaodao would hide under a tree crying because she couldn't complete her father's tasks, and Feng Lingyu would comfort her just like this. Xiaodao, it's okay, I'm here with you. Don't cry anymore. Kids with dimples can't cry, you know. Here, have some candy. Chapter 15, Gao Dashu and his daughter Gao Xiaodao. Alright, stop crying. Where's Uncle Gao? Feng Lingyu asked with a smile. She had wanted to pat Xiaodao's head to comfort her, but, well, she was too tall, so forget it, no need to embarrass herself. Feng Lingyu was only about 1.6 meters tall, which was indeed far shorter than Gao Xiaodao's 1.8 meters. She wondered if she would grow any taller later on, feeling a bit melancholy at the thought. Hearing Feng Lingyu's question, Xiaodao immediately started shouting noisily, Dad! Dad! Miss is here! Miss has come to see us! From inside the room came a series of coughs, followed by a weak but joyful voice. Miss, why are you here? My body is useless and can't come out, cough, cough. Miss, my dad has severe arthritis in his legs and can't walk, so that's why he didn't come out, Gao Xiaodao quickly explained. It's fine. It's only right for the younger generation to visit their elders. With that, Feng Lingyu walked toward the room where the voice had come from. Uncle Gao, I'm coming in. Entering the room, she immediately saw a middle-aged man sitting up against the bed. He was dressed very neatly, and the room had no unpleasant smell. Perhaps because he had been confined to bed, his face was somewhat pale. But his eyes were extremely sharp, nothing like those of someone bedridden. Miss, it's really you. Where's the young master? How is he? Gao Dashu became agitated upon seeing Feng Lingyu and tried to sit up. Feng Lingyu quickly went to the bedside and, together with Gao Xiaodao, helped Gao Dashu sit up. Dad, don't get worked up. If you get worked up, you'll start coughing again, Gao Xiaodao said, gently stroking Gao Dashu's back a few times. Uncle Gao, my father should have informed you in advance. He and my mother have passed away, Feng Lingyu said in a low, choked voice. In fact, the moment he saw Feng Lingyu, Gao Dashu already knew that the young master was likely in grave danger. He never expected that both the young master and his wife had sacrificed themselves. Young master, I couldn't see you off on your final journey. Gao Dashu cried out in grief. Back when Feng Dingbang had sent Gao Dashu away, he had said to him, Dashu, aside from my wife, you are the person I trust the most. Sending you away is me leaving a backup plan for my daughter so that those people won't target you too. If she comes to you one day, it will mean something has happened to me. Xiaodao will follow you as well. If that day truly comes, I hope she can protect Xiaoyu. The young Gao Dashu had bowed to Feng Dingbang, whom he served loyally, and said firmly, Young master, rest assured. Xiaodao will definitely become Mrs. Most Reliable Right Hand in the future. That day had finally come. After calming down, Gao Dashu asked again, Miss, what are you planning to do now? Uncle Gao, my father left me a letter, arranging for me to go to the northeast as an educated youth. The current environment is indeed not conducive for me to investigate the murderers of my parents. Moreover, the people behind the scenes have already set their sights on me. Miss, follow the young master's arrangements. Qingshan village is the ancestral land of the ancient Feng family, and it's far from the capital city. The hands of those behind the scenes can't reach that far. Gao Dashu also agreed with Feng Lingyu's decision to sign up for the rural program. There was no better way to escape the vortex. Gao Dashu then said to Gao Xiaodao, Xiaodao, you will go to the countryside with Mississippi. Dad, if I go to the countryside with Miss, who will take care of you? Gao Xiaodao said urgently. Dad, Before Gao Xiaodao could finish, Gao Dashu interrupted her. I don't need anyone to take care of me. Xiaodao, don't forget what I've always told you since you were little. Gao Dashu said sternly. Looking at Gao Dashu's stern yet expectant eyes, Gao Xiaodao said seriously, Dad, rest assured. Xiaodao will definitely protect Miss well. Chapter 16, Gao Dashu's legs can be treated. Feng Lingyu looked at the scene before her, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Uncle Gao, I'm not a child anymore. Let Xiaodao stay with you. Miss, I want to stay with you, but I'm also worried about my father's illness, Gao Xiaodao quickly explained upon hearing Feng Lingyu's words. Thinking of the pharmacy and spiritual spring water in her space that might be able to cure Gao Dashu's illness, Feng Lingyu asked, Uncle Gao, what's wrong with you? Maybe I can take a look. It's an old problem. The doctor said it's rheumatoid arthritis. When it doesn't flare up, it's fine, but when it does, I can't even get out of bed. If you don't mind, I'll take a look, she said. Gao Dashu had long given up hope, resigned to being a cripple for the rest of his life. His greatest wish was for Xiao Tao to protect the last surviving member of the Feng family. Gao Xiaotao stepped forward and rolled up Gao Dashu's pant leg. Feng Lingyu carefully examined his knee joint and found no deformation. This made things much easier. She happened to have a medicinal ointment for legs in her space. In modern times, this illness was nothing serious. Seeing Feng Lingyu's expression, Gao Xiaotao quickly asked, "Miss, how are my father's legs? Can they be treated?" "Xiao Tao, my legs are this bad. Many doctors have said I just need to rest." "Don't." Gao Dashu hadn't finished speaking when he heard Feng Lingyu say firmly, "They can be treated." "Miss, do you really have a way?" Gao Dashu couldn't help but get excited at these words. Who would willingly remain a cripple if they could be well again? More importantly, he could then protect the young miss properly. Xiao Tao was still young and inexperienced. Many things would be handled more reliably by him. "Uncle Gao, your illness requires acupuncture to remove the inflammation in your body, and then with some exercise, you'll recover quickly. I'll go back tonight to make the ointment for you and bring it tomorrow." "Miss, I'm so grateful to you. Once my father is cured, I can go to the countryside with you." "Don't worry, miss, I'm very strong. If anyone dares to bully you, I'll punch them." Gao Xiaotao jumped up excitedly upon hearing that her father's illness could be cured. Now she could protect the young miss without worrying about her father. Feng Lingyu was also happy that Gao Dashu's illness could be treated. "Uncle Gao, don't worry. I expect your illness will be better in about a week. But you'll need to exercise more afterward, since you've been bedridden for a long time and your physical condition isn't what it used to be. Don't worry, Mississippi. I'll be content as long as I can walk again. Please don't think ill of me. Let Xiao Tao and me stay by your side from now on. That way, I won't have failed the young master's trust," Gao Dashu said to Feng Lingyu emotionally. Seeing Gao Dashu's eyes redden with emotion, Feng Lingyu quickly said, "Uncle Gao, what are you saying? I'd be more than happy to have your help. How could I ever think ill of you?" Thinking of the letter her father had left, she added, "Father said you were his most trusted person. I respect you like an elder." "Ah, good, good." Gao Dashu nodded happily. Then he said, "Miss, you should arrange the matter as soon as possible. If it drags on too long, something unexpected might happen." "Uncle Gao, I'll go sign up right away to get this settled. My father arranged for someone in the office, so don't worry. As long as my name is submitted, no one will dare to tamper with it." Seeing how methodically the young miss handled things, Gao Dashu nodded approvingly. "It's good that you have a plan." Feng Lingyu had already thought this through. Her parents were martyrs. If she said she wanted to go to the countryside to continue contributing to the country, who would dare to force her to stay? Anyone who tried would have a cap of low awareness and lack of initiative dropped on them. No one could withstand that. After a moment's thought, Feng Lingyu said to Gao Xiaotao, "Xiao Tao, are you sure you want to come to the countryside with me? Let me finish first. After we go to the countryside, we'll have to do farm work every day. I can't even guarantee how things will go for myself. More importantly, I don't know when we'll be able to return to the city. It might be that we stay there for the rest of our lives. Even so, do you still want to come with me?" Chapter 17. The Matchmaker Wang Picks a Fight. Gao Xiaotao looked at Feng Lingyu and said word by word, "I'm not afraid of any of this, miss. Ever since I can remember, I've known my duty is to protect you. As long as you don't despise me, I'll follow you for life." After saying this, she touched her head and chuckled sheepishly. "I'm strong and I eat a lot, but I can work in the fields to earn my own keep." "All right, then you can stay with me. Don't worry, I won't let you go hungry." Feng Lingyu smiled and promised. Thinking about her own appetite, Feng Lingyu's head filled with exasperation. It seemed she would have to support 2 big eaters from now on. Fortunately, she had her space, or she really might not be able to afford it. After all, in this era, the most precious thing was food. "Uncle Gao, there's no time to waste. Xiao Tao and I will go sign up now. From registration to going to the countryside, we have about a month, which is enough time to cure your illness." "All right, go on then." Gao Dashu responded repeatedly. After meeting Feng Lingyu, matchmaker Wang hurried off to report to Madame Zhang. "Madame Zhang, good news. The matter you entrusted me with a few days ago has some progress." Matchmaker Wang started shouting as soon as she arrived at Deputy Factory Director Zhang's home. Hearing this, Madame Zhang's eyes lit up. "Come, sit down. Is it true? What's the girl like? Did you make our situation clear?" "That girl is a real beauty. Her eyes are bright and so lovely. With such a good deal, marrying into your family and getting a job arranged, why would she refuse? While the girl hasn't left yet, come with me now to take a look." "All right, let's go now." Hearing matchmaker Wang's words, Madame Zhang didn't suspect a thing. Her son's marriage was a constant worry for her. She only hoped he would marry and have a son, so she'd have someone to rely on in her old age. Just as Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao stepped out of the Gao family's front door, they saw matchmaker Wang approaching with a well-dressed woman. Matchmaker Wang, what are you here for again? My dad already turned you down, so why are you still coming? Gao Xiaodao shouted at matchmaker Wang. Unexpectedly, matchmaker Wang glanced sideways at Gao Xiaodao and sneered. This time I'm here, it's none of your business. But you and your dad should think it over, you're so ugly. It's good enough that someone is willing to take you. Don't be so picky or you'll end up unmarried and become a laughingstock. Feng Lingyu felt the woman matchmaker Wang brought was scrutinizing her carefully. That look, like appraising a piece of meat, made Feng Lingyu very uncomfortable. After speaking, matchmaker Wang led Madame Zhang directly in front of Feng Lingyu and said in a low voice, "This is the girl. Pretty, isn't she? Don't worry, she'll definitely give you a smart and handsome grandson." With her current ability level, Feng Lingyu could hear even the slightest rustle within 10 meters around her. Naturally, matchmaker Wang's words reached her ears. So they were setting their sights on her? Feng Lingyu found it somewhat amusing. Wasn't it better to just live peacefully? After sizing up Feng Lingyu, Madame Zhang nodded at matchmaker Wang, indicating she was very satisfied. Then Madame Zhang walked up to Feng Lingyu and said contemptuously, "Matchmaker Wang must have told you already. As long as you marry into my family, I can arrange a job for you. Once you give birth to a son, you can become a permanent employee. But your wages must all be handed over, no subsidizing your maiden family." After saying this, Madame Zhang proudly raised her chin, waiting for Feng Lingyu's reply. In her eyes, offering a job should make Feng Lingyu grateful beyond measure. How could she possibly refuse? Before Feng Lingyu could answer, Gao Xiaodao shoved Madame Zhang and matchmaker Wang aside. "Puh, even I wouldn't want your idiot son, and you think you're good enough for my little sister." At that moment, Gao Xiaodao dared not call her miss in front of outsiders. Fortunately, she changed her words just in time. With Gao Xiaodao's strength, she sent Madame Zhang and matchmaker Wang stumbling backward. "Ouch, my old back. Gao Xiaodao, you damned wretch. You can't get married yourself, and now you want to stop others from marrying too. Shameless." Matchmaker Wang clutched her back as she sat on the ground, cursing. Madame Zhang had also lost her initial elegance. She got up and began scolding Feng Lingyu. "Do you still want to marry into my family or not? You saw me fall and didn't even help me up. What a useless blockhead." "What did you say?" Madame Zhang stared at Feng Lingyu in disbelief. Chapter 18, Teaching Matchmaker Wang and Madame Zhang a Lesson. "I said you're a moron. Did you hear me clearly? Do I need to say it again?" Feng Lingyu said with a smile as she looked at Madame Zhang. Madame Zhang couldn't believe that such vulgar words could come out of the mouth of a girl who looked as pretty as a flower. She trembled with rage, pointing at Feng Lingyu and said, "You ill-mannered thing. Didn't your parents teach you anything, huh?" Before she could finish, Feng Lingyu cut her off with a slap. Feng Lingyu grabbed Madame Zhang by the throat and slowly lifted her off the ground. "Go on, why don't you keep talking? Who do you think you're to mention my parents? My parents are 1,000 times, 10,000 times nobler than you." Madame Zhang felt the air in her lungs slowly dissipate. Terrified, her eyes wide open, she struggled to squeeze out a few words from her throat. "I was wrong. I won't dare again. Please let me go, I beg you." Matchmaker Wang, terrified, wet her pants. "Xiaotao, please plead for us. We won't dare anymore." Gao Xiaodao was also stunned by Feng Lingyu's outburst. She had always thought her young lady was a delicate girl in need of protection. But now it seemed her young lady's abilities were no weaker than her own. "Young lady, that's enough, or something bad might really happen," Gao Xiaodao said, snapping out of her shock after hearing matchmaker Wang's plea. This wasn't a beg for mercy for the wicked, but only to prevent her young lady from getting into trouble. In truth, Feng Lingyu didn't need Gao Xiaodao's reminder. She knew her limits. Given her ruthlessness in the apocalypse, if she had truly wanted to harm anyone, Madame Zhang would have been dead with one move. She was just scaring her now. When she let go, there wouldn't be a single mark left on her. As soon as Feng Lingyu released her hand, Madame Zhang collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. "Get lost. If you dare run your mouth again, humph." Feng Lingyu's tone was calm, but Madame Zhang and matchmaker Wang could clearly sense a murderous intent in it. Madame Zhang and matchmaker Wang fled in panic, a stark contrast to the way they had arrived. "Young lady, you're so amazing." As soon as Feng Lingyu turned around, she met a pair of sparkling eyes. "Come on, let's get down to business." Feng Lingyu lightly patted Gao Xiaodao on the shoulder. Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao arrived at the Beijing City Educated Youth Office. "Young lady, who should we look for?" Gao Xiaodao looked around and asked in confusion. "Hello, comrade. Is Director Zhao of the Educated Youth Office in? I need to see him." Hearing the question, the woman at the desk looked up and said impatiently, "Who are you? Coming here and asking for the director right away." If every trivial matter had to go through the director, he'd be run ragged. Feng Lingyu wasn't angered by this, knowing the woman had a point. "It's like this, comrade. My parents recently died a heroic death. I want to follow their example and contribute to the country, so I've come to inquire about going to the countryside." Upon learning that Feng Lingyu was the child of a martyr, the woman's attitude softened. "I see. Wait here, I'll go in and ask for you." After a moment, the woman came out. "Director Zhao is in his office. Third door on the left, go right in." Feng Lingyu led Gao Xiaodao to Director Zhao's office and saw him buried in his work. Without beating around the bush, she said directly, "Hello, Director Zhao. I'm Feng Dingbang's daughter." Hearing this, Director Zhao immediately set down his work. Without saying much, he pulled 2 forms from his drawer and handed them to Feng Lingyu, speaking in a low voice. "Just fill these out. I'll take care of the rest as your father arranged." Taking the forms, Feng Lingyu was surprised. Had her father anticipated that Gao Xiaodao would go to the countryside with her? Otherwise, why would Director Zhao have given her 2 forms without even asking? Chapter 19, Signing Up for the Educated Youth Program. "Director Zhao, did my father arrange this?" Feng Lingyu hadn't expected that Feng Dingbang had already made arrangements for Gao Xiaodao as well. She had thought it would take some effort to get Gao Xiaodao assigned together with her. It seemed that her father's instruction to seek out Gao Dashu was based on the certainty that Gao Xiaodao would go to the countryside with her. Thinking about it, it made sense. Feng Lingyu's original body had been so weak that Feng Dingbang wouldn't have let her go to the countryside without proper arrangements. Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao each sat down and began filling out the forms. After finishing, Feng Lingyu thanked Director Zhao and prepared to leave. To her surprise, Director Zhao, who had been reluctant to speak much, finally opened his mouth. "From now on, when you're on your own, be more careful about your safety. If anything comes up, write to me, and I'll help you." "Why would you help me?" Feng Lingyu asked in confusion. She had thought that after he handled this matter for her, they would be even. "Your father is a good man. I don't want to see anything happen to his only daughter," Director Zhao said, then lowered his head and continued working. Hearing this, Feng Lingyu's eyes reddened. She said softly, "Thank you." Then she led Gao Xiaodao out. "Dad, see? Good people are rewarded, aren't they? Don't worry, I'll make sure those who harmed you pay with blood." Composing herself, Feng Lingyu decided to take Gao Xiaodao to the state-run restaurant for a meal. "Come on, Xiaodao, let's go eat." "Miss, I'm not hungry." "Let's go back," Gao Xiaodao said, remembering her own appetite and quickly grabbing Feng Lingyu. Before she could finish, a loud grumble came from Gao Xiaodao's stomach. She immediately covered it, her ears turning bright red with embarrassment. "Miss, I really am not hungry." Seeing this, Feng Lingyu laughed joyfully. "What's there to be polite about with me? Don't worry, your miss knows exactly how much you can eat. One meal isn't going to bankrupt me. Come on, let's go now. It'll be bad if we miss the meal time." Feng Lingyu pulled Gao Xiaodao and strode toward the state-run restaurant. Since arriving here, she hadn't eaten out yet, and she was looking forward to it. It was just mealtime, and the state-run restaurant was packed. They barely managed to get a turn for Feng Lingyu to order. "I want 2 jin of braised pork and 2 jin of white flour pork dumplings." "You want that much? Can you finish it all?" The woman taking the order looked at Feng Lingyu's frail frame in surprise. "Sister, my sister and I have always had big appetites." "Don't worry, we can finish it," Feng Lingyu said. Hearing this, the woman finally noticed Gao Xiaodao standing behind her. She found it hard to believe that the tall figure in front of her, at least 1.8 meters, was a girl. This is your sister? Oh my, she must have eaten a lot to grow so tall." After exclaiming, the woman continued, "That'll be 3 jin of meat coupons, 3 jin of grain coupons, and 8 yuan. Pay up and find a table to sit at." The people around them started murmuring when they saw how much Feng Lingyu was spending on one meal. Oh heavens, what kind of family is this, raising a daughter who eats so much? If she really eats that much, she'll never get married. Some people who couldn't stand others' good fortune sneered. "Hey, you're thinking too small. What kind of family do you think can raise a girl this well? Worried about her marrying?" Feng Lingyu paid no attention to what people around her were saying. As long as no one said anything outright nasty, she didn't care about their gossip. Before long, the braised pork and 2 large plates of dumplings were brought out. The sight of the full spread made even the onlookers gasp. Some families might not eat this much meat even once a year. A few jealous people muttered bitterly, "Eating this well, who knows if she's not the descendant of some capitalist." Gao Xiaodao swallowed hard at the sight of the meat-covered table. "Miss, so much meat." Hearing this, Feng Lingyu raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Go on, eat. Try it and see if it's good." The braised pork was completely tender, and the greasiness was fully masked by the aroma of various spices, making it not the least bit cloying. It seemed the chef at this state-run restaurant really had some skill. Feng Lingyu squinted her eyes in enjoyment. Back in the apocalypse, she only ate to fill her stomach. She could never have enjoyed such delicious food. Once she returned from the countryside, she would definitely hire the best chef to cook for her. Chapter 20. Two Big Eaters. Gao Xiaodao was also eating with great relish, the dimples on her cheeks appearing and disappearing with her chewing movements, looking extremely adorable. The Gao family's financial situation was actually not bad, but Gao Dashu had to see doctors and take medicine year-round, and Gao Xiaodao had a big appetite. Normally, she could only manage to eat enough to avoid hunger, so eating meat in large portions like this was unheard of. These dumplings are really fragrant. I wish I could have meat every day, Gao Xiaodao said with a light burp after finishing her meal, sighing. However, watching Feng Lingyu bury herself in her food also surprised Gao Xiaodao. It made sense for someone as big as herself to eat a lot, but how could the young lady consume so much? It seemed she would have to work even harder after going to the countryside. She absolutely couldn't let the young lady go hungry. Gao Xiaodao silently vowed in her heart. Meanwhile, the onlookers were completely stunned. Everyone had assumed Gao Xiaodao was the big eater, but who would have thought this seemingly frail younger sister could eat just as much? Oh my, these are two bottomless pits. They really can eat a lot. Eating a lot is a blessing, but whoever marries these two sisters will have a tough time, hehe. The men discussing among themselves exchanged glances and let out lecherous laughs. Perhaps because Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao ignored them, their teasing grew even more unrestrained. One little hooligan even raised his voice and said to Feng Lingyu, "Little girl, your sister eats so much and isn't even good-looking. Is she going to end up unmarried?" Ha ha ha. I'm also curious how someone as worthless and mean-spirited as you still has the nerve to live in this world, Feng Lingyu retorted sarcastically before Gao Xiaodao could react. The man's face immediately changed. What did you say? You little bitch, how dare you curse me? Believe me, I'll teach you a lesson. The onlookers saw Feng Lingyu sitting there calmly with a smile. Teach me a lesson? Just don't regret it. Seeing this, a well-meaning bystander tried to mediate. Miss, you'd better apologize. Going against him will only end badly for you. Don't be impulsive. Hearing the passerby's words, the little hooligan grew even more arrogant. I'm telling you, if you don't kneel down and call me Grandpa 3 times and pay me 50 bucks, I'll make you regret it. Recalling how generously Feng Lingyu had paid for her meal, the little hooligan made an outrageous demand. After speaking, he crossed his arms and smirked smugly, waiting for Feng Lingyu to apologize. When the onlookers heard the little hooligan demand 50 bucks outright, they all gasped in shock. Someone muttered quietly, "Good grief, asking for 50 bucks just like that, isn't that extortion?" Others, jealous of Feng Lingyu's generosity, made snide remarks. I think these sisters deserve it. Who orders that much meat at once? No wonder they got targeted. Exactly. In this situation, who wouldn't try to extort them? By now, no one dared to step forward to help Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao. Having seen how shameless the little hooligan was, everyone feared being extorted themselves. But Gao Xiaodao, who had witnessed Feng Lingyu's true strength that morning, was calmly sipping tea at the table, signaling that this was no big deal. She was just waiting to see how the little hooligan would meet his end. 50 bucks? Are you sure that's all you want? Feng Lingyu asked expressionlessly upon hearing the little hooligan's demand. The little hooligan's eyes lit up as he stared at Feng Lingyu. It seemed he had hit a goldmine. Today was his lucky day. I want 100 bucks. If you hand it over, I won't even make you kneel and call me Grandpa. How about that? When the little hooligan demanded 100 bucks, the crowd started saying Feng Lingyu had a screw loose. Hey, I've never seen someone so eager to throw money away. Today's an eye-opener. Fine, come and get it. Ignoring the crowd's comments, Feng Lingyu sat in her seat and crooked her finger at the little hooligan. Chapter 21. Dealing with the little hoodlum. The little hoodlum thought about how he could get a free 100 yuan right away, so without much hesitation, he immediately walked toward Feng Lingyu. He stretched out his hand toward Feng Lingyu and said excitedly, "Where's the money?" "Hand it over to me, your grandpa." "Money? No, I didn't ask you to come over for money." Hearing this, the little hoodlum's face changed instantly. "Are you messing with your grandpa? I'll beat." As he spoke, he raised his fist and swung it at Feng Lingyu. The crowd gasped, thinking Feng Lingyu was about to get hit, and some of the more timid ones even covered their eyes. Only a sound of ouch was heard as the little hoodlum was kicked flying by Feng Lingyu, curling up on the ground and crying out in pain. It was only then that Feng Lingyu slowly stood up amidst the crowd's incredulous gazes, walked over to the little hoodlum, and said coldly, "What I asked you to come for is your life." Although Feng Lingyu spoke the last word very softly, everyone present could feel a murderous intent in it. Those who had been stirring up trouble shrank back, afraid that Feng Lingyu might notice them. Though her tone was very calm, the little hoodlum was trembling with fear. Others might not know, but he could feel just how much force was in that kick from Feng Lingyu. It was clearly not something an ordinary person could deliver. He realized he had picked a fight with the wrong person today, but by then, regret was too late. I was blind not to recognize your greatness, Granny. I was wrong. Please spare me, Granny. The little hoodlum crawled up, crying as he spoke, slapping himself in the face while sobbing. Some onlookers couldn't bear to watch and stepped forward to say, Miss, since he's already apologized, let it go. You should be merciful when you can. Yeah, why is such a young girl so ruthless? Unexpectedly, Feng Lingyu sneered at these words. When he was extorting money from me just now, why didn't any of you step forward to speak? It just shows you all think I'm easy to bully. What disgusts me most isn't this little thug, but people like you who stand by when trouble happens, and then come out to show off your magnanimity when it's over, hypocrites. Those who had spoken were left red-faced by Feng Lingyu's mockery and fell silent. Just then, a hearty and vigorous voice rang out. Well said, little sister. I think every man here is a coward. If I had been here just now, I wouldn't have let that thug get near you. Feng Lingyu looked toward the direction of the voice and saw a tall, sturdy man with a handsome face stepping out from the crowd. Thank you, big brother, for speaking up, Feng Lingyu said, cupping her hands in gratitude. The two exchanged smiles. Feng Lingyu then turned back to the little hoodlum kneeling on the ground and said, What, not leaving yet? Do you really want to leave your life here? I'm leaving right now. With that, he scrambled away in a panic. Seeing that there was no more excitement, the onlookers dispersed to attend to their own affairs. Walking out of the state-run restaurant, Gao Xiaotao said to Feng Lingyu with some melancholy, Miss, you're so capable that I feel like I'm useless. Who says that? You have to help me eat, don't you? That's a huge help, Feng Lingyu teased with a smile. Miss, you eat just as much as I do, and you're calling me out. Feng Lingyu raised a hand to her forehead. How could she forget her own appetite? Well, she had been roasted. After a bit of laughter and banter, Feng Lingyu said goodbye to Gao Xiaodao. I'm going home now to prepare the ointment and silver needles for tomorrow. You should head home too. Knowing this was serious business, Gao Xiaodao didn't linger and went home after bidding Feng Lingyu farewell. As Feng Lingyu arrived at her doorstep, she saw someone sitting there. After a closer look, she realized it was an acquaintance, Aunt Li. Chapter 22, Aunt Li Confesses. Feng Lingyu wanted to see what she was up to, sitting outside waiting like that. As soon as Aunt Li, who was sitting outside the door, saw Feng Lingyu return, her eyes lit up. Xiaoyu, you're finally back. I've been waiting outside for you all afternoon, she said excitedly. Aunt Li, you're out so soon? Feng Lingyu asked with a teasing tone. The flattering smile on Aunt Li's face stiffened, and she said awkwardly, Xiaoyu, I'm sorry for what I did, but I was set up to. What do you mean by that? Feng Lingyu stared fixedly at Aunt Li. Thinking about the police station's decision, Aunt Li gritted her teeth and said, I have a favor to ask you. If you can agree to it, I'll tell you everything. Come inside and talk. With that, Feng Lingyu opened the door and walked straight in. In the Feng family's living room, Aunt Li sat uneasily. She had intended to play hard to get and make Feng Lingyu speak first, but after entering, Feng Lingyu just minded her own business, even brewing a cup of tea and drinking it leisurely, ignoring her entirely. Before long, Aunt Li couldn't hold out any longer and said dryly, Xiaoyu, if I can tell you the whole story, can you go to the police station and put in a good word for me? The steam from the teacup blurred Feng Lingyu's face, making it hard for Aunt Li to read her expression, but it was precisely this feeling that made Aunt Li more anxious. Feng Lingyu finally spoke. Aunt Li, there's no room for bargaining between us. You don't seem to be in a position to set conditions, do you? In negotiations, of course, you have to keep the rhythm in your own hands. Otherwise, you'll follow the other party's lead, step by step lowering your own. Seeing Feng Lingyu's attitude, Aunt Li felt she couldn't delay any longer and began to recall the events of that day. That day, like usual, I went out early to buy groceries. But when I came back, I saw two people whispering furtively at the alley entrance. You know, I'm a bit of a gossip, so I thought they were talking about some secret in the neighborhood. I hid around the corner to eavesdrop. Turns out they were talking about the news of your parents' sacrifice. I thought it was serious and rushed to tell you. Who knew you'd get so upset and fall? Xiaoyu, I really meant well but ended up doing harm. After speaking, Aunt Li looked at Feng Lingyu nervously, trying to read her expression, unsure if she believed her. Aunt Li fidgeted with the hem of her clothes. What did those two whispering people look like? Any distinctive features? I only remember that one of them had a big black mole on his nose, quite noticeable, and the other called him Brother Liu. That's all I know. After Aunt Li finished, seeing that Feng Lingyu didn't speak, she urged, Xiaoyu, I've explained it clearly to you. It was really just a misunderstanding. The police station says I'm suspected of intentionally harming the children of martyrs and wants to send me to a labor farm. Please put in a good word for me. Feng Lingyu figured that Aunt Li probably only knew this much. Someone must have known Aunt Lee was a big mouth and deliberately led her over here. But was Aunt Lee really as innocent as she claimed? Not necessarily. Aunt Lee, you're really washing your hands of this cleanly, Feng Lingyu said casually. Feng Lingyu poured herself another cup of tea and sneered at Aunt Lee. Aunt Lee, if you're really innocent, why don't you answer a few of my questions? If you can explain yourself clearly, I'll go to the police station tomorrow and say you're innocent. How about that? A chill ran through Aunt Lee's heart, but she still clung to hope. You still don't believe me after all this? Fine, go ahead and ask. First question. You've known since I was little that I have a weak constitution and can't handle shocks. Why did you tell me the news directly? Did you really not know something would happen to me? Before Aunt Lee could respond, Feng Lingyu toyed with the teacup in her hand and continued. Second question. After I got hurt and passed out, why didn't you call a doctor for me? My condition clearly wasn't something that would just get better by lying down. Feng Lingyu snapped. Can you explain these things, Aunt Lee? Chapter 23. Confronting Aunt Lee. Aunt Lee's face turned pale from the questioning, and she collapsed from the stool directly onto the floor. She was left speechless, because she knew deep down that her intentions had been malicious. She had thought that by telling Feng Lingyu these things, she could muddle through and get her to plead for mercy, but she never expected that Feng Lingyu had never believed her at all. Xiaoyu, I beg you, please spare me for the sake of me raising you since you were little. Your aunt will kowtow and apologize to you. Aunt Lee wept as she spoke, kowtowing between sobs. Aunt Lee, it's useless. If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? You want me to let you off for the sake of you taking care of me, but back then, why didn't you let me off? Did you hesitate back then? No, you didn't. The original owner had truly died, alone in the desolate summer night. Even Feng Lingyu had no right to forgive anyone on her behalf. Feng Lingyu's role was not that of the all-merciful Virgin Mary, but of Satan crawling out of hell. From beginning to end, there was only one thing to do: send everyone who had harmed the original owner's family straight to hell. Do you think I don't know why you wanted to harm me? This courtyard of mine is spacious, isn't it? Did you want your sons to move in here? Feng Lingyu said mockingly. Hearing this, Aunt Lee knew she had completely lost any chance to turn things around. In truth, Aunt Lee hadn't initially intended to harm Feng Lingyu. She had just been nosy. But when she saw Feng Lingyu lying on the ground, the evil thoughts in her heart could no longer be suppressed. She thought, how wonderful it would be if Feng Lingyu just died like this. If her whole family died off, the house would be handed over to the street office for reassignment. But she had 3 sons and so many grandchildren, and they were the Feng family's neighbors. The street office would surely prioritize giving the house to her family to live in. So she helped Feng Lingyu back to her bed, left her to fend for herself without any care, and then ran off. At the time, she thought she would leave Feng Lingyu to fate. With such a severe shock and no doctor to see her, her chances of survival were very slim. That's why she came to check early the next morning, only to find that Feng Lingyu was still alive. Retribution had finally come. Aunt Lee stopped making excuses. She gave a bitter smile and said, I'll be sent down to the countryside tomorrow. Your aunt knows she has wronged you, but going to the farm means I'll never have a chance to come back in this life. Let that be my atonement. But Mei Feng hasn't wronged you. For the sake of you growing up together, if anything happens to her in the future, could you give her a hand, huh? But Feng Lingyu never gave any response. Finally, Aunt Lee's face turned ashen, and she turned and walked out of Feng Lingyu's house. Watching Aunt Lee's retreating figure, Feng Lingyu felt no stir of emotion in her heart. This was simply what she deserved. Why should she have to look after the child of her enemy? Besides, Feng Lingyu hadn't forgotten how Li Mingfeng had called her an orphan over and over that night. Someone like that, and she was supposed to look after her? How ridiculous. The man with the big black mole on his nose, whom Aunt Lee had mentioned tonight, was a breakthrough. As long as she found him, she could at least get some information out of him. But the capital was so vast, finding one person was still as hard as reaching the sky. It seemed she needed to develop a force of her own to gather information. Having only Gaodashu in the capital wasn't enough. In the space, Feng Lingyu was seriously flipping through the medical texts left by the Feng family patriarch. One of the formulas for a dampness-removing ointment could exactly treat Gaodashu's rheumatoid arthritis. The method for making this ointment wasn't difficult, and Feng Lingyu could even add spiritual spring water to it, making the effect even better. Back in the modern world, Feng Lingyu had been a sophomore at a traditional Chinese medicine college. Though the apocalypse had come before she graduated, she still had some relevant knowledge. Tomorrow, she would use her ability to channel it into silver needles for acupuncture on Gaodashu, combined with the dampness-removing ointment, a two-pronged approach. It should be no problem to cure him. After confirming everything was foolproof, Feng Lingyu finally went to sleep peacefully. That was just Feng Lingyu's nature. She never did anything without certainty. She never fought a battle unprepared. Chapter 24. Madame Zhang's Revenge. After a good night's sleep, Feng Lingyu exercised in the morning and then went to the Gao family to treat Gao Dashu's illness. Just as she reached the Gao family's doorstep, she heard the sound of smashing and crashing coming from inside. Feng Lingyu's gaze turned cold. Who is causing trouble so early in the morning? Who are you, and what right do you have to come to my house? Gao Xiaodao stood alone in front of Gao Dashu, her face flushed as she argued. A scruffy young man stood off to the side, arms crossed, sneering as he said, "Someone reported that you're hiding something you shouldn't be in your house. If you know what's good for you, step aside and let us search. Otherwise, I'll have you arrested right now and then, you won't be getting off easy." With that, he tossed his cigarette to the ground, staring at Gao Xiaodao as he viciously ground it out with his foot, making no effort to hide his blatant malice. It wasn't that Gao Xiaodao couldn't take these people in a fight, but in these times, getting caught meant serious trouble. It could be a matter of life and death. If she resorted to violence, things would only become even harder to explain. "You're lying. Who reported it? Let them come out and face me." "Face you? Haha, don't worry. Once we search the place, we'll naturally prove your innocence," the young man said, signaling to the people behind him to go in and search. "Stop right there." Gao Xiaodao usually seemed simple on the surface, but when it came to serious matters, she knew exactly what was at stake. It was clear that someone was trying to set her family up. If she let these people search the house, she'd never be able to clear her name. And judging by their behavior, they weren't planning a proper search. They'd just smash things up under the pretense of looking around. How could the house still be livable after that? Who could be so vicious? Gao Xiaodao thought bitterly. Just as the two sides were locked in a standoff, Feng Lingyu walked in. The scruffy young man was actually Zhang Dafu, Madame Zhang's younger brother. After being put in her place by Feng Lingyu the day before, Madame Zhang had harbored a grudge. Remembering her shady younger brother, she had sent him to stir up trouble. When the young man saw the beautiful Feng Lingyu, his eyes went wide. Damn, his sister hadn't told him that the woman she had her eye on was such a stunning beauty. A beauty like this, matched with his simple-minded nephew, what a waste. A beauty deserves a hero, someone like him. With that thought, a lecherous grin spread across Zhang Dafu's face. But he also felt a bit of resentment toward his sister. She always said she cared about him, but whenever something good came along, she thought of her own son first. He wasn't married yet either. "Ahem, comrade, who are you looking for?" Zhang Dafu put on airs as he approached Feng Lingyu. Seeing Zhang Dafu's actions, Gao Xiaodao realized he had set his sights on Feng Lingyu and quickly tried to warn her, "Miss, he..." Before she could finish, Feng Lingyu stopped her with a look. Gao Xiaodao understood that her mistress knew what she was doing and fell silent. Feng Lingyu had already heard the commotion from outside the yard and knew these people were no good. But first, she needed to find out who was targeting Gao Dashu's family. "I'm Gao Dashu's niece. What are you here for?" Feng Lingyu deliberately put on a timid tone. Zhang Dafu remembered his sister saying this girl knew martial arts, but she didn't look it. Was his sister losing her mind and talking nonsense? He'd have to tell his brother-in-law to take her to the hospital for a checkup. Fortunately, Madame Zhang had no idea what her brother was thinking, or she'd probably be furious enough to spit blood. Having made up his mind, Zhang Dafu continued, "Someone reported that Gao Dashu is hiding contraband in his house. I'm here to conduct a search." How could that be? My uncle has always been an honest man. He would never think of hiding such things." Feng Lingyu's eyes instantly reddened as she spoke, her voice choked with emotion. Seeing the beauty in tears, Zhang Dafu immediately softened his tone. "I'm just following procedure. If there's nothing, then there won't be any consequences. Who reported us? Regardless, there should be some evidence, right? It can't be that anyone can just make an accusation with a flip of their tongue. That would be chaos. We're just doing things by the book," Zhang Dafu said, feigning reluctance. Feng Lingyu sneered inwardly, but kept up her fragile appearance. "In that case, I'd like to file a report too. Is that allowed?" "Sister, who do you want to report? Who's been bullying you?" "Your big brother here will take care of it for you," Zhang Dafu said, seizing the chance to show off in front of the beauty. "I want to report Madame Zhang, the wife of the deputy director of the second textile factory, for forcibly abducting an innocent woman." Feng Lingyu looked at Zhang Dafu with hopeful eyes, as if she truly believed he would stand up for her. Zhang Dafu's face went pale. You want to report my sister?" Chapter 25, Scaring Off Zhang Dafu. Actually, when she saw Zhang Dafu's face, Feng Lingyu had already guessed that he was related to Madame Zhang, since there was some resemblance between their brows and eyes. Having confirmed who was behind it all, Feng Lingyu stopped pretending. "You're Madame Zhang's younger brother, huh? No wonder you two look so alike." Dropping her timid demeanor, Feng Lingyu instantly seemed like a different person. "What do you mean by that?" Zhang Dafu asked warily. A slight curl of her red lips, Feng Lingyu said each word deliberately, "You both like to reach for what you don't deserve." Pfft. Someone among Zhang Dafu's men couldn't help but laugh. Flustered and furious, Zhang Dafu barked, who laughed. Step forward. Then he turned back to Feng Lingyu and said, didn't expect I'd misjudge you. A little firecracker, huh? Even better. Boys, search the place. The rest of his lackeys surged forward at his command. Gao Xiaodao quickly shielded Gao Dashu and backed away. Stop. The voice, amplified by Feng Lingyu's ability, actually made several people halt in their tracks, afraid to move. Zhang Dafu's face turned green with rage. He kicked one of them in the backside. Useless bunch. Are you listening to her or to me? Get moving. Zhang Dafu, do you think I'd act so boldly without some backing? You'd better think carefully. Don't end up with nothing to show for it and a heap of trouble on your hands. Feng Lingyu said calmly. For a moment, Zhang Dafu really hesitated. What if this little woman truly had some powerful support? He might end up trapped here today. But he wasn't about to believe it that easily. Feigning disdain, he tested her. What backing could you possibly have? How about I have Director Zhang Weiming from the Public Security Bureau have a word with you? Feng Lingyu slowly paced over to Zhang Dafu and said softly. At a time like this, Feng Lingyu didn't mind using Zhang Weiming's name to bluff. Since Zhang Weiming had his own designs on her, he ought to contribute something. The identity of the Beijing Public Security Bureau director carried considerable weight. Even with triple the nerve, Zhang Dafu wouldn't dare act recklessly. During the day, Feng Lingyu couldn't easily make a move against him. He was a public official after all. She'd scare them off for now. When night came, unexpectedly, Feng Lingyu really did know the director's name. Zhang Dafu didn't dare act rashly. You'd better really know Director Zhang, or else I'm afraid you won't be able to handle the consequences. Let's go. Zhang Dafu glared viciously at Feng Lingyu. Seeing the matter resolved, Gao Xiaodao let out a long breath, then said worriedly, that scared me, miss. What if he comes back for revenge later? I won't give him another chance. It was another of Feng Lingyu's principles, settle things the same day if possible. After all, a long night brings many troubles. Seeing Feng Lingyu so confident, Gao Xiaodao said no more. Feng Lingyu looked at Gao Dashu, who was being supported by Gao Xiaodao, and said with concern, Uncle Gao, let's start treating your leg today. The sooner you recover, the sooner I'll have more help. Good. Let's go inside. Gao Dashu nodded quickly. He too wanted to recover as soon as possible. If a situation like today happened again, he wouldn't be so helpless, needing his daughter to protect him. Inside the room, Gao Dashu had been given medicine by Feng Lingyu and had fallen into a deep sleep. Feng Lingyu was fully focused on applying the silver needles in her hand. Her ability hadn't fully recovered yet, so channeling life force into the needles was somewhat strenuous. Time ticked by minute after minute. Gao Xiaodao barely dared to breathe, afraid of distracting her mistress. Done. Finally, Feng Lingyu let out a long sigh, her voice weak and drained. Gao Xiaodao quickly stepped forward to support Feng Lingyu as she sat down nearby. Miss, are you all right? She asked, looking at Feng Lingyu with concern. Seeing the worry in Gao Xiaodao's eyes, Feng Lingyu felt a warmth in her heart. I'm fine, just a little exhausted. Remove the needles in an hour and Uncle Gao should be waking up around then. Miss, don't talk. Rest now. When the time comes, I'll call you. With that, Gao Xiaodao stopped disturbing Feng Lingyu. Feng Lingyu didn't want her efforts to be taken for granted. She was glad that Gao Xiaodao had noticed her discomfort first. Chapter 26. Healing Gao Dashu. An hour later, Feng Lingyu removed the silver needles from Gao Dashu's leg. Gao Dashu slowly regained consciousness, his mind somewhat fragmented. Gao Xiaodao said excitedly, Father, how do you feel? Recalling that he had passed out for the sake of treating his leg, Gao Dashu tried to move and found that the cold, damp sensation in his leg had vanished. Overjoyed, Gao Dashu said to Feng Lingyu, Miss, my leg is fine. I used the silver needles to draw out the dampness from your leg, so naturally the cold feeling is gone. However, you'll still need to apply the ointment I gave you. With both methods working together, it should be fully healed in about a week. Compared to the excitement of Gao Dashu and his daughter, Feng Lingyu remained much calmer. After all, she was confident that she could cure Gao Dashu. This ailment had troubled Gao Dashu for years, so he was grateful just to be healed. Applying the ointment on time was something he would never forget. Feng Lingyu was actually quite pleased as well. Once she went to the countryside, she would need someone trustworthy to keep an eye on things in the capital. Gao Dashu's leg healing saved her the trouble of finding someone else. After some discussion, Feng Lingyu began to inquire about Madame Zhang. Uncle Gao, do you know any specific details about Zhang Dafu's sister, Madame Zhang? I do know a bit. Madame Zhang's name is Zhang Suiyu. Her husband is the deputy director of the second textile factory in the capital, and her brother Zhang Dafu has some connections with the Public Security Bureau. That's why she's always been arrogant. Also, she has a simple-minded son and has recently been looking for a wife for him. I suspect she's set her sights on you, which is why she sent Zhang Dafu. Gao Dashu said in a deep voice. To bring someone down, the first step was to dismantle their support. Uncle Gao, do you know where her home is? Her house isn't far from here. Turn at the innermost alley, and the one with the big elm tree at the door is hers. Xiaoyu, why are you asking about this? Gao Dashu was somewhat puzzled. You'll know tomorrow. Feng Lingyu didn't plan to tell Gao Dashu about her intention to visit the Zhang residence at night. Since you have your own plans, then I won't ask further. Gao Dashu felt relieved. The young miss was now capable of handling things on her own, and he had no worries. Gao Xiaodao, standing nearby, didn't overthink things. She was now completely devoted to the young miss, believing Feng Lingyu to be the most remarkable person in the world. Uncle Gao, since your leg is almost healed, let me tell you about the arrangements going forward. Feng Lingyu said solemnly to Gao Dashu. After Xiaodao and I go to the countryside, Uncle Gao, you'll stay in the capital to gather information for me. That way, I'll know immediately if anything changes. Otherwise, by the time news travels from here to the countryside, who knows how long it will take. Feng Lingyu said seriously. No matter what, having access to first-hand information was crucial. It at least ensured she wouldn't be caught off guard. Gao Dashu understood the importance of this and nodded firmly. All right, no matter what news comes, I'll let you know right away. Feng Lingyu continued, I don't know how long it will be before I return after going to the countryside, and I don't want to suffer through a hard life. So I need a visible source of income. I receive a martyr's pension every month. Uncle Gao, you can send Xiaodao and me a package each month. That way, if I take out some good things, there's a reasonable explanation. Don't worry about money or ration tickets. I'll send them to you regularly. All right, I understand. Gao Dashu didn't refuse. He knew that the young master must have left plenty for the young miss, and she lacked nothing in terms of money. Besides, he would be working by then and could contribute as well, ensuring the young miss wouldn't have to endure hardship. We'll be leaving in at most half a month to a month. It's cold in the northeast, so we'll need to prepare thick cotton-padded clothes and quilts. But you don't need to worry about those. Uncle Gao, I'll take care of them. Gao Xiaodao didn't think much of it after hearing this. In her eyes, she belonged to the young miss, and whatever the young miss gave her, she would accept. She knew she wasn't clever, but she would follow the young miss's orders well and do whatever was asked of her. After settling these matters, Feng Lingyu told Gao Dashu to rest well and then went home. Chapter 27, Night Visit to the Zhang Residence. Sueyu, what do you think we should do about our son's situation? I'm thinking, if we really can't find a suitable girl in the city, let's just forget it. There are plenty of people in the countryside selling their sons and daughters just to survive. Deputy Factory Director Zhang lay in bed, enjoying Zhang Sueyu's massage, speaking slowly. Hearing this, Zhang Sueyu immediately objected, glaring as she said, Who says that? I'm determined to find a city girl for my son. Those country bumpkins aren't worthy of my son. After saying this, as if remembering something, she smiled and added, Don't worry, I've already found a good girl for my son. Today she had her brother go cause trouble for that family. In a few days, that little wretch would surely come begging to her. When that happened, she would make that little wretch's life a living hell. Seeing Zhang Sueyu so confident that she had indeed found someone, Deputy Factory Director Zhang didn't question it, assuming she had really found a decent girl. In truth, Deputy Factory Director Zhang's thinking was that finding an ordinary girl for his son would be fine. That way, when the two of them grew old, they might still be able to get by. If they found someone too pretty and scheming, could his son even hold on to her? Forget it. He wouldn't think about it anymore. Time to sleep. Deputy Factory Director Zhang lay down and fell asleep, while Zhang Sueyu, who had been waiting for his response, was furious. Sleep, all you know is sleep. You don't even care about your own son. Zhang Sueyu lay down beside him and went to sleep as well. Before long, Zhang Sueyu felt a haze come over her, and then she knew nothing more. Feng Lingyu, hiding outside the door, saw that the sleeping smoke had taken effect and walked in without any hesitation. This sleeping smoke was something she had found in a medical book in her space. It was colorless and odorless, and just a little bit would make anyone who smelled it fall into a deep sleep for at least 6 hours. Feng Lingyu first swept the courtyard with her psychic power and noticed something buried near the corner wall. I'm exhausted. Let's see what good stuff is in here. She clapped her hands and looked at 2 pitch-black boxes with some exasperation. Opening the 2 boxes, she saw that one contained several porcelain vases. Feng Lingyu didn't know much about antiques, after all. In her previous life, she had started out as a poor student and never had the chance to learn how to identify them. Later, during the apocalypse, everyone was struggling just to survive. Who would bother collecting antiques? Zombie cores were what everyone fought over. Even though she didn't understand them, Feng Lingyu still put the vases into her space. Anything hidden away like that couldn't be just ordinary porcelain. The other box didn't disappoint her either. It was filled to the brim with small gold bars. Jackpot. Feng Lingyu waved her hand and stored them all in her space. In the Zhang couple's bedroom, Feng Lingyu was searching high and low. How could a deputy factory director have antiques and gold bars at home? She didn't need to think twice to know something was fishy. Feng Lingyu planned to search thoroughly to see if she could find evidence of deputy factory director Zhang's corruption and bribery. As for the cash and coupons she found, she left them untouched. By nature, Feng Lingyu would normally take everything without leaving a trace, but she needed to leave behind some evidence of corruption. With this unexplained money, he wouldn't be able to talk his way out of it even with 10 mouths. Finally, just as Feng Lingyu was about to give up, she discovered a box hidden on the roof beam. Hidden so carefully, it had to be something important. Opening it, she found that it contained a ledger detailing Deputy Factory Director Zhang's years of selling off the factory's fabric on the black market. Every transaction was recorded in detail. Hard work paid off. Fortunately, Feng Lingyu hadn't given up. With this ledger, the Zhang family was finished. Without Deputy Factory Director Zhang as their pillar, Zhang Dafu and Zhang Suiyu, brother and sister, were no longer a threat. Feng Lingyu restored the scene to its original state, looked at Zhang Suiyu sleeping in bed, and sneered, "Treasure your last night well. You won't have another chance." With that, Feng Lingyu turned and disappeared into the night, her figure quickly vanishing from sight. Chapter 28. The Zhang family's downfall. The next morning, the entrance of the second textile factory in the capital was bustling with noise and activity. It was just the time for work, so there were many people at the gate. Feng Lingyu had disguised herself, transforming into a handsome young man, and carefully observed the passers-by. Just moments ago, she had chatted with the old gatekeeper and extracted quite a bit of information from him. The second textile factory was also divided into factions. The factory director had been appointed from above, essentially an outsider, and currently held very little real power. The leadership, led by Deputy Director Zhang, was not very submissive to him and often disobeyed his orders. So Feng Lingyu had decided to hand over the evidence in her possession to this factory director. He should be the one most eager to see Deputy Director Zhang fall. Director Zhao went to work as usual that day. Thinking about another day of being sidelined, he couldn't help but sigh. Full of ambition but unable to realize it, he felt stifled. If only he could rid the factory of that group of parasites. Just as he reached the factory gate, someone bumped into him head-on. Director Zhao was knocked backward, and the things in his hands scattered all over the ground. "Hey you!" Bumping into someone without even apologizing and running off so fast. Director Zhao muttered as he crouched down to pick up his belongings. After tidying up, he didn't delay and walked into the factory. At that moment, the disguised Feng Lingyu stepped out. Watching Director Zhao's retreating figure, she smiled and said, "You'll thank me for that bump. I hope you won't let me down. Be a good factory director." Director Zhao sat at his desk as usual and opened his work bag. As he was pulling out documents, he noticed an extra letter. Thinking about the collision just now, Director Zhao was no fool and naturally understood that someone was passing him a message. He opened the envelope and found only a small booklet inside. After carefully examining it, Director Zhao's hands began to tremble slightly. This booklet contained evidence of Deputy Director Zhang and his cronies embezzling state assets. With this, he could uproot Deputy Director Zhang's entire faction. Heaven helps me. Heaven helps me. Ha ha ha. Director Zhao's face flushed red with joy as he laughed heartily. Director Zhao also wondered if the person behind this had some ulterior motive in handing him the evidence. But then he thought, someone capable of obtaining evidence of Deputy Director Zhang's crimes couldn't be an ordinary person. It was likely that Deputy Director Zhang had offended someone he shouldn't have, and that person, unwilling to act directly, had passed the evidence to him. Packing up his things, Director Zhao dared not delay any longer. He had to report to his superiors immediately, leaving Deputy Director Zhang no time to struggle. He needed to crush him and secure a conviction as quickly as possible. At the Zhang residence, Zhang Suiyu was tidying up the house when she suddenly heard Zhang Dafu's voice outside. As soon as she opened the door, Zhang Dafu stormed in angrily. "Sis, how could you set me up?" Zhang Dafu said discontentedly. "When have I ever set you up? I dote on you. Yesterday I told you to go cause trouble for the Gao family. What happened?" Hearing this, Zhang Dafu grew even angrier. "You dote on me? If you dote on me, why didn't you tell me that girl knows Director Zhang of the Public Security Bureau? I'm just a menial worker there. You're trying to get me fired." Zhang Suiyu was shocked, twisting the handkerchief in her hands repeatedly. "How's that possible? The Gao family knows the Public Security Bureau director." Seeing her reaction, Zhang Dafu's chest heaved with anger. "How is it impossible? Are you sure you investigated properly? That girl has delicate skin. Could she really come from an ordinary family?" I really didn't know. I thought she was just an ordinary girl. So what do we do? She won't actually go and complain to Director Zhang, will she?" At this point, Zhang Suiyu was also scared. If she got her brother fired, her mother would skin her alive. Why don't we go apologize to them now and say everything was the matchmaker Wang's doing? She took my bribe, so she won't dare say anything. Zhang Dafu said darkly, forget it. I didn't really do anything yesterday, so it probably won't amount to much. Just as the siblings were blaming each other, another commotion came from outside. Already in a bad mood, Zhang Suiyu answered the door with no kindness. Who is it? The people outside were police officers sent to conduct a search. Seeing Zhang Suiyu's attitude, they immediately felt that this family was indeed as arrogant as the rumor said. We are from the Capital City Public Security Bureau, ordered to search for evidence of Deputy Director Zhang's corruption and bribery. Comrade, please cooperate with our work. Zhang Suiyu was greatly alarmed, her eyes starting as she said, what evidence do you have? Where is my husband? I want to see him. Comrade Zhang has been placed under surveillance. Comrade Zhang Suiyu, I formally inform you that your brother, Zhang Dafu, has long assisted Deputy Director Zhang in embezzling state property. As someone who knew of this and failed to report it, you are both under formal arrest. Please cooperate with our work, or your sentence will be increased. The officer outside declared sternly. When Zhang Dafu heard what the police said, he tried to flee. But how could he outrun officers accustomed to chasing criminals? He was quickly apprehended. Zhang Suiyu collapsed to the ground in despair, unable to believe it. How is it all over? How could it be? Chapter 28, Organizing the Planting Space. Feng Lingyu was unaware of everything happening at the Zhang family. At this moment, she was comfortably staying in her own space. Whether before the apocalypse or now, this was a rare moment of leisure. She brought out a lounge chair and lay on it, enjoying this brief tranquility. Although there were many supplies in the space, most of them had been collected from modern times and were not suitable for use in this era. Therefore, Feng Lingyu still needed to gather more supplies during this period. Moreover, once she actually went to the countryside, some things might not be available in remote areas. Perhaps everyone who had experienced the apocalypse had a hoarding habit. Feng Lingyu always felt that she needed a lot of things to feel secure. Moreover, the land and hillsides in the space were still empty. Having been here for so many days, she had been busy investigating the truth behind her original body's death and hadn't had time to fill the space yet. The space already had vegetable and grain seeds, so Feng Lingyu didn't need to spend extra time looking for them. However, she was severely lacking in various common types of meat. Although mutated animal meat could restore supernatural abilities, its texture was far inferior to that of normal animal meat. Therefore, before going to the countryside, Feng Lingyu needed to buy some chickens, ducks, geese, as well as commonly eaten animals like pigs, cattle, and sheep to keep in the space. It would be even better if she could get a dairy cow. Before the apocalypse, Feng Lingyu was a milk lover who had to drink 2 large bottles of milk every day. But let alone a dairy cow, even getting an ordinary cow was difficult at this time. In this era, the country had almost no industrial capacity, so cattle were important production tools for farming. Every production team treated their cattle as treasures, who would kill a cow for meat. Feng Lingyu decided to first plant the land in the space. The Feng family head had left some seeds in the space, but ancient grain yields were so low that Feng Lingyu didn't need to plant those old seeds. During the apocalypse, Feng Lingyu collected everything she saw into her space, thinking that if she didn't take them, they would just go to waste outside. She had also visited many seed shops. The space itself was a small world, and as its owner, Feng Lingyu could use her mental power to control everything inside. So, with a single thought, various vegetables and grains were automatically sown. According to the time flow in the space, these grains could basically mature once a month, while vegetables could grow a batch in just a few days. Looking at the filled land, Feng Lingyu felt a deep sense of reassurance, a feeling that only those who had experienced extreme hunger could understand. At the beginning of the apocalypse, Feng Lingyu was just an ordinary college student. She had panicked and even fought with wild dogs for food out of hunger. On the hillside, Feng Lingyu decided to plant various fruit trees, for which she also had seeds in her space. Apples, pears, coconuts, peaches, plums, and so on. She had all the common fruits from modern times, as she had traveled across the country for her black iron broadsword. Oh, and strawberries, watermelons, and cantaloupes. These were Feng Lingyu's favorite fruits, so she had collected many seeds and stored them in her space, thinking that if the apocalypse ever ended, she could plant them. Who would have thought that the seeds would indeed be planted, just in a different world? Feng Lingyu also didn't waste the empty space in the yard. She planted a few grapevines, planning to build a grape trellis in the yard once the vines grew long. The space wasn't very large at the moment, and she still needed to set aside some land for raising animals, so she didn't plant too many grains and vegetables. When the space had brought her back to life through rebirth, it had consumed a lot of spiritual energy. She had promised the Feng family head to restore the space, which required Feng Lingyu to do a lot of farming. Because the spiritual energy in the space itself came from the plants inside, when Feng Lingyu first opened the space, it was empty and its area had become very small. All the grains planted in the land had dissipated because they had provided too much spiritual energy to the space. Now, Feng Lingyu could only restore the space to its original state by continuously farming. Chapter 30. A big shopping spree at the supply cooperative. Feng Lingyu still had many ration tickets left unused. She pulled out all the tickets she had and divided them into 2 piles. One pile consisted of tickets that were about to expire. These needed to be used up before she went to the countryside. The other pile contained tickets that were still valid for a long time and didn't need to be used urgently, especially the national grain tickets issued by Feng Dingbang and his wife. These were hard currency and would be saved for later use. After organizing them, Feng Lingyu had a clear plan. She was ready to go out for a big shopping spree. There weren't many people at the supply cooperative today, which made it convenient for Feng Lingyu to shop. Feng Lingyu went to the pastry counter and spoke softly to the saleswoman sitting behind the counter knitting. "Comrade, hello. Please weigh out 10 jin of each type of pastry for me." Upon hearing Feng Lingyu's words, the saleswoman looked her up and down and asked incredulously. Feng Lingyu pretended to be naive and said, "Sister, there are many people in our village and they all want to taste the pastries from the city. If I take them back and share them, each family won't get much at all." Hearing Feng Lingyu's explanation, the saleswoman believed her. It was summer harvest time in the countryside, so it was possible that the village had sent someone out to buy supplies collectively. Packing 10 jin of each pastry was a big task. Seeing this, Feng Lingyu handed over a handful of fruit candies and said, "Sorry to trouble you, sister. These candies are for you to sweeten your mouth." The saleswoman accepted the candies and thought to herself, "This one knows how to handle things." She became even more diligent in packing. "Sister, the villagers also asked me to bring back other things. Since you'll be busy here for a while, I'll go buy the other items first so I don't waste time. My father is waiting for me outside." Feng Lingyu said timidly, her eyes wide, as if she felt embarrassed to make such a request. "No problem, go ahead. Come back to pick them up later." With the saleswoman's approval, Feng Lingyu went to other counters for her big shopping spree. She reused the same excuse she had just used. Why was she buying so much? Where did she get the money and tickets? Oh, she was buying them for the villagers. A village had at least a few hundred people. Was it strange to buy so many things? Of course not. So, using this excuse, Feng Lingyu began a frenzy of buying. Buying. 5 heavy cotton quilts, each weighing 8 jin. 1 bolt of each suitable fabric. All kinds of candies, buy them. Little ta-like sweets. Malt extract, brown sugar, white sugar, buy them. Feng Lingyu was like a hamster that had fallen into a rice jar, happily shopping at every counter in the supply cooperative. But Feng Lingyu wasn't foolish. She bought things in moderation so as not to arouse suspicion. Farmers probably didn't save up many tickets over the course of a year, so this amount was just right. It looked like a lot only because there were many different types. When divided by the number of people, each person wouldn't get much, so no one would be envious. After buying each batch of items, Feng Lingyu would make an excuse to go outside and put them on her father's cart, but in reality, she would hide and store them in her space. After doing this several times, Feng Lingyu felt she had bought enough and returned to the pastry counter. Her pastries had already been packed and were neatly stacked on the counter, looking quite impressive. "Sorry for the trouble, sister. I took so long because there were really too many things to buy," Feng Lingyu said apologetically. The saleswoman, remembering the candies she had been given earlier, didn't say much. She handled the transaction formally, took the money and tickets, and let Feng Lingyu leave. As Feng Lingyu carried the 100 jin load of pastries out alone, the people around her were stunned. Hey, no wonder they sent a young girl to do the shopping. With that strength, she's worth 3 people. Feng Lingyu carried the pastries to a secluded spot, slipped into her space. She couldn't buy too many things in one place, it would be too suspicious. So she needed to change her appearance and go to another supply cooperative in a different area. In fact, Feng Lingyu hadn't even used her original appearance earlier. When she came out of the space again, she had transformed into a hunched-back old woman. Damn it, where did she go? I told you to follow that fat sheep, and you lost her. Boss, it's really strange. We followed her, but when we turned around, she was gone. Could we have run into a ghost? In broad daylight, what nonsense are you talking? Forget it, that woman was lucky. Let's go. Watching the group walk away, Feng Lingyu slowly came out, still in the guise of the old woman. Little punks, trying to rob your auntie. If I didn't have things to do today, I'd teach you a lesson about what it means to rob a robber. And so, by disguising herself in various identities, Feng Lingyu visited all the large and small supply cooperatives in the capital, spending every last ration ticket she had. Chapter 31. Danger in the Black Market. It had to be said, money in this era was truly valuable. Feng Lingyu had spent less than 1,000 yuan in total today, and that was even after buying a watch. The original owner's flashy Rolex had been stored away in the space as a collectible. For daily use, she needed something ordinary that wouldn't draw attention, so Feng Lingyu had bought a watch instead. Looking at her purchases for the day, Feng Lingyu still felt it wasn't enough. This was only the 1960s. Although this world was somewhat different from the one she had originally come from, what if the trajectory of development was similar? Then she would be stuck in the countryside for a long time. As for returning through the worker-peasant-soldier student program, Feng Lingyu had never considered it. She still wanted to take the college entrance exam properly. That would be the right time for her to come back and make her move. It was difficult for Feng Lingyu to buy large quantities of supplies through normal channels. It seemed she would have to make a trip to the black market. Having made up her mind, Feng Lingyu decided to first scout out the black market. Just as she reached the entrance of the black market alley, she was stopped by a short, wiry man. "Are you buying or selling?" the skinny monkey asked directly, without beating around the bush, guessing that the middle-aged woman before him was probably a first-timer. Feng Lingyu initially thought her disguise had been seen through, but upon hearing this, she guessed he was likely the lookout at the black market entrance. A fawning smile appeared on Feng Lingyu's face. "Young man, is there some rule about buying and selling?" Hearing this question, the skinny monkey knew she was completely clueless. He glanced sideways at Feng Lingyu and said, "You don't know anything and still dare to come to the black market? Auntie, you've got some nerve." Feng Lingyu gave an awkward smile. "It's just that my family is really short on food, so I came here to try my luck." But he didn't make things difficult for her and continued, "Both buying and selling here require a fee. The brothers managing this place have to make a living, right? It's not much, 2 cents for buying, a bit more for selling, 5 cents. I'm here to buy." Feng Lingyu quickly pulled out 2 cents, which earned her a bit of respect from the skinny monkey. Many people hesitated when they heard they had to pay, but they didn't stop to think, without these people maintaining order, could this place stay so stable? After taking the money, the skinny monkey pointed into the alley. "Go on in. When you're done buying, leave through the other exit." With that, he slipped back into the shadows. The black market wasn't as bustling as Feng Lingyu had imagined. Everyone had their faces tightly covered, afraid of being recognized. Whether buying or selling, people left quickly once they achieved their goal. No one loitered, no one spoke loudly. Everyone completed their transactions in silence. Looking at the situation before her, Feng Lingyu felt a bit troubled. She wanted to buy in bulk, but these individual sellers could hardly meet her needs, and it would be very time-consuming. She had to get in touch with the black market boss. Judging by how this market was managed, the person behind it seemed capable and of good character. Moreover, Feng Lingyu needed to find a way to sell the vegetables, grains, and other supplies grown in her space. If only she could cooperate with the boss here. Just as Feng Lingyu was deep in thought, a familiar voice rang out, "Cops are coming, run." It was the skinny monkey. At his words, everyone began to scatter in all directions. Feng Lingyu was a first-timer here and wasn't familiar with the roads. Under everyone's watchful eyes, she couldn't just disappear into her space. Even though Feng Lingyu was used to big scenes, she felt a bit panicked at this moment. Fortunately, she was fast and small, quickly reaching the front of the fleeing crowd. In just a few moments, Feng Lingyu had vanished from sight. Those behind gritted their teeth and ran as hard as they could. Once they got out of this alley, they'd be safe. Ahead were 3 forks in the road, and she had no idea where they led. Feng Lingyu steeled herself and, without thinking, dashed into the leftmost alley. The sound of pursuit came from behind. Just as Feng Lingyu was about to hide in her space, a hand suddenly reached out from the darkness and pulled her into a courtyard. Once inside the courtyard, Feng Lingyu immediately yanked the person out and pinned them down. Just as she was about to interrogate them, she saw their face and was startled. Chapter 32. The Brother Who Saved Her. Feng Lingyu was startled, and her hand unconsciously tightened. "Ouch, that hurts, that hurts. Little sister, I kindly saved you, but you shouldn't repay kindness with enmity like this." This man was the same big brother who had spoken up at the state-run restaurant. Recognizing the familiar way of speaking, Feng Lingyu quickly let go and said awkwardly, "I'm sorry, I thought you were a bad person." Wang Mingwei brushed the dust off his clothes and got up from the ground, saying casually, "Little sister, it's not your fault. I didn't explain myself before pulling you in." Feng Lingyu carefully looked around the yard and noticed it was clearly a house that had been vacant for a long time, not like someone lived there. She hesitated, not fully trusting Wang Mingwei. "I don't even know your name, big brother. How did you suddenly appear and save me?" Wang Mingwei paused his dusting motion and smiled. Little sister, I recognized you as soon as you walked in from the alley. With your outfit, anyone who frequents the black market could spot you right away. I wasn't planning to bother you, but I saw it was your first time here and you couldn't find your way, so I thought I'd help you out. My name is Wang Mingwei. What's yours, little sister? My name is Feng Lingyu. Brother Wang, I can't thank you enough for your kindness. I'm truly grateful this time. Feng Lingyu cupped her hands in thanks to Wang Mingwei. Even though she could have escaped on her own, the fact remained that he had saved her. I'm curious, little sister, did you come to the black market to buy or sell? I noticed you've been here a while without making a move. Wang Mingwei paused, then added, maybe I can help. Everything indicated that Wang Mingwei was very familiar with this place. Judging by his demeanor, he wasn't an ordinary person, and he might be able to make an introduction. Brother Wang, you seem to know the black market well. Do you happen to know the person in charge here? I have some business I'd like to discuss with him. Feng Lingyu tested the waters. Hearing this, Wang Mingwei raised an eyebrow. He had assumed Feng Lingyu was just looking for some hard-to-find items and thought he'd help her out one more time since he took a liking to her. He never expected she wanted to discuss business. This girl was as unpredictable as ever. When it came to business, Wang Mingwei immediately turned serious. What kind of business do you have? Tell me about it. If it's feasible, I'll take you to see our boss. The 3-year natural disaster hadn't been over for long, and grain was life itself, the most sought-after hard currency of the time. If they had grain, the black market in the capital could be theirs to dominate. As for fruit, it was just a nice extra, only good as a gift. No one would buy fruit when they couldn't even fill their stomachs. Faced with Wang Minghui's excitement, Feng Lingyu remained calm. I need to speak with your boss. Wang Mingwei was a bit annoyed that he couldn't match a young woman's composure. Feng Lingyu followed Wang Mingwei into one of the rooms. He lightly knocked on the wall, and a small opening appeared. Entering the passage, she followed Wang Mingwei through a series of twists and turns. When they emerged, Feng Lingyu realized they were back at the original entrance to the black market. A rabbit has 3 burrows, Feng Lingyu thought to herself. Indeed, no one should be underestimated. The police searching for them would never think their targets were right under their noses. They arrived at an inconspicuous-looking door, and Wang Mingwei stepped forward to knock gently. Who is it? A voice came from inside. Soon, the door opened from within, and a head poked out. Seeing it was really Wang Mingwei, the skinny man said excitedly, Brother Wang, you're finally back. We were all worried you'd been caught. I'm fine. Is Master Feng in? I need to see him about something. The skinny man nodded eagerly. He's in. He was just talking about you. After getting a positive answer, Wang Mingwei turned to Feng Lingyu and said, follow me in. Watching them walk inside, the skinny man suddenly remembered, wasn't the woman Wang Mingwei brought in the same one who had asked him earlier? Could she actually be some big client? Realizing he had misjudged, the skinny man slapped his own head and hurried after them. Chapter 33. Doing Business with Master Feng. Along the way in, people kept greeting Wang Mingwei, showing that he held a high status or commanded great respect among the crowd. Master Feng, I'm back. Wang Mingwei announced loudly at the door of a room. A somewhat aged voice came from inside, come in. Wang Mingwei whispered a word of advice to Feng Lingyu before entering. The courtyard appeared ordinary on the surface, but Feng Lingyu could sense people hidden all around it. It seemed this organization was not a rabble, there was some discipline. Before long, Wang Mingwei came out. Come in. After Feng Lingyu entered, she saw an old man with graying hair studying her. His eyes were sharp and piercing, and an imposing aura rushed toward her. But who was Feng Lingyu? She had faced tens of thousands of zombies without flinching. This little show of force could not intimidate her. Seeing that Feng Lingyu was not afraid and even met his gaze directly, Master Feng understood she was not someone to be easily fooled. If this show of power had scared Feng Lingyu, he could have squeezed the price down. In business, it was either the east wind overpowering the west wind, or the west wind overpowering the east wind. My friend Mingwei has told me about you, young one. What kind of business do you want to discuss with me? True to his nature as a seasoned businessman, Master Feng effortlessly withdrew his imposing aura and invited Feng Lingyu to sit, as if the earlier intimidation had been her imagination. Feng Lingyu sat down without changing her expression. Master Feng is too kind. It's hardly a big business. You're too modest, young one. If grain doesn't count as big business, then what does? Master Feng poured her a cup of tea and continued, try my tea. Without waiting for her reaction, he went on, this tea was given to me by an old gentleman I met while traveling far and wide. I saved his life, so he gave me this tea, saying it was his family heirloom. When I met him, he was starving by the roadside. I only gave him a few steamed buns, and he handed me something he had treasured for years. Young one, in your view, what was grain worth at that time? Feng Lingyu did not answer directly. When life is on the line, what is a treasured heirloom worth? Exactly. Grain is life. Young one, I've said all this just to tell you, don't underestimate the profit your grain can bring. Master Feng, aren't you afraid I'm lying to you? How can you be so sure I actually have grain? Setting down his teacup, Master Feng smiled calmly. Afraid? Young one, I've roamed the world for years. If I couldn't read people, I'd have been eaten alive long ago. I do have grain and I can supply it to you regularly. But I have 3 conditions. Master Feng suppressed his excitement. He had thought it would be a one-time deal, but a steady supply was an unexpected windfall. First, the only person I'll deal with is Wang Mingwei. I trust only him. Second, I can only provide 5,000 jin of grain per month. No matter what, that amount is fixed and will not increase. Third, I call the shots in all our transactions. These conditions were undeniably harsh, and Master Feng hesitated for a moment. But 5,000 jin of grain every month. That was enough to expand their influence to other districts in the capital, bringing substantial returns. Master Feng was silent for a while before saying lightly, Young one, you're betting I'll agree, aren't you? Master Feng, these 3 conditions are just for my own safety. I'm alone and vulnerable, and the benefits my grain can bring you go far beyond mere money. At that, Master Feng understood that Feng Lingyu would not back down. Fine, I agree. But Mingwei still has other responsibilities. I'll assign someone else to work with him. Fine. Feng Lingyu raised an eyebrow and accepted. With the deal done, Wang Mingwei saw Feng Lingyu out. Sister, I wasn't wrong about you. Facing Master Feng without flinching, do you know how many grown men he scared pale? Maybe ignorance is bliss. By the way, Brother Wang, Master Feng said he'd assign someone else. Who is it? Just then, a man walked into the courtyard. He had decent features, but when he saw Wang Mingwei, a malicious smile spread across his face, instantly making him less appealing. As if recalling something, Wang Minghui's expression turned complicated. That man is him. Chapter 34, Everyone's Reactions. Feng Lingyu wanted to ask more, but the young man was already walking toward them. Wang Mingwei, what's the matter? You see me and don't even say hello? Who's this next to you? Don't just bring in any random cats and dogs. Master Feng was already 62 years old, and his health was far worse than before. The young man in front of him could be considered Master Feng's late-life child, born when he was over 40, so he had always been spoiled. Others knew he was Master Feng's son and would usually give him some face. Feng Chang, this is Master Feng's honored guest. It's fine if you say a few words about me, but don't offend the guest. Guest? What kind of big guest could a woman like her be? I say, Wang Mingwei, you might be willing to suck up to some dame like that, but I'm not. Hearing Wang Minghui's warning, Feng Chang was unimpressed. Feng Lingyu's face darkened. She hated men who looked down on women more than anything in her life. So she said coldly, from what young Master Feng says, it sounds like you look down on the business I'm handling? Feng Chang finally turned his gaze to the woman behind Wang Mingwei. You are. Master Feng just said he would arrange one more person to liaise with me. If that person is him, then Brother Wang, go tell Master Feng our deal is off. Feng Lingyu ignored Feng Chang and spoke directly to Wang Mingwei. Wang Mingwei hurriedly tried to go after her, but Feng Lingyu was firm in her stance and walked away without looking back. Seeing that he couldn't catch up, Wang Mingwei had no choice but to return and said angrily, do you know how much Master Feng values this deal? Go explain it yourself. Seeing Wang Minghui's reaction, even Feng Chang, as stupid as he was, realized he had messed up badly, but he still stubbornly said, I'll go myself, who are you to lecture me? In the study, after hearing Wang Minghui's account, Master Feng flew into a rage and hurled the teacup on the table to the ground. Feng Chang trembled in fear, barely managing to straighten his back as he walked in. Before he could even think of what to say, a cup came flying at him, scaring him so much he broke out in a cold sweat. With tears and snot streaming down his face, he said, your son admits his mistake, but I didn't mean it. It's all Wang Minghui's fault. He deliberately didn't clarify that woman's identity first, so I spoke rudely. Sensing Master Feng's scrutinizing gaze, Wang Mingwei quickly knelt down as well. Godfather, I am also at fault for not stopping it in time. Wang Mingwei didn't make excuses, but the implication in his words was telling. He admitted fault, but not for deliberately failing to clarify Feng Lingyu's identity, rather, for failing to stop Feng Chang's provocation. Everyone present was sharp enough to catch the meaning behind Wang Minghui's words. Feng Chang, however, was foolish and thought Wang Mingwei was begging for mercy. Dad, Wang Mingwei has had it out for me for a long time. He must have set me up on purpose. Those present were all people who had fought alongside Master Feng for years. Seeing Feng Chang's behavior, they silently shook their heads. He was unfit for any real responsibility. How could Master Feng, once a great hero in his youth, have such a worthless son? From the corner of his eye, Master Feng caught the expressions of the others, and the veins on his neck bulged with rage. You unfilial brat. I called you here today to give you a task, but you're this useless, and you even dare to slander your brother Minghui. Go kneel outside, kneel for 2 hours. After all, he was a late-life child, so Master Feng couldn't bear to punish him harshly. What was 2 hours? Back when they traveled far and wide, they had hidden in the woods for an entire day and night without daring to close their eyes just to avoid bandits. Spoiling a child is like killing them. Why couldn't Master Feng understand this principle? If this continued, it would only chill the hearts of his brothers. Li San was anxious. He had been with Master Feng for many years and truly didn't want to see him end up resented by his brothers. Dad, I didn't. Dad, Wang Minghui has bad intentions. He's wanted your position for a long time, so he set me up. Gag him and drag him out. Master Feng said furiously. Because of Feng Chang's words, the hearts of everyone present were stirred. If they had to choose between Feng Chang and Wang Minghui to take over Master Feng's business, it would undoubtedly be Wang Minghui. Over the years, Wang Minghui had always been steady in his work and had never made any major mistakes. This current deal was also brought in by him. In every aspect, he was far better than Feng Chang. His only shortcoming was that he wasn't Master Feng's biological son. But as an adopted son, that wasn't much of a difference. Watching everyone's reactions, Master Feng's eyes darkened. Chapter 35. A Thorn in the Flesh. After Feng Chang was dragged out, Master Feng looked at Wang Minghui, who was kneeling on the ground, and said, "Good child, get up. Your godfather believes you. Godfather, my sister and I grew up relying on you. I have always been grateful for your great kindness and would never dare to harbor any disloyal intentions." Wang Minghui's words were sincere. He had never thought of becoming Master Feng's successor. He knew Feng Chang had always disliked him, so his plan was that after Master Feng retired, if he was still needed, he would stay by Master Feng's side. If not needed, he would live a good life with his sister and stop getting involved in these matters. But Feng Chang had always regarded him as a thorn in his flesh, believing that he wanted to compete with him for Master Feng's position. Usually, Wang Minghui, out of respect for Master Feng, never bothered to argue with him. But today, Feng Chang had gone too far, trying to frame him. Thinking of this, Wang Minghui felt deeply pained. Master Feng walked over and helped Wang Minghui up, saying in a deep voice, "I know you are a good child. You have been with me since you were 8 years old, and even then, you were like a little adult. Over the years, you have helped me with many things. It is I who should thank you. Godfather, please don't say that." Wang Minghui's eyes reddened. He had always been deeply grateful to Master Feng. After comforting Wang Minghui, Master Feng, with reddened eyes, said to everyone, "All of you here have fought alongside me in building our enterprise. I know my favoritism toward Feng Chang has disappointed you. But Feng Chang is my only son. I can never bring myself to be harsh with him. Yet I promise you all, this is the last time. Please give him another chance. If he still doesn't learn his lesson, I will formally designate Minghui as my successor." Master Feng's words made many in the room nod. The trouble Feng Chang had caused this time was considered settled. But how many times could such a method of cashing in on goodwill be used? Everyone knew that Master Feng had been forced into this corner with no other choice. Upon hearing this, Wang Minghui quickly refused, saying, "Godfather, no. Your enterprise can only be inherited by Feng Chang." His gratitude moved even the veterans, including Li San. "Don't refuse for now. After all, I'm not dead yet. It's not your turn. But if Feng Chang truly proves unworthy, only you are qualified." With Feng Chang's matter settled, the group began discussing the cooperation with Feng Lingyu. "Master Feng, since Miss Feng only trusts Wang Minghui, perhaps we shouldn't add anyone else." Knowing this was a sign of dissatisfaction with Feng Chang nearly ruining the cooperation, Master Feng felt a shadow of gloom in his heart, but his face remained calm. Then, Minghui, from now on, set aside other matters and focus solely on handling Miss Feng's side. "If any problems arise, I will hold you accountable." Wang Minghui's heart was full of bitterness. His godfather was still displeased with him. On the surface, he had been given a good assignment, but in reality, it was a removal of his authority, cutting him off from core affairs. After the gathering ended, Master Feng sat alone in his study, looking at Feng Chang kneeling outside, his heart full of bitterness. This was the only son left to him by his wife, raised from babbling infancy to the present. How could he not cherish him, not love him? But Feng Chang, he was truly unworthy. He had originally wanted Feng Chang and Minghui to jointly handle this cooperation with Feng Lingyu. Minghui was a grateful child. For his sake, he would help Feng Chang, and this cooperation would surely go smoothly. With this achievement, he could then smoothly let Feng Chang take over part of his business. But he never expected that Feng Chang would offend Feng Lingyu the moment he arrived, and arrogantly try to frame Minghui, ruining all his plans. Recalling today's praise for Wang Minghui and the trust the others had in him, Master Feng slowly clenched his fists, his eyes dark and deep. Wang Mingwei could no longer be kept. As long as he existed, Feng Chang would never have a chance to rise. Chapter 36. Feng Lingyu's Plan. Feng Lingyu dropped her harsh words and walked straight out of the alley, not giving Wang Mingwei a chance to catch up and explain. On the surface, she seemed somewhat heartless, but in reality, when Wang Mingwei brought her to Uncle Feng's courtyard and she saw everyone's reactions, a plan had already formed in her mind. Compared to the unpredictable Uncle Feng, it was the loyal and righteous Wang Mingwei who suited her better as the head of the black market. The other subordinates in the courtyard all showed respect and trust toward Wang Mingwei, something no ruler would be happy to see. So Feng Lingyu deliberately proposed that she would only deal with Wang Mingwei, aiming to deepen Uncle Feng's wariness. As expected, Uncle Feng was unwilling to let Wang Mingwei handle things alone and wanted to assign someone else to share the credit. Originally, Feng Lingyu's plan was to later find an excuse to drive away that person, making Uncle Feng suspicious of Wang Mingwei and eventually get rid of him, causing their alliance to fall apart. But who would have thought that even fate was on her side? Uncle Feng's son turned out to be a fool, allowing her to carry out her plans smoothly without arousing suspicion. Tisk, tsk, tsk. If I ever have a son that stupid, I'd just sell him off. Feng Lingyu shook her head and strode away. Future little bun. Boo-hoo, mom wants to sell me. At the Gao residence, Gao Xiaodao was applying medicine to Gao Dashu's leg. Dad, Mrs. Medical skills are amazing. Your leg isn't swollen or red anymore today. Gao Dashu nodded, looking pleased. Yeah, my leg is much better now. Over the next few days, help me walk around the yard a bit more, and I'll be back to normal soon. Dad, I heard that everyone from the Zhang family was arrested. Do you think Miss did that? Gao Xiaodao asked cautiously. It must be her. Before she left, she told us not to worry and that she would handle it. Sigh, I haven't been able to help at all, and now she's solving our problems for us. Saying this, Gao Dashu regretfully tapped his leg. Feng Lingyu reached the Gao family's doorstep and happened to hear Gao Dashu's words. She said helplessly, Uncle Gao, why sell yourself short? Once you're better, you'll have plenty of room to act. Besides, the Zhang family's revenge was aimed at me in the first place. I'm the one who dragged you and Xiaodao into this. Gao Xiaodao's eyes lit up at the sound of Feng Lingyu's voice. She quickly called out, Miss, you're here. Come in and sit down. There's no need to be so formal between us. Uncle Gao, how are you feeling today? Feng Lingyu asked with concern. Seeing Gao Dashu's rosy complexion, the ointment must have been working. Miss, my leg no longer feels that bone-chilling cold. After applying the ointment, it's been slightly warm, and I can already walk a few slow laps around the yard. Mentioning his leg, Gao Dashu grew excited. He truly hadn't expected his leg to recover so well. In that case, as long as you keep up with the exercise, there shouldn't be any major issues. Just don't overdo it, add 2 more laps each day. Gao Xiaodao put her hands on her hips and said seriously, Miss, don't worry. I'll keep an eye on my dad and won't let him do anything reckless. Her behavior made both Feng Lingyu and Gao Dashu laugh. She was still like a child who hadn't grown up, full of childishness. By the way, Miss, how did you handle the Zhang family? The police arrested them all the next day. Thinking about the Zhang family's methods, Gao Dashu was still worried. After all, Feng Lingyu was still young, just 16. Feng Lingyu didn't hide anything and said directly, I got evidence of their corruption and bribery. If the young master knew how capable you are now, he could rest easy, Gao Dashu said with great relief. When faced with trouble, Miss not only had the courage to act, but also had strategy and a plan. She wasn't just reckless. She was already a qualified heir to the Feng family. Unfortunately, the Feng family had long since fallen apart. Uncle Gao, I didn't come just to check on your leg today. I also have something to tell you. Gao Dashu and Gao Xiaodao exchanged a glance and said seriously, Miss, go ahead. So Feng Lingyu recounted what had happened at the black market that day, leaving Gao Dashu and Gao Xiaodao stunned. Miss, you're way too bold. You went to the black market alone and even negotiated a deal with them. Gao Xiaodao shouted excitedly, not knowing which part to be more shocked about. Gao Dashu, who had seen many big scenes, still had a gleam in his eyes. You mean Uncle Feng will make a move against Wang Mingwei during this time? I've already laid the fuse. Even if Uncle Feng doesn't want to act, for the sake of his son, he'll have to, Feng Lingyu said confidently. Chapter 37. The Gao family discusses matters. Feng Lingyu said meaningfully, Uncle Gao, it's not enough for only you to stay in the capital. One person's strength is always limited. But the black market isn't just a place for speculation and profiteering, it's also where information flows the fastest. Gao Dashu's heart was somewhat conflicted. He hadn't expected Feng Lingyu to think so far ahead, even considering what would happen after she left the capital. Uncle Gao, I learned from Aunt Li, who takes care of me, about a man called Brother Liu. If we find him, We might be able to get some information about the people behind the scenes. But the capital is huge, and finding one person is like looking for a needle in a haystack. A few people alone won't be enough. I need more help. Although Feng Lingyu spoke the last few words softly, Gao Dashu could hear the determination in her voice. Gao Dashu said, but are you so sure about Wang Mingwei? What if he turns on you later? His young lady had only met Wang Mingwei twice. What if he harbored deceit in his heart and betrayed her later? Wouldn't all her efforts be wasted? From his actions these past few times, he truly seems to be a person who values loyalty and righteousness. And from how his subordinates treat him, it's clear that he's either a capable man or someone who cares for his people. Gao Dashu fell into thought. If that were really the case, then Wang Mingwei might indeed be a good partner to work with. Feng Lingyu narrowed her eyes. Besides, if I can cooperate with them, I can cooperate with others too. If I really misjudged him, the initiative will still be in my hands. Gao Xiaodao looked at Feng Lingyu with sparkling eyes. Miss, you're so smart. I wish I were as clever as you. Feng Lingyu felt a bit awkward under her gaze and quickly changed the subject. Uncle Gao, our first transaction is set for a week from now. By then, your leg should be mostly healed. You'll come with me. All right. But, miss, where did you get so much grain? Gao Dashu was a little puzzled. Feng Lingyu had long prepared an answer for this question. My father left some for me in a hidden place. He said he once saved someone, and that person has some connections, and will send me more regularly in the future. Gao Dashu didn't doubt this answer, because Feng Dingbang and his wife really did have a habit of saving people. Some turned out to be ungrateful wolves, but others knew gratitude. Thinking of that ungrateful one, Gao Dashu's expression darkened. Uncle Gao, where do you think would be a good place for the transaction? Gao Dashu had rarely gone out in recent years, and wasn't familiar with the outside, but Gao Xiaodao knew. She jumped up excitedly and said, I know. There's a grove behind the Zhang family's place. Usually, no one goes there even during the day, let alone at night. And now that the Zhang family has been arrested, it's definitely safe. Feng Lingyu turned to Gao Dashu again. Uncle Gao, I want you to come with me because you're still the one I trust the most. After I go to the countryside, only you will be in contact with Wang Mingwei. It's better for you two to get familiar with each other early. Gao Dashu said, I understand your intentions, miss. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Also, from now on, you and Xiaodao should change how you address me. It's not really appropriate these days. Just call me Xiaoyu from now on. Before Gao Dashu could speak, Feng Lingyu continued, some feelings are best kept in the heart. I believe my father wouldn't mind either. All right, Xiaoyu. From now on, I'll call you Xiaoyu. Sure enough, at the mention of her father, Gao Dashu said no more. Uncle Gao, just rest and recover well. I'll come back in a week. Since everything was settled, Feng Lingyu prepared to go home. She had been through quite a lot today and was tired. All right, Xiaoyu, you get some rest too. I'm fine here, don't worry about me. Having just changed how he addressed her, Gao Dashu was still clearly a little unaccustomed to it. Gao Dashu shook his head with a smile. Xiaoyu's personality was exactly like the young master's. She never had patience for people who hemmed and hawed. Chapter 38. He must not be let off. Wang Mingwei returned home under the cover of night. On the entire street, only his house still flickered with a faint light, and a trace of warmth passed through his heart. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Wang Mingwei, who had been dozing off at the table, jolted awake and slapped her head in annoyance. Oh no, I fell asleep again. Wang Mingwei pushed the door open, and a little girl with 2 braids rushed over to him. Brother, you're back. I heard the police went to arrest someone today. Are you okay? Wang Mingwei caught his sister with affection. All right, you have so many questions. Which one should I answer first? Wang Mingwei pouted. I was just worried about you. Your brother is fine. Next time something like this happens, just go to bed early on your own. Wang Mingwei patted his sister's head as a form of comfort. Hearing this, Wang Mingwei not only felt no reassurance, but was also reminded of a bad memory from last time. Her eyes reddened as she said, You're trying to brush me off again. Last time you said you were fine, but what happened? You got stabbed in the shoulder. It took months to heal. Brother, can you please stop doing such dangerous things? Let's find another way to repay Godfather, okay? I know, brother. Once I finish this current matter, I'll tell Godfather I'm quitting. Seeing the worry in his sister's eyes, Wang Mingwei felt uneasy too. He followed Uncle Feng not just to repay a debt of gratitude, but also to give his sister a better life. Yet seeing her live in fear every day made him feel like he had strayed from his original intention. Wang Mingwei made up his mind. Once Feng Lingyu's matter was settled, he would step down. If Uncle Feng ever needed him in the future, he would not hesitate to help. And perhaps Uncle Feng would even be happy to see him leave, Wang Mingwei thought with a self-deprecating smile. Meeting Wang Mingwei's bright eyes, Wang Mingwei nodded firmly. Yay! That's great. Brother, from now on, we'll both work regular jobs. It won't be worse than this. Go to sleep now. Seeing how late it was, Wang Mingwei urged her. Watching his sister's lively figure, Wang Mingwei strengthened his resolve. He couldn't delay any longer, he had to pull out early. Feng Lingyu was lying comfortably under the jujube tree in the yard, enjoying the cool air, completely unaware that the capable right-hand man she had her eye on was planning to run away. The jujubes are almost red. If I calculate the time, they should all be ripe before I go to the countryside. I'll pick them all, dry them into dried red jujubes, store them in the space, and take them to the countryside. These are great for replenishing blood. Feng Lingyu thought happily, her hoarder nature fully exposed. By the way, how are the crops in the space doing? She hadn't checked in a few days, so she slipped into the space. The main grains, rice, wheat, corn, and the like, had already grown quite large and were just waiting to head out. Their ripening time was a bit faster than she had expected. The vegetables were fully ripe and ready to be harvested. In comparison, the fruit trees were growing very slowly. They were only as tall as Feng Lingyu now and would probably take a few more months to bear fruit. However, fruits like watermelons and strawberries were growing quickly and would likely ripen soon. It really was true that the more land she cultivated, the more the space would recover, the more spiritual energy there would be, and the faster the crops would grow. The grain in the space probably wouldn't be ready until she went to the countryside. For now, she would use the grain that the Feng family head had left in the space to cover the next transaction. Sigh. Thinking about this, Feng Lingyu felt a bit troubled. The land in the space was planted, but she still hadn't raised any poultry. She wanted to eat normal pork. She had been eating too much mutated animal meat lately. But at this time, buying live animals to raise in the space was really difficult. People in the city could only get meat from the meat processing plant with ration tickets, and even that required scrambling for it. Besides, the meat processing plant only sold slaughtered pork. There was no way Feng Lingyu could just ask for a live pig. Even if one were available, no one would sell it to her. No, she absolutely could not let Wang Mingwei off. Only if he became the head of the black market and she became his boss, could she buy whatever she wanted without worrying about being targeted for buying too much. Yes, this plan was perfect. Feng Lingyu nodded seriously. She would never admit that she was doing this just for food. She was mainly doing it to develop her own power base. That was it. Many years later, when the legendary boss Wang of the capital city unexpectedly learned that he had been targeted because Feng Lingyu wanted to eat meat, he was utterly speechless. Chapter 39. The deal goes smoothly. A week later, in the dead of night, in the small woods behind the Zhang family courtyard, Wang Mingwei had been waiting here for a while, but no one had shown up yet. He couldn't help feeling a bit anxious, worried that something had gone wrong with the deal. Just as he was growing impatient, some rustling sounds came from the grass not far away. Who's there? Wang Minghui's gaze sharpened instantly as he stared warily in that direction, every muscle in his body tensed like a leopard ready to pounce. Seeing Wang Minghui's alertness, Feng Lingyu marveled inwardly. This man's insight and keenness, no wonder Uncle Feng's operation had grown so big. Wang Mingwei must have played a key role. It's me. Since she had already been spotted, Feng Lingyu walked out directly. Wang Mingwei breathed a sigh of relief. Little sister, you scared me to death. I thought something had happened to you on the way. He then looked behind her, but saw nothing. Had something really gone wrong? Thinking this, he quickly asked, where's the grain? Was it stolen? Brother Wang, don't worry. The grain is on the other side, and my people are guarding it. I was also afraid that Uncle Feng might not keep his word, so I didn't dare bring the grain out directly. After all, I offended his son the other day, Feng Lingyu said outright. This was a precaution. If Uncle Feng harbored ill intentions, as long as there was no evidence of the crime, Feng Lingyu could still make a run for it, right? Wang Mingwei nodded in understanding, not expecting the girl to be so cautious. Feng Lingyu led Wang Mingwei to the hiding spot of Gao Dashu, who was keeping a vigilant watch around them. Uncle Gao, this is Wang Mingwei, the one I told you about. Then, turning to Wang Mingwei, she introduced, this is Uncle Gao. From now on, when I'm not around, he'll be the one handling contact with you. The two nodded at each other, acknowledging the introduction. But at the same time, they were both sizing each other up. Wang Mingwei had clear eyes and a tall build, looking like someone who disdained scheming. His sturdy frame suggested he had some martial skill. Gao Dashu nodded inwardly with satisfaction. The young lady had good judgment. If she could truly win over Wang Mingwei, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. Wang Minghui's first impression of Gao Dashu was that he seemed very shrewd. Though his body was somewhat lean, it couldn't hide the aura he exuded. Feng Lingyu was indeed no simple person, even her subordinates were hard for him to read. The grain is right here. 5,000 jin total, half rice and half wheat. Feng Lingyu pointed behind Gao Dashu. By the moonlight, Wang Mingwei saw over 20 bags laid out on the ground. At 200 Jin per bag, there should be about 25. Wang Mingwei was an old hand. He first confirmed the number of bags, then reached into one and pulled out some grain. Seeing it was indeed white rice, he nodded. The quality was good, no impurities mixed in. He then randomly checked a few more bags. Whether rice or wheat, the quality was top-notch. Meeting Feng Lingyu's gaze, Wang Minghui's face reddened. Little sister, I trust your character, but we still have to follow the proper procedures. It's better for both of us, isn't it? Brother Wang, you're joking. Let's just go through the steps. Feng Lingyu was very satisfied with Wang Minghui's way of doing things. He didn't let personal connections compromise the process. He was methodical and principled. That was the mark of a good leader. After all, if the boss started playing favorites, how chaotic would things get below? Wang Mingwei was the best kind of person. He kept his personal relationships separate and never treated collective interests as a joke. Seeing that Feng Lingyu didn't dawdle, Wang Mingwei was pleased. Alright, little sister, let's settle the payment. On the black market, this kind of refined rice sells for 4 maojin and wheat for 3 maojin. I only want half in cash. The other half, exchange it all for ration tickets. In truth, Feng Lingyu didn't lack money at all. She still had tens of thousands in her space. What she needed were ration tickets. But asking for all tickets would have seemed too strange, so she compromised. Wang Mingwei pulled out a stack of cash, counted it, and handed it to her. 875 yuan. Count it. As for the tickets, I'll give you all the ones I have on hand. Little sister, these tickets have expiration dates, so use them quickly. The national grain tickets you can keep, they're good anywhere. Appreciating Wang Minghui's goodwill, Feng Lingyu thought for a moment and then warned him, Brother Wang, I can tell Feng Chang has ill intentions toward you. If Uncle Feng turns against you because of his son, your situation will become dangerous. Unexpectedly, even an outsider could see his precarious position. Wang Mingwei forced a smile. I trust Uncle Feng. Feng Lingyu's gaze seemed to see through the hesitation in his heart, and Wang Mingwei felt a bit embarrassed. But soon, she looked away, and Wang Mingwei quietly breathed a sigh of relief. I've said my piece. As for whether you believe it, you already have your answer, don't you? If anything happens, come find me at the Gao family. With that, Feng Lingyu and Gao Dashu disappeared into the night. Chapter 40. Wang Mingwei in danger. After Feng Lingyu and the others had gone far, several more figures emerged from the woods. Brother Wang, you okay? What are you spacing out for? Skinny Monkey walked up to Wang Mingwei and patted him. Snapping back to reality, Wang Mingwei waved his hand and said, I'm fine. The deal went smoothly. Have the brothers carry the grain and leave. A few people quickly and neatly lifted the grain and walked out of the woods. Skinny Monkey, hands on his hips, said cheerfully, with this grain, we can expand our territory again. Let's see what that group in the West District does now, hehe. The black market in the capital was divided into 4 districts. Uncle Feng controlled the North District market. The people in the West District had always been at odds with the North District, and several conflicts had already occurred, with neither side willing to back down. Normally, Brother Wang would be happy to chime in when he heard this, but today he was unusually quiet. Skinny Monkey felt a bit puzzled. Skinny Monkey asked cautiously, Brother Wang, are you in a bad mood today? Or did something happen to Minghui? Wang Minghui's face darkened with exasperation, and he said irritably, what nonsense are you talking about, kid? I'm fine. Can your brother Wang have a moment of melancholy? With that, ignoring him, Wang Mingwei strode off. He still had to report back to Uncle Feng. Looking at the courtyard full of grain, Uncle Feng was filled with excitement. If he could really get this much grain every month, unifying the capital's black market might not be impossible. Uncle Feng, Mingwei, well done. How was Miss Feng's attitude? She wasn't angry, was she? Miss Feng didn't say much. She handed over the grain and left. She probably isn't still upset about what happened last time. Wang Mingwei knew that Uncle Feng was actually asking about Feng Lingyu's attitude toward Feng Chang's matter. It wouldn't be good if she was still angry. Sure enough, upon hearing the answer, Uncle Feng became even more delighted. Good, Mingwei. I'm very reassured by how you handle things. The people below were all beaming with joy and began to murmur among themselves. Brother Wang is really impressive. I heard Miss Feng was also brought in by him. That's right, that's right. Brother Wang has brought in a lot of business over the years. If you ask me, with Brother Wang being so capable, he should be the heir. As for Feng Chang, he's just mud that can't be plastered on the wall, someone whispered in complaint. Hey, don't say that. How many times has Uncle Feng had to clean up after Feng Chang? Don't you get what Uncle Feng is thinking? The whispers from below reached Uncle Feng's ears. His expression stiffened slightly, and he looked coldly at the crowd. Standing tall beside him, Wang Mingwei was superior to Feng Chang in every way. In truth, when Uncle Feng first adopted Wang Mingwei and his sister, he had valued Wang Minghui's abilities and intended to groom him as a helper for his son. But now, If the empire he built couldn't be left to his own son, then what good was it, no matter how great or vast? He had originally planned to wait until the cooperation with Feng Lingyu had been going on for a while before making a move. But seeing the current situation, if it continued, the people would only become more supportive of Wang Minghui. Having made up his mind, Uncle Feng returned to his usual demeanor and said with a smile to Wang Minghui, "It's late now. You must be tired. Go home and rest. Don't let Minghui worry." "All right, foster father. I'll head back now." Wang Minghui was indeed tired. It was already late at night. Summer nights always had bright moonlight, and walking along the road, there were even shadows. "Come out. You've been following me the whole way. What do you want?" Wang Minghui suddenly stopped, catching the person behind him off guard. But since he had been discovered, there was no need to hide anymore. 3 masked figures emerged from the darkness. One of them lowered his voice and said, "What do we want?" Your worthless life." With that, he pulled a dagger from his waist and charged at Wang Minghui. Wang Minghui reacted quickly. With one hand, he grabbed the person charging at the front and pulled him in front of himself as a shield, while with the other hand, he snatched the knife from the man's grasp. The remaining 2, seeing their companion being used as a shield, hesitated in their movements. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Minghui quickly disarmed them as well. Not giving them a chance to react, Wang Minghui knocked out the first man he had caught with a chop to the neck, then engaged the other 2 in a fight. Soon, the other 2 were no match for him and were forced to retreat. Just as the situation was turning one-sided, one of them gritted his teeth and pulled out a gun from his pocket. He didn't dare use it unless absolutely necessary, as the sound of gunfire would clearly attract the police. "Who are you? How do you have a gun?" Wang Minghui froze, cold sweat running down his back. "Since it's come to this, we'll let you die with your eyes open. Uncle Feng doesn't want to see you alive anymore." Perhaps confident of victory, the masked man generously revealed the truth to Wang Minghui. Wang Minghui's face twisted in pain. Uncle Feng really intended to kill him. The masked man let out a sinister laugh and slowly pulled the trigger. "Goodbye, Brother Wang." Several gunshots rang out in the dead of night, startling many sleeping people. A figure, leaning against the wall, slowly walked out of the street. Chapter 41. Treating Wang Minghui. At the Gao family home, Gao Xiaodao was applying ointment to Gao Dashu's leg. "Dad, your leg is already no different from an ordinary person's. But to restore your original strength, you'll still need to exercise more," Gao Xiaodao said as she spread the medicine. "I don't need you to tell me that. Don't you slack off on your own skills either. Don't end up needing Xiaoyu to protect you when something happens." "Gao Xiaodao, I know, I won't be lazy." Just as the father and daughter were chatting, a noise came from outside the door. Gao Xiaodao and Gao Dashu exchanged a glance. Who could be outside this late? Gao Xiaodao cautiously opened the door and looked around left and right, but saw no one. Thinking it was someone playing a prank, she was about to close the door when her foot seemed to bump into something. Looking closely, she saw a person lying on the ground. It was Wang Minghui. Gao Xiaodao gasped sharply. There was blood pooled everywhere. Gao Xiaodao quickly helped him up. Fortunately, she was strong. Anyone else might have struggled. "Dad, that Wang Minghui collapsed at our doorstep. There's blood all over the ground," Gao Xiaodao said as she supported Wang Minghui inside, speaking to Gao Dashu. Gao Dashu hurried over to help. After a careful examination, he discovered that Wang Minghui's wounds were gunshot wounds. "Xiaodao, go notify Miss immediately. This injury can't go to the hospital. I'll clean up the blood outside. Hurry, if we delay, he won't make it." "Okay, I'll go right now," Gao Xiaodao said seriously. Feng Lingyu was at home at that moment, preparing a late-night snack for herself. She hadn't even taken a bite when she heard Gao Xiaodao's voice, lowered to a whisper. "Xiaoyu, open the door." Feng Lingyu opened the door and saw Gao Xiaodao drenched in sweat, panting heavily. She must have run all the way. "Miss, that man named Wang Minghui has been shot. He's lost a lot of blood. Come to my place quickly, please." Feng Lingyu was shocked. She hadn't expected Uncle Feng to strike so soon and so ruthlessly. "Let's go." With no time to waste, Feng Lingyu immediately prepared to head out. "Almost forgot, we have a bicycle at home." Just as Feng Lingyu stepped out the door, she suddenly remembered, so she turned back and pushed a bicycle out of the storage shed. The bicycle was too big, it was the one Feng Dingbang rode. Feng Lingyu was small and struggled to ride it. She needed a women's bike, so it had been gathering dust in the storage shed. In truth, Feng Lingyu had all kinds of bicycles in her space, but she couldn't find an opportunity to bring them out. Gao Xiaodao led Feng Lingyu as they sprinted all the way. Fortunately, the streets were empty at night, or people would have been stunned by their speed. "Uncle Gao, how is he?" Feng Lingyu asked urgently as soon as she entered the Gao home. Seeing that Feng Lingyu had finally arrived, Gao Dashu breathed a sigh of relief. "Xiaoyu, he's lost a lot of blood and has a bit of a fever." Feng Lingyu nodded. With the spiritual spring water on hand, she felt some confidence. You two step outside for now. Let me take a good look at him. Make sure there are no traces left outside. Uncle Gao, go out and scout the situation. Gunshots can't have gone completely unnoticed. Uncle Gao, don't worry, I've already cleaned up the blood. No one will trace it back to us. I'll go out now and see what's happening. Inside the room, Feng Lingyu found that Wang Minghui's wound was on his right shoulder. She breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't a fatal spot. Feng Lingyu took out a set of surgical tools from her space. The conditions were crude, and she couldn't create a sterile environment, so this would have to do. Before long, a bullet was extracted with tweezers. Though the bullet had lodged deep, thankfully it hadn't hit the bone. Otherwise, Feng Lingyu couldn't guarantee that Wang Minghui's arm would recover fully. She found an anti-inflammatory pill from her space and used spiritual spring water to force it down his throat. That should be fine now. Once the fever broke, he'd be out of danger. What a chaotic night, Feng Lingyu sighed as she sat to the side, watching the sky outside grow pale. Dawn was almost here. Chapter 42 Open Conspiracy. Wang Minghui woke up from a haze, his mind feeling somewhat sluggish. Trying to sit up, he felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. Memories from the previous night flooded into his brain, and he realized he had been rescued. Just then, the door was pushed open, and a tall, sturdy man with delicate features walked in. Seeing him awake, the man's eyes lit up, and he shouted as he ran, "Miss, no, Xiaoyu, he's awake." Wang Minghui felt a bit disoriented. Judging by the voice, was this a woman? Feng Lingyu was drinking tea with Gao Dashu in the courtyard at that moment. Hearing that Wang Minghui was awake, she stood up and said, "Let's go see him." Against the light, Wang Minghui watched Feng Lingyu walk toward him step by step. She was a Feng Lingyu he had never seen before. This must be her true self. Cold, powerful, as if nothing in the world could catch her eye. Feng Lingyu spoke slowly, and then she became the Feng Lingyu Wang Minghui was familiar with again, as if the coldness just now had been his illusion. Wang Minghui said, "I'm fine now." "Who removed the bullet for me?" "Xiaoyu took it out for you. You collapsed at our doorstep last night, and we were all terrified," Gao Xiaodao replied. "Sister, great kindness requires no words of thanks. You saved my life. From now on, my life, Wang Minghui's, belongs to you." Wang Minghui's face was very pale from excessive blood loss, and his voice was weak. Feng Lingyu shook her head. "What would I do with your life?" "Then what do you want from me?" Wang Minghui said weakly. Having roamed the underworld for years, Wang Minghui was no fool. After waking up, he quickly pieced everything together. He just didn't know what he had that was worth scheming for, that Feng Lingyu had put him in such a difficult position from the very beginning. Recalling the conditions Feng Lingyu had initially proposed, he realized she had deliberately tried to sow suspicion between him and Master Feng. Later, she had intentionally kicked Feng Chang, Master Feng's planted man, out of the game, step by step turning Master Feng and himself into pawns in her hands. Still, Wang Minghui didn't blame Feng Lingyu. She had merely seen Master Feng's distrust of him and exploited it. But if Master Feng had truly trusted him, he wouldn't have developed murderous intent over such an obvious provocation. Wang Minghui laughed bitterly. He had planned to withdraw once his dealings with Feng Lingyu stabilized, but who would have thought Master Feng would want him dead? Feng Lingyu raised an eyebrow, knowing Wang Minghui had figured it out. But what she had done was an open conspiracy. She had never intended to hide it from him. Nor did she deign to use the favor of saving his life to make him work for her. She wanted his willing cooperation. She had only wanted him to see Master Feng's true face. Then he could decide for himself what to do. She hadn't expected Master Feng to be so ruthless as to want to eliminate him completely. "I need someone to help me with things. You're the best choice." Meeting Feng Lingyu's unwavering gaze, Wang Minghui knew she was telling the truth. Wang Minghui said, "Aren't you afraid you've misjudged me? Do you really trust your own judgment that much? Even if I misjudged you, so what? Even if the person I chose is a fool, I have the ability to help him build his own career. Besides, I do trust my judgment," Feng Lingyu said confidently. Wang Minghui extended his hand. "All right, I'm willing to follow you. Don't say it, but I took a liking to your temperament the first time I saw you." Feng Lingyu also extended her hand and shook Wang Minghui's. "Thank you for being willing to follow me." Seeing that Feng Lingyu had finally won over Wang Minghui, Gao Dashu and Gao Xiaodao were also delighted. The more cards Miss had in her hand, the more secure her safety would be. "By the way, this is Uncle Gao. From now on, when I'm not in the capital, he'll be the one to contact you. This is Xiaodao, Uncle Gao's daughter. She'll be going to the countryside with me later." Feng Lingyu introduced Gao Dashu and Gao Xiaodao to Wang Minghui. He was fine with Gao Dashu, having already met him during the grain transactions. But when facing Gao Xiaodao, Wang Minghui was clearly a bit awkward. He hadn't expected this tall person to actually be a woman. He had thought the guy looked rather delicate. Wang Minghui was very puzzled. If Feng Lingyu was going to the countryside, why did she still need him to handle things? Feng Lingyu said, "My going to the countryside is complicated. I'll explain it to you later. For now, the priority is to clean up after you." What exactly happened last night? Speaking of the previous night, Wang Mingwei grew somber. Last night, Master Feng sent 3 men to kill me. Normally, I could have handled them with my skills, but one of them had a gun. Are those 3 still alive? Feng Lingyu quickly asked the most critical question. Although Feng Lingyu had Uncle Gao clean up the bloodstains outside and sprinkle some odor-removing powder to prevent police dogs from tracking, the gunshots last night had already attracted the police. If those 3 were still alive and confessed, it would be bad for Wang Mingwei. Wang Mingwei shook his head. No. Once the gunshots rang out, I had no intention of letting them live. Hearing this, Feng Lingyu relaxed. That meant there were no lingering worries. Chapter 43. Picking someone up. Feng Lingyu knew that Uncle Feng had taken in Wang Mingwei and had raised him, so he owed him a debt of gratitude. This made it difficult for Wang Mingwei to handle the situation. Consider this me repaying his life-saving grace. From now on, if we meet again, we'll be strangers. If he still tries to harm me, I won't hold on to old feelings anymore, Wang Mingwei said firmly. You probably can't go home right now. Stay here and recover. Should I go pick up your sister and bring her here to take care of you? Wang Mingwei was also worried about his sister staying home alone, but he couldn't show his face yet. He was deeply moved that Feng Lingyu offered to bring her over. Sister, thank you. I'll stay here at Uncle Gao's to recover, and once I'm better, I'll repay you both. Wang Mingwei was sewing clothes at home when she heard noise outside, thinking her brother had returned. Brother. She opened the door excitedly, but seeing a stranger, she timidly hid behind it. But that person outside was way too good-looking. Someone this handsome probably wasn't a bad guy, she thought, sneaking another peek. Feng Lingyu couldn't help but smile at the girl's cute actions. She hadn't expected someone as rough as Wang Mingwei to raise such an adorable little girl. But it also proved that Wang Mingwei had protected her well. The girl behind the door cautiously poked her head out like a snail, asking softly, "Who are you?" Feng Lingyu said, "Your brother sent me to pick you up. He's injured." Though worried, Wang Mingwei forced herself to stay calm. "Why should I believe you?" Feng Lingyu took a pendant from her bag. "Your brother said you'd believe me when you see this." This pendant was a keepsake left by their parents. Her brother treasured it and never let it leave his side. Wang Mingwei finally believed her brother had sent her. She quickly asked, "How's he? Is he badly hurt?" "Not too serious, just lost a lot of blood. He needs time to rest. Wait for me. I'll pack my things and come." Wang Mingwei stepped aside to let Feng Lingyu in, then hurried to gather her belongings. Feng Lingyu found a seat. The room was cozy, clearly decorated by a girl, full of thoughtful touches. A piece of clothing lay on the table. Wang Mingwei must have been sewing there just now. Soon, Wang Mingwei came out carrying a large bundle. She smiled apologetically. "Sorry to keep you waiting. Let's go." Actually, Wang Mingwei had been quite fast. At first glance, Feng Lingyu thought she was just a well-protected girl. But now she saw that despite her worry about her brother, Wang Mingwei stayed composed, quickly organizing her thoughts and actions. At the door, Feng Lingyu paused, blocking Wang Mingwei's way. Her spiritual sense detected someone watching them, likely Uncle Feng's men sent to spy. "Someone's watching outside. Stay here for now. I'll call you when it's safe." With that, Feng Lingyu vaulted over the wall with swift precision. Wang Mingwei was stunned by her agility. She never thought someone could make climbing a wall look so graceful. Feng Lingyu landed outside, thought for a moment, then covered her face. Better not to reveal herself yet. She silently circled behind the lookout, who was still staring at the Wang family's door, completely unaware. "What are you looking at?" a voice asked. The man replied impatiently, "Hey, don't bother me. I'm busy." The voice persisted. "I asked, what are you looking at?" I said, "Mind your own." The man suddenly realized something was wrong and spun around, only to meet a fist. Feng Lingyu looked down at the unconscious man, speechless. Who hired such an idiot to keep watch? Chapter 44. The Life She Longs For. After dealing with the troublemakers outside, Feng Lingyu swaggered up to the Wang family's door, called for Wang Mingwei, and headed straight back to the Gao family. "Brother, are you okay? Are your injuries serious?" As soon as they arrived at the Gao family's place, Wang Mingwei saw Wang Mingwei sitting in the yard, soaking up the sun, and rushed over to him. "I'm fine. What about you? Did anyone come looking for you?" Wang Mingwei was also worried about his sister's safety. Wang Mingwei said, "Early this morning, someone came saying that Godfather sent him. He asked if you were home. I said you weren't, and he left." Wang Mingwei also called Uncle Feng Godfather, just like her brother. Actually, Feng Lingyu could understand why Uncle Feng hadn't touched Wang Mingwei. After all, the men he sent out last night had guns. No matter how skilled Wang Mingwei was, he couldn't outrun bullets. Uncle Feng probably thought Wang Mingwei was already dead. But those 3 men never returned to report, so he sent someone to check the situation. Seeing the grim expressions on everyone's faces, Wang Mingrui realized something was wrong. It was Godfather, wasn't it? I knew it. Brother, I warned you a long time ago. She was really angry. She had noticed Feng Chang's hostility toward her brother a long time ago. Unlike her brother, who was too optimistic and thought avoiding conflict would be enough, she had always urged him to step back. But he was just so stubborn. Was this what they meant by the player has no clue? Even his sister could see the danger lurking beneath the surface, but he himself. Wang Mingwei felt deeply guilty for making his sister worry again. You 2 siblings should stay here for now. Let's talk about everything after your injuries heal, Gao Dashu said from the side. Realizing she hadn't thanked everyone yet, Wang Mingrui quickly bowed to Feng Lingyu and the others. My name is Wang Mingrui. I'm 15 years old. Thank you for saving my brother. This is Feng Lingyu. From now on, she's my boss. The other 2 are father and daughter, Uncle Gao and his daughter Gao Xiaodao, Wang Mingwei introduced. Knowing that Feng Lingyu was her brother's boss, Wang Mingrui wasn't surprised. A pretty as capable as her should naturally be the boss. 3. Wang Mingrui greeted each of them in turn, and they got to know one another. Wang Mingrui was the youngest, only 15. Feng Lingyu was 16, the next in age. Sister Xiaoyu, Sister Xiaodao, Uncle Gao, Wang Mingrui said, changing how she addressed them. Gao Xiaodao quickly pulled Wang Mingrui up. We're all family now. It's only right. Wang Mingrui was short, just over 1.5 meters tall. Compared to Gao Xiaodao, who stood 1.8 meters, she looked like a little bean sprout. Gao Xiaodao grinned sheepishly and rubbed her head. Hehe, I eat a lot, so I grew tall. But Xiaoyu eats a lot too, and she doesn't grow. I don't know why. Wang Mingrui had never had many friends and was always alone. Seeing them get along so well made Wang Mingwei very happy. I love cooking. I'm really good at it. From now on, I'll cook for you all. Knowing that Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao enjoyed eating, Wang Mingrui was thrilled. She loved making delicious food the most. Then tonight, Mingrui, you can show us your skills, Uncle Gao said with a smile. We have vegetables and meat at home. Since Mingwei needs a light diet, I'll stew some bone soup for him. So, after asking Xiaodao where the kitchen was, Wang Mingrui went straight in to prepare dinner without any hesitation. Wang Mingwei wanted his sister to give Uncle Gao some money and ration tickets. He already felt bad about recuperating here. He couldn't let them provide meals for free. Gao Dashu naturally refused the money. A few meals are nothing. Just focus on recovering. Seeing this, Wang Mingwei didn't insist anymore and silently kept everyone's kindness in his heart. The sound of Wang Mingrui came from the kitchen. Unable to resist the aroma, Gao Xiaodao rushed straight in. Food's on the table. Gao Xiaodao came out with a dish in each hand. Soon, all the dishes were served. Everyone sat around the table. There was braised pork ribs with potatoes, braised pork, stir-fried greens, and a bowl of bone soup. 3 dishes and 1 soup, colorful, fragrant, and delicious. Don't be shy. Dig in. Brother, you can only have the soup. Wang Mingrui urged everyone to pick up their chopsticks. Delicious, so delicious. Gao Xiaodao's eyes narrowed with pleasure as she ate. Haha, slow down. No one's fighting you for it. On a summer night, accompanied by the chirping of cicadas, everyone sat together enjoying the food. This was the life Feng Lingyu longed for. Chapter 45, Brother Wang, will follow you. Skinny Monkey leaned against the wall, his eyes fixed on everyone entering the black market. Uncle Feng said that Brother Wang was killed while carrying out a mission. These past few days, the organization has been unsettled. Moreover, Feng Chang had started blatantly meddling in affairs, causing the brothers to grumble endlessly. In the past, with Brother Wang around, he would calm the brothers down. Now, their dissatisfaction could no longer be contained. Sigh. Was Uncle Feng about to single-handedly destroy the empire he had built? A shadow slowly approached, finally stopping in front of him. Skinny Monkey was shocked. Hadn't Uncle Feng said Brother Wang was dead? What was going on? This isn't the place to talk. Follow me. Meeting Skinny Monkey's gaze, Wang Mingwei lowered his eyes and said in a deep voice, Uncle Feng wants me dead. I escaped. Wang Mingwei had once saved Skinny Monkey's life, and the main reason Skinny Monkey stayed working in the black market was to follow Wang Mingwei. Learning that Uncle Feng was behind it, Skinny Monkey's face flushed red with anger. How could he do this? After all these years, with the brothers risking their lives, is he trying to kick us to the curb now? What a clever scheme. He wants to hand the position over to that fool Feng Chang. Does he think the brothers will just go along with it? Not to mention the past, but in recent years, because the black markets in other districts had expanded too quickly, Brother Wang had been running around day and night without rest. Wang Mingwei sighed and said firmly, I've decided to strike out on my own. Consider this me repaying Uncle Feng for saving my life. Brother Wang, I support you. I want to go with you. Skinny Monkey said solemnly. If Brother Wang hadn't saved him, Skinny Monkey would no longer exist in this world. Don't rush into a decision. Even though I'm striking out on my own, I'm still working for someone else. You need to think carefully. Following me might not bring you the same life you have now. In recent years, the black market had become increasingly strict, and with pressure from other factions, their lives hadn't been easy. Still, it was better than working a regular job, and they could get their hands on many rare items. Brother Wang, I've made up my mind about you. But since you've finally broken away from Uncle Feng, why would you still work for someone else? Skinny Monkey couldn't understand. With Brother Wang's skills, making a comeback was only a matter of time. Why would he want to pave the way for someone else? She has shown me kindness, and she's a capable person. I believe she won't let me down. Brother Wang, I trust you. I'll go find Wang Wu and the others right now. They'll feel the same way I do. Skinny Monkey nodded and turned to run. He had to quickly share this good news with Wang Wu. At that moment, Wang Wu and the others were gathered together, venting about Feng Chang. Pfft, that bastard Feng Chang had the nerve to order me around today, saying I shortchanged the money. Does he think I don't know? He's just trying to skim some cash for himself. With Brother Wang gone these past few days, he's been acting all high and mighty. He's just picking on us because we're usually close to Brother Wang. Enough, no need to get angry over an idiot. If he really can't stand us, there are plenty of other places that will take us. Wang Wu put an end to it. He truly didn't see the point in arguing. People from the West District had approached him several times before. But now, with Brother Wang gone, if that fool Feng Chang thought he could lord over them just because he was Uncle Feng's son, he was dreaming. When Skinny Monkey spotted Wang Wu and the others, he rushed over. Panting, he said, I finally found you guys. You little rascal, why aren't you keeping watch outside? What are you doing here? Wang Wu asked. Wang Wu and the others exchanged glances, seeing the joy in each other's eyes. Follow me. I'll explain on the way, Skinny Monkey said calmly, his tone serious. From Skinny Monkey, Wang Wu and his group learned the truth about Wang Minghui's death, and they were all furious. You're here. Seeing his brothers, whom he hadn't seen in days, Wang Minghui was also moved. His shoulder still hadn't fully healed, though his strength had somewhat recovered. But worried about the situation of the brothers close to him, he had discussed with Feng Lingyu and decided to come back and check on them once he was no longer too weak. Brother Wang, we know everything. We're willing to follow you. Looking at the concern in his brother's eyes, Wang Minghui's eyes glistened with tears. I haven't wasted all these years. Don't worry, I won't let you down. About a dozen people were willing to follow Wang Minghui, all of whom had always trusted him deeply. They understood that this Miss Feng would likely become their new leader. Feng Lingyu was sparring with Gao Xiaotao in the Gao family courtyard, with Gao Dashu occasionally offering a few pointers. Seeing Gao Xiaotao panting heavily after just a few rounds, Wang Minghui teased, Sister Xiaotao, you're so tall and strong, but you're already worn out. That didn't take long at all. Gao Xiaotao rolled her eyes in annoyance. You don't get it. Every move Xiaoyu makes carries inner force. It's only because it's me that I can last a few exchanges. Anyone else wouldn't even have a chance to fight back. Really? Sister Xiaoyu, you're that amazing. Wang Minghui felt even more admiration for Sister Xiaoyu. So beautiful, so skilled, was she a fairy descended from heaven? Feeling Wang Mingrui's intense gaze, Feng Lingyu was a bit overwhelmed. If Wang Minghui weren't such a soft and adorable girl, she'd think she was being ogled by a creep. Just as Feng Lingyu couldn't take Wang Mingrui's relentless admiration any longer, Wang Minghui returned. So when Wang Minghui came back, he was greeted by Feng Lingyu's beaming smile as she welcomed him in, leaving him a bit confused. Seeing Feng Lingyu looking at him as if he were her savior, Wang Minghui got goosebumps. Little sister, don't look at me like that. I haven't done anything special. It's only right, only right. Realizing Wang Minghui seemed to have misunderstood, Feng Lingyu's mouth twitched, and she returned to her usual demeanor. That's more like it. Earlier, you were so warm, little sister, I thought you'd been possessed. She was now certain that both siblings were not quite right in the head. Chapter 46, 3 Rules. Putting away his joking expression, Feng Lingyu asked seriously. Wang Minghui, Skinny Monkey and the others are all willing to follow me, 15 people in total. I've brought them all. These people might very well become her capable subordinates, so Feng Lingyu naturally wanted to see if they were useful. Skinny Monkey Wang Wu and the others followed Wang Minghui one by one into the Gao family courtyard. Seeing Feng Lingyu sitting in the courtyard drinking tea, everyone was stunned. They never expected that the Miss Feng brother Wang talked about was so beautiful. Although she was wearing a simple shirt, the fabric clearly wasn't cheap, and on her feet were the leather shoes only available at the foreign exchange store. What kind of rich young lady was this? Was Brother Wang a hero who couldn't resist a beautiful woman? Skinny monkey, you don't recognize me? Feng Lingyu said teasingly, looking at Skinny Monkey. How could I be lucky enough to know a great beauty like you? Skinny Monkey thought back, but truly couldn't remember ever meeting Feng Lingyu. This young man, is there any difference between buying and selling? Feng Lingyu mimicked the tone of the old woman Skinny Monkey had pretended to be when they first met. Skinny Monkey suddenly understood, and his expression changed. It's you. The old woman who was asking around. Weren't you negotiating a deal with Master Feng? Hearing this, Wang Wu and the others stared at Feng Lingyu, full of vigilance. Her red lips curled slightly, and Feng Lingyu said mockingly, the drinker's heart is not in the cup. What do you mean? Skinny Monkey asked anxiously, thinking she had some other motive. Amused smiles appeared on everyone's faces. They hadn't expected it to be a beauty appreciating a hero. Brother Wang was truly fortunate in love. Knowing they had misunderstood, Feng Lingyu calmly finished her sentence, ability to get things done. Everyone's inner thoughts. I was ready for something exciting, and this is what you give me? Wang Minghui's face turned red. Sister, stop teasing them. They're all a bunch of simpletons. Gao Xiaodao and Wang Mingrui couldn't help laughing either. It was rare to see Wang Minghui so flustered. It was hilarious. Getting back to business. I know you came here to continue working under Brother Wang, but now Brother Wang answers to me, so naturally, you'll have to listen to me too. If any of you are unwilling, you can leave now. Skinny Monkey and the others had already been told about this by Wang Minghui on the way here. They trusted Brother Wang's choice, so they had no objections now. Seeing no one step forward, Feng Lingyu continued, if you work for me, there are 3 rules you must follow. First, never bully the weak. Second, never do anything that harms the interests of the country. Third, if others don't provoke me, I won't provoke them. If they provoke me, I'll wipe out their entire family. These 3 rules shocked everyone present. Who would have thought that such a young girl could say something like this? In the years to come, these 3 rules set by Feng Lingyu would still be remembered by many. Well said. From now on, I, Wang Wu, am willing to listen to you and do as you command. I, Skinny Monkey, am willing to listen to you and do as you command from now on. One by one, everyone present stepped forward, pledging their loyalty to Feng Lingyu. Gao Dashu and Gao Xiaodao were filled with pride. This was their Miss Feng Lingyu. Looking at everyone's expressions, Feng Lingyu continued, from now on, you'll still follow Wang Minghui. It'll be the same as before, nothing will change. Skinny Monkey thought of a key issue and immediately asked, if we strike out on our own, we'll need a new market. But the 4 districts of the city, east, west, south, and north, are already taken. Where are we going to develop? Feng Lingyu gave Skinny Monkey an approving look. This kid might not look like much, but he had a sharp mind. I've already thought about this. Instead of trying to carve out a market under the suppression of the 4 districts' black markets, we should create a completely new market. Wang Minghui asked, but isn't that contradictory? If the markets are already taken, where are we going to develop one? Uncle Gao suddenly spoke up, looking at Feng Lingyu with excitement. Oh, Xiaoyu, Dad, stop being so mysterious and just tell us already. Gao Xiaodao jumped up impatiently. The city is the nation's center. The train station sees a massive flow of people every day, and they're not just locals, they come from all over the country. Wang Minghui's eyes lit up. If they could open a market at the train station, the profits would be enormous. Skinny Monkey added, and the bus station too. Many people from the communes below have to take the bus to get into the city. We could also buy up the local specialties they bring. Feng Lingyu only had to start the idea, and everyone filled in the rest of the plan. Also, I can provide at least 5,000 jin of grain every month. The exact amount will depend on the situation. Feng Lingyu dropped another bombshell. Skinny Monkey and the others didn't know what to say anymore. With this grain, their confidence grew even stronger. After Skinny Monkey and Wang Wu left, Uncle Gao called everyone to sit down. All right, now you just focus on recovering from your injuries. Don't think you can neglect your health just because you're young. You'll pay for it when you're older. Uncle Gao nagged Wang Minghui like an elder, giving him a warmth he hadn't felt in a long time. Since his parents died, Wang Minghui had never experienced the care of an elder again. Master Feng had only used him. As a child, he drifted from place to place every day, only thinking about having enough to eat, let alone having to take care of his younger sister. Wang Minghui nodded repeatedly. All right, I know. I won't move around for the next few days. In a week, Xiaodao and I will be going to the countryside. From now on, things here in the city will be in your hands and Uncle Gao's. If anything comes up, send me a telegram. Also, keep a close watch on Zhang Weiming. If anything unusual happens, let me know as soon as possible. And I need you to find someone for me. All I know is that he has a big black mole on his nose, and everyone calls him Brother Liu. If you find any trace of him, don't tip him off, tell me immediately. Feng Lingyu arranged everything one by one, methodically. Wang Minghui listened carefully. Uncle Gao had already told him some things about Feng Lingyu, so he naturally understood the importance of these tasks and dared not slack off. Chapter 47. If you have a mental problem, get treatment soon. The atmosphere when talking about parting is always sad, but all banquets must come to an end. Wang Mingrui was very reluctant. Sister Xiaoyu, Sister Xiaotao, once you leave, no one will appreciate the good food I make. Mentioning this, Feng Lingyu also felt a bit sad. She had only enjoyed a few days of having someone cook delicious meals, and now she was about to be sent back to square one. Her and Xiaodao's cooking skills could only be described as average. How could they compare to Mingrui's delicious food? Wang Mingrui chimed in, Shirue, your brother always appreciates the meals you make. Wang Mingrui pouted and said dejectedly, Sister Xiaoyu and Sister Xiaotao eat a lot, and that makes me happy. Seeing the topic drifting toward her appetite again, Feng Lingyu quickly steered it back. Feng Lingyu, Uncle Gao, has your position been arranged? Gao Dashu, it's all set. It cost 600 yuan and a bicycle ticket. This had been discussed long ago. Feng Lingyu was going to the countryside, and the issue of her monthly grain supply was a problem. Coincidentally, Uncle Gao had an acquaintance in the procurement department of the machinery factory, so he asked him to buy a clerk position. From now on, Uncle Gao could often use business trips as an excuse to visit Feng Lingyu in the countryside. Feng Lingyu nodded in satisfaction. She trusted Uncle Gao's ability to get things done. With him around, she wouldn't have to worry about the grain issue. There was only 1 week left before going to the countryside. Time really flew by. She had been in this world for nearly a month now. Feng Lingyu walked alone on the way home, looking at the streets that were both unfamiliar and familiar, filled with emotion. Most of the things she needed to prepare for the countryside were already ready. The money and tickets from her last grain transaction with Uncle Feng had all been used by Feng Lingyu to buy supplies. Even Uncle Gao didn't know exactly how much she had bought. If he did, he would be utterly stunned. Whether it was food, clothing, daily necessities, various side dishes, various meats, or items like thermoses, lunchboxes, and flashlights, Feng Lingyu had stocked up on a lot of everything. These were all things she would use outside, so they had to be items from this era. Even side dishes like tofu, Feng Lingyu had stored a large amount in her space. In short, after she went to the countryside, she definitely wouldn't have to suffer. Skinny Monkey Wang Wu and the others had already been sent out to find the young of various poultry. They mingled with all kinds of people from all walks of life, so they should have some connections. Even if they couldn't find everything, it didn't matter. Common animals like pigs, chickens, and ducks should be no problem. As for animals like the dairy cow that Feng Lingyu had been longing for, she would have to wait until she had the chance later. As she was thinking, Feng Lingyu arrived at her doorstep. Just as she was about to open the door and go in, a voice came. Director Zhao, has my departure time for the countryside changed? Feng Lingyu thought something had gone wrong with her trip to the countryside and felt a bit anxious for a moment. No, the official documents have come down. I've brought your sent-down youth certificate. Oh, and everyone going to the countryside gets a 200 yuan resettlement fee, so I'm handing that over to you as well. Director Zhao didn't dare to entrust this to anyone else, afraid something might go wrong. Now that he saw Feng Lingyu personally receive the documents, he felt relieved. Feng Lingyu was grateful that Director Zhao was so conscientious and came to deliver the documents himself. Thank you so much. If you ever run into any trouble in the future, you can contact me. Maybe I can help you too. Director Zhao nodded, but didn't take her words to heart. After all, in his eyes, Feng Lingyu could barely take care of herself and was going to the countryside to take refuge. How could she help him? I've also brought the certificate for the girl who signed up with you. Keep it safe. From now on, when you're in the countryside, always be cautious. I'm leaving. Feng Lingyu flipped through the documents and found that Gao Xiaodao's papers were indeed inside, making her even more grateful. Okay, thank you very much. After finishing his business, Director Zhao left. Feng Lingyu thought that if she ever had the chance, she would definitely repay his kindness. Before she could close the door, another person rushed out. Aunt Li's daughter, Li Mingfeng, looked like she had caught Feng Lingyu red-handed, grinning maliciously as she shouted. Feng Lingyu said impatiently, Go on, tell me. What did you see? That man just now is the director of the sent-down youth office, right? What did he give you? If you two didn't have some shady relationship, why would he secretly deliver something to you? If Feng Lingyu didn't pay her off handsomely to keep her mouth shut today, she would spread the word and see how this little wretch could still have the face to live in this world. Someone like Li Mingfeng shouldn't have had the chance to know Director Zhao. Hearing Feng Lingyu's question, Li Mingfeng became even more smug. You admit it, don't you? You two do have a shady relationship. Ever since Aunt Li was sent down to the farm, Li Mingfeng's life had become difficult. Her brother and sister-in-law were always disgusted with her for eating for free at home, and her father pretended to be deaf and dumb. But she had no job, so she had to swallow her anger. Unexpectedly, her sister-in-law still couldn't tolerate her and signed her up with the sent-down youth office behind her back. When she learned the news, she felt like the sky was falling. She didn't want to go to the countryside to be a mud-legged peasant. So she rushed to the sent-down youth office to inquire, only to find that once her name was submitted, there was no way out. Later, the staff, pestered by her endlessly, had no choice but to tell her to go find Director Zhao. Director Zhao only told her that according to the regulations, since her family had 4 children, one of them had to go to the countryside. That was how Li Mingfeng learned what Director Zhao looked like. She thought she was doomed, but who knew that today she would stumble upon Feng Lingyu and Director Zhao's affair. With this leverage, she wasn't afraid that Director Zhao and Feng Lingyu wouldn't comply. Either they gave her enough money and tickets, or they used their connections to keep her in the city. Li Mingfeng thought happily to herself, already picturing Feng Lingyu doing whatever she asked. Is there something wrong with your brain? I only asked how you knew it was Director Zhao. When did I admit we had a shady relationship? Feng Lingyu said coldly. Li Mingfeng shrieked. If you two didn't have an affair, why would he give you something? Ridiculous. Only a dirty mind sees everything as dirty. As the director of the sent-down youth office, what's wrong with him delivering my sent-down youth certificate? You're going to the countryside too? Ha 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 ha. Li Mingfeng only caught the words that Feng Lingyu was also going to the countryside and burst into loud laughter. There are always some people in this world who can't stand seeing others live better than themselves. When she learned that Feng Lingyu was also going to the countryside, she immediately stopped feeling sad. She didn't believe she could end up worse off than Feng Lingyu. Although she hadn't managed to hold leverage over Feng Lingyu, being able to learn the good news that Feng Lingyu was also going to the countryside made Li Mingfeng leave feeling pleased. She really thought that if someone had a mental problem, they should get treatment as soon as possible. Chapter 48. Growing Bigger and Stronger. Master Feng sat in his study drinking tea. At first, he had worried that Wang Mingwei might not be dead, but since so much time had passed without any news, it should be foolproof. A man rushed in frantically, shouting as he ran. Master Feng set down his teacup in displeasure. What are you yelling about? What's gone wrong? Brother Wang isn't dead, and he's set up his own faction. A group of brothers has followed him, the messenger said tremblingly. Before Master Feng could speak, Feng Cheng walked in from outside. Father, I told you Wang Mingwei had wild ambitions. Look, all your kindness to him over the years has been thrown to the dogs. Feng Cheng said angrily. The assassination attempt on Wang Mingwei was known only to Master Feng himself. He had told no one. So Feng Cheng still thought Wang Mingwei had simply met with misfortune, and he had even been happy for several days. Master Feng clenched his teacup tightly. Wang Mingwei wasn't dead? How could he not be dead? Given his loyal and sentimental nature, the fact that he had now directly set up his own faction meant he must have guessed that Master Feng was behind it. From now on, it would be impossible to use past favors to get his help anymore. Father, let's go capture him. Master Feng smashed his teacup onto the floor, splashing tea everywhere, startling Feng Cheng into immediately shutting his mouth. Shut up. If you weren't such a useless disappointment, would I have had to? Had to what? You should be going after Wang Mingwei now, not taking your anger out on me. Feng Cheng muttered quietly on the side, and the messenger quickly tugged at his sleeve, signaling him not to add fuel to the fire. Master Feng calmed down. The priority now was to stabilize the situation and prevent chaos. The messenger cautiously glanced at Master Feng's expression and said carefully, it's that group led by Monkey Wang Wu. Sitting in his chair, Master Feng closed his eyes. No one dared to break the tense atmosphere. After a long silence, Master Feng slowly spoke. Spread the word. First, those who left are never to return to my command. Second, they are not allowed to do business on my turf. Let's see how capable Wang Mingwei really is, going out to start his own faction. Seeing Master Feng's expression improve, Feng Cheng flattered him. Father, should I go capture them? We can't let this set a precedent. No need. The black market in Jing City has already been carved up. For Wang Mingwei to develop here is as hard as reaching the sky. Not just me, the other 3 districts won't be happy to see a new force rise either. Father, you're far-sighted and strategic. I still have so much to learn from you. Wang Mingwei knew nothing of Master Feng's fury. He was currently busy carrying out the task Feng Lingyu had given him. This girl was really strange. She didn't want anything else, just live chickens, live ducks, and pigs. These things weren't easy to find. Wang Mingwei had spent the past few days using all his connections to search for them. This was the first task his little sister had given him, and he had to get it done well. Brother Wang, I made a special trip to my aunt's place in the countryside. She has the things Miss Feng wants, Monkey said, showing up at Wang Minghui's door just as he was at his wit's end. Really? What are her conditions? Wang Mingwei naturally didn't believe in such a windfall. There must be some request. Sure enough, hearing Wang Minghui's question, Monkey grinned sheepishly. Brother Wang, nothing gets past you. Well, my uncle is the party secretary of their village. They have some local specialties and hope to use our connections to increase their income. This condition wasn't difficult. Their black market was open for business anyway, mainly profiting from buying low and selling high. But if the quality of the local specialties wasn't good, that wouldn't work. They couldn't tarnish their own reputation, could they? Wang Mingwei asked directly, what kind of local specialties? If the quality is good, it might be doable. Brother Wang, don't you trust me? Sure, I have some selfish motives in going to my aunt, but I wouldn't bring this up if the goods weren't good. I'm not about to ruin my own livelihood to help others. It's top quality honey. Every household in my aunt's village knows how to keep bees. They can't possibly eat it all themselves, and the purchasing station offers too low a price. So they asked me to put in a word with you. Seeing Wang Minghui's expression, Monkey knew the deal was as good as done. Wang Minghui figured Feng Lingyu would agree to this. Sure enough, when she heard there was honey, Feng Lingyu's eyes lit up. Monkey, my uncle said that if we're willing to help them sell the honey, they can provide the chickens, ducks, and geese for free. But the piglets will cost money, since those are raised by the collective. Charging for them is only right. But how do they want to sell the honey? Feng Lingyu asked, suppressing her excitement. Seeing that things were promising, Monkey quickly relayed what his uncle had said. My uncle's idea is that they sell the honey directly to us, and whatever price we sell it for is our business. I've seen their village's honey. They call it domestic, but the hives are actually placed in the mountains, so it's practically wild honey. The quality is excellent. Feng Lingyu nodded. Even ordinary honey would turn a profit for them, let alone wild honey. Monkey, just 50% higher than the purchasing station's price. The station pays 1 yuan per gene. So this genuine wild honey would only cost 1.5 yuan per gene. That was incredibly cheap. Feng Lingyu was once again stunned by the prices of this era. Alright, this deal is profitable. Have your uncle send someone to deliver the honey to you regularly, Feng Lingyu said decisively, without hesitation. Monkey beamed with joy. Hee Miss Feng, rest assured, leave this to me. I'll go right now and bring back the young animals you want. Where should I deliver them? Feng Lingyu thought for a moment. Put all the animals in cages and deliver them to the woods where we traded grain last time. I'll arrange for someone to pick them up. As for the payment, just use the business account. Got it. Monkey left happily. With this deal done, he could earn a nice commission. The business account was something Feng Lingyu had set up with Wang Minghui. All their transactions had to be recorded. The profits would be split between Feng Lingyu and Wang Minghui in a 70-30 ratio. This had already been agreed upon. Since the bulk of the business capital came from Feng Lingyu, with Wang Minghui contributing a smaller share, and she also provided extra grain each month, this arrangement made sense. Wang Minghui had originally refused to take a cut, but Feng Lingyu felt that since he would be managing everything after she went to the countryside, it was only fair. As for Monkey and the others, they earned commissions. The more deals they closed, the more money they made. Feng Lingyu firmly believed in one principle: if you want the horse to run, you have to feed it grass. Only when everyone gets a piece of the pie can you grow bigger and stronger. Chapter 49. Zhang Weiming tests again. On another dark and windy night, Skinny Monkey led a few of his men to deliver the animals Feng Lingyu had requested to a small grove. Brother Monkey, Miss Feng is really strange. Wouldn't it be better to just buy meat to eat? Why buy these younglings? She doesn't even have a place to keep them. One of the men who was close to Skinny Monkey sidled up and said. Skinny Monkey rolled his eyes. What Miss Feng wants them for is none of your business. We just follow orders. Why ask so many questions? The man wasn't really prying. He was just curious. Hearing Skinny Monkey's response, he dropped the subject. In truth, Skinny Monkey had speculated about it himself, but hadn't come up with any answers. Eventually, he figured that rich people might just have peculiar hobbies. Feng Lingyu arrived as they were making the delivery. She looked at the cages on the ground and nodded in satisfaction. 10 chicks, 10 ducklings, 10 goslings, and 2 pigs, 1 male and 1 female. The biggest surprise was the 2 goats, a mother goat with her kid. It seemed cow's milk was out of the question, but goat's milk was an unexpected bonus. Miss Feng, rest assured, my aunt picked out all healthy chicks and ducklings for you. There won't be any problems, Skinny Monkey said, hoping to leave a good impression of his aunt's village on Feng Lingyu. If there were ever other goods besides honey to sell, having this favor in the bank would make negotiations easier. Feng Lingyu saw right through Skinny Monkey's little scheme, but as long as he handled things properly, it was harmless. You've done well this time. From now on, if your aunt's village has anything else, as long as the quality is good, we'll take it. Alright, your work is done. You can go now, Feng Lingyu said flatly. Hearing this, Skinny Monkey happily left with his men. Once she was sure no one was around, Feng Lingyu waved her hand and swept all the cages on the ground into her space. Back at her own home, Feng Lingyu stretched contentedly. Finally, she could be self-sufficient when it came to meat. With this matter settled, there was nothing left to prepare for going to the countryside. Looking at the supplies piled high in her space, Feng Lingyu felt deeply satisfied. Earlier, when she had been farming, she had already set aside an area to raise small animals. Feng Lingyu opened the cages, and the chicks, ducklings, and goslings scurried out chirping. Once free, they instinctively began foraging in the designated area, perfectly at ease. The goats were even easier. She could just let them graze on the mountain. Feng Lingyu had no plans to butcher the 2 goats yet. She wanted to keep them for their milk. The pigs were trickier. She couldn't very well keep them with the poultry. She had heard that pigs also ate meat, and if they ate the chicks or ducklings while she wasn't around, all her effort would be wasted. Left with no choice, Feng Lingyu had to find materials to build a pig pen. Fortunately, she had everything she needed in her space, so she didn't have to look elsewhere. After some effort, Feng Lingyu looked at the pig pen she had built and nodded in satisfaction. It wasn't much to look at, but it was functional. Seeing her space finally come to life, Feng Lingyu felt genuinely happy. But she still had a long way to go before she could restore it to a small world. A week passed in the blink of an eye, and soon it was time for Feng Lingyu to head to the countryside. Looking at the small courtyard she had lived in for a month, Feng Lingyu felt a pang of reluctance. The dates from the jujube tree in the yard had all been picked, now only leaves remained. Feng Lingyu had always thought herself cold and detached, but now it seemed she still had normal human emotions. She took one last look, then finally locked the gate. She had many things to do and no time for sentimentality. At the Li family's doorstep next door, Li Mingfeng emerged carrying a pack. Seeing Feng Lingyu, Li Mingfeng sneered. Let's see how smug you'll be now. Off to the countryside to become a mudfoot. Doesn't feel too good, does it? Ha ha. Feng Lingyu shot back, as if you're not going to the countryside yourself? And I'm different from you. I volunteered to go and contribute to the country. You, on the other hand, were driven out. This remark hit Li Mingfeng right where it hurt. Gritting her teeth, she said, Feng Lingyu, don't get too cocky. Once we're in the countryside, I'll definitely have a better life than you. In Li Mingfeng's eyes, Feng Lingyu had always been a sickly weakling. She couldn't wait to see Feng Lingyu worn down by farm work, looking more ghost than human. Without waiting for Feng Lingyu's reaction, she snorted coldly and walked off. Just as Feng Lingyu was about to leave, she met a pair of complicated eyes. Uncle Zhang. Zhang Weiming's expression was stiff. He said urgently, Xiaoyu, didn't I tell you to come find me if you had something to discuss? Why did you sign up to go to the countryside? How could you make such a big decision without consulting me? You child. Yeah, right, if I'd consulted you, would I even be able to leave? Feng Lingyu thought to herself. But on the surface, she put on a spirited look and declared passionately, Uncle Zhang, my classmates told me that our country needs us now. As the child of martyrs, I want to follow in my parents' footsteps and contribute my strength to the nation. Zhang Weiming's temple twitched, and he barely managed to keep his expression in check. How could Feng Dingbang have such a foolish daughter? She looked like someone who had been completely brainwashed. It was almost unbearable to watch. Seeing Zhang Weiming's pained expression, Feng Lingyu chuckled inwardly. Let's see what you say now. If you say going to the countryside is bad, aren't you openly opposing national policy? Sure enough, Zhang Weiming struggled for a long time, but couldn't come up with a reason to stop Feng Lingyu. He could only say lamely, Uncle Zhang is just worried about your health. You've always been frail since you were little. And if you're far away, even if I want to look after you, I won't be able to. How could that be? My classmates said the national policy takes very good care of educated youths going to the countryside. Everyone even gets 200 yuan as a settling-in allowance. Don't worry, Uncle Zhang. I'll be just fine. Feng Lingyu clenched her fists, speaking with a look of longing, her face full of anticipation for going to the countryside. Faced with someone so eager to go to the countryside and build the nation, what could Zhang Weiming say? He couldn't exactly tell her she'd been deceived, that no one wanted to go, and that it wasn't as wonderful as she imagined. Perhaps realizing that reasoning with a hot-headed, aspiring youth was useless, Zhang Weiming had no choice but to give up trying to persuade her not to go. Since you've made up your mind, Uncle Zhang won't try to stop you. But no matter what happens after you go to the countryside, remember to write to me so I can rest easy. Feng Lingyu said, touched, all right, thank you, Uncle Zhang. Feng Lingyu would have to be crazy to voluntarily write to him. Why had she gone to the countryside in the first place if not to escape the surveillance of those with ulterior motives? But she agreed for now. Whether she actually wrote or not was entirely up to her. Chapter 50, Farewell. By the way, it's been so long now. Have you opened the box your father left you? Zhang Weiming asked, feigning casualness. Uncle Zhang, I can't open that box either. It's probably just an ordinary box, Feng Lingyu said, somewhat dejectedly. Zhang Weiming's reaction was unclear, but he said meaningfully, no matter what, I am the one most worthy of your trust. Oh, and your certificate as a child of a martyr has been processed. With this proof, you can receive 30 yuan and some ration tickets every month from now on. Since you've already gone to the countryside, you'll have to collect it at your assigned location from now on. Zhang Weiming handed Feng Lingyu a martyr's child certificate. She took it in her hands. It was just a flimsy piece of paper, yet Feng Lingyu felt it weighed 1,000 pounds. Because this certificate was bought with her parents' lives. I understand. Thinking of her parents' deaths, Feng Lingyu immediately lost any desire to play along with Zhang Weiming. Zhang Weiming assumed he had stirred up unpleasant memories for her, so he didn't suspect anything about her sudden coldness. Since you've made up your mind, then go, Zhang Weiming said, patting Feng Lingyu's shoulder with a feigned reluctance. Feng Lingyu picked up her luggage and walked step by step out of Zhang Weiming's sight. One day, I will return with my head held high. Those who harmed my family will pay with their blood. Feng Lingyu swore in her heart. Gao Dashu and Gao Xiaotao were already waiting at the train station, having agreed to meet Feng Lingyu there. Wang Mingwei and his sister had also come. During this time, Wang Mingwei had stayed at the Gao family home to recover from his injuries, and they had formed a deep friendship. Gao Xiaotao stood on tiptoe, looking around. Today was the day of the unified relocation to the countryside, and the station was packed with educated youths wearing red flowers on their chests, ready to depart. The crowd was enormous. Finally, Gao Xiaotao spotted Feng Lingyu's figure. She quickly jumped up, waving and shouting. Xiao Yu, we're over here. Over here. Wang Mingwei and the others also saw where Feng Lingyu was and walked over to help her with her luggage. Although most of Feng Lingyu's belongings were stored in her space, she still had to bring some things openly. Even Gao Dashu and Gao Xiaotao didn't know exactly what she had brought. This was also to make it easier to take things out later. However, Gao Xiaotao was never one to notice such practical details, so it was easy to fool her. If it were someone as shrewd as Gao Dashu, getting away with it wouldn't be so simple. Xiao Yu, why are you a bit later than expected? Did something happen on the way? Gao Dashu asked with some concern, knowing that Feng Lingyu was always punctual. Her being late today felt off to him. Feng Lingyu said, Zhang Weiming found out I was going to the countryside and came to persuade me. He probably thought you, a young girl, couldn't cause any trouble, so he left you alone for this past month. Now that he knows you're leaving for the countryside and slipping out of his control, of course he's anxious, Gao Dashu said. Gao Dashu wasn't very familiar with Zhang Weiming. This man must have appeared after he left the Feng family. But based on what the young lady said, this person was definitely suspicious. Wang Mingwei said, Sister, don't worry. I'll make sure to keep a close watch on him. He hadn't realized how difficult Feng Lingyu's situation was, forced to go to the countryside, and those people still wouldn't let her go. Sister Xiaoyu, Sister Xiaotao, I'll miss you when you leave. Boo-hoo, I really don't want you to go. Wang Mingrui didn't care about everyone's hidden schemes. She just felt very reluctant. She had never had many playmates growing up, and now that she finally had two, they were about to be separated again. Feng Lingyu also liked Wang Mingrui, a cute and clever girl. Besides, she was an excellent cook. Feng Lingyu really wished she could pack her up and take her along. Seeing the reluctant expression on Feng Lingyu's face, Wang Mingrui was moved to tears. She always thought Sister Xiaoyu was cold, but she must really hate to leave me. Feng Lingyu, of course, had no idea what Wang Mingrui was imagining. What a beautiful misunderstanding. We'll have chances to visit home every year. Xiaoyu and I will come back, so don't be sad, Gao Xiaotao said, patting Wang Mingrui's head comfortingly. Wang Mingwei added, yeah, it's not like we'll never see each other again. We'll meet again soon. Seeing everyone comforting her, Wang Mingrui felt a little embarrassed. She had come to see Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaotao off, yet here they were all comforting her. Wang Mingrui quickly pulled herself together, sniffled, and said with a smile, Sister Xiaoyu, Sister Xiaotao, I'm going to practice my cooking hard. When you come back, I'll make you a feast. Hearing this, Gao Xiaotao laughed so hard that her dimples showed. All right, you'd better practice well. When we get back, I'm going to eat a ton. Xiaotao, after you go to the countryside, make sure to take good care of Xiaoyu. Don't forget your responsibilities, Gao Dashu instructed Gao Xiaotao. He wasn't worried about Feng Lingyu, but Gao Xiaotao was still a bit inexperienced. Most importantly, she shouldn't slack off just because Feng Lingyu is capable. Dad, don't worry, Gao Xiaotao replied solemnly. Feng Lingyu said helplessly, Uncle Gao, there's no need for that. I can take care of myself. Gao Dashu said, Xiaoyu, I know, but what needs to be said must be said. Xiaotao has her own duties. Knowing that Uncle Gao had his own plans, Feng Lingyu said no more. Just then, a man with a red armband walked over, holding up a sign. All educated youths assigned to Danang City in Northeast Province, gather here, the man shouted loudly. Soon, a crowd gathered in front of him, all the educated youths heading to Danang City in Northeast Province. Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaotao picked up their luggage and walked over. Among the crowd, Feng Lingyu spotted a familiar face, Li Mingfeng. She hadn't expected that her assigned location would be the same as hers. Feng Lingyu raised an eyebrow. Quiet down, everyone. Listen up. The train will arrive in half an hour. Use this time to say goodbye to your family and friends, and don't miss boarding. Also, someone will meet you when you get off. Pay attention to the station announcements. If you end up in the wrong place, it'll be trouble. After he finished speaking, everyone quickly said their goodbyes, grabbed their luggage, and rushed to board the train. Back then, there was no distinction between standing and seated tickets on the train. It was all about fighting for a seat. If you were late, you'd have to stand for 2 days and 2 nights to get to the Northeast. So everyone used all their strength to squeeze onto the train. In the process, someone lost a shoe, someone tore their clothes, and someone even lost their luggage. Chapter 51. The Strange Wu Meiyu. Gao Xiaodao, relying on her height advantage, took the lead and quickly squeezed onto the train, securing 2 seats. Xiaoyu, over here. Feng Lingyu quickly followed, handing her luggage to Gao Xiaodao. Gao Xiaodao sat in her seat, breathing heavily. She felt it was more exhausting than sparring with Xiaoyu. Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao sat in the same row. They had boarded early, not only grabbing 2 adjacent seats, but also window seats. Feng Lingyu opened the window, and Gao Dashu and Wang Mingwei, who had been waiting outside since early, quickly crowded over. Wang Mingrui, being small in stature, was told to wait outside on the platform to avoid getting jostled and hurt. Wang Mingwei said, "Shirue made a lot of food for the journey. It's all in Xiaodao's small bag. Remember to take it out and eat." Feng Lingyu nodded. "Brother Wang, please thank Shirue for me. Xiaoyu, send me a telegram to let me know you've arrived safely. I'll come see you whenever I get the chance." Gao Dashu was also reluctant to part. Though he knew the young lady was capable, she was only 16, still a half-grown child. "Okay, I understand. Uncle Gao, you and Brother Wang take care too," Feng Lingyu said, her voice choked with emotion. "Dad, Brother Wang, don't worry. We'll be fine," Gao Xiaodao said, feeling a bit heavy-hearted seeing her father on the verge of tears. She had never left her father's side since she was little. "Dad, make sure to exercise and don't forget to eat on time. Xiaodao, you take care too." Gao Dashu squeezed his daughter's hand firmly. With the sound of the whistle, everyone knew the train was about to depart. Feng Lingyu smiled and waved goodbye to Gao Dashu and Wang Mingwei. Gao Xiaodao also watched their retreating figures until they disappeared from sight. Sniffling, Gao Xiaodao said tearfully, "Xiaoyu, I already miss my dad and the others." Feng Lingyu couldn't help but laugh. "I think you have some milk candies in your pocket. Check if they fell out during the rush." Gao Xiaodao, indeed distracted from crying, busied herself digging through her pocket. The candies were given to them by Mingrui just before boarding, meant for the journey. Gao Xiaodao unwrapped one and popped it into her mouth. Instantly, her mouth was filled with a sweet, milky flavor and she no longer felt sad. The train seats were arranged in groups of 6, with 3 seats per row facing each other, separated by a small table. At first, no one spoke since they didn't know each other. But soon, everyone started chatting away. Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao sat together. On the edge of their row sat a shy girl who hadn't said a word since sitting down. Across from them sat 2 men and 1 woman. Judging by the situation, the 2 men seemed to know each other, quietly conversing. The remaining woman sat with her chin up, looking haughty and disdainful. But she kept sneaking glances at Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao. Feng Lingyu had long noticed the woman's scrutinizing gaze, but chose to ignore it. Perhaps because the other seats were buzzing with conversation while theirs remained silent, the young man sitting across from them broke the ice. "Since we're all going to the same place as educated youth, we'll be like brothers and sisters from now on. Let's introduce ourselves and get to know each other. I'll start. My name is Sun Yiming from Beijing, 18 years old." The man beside him followed. "I'm Zhao Nanshan, also from Beijing, 19 years old. Sun Yiming and I grew up together as childhood friends." Sun Yiming and Zhao Nanshan clearly came from well-off families, wearing fine cotton clothes without a single patch. Sun Yiming was fair and delicate, with a fondness for smiling, making him seem very approachable. Zhao Nanshan was dark-skinned, with a crew cut, and seemed quiet and aloof. After their introductions, the haughty woman spoke, forcing a smile that Feng Lingyu found insincere. "My name is Wu Meiyu, also from Beijing, 18 years old." Then, turning to Feng Lingyu, she said, "May I ask what this elder sister's name is? Your cold expression is quite intimidating." Facing this veiled attack, Feng Lingyu naturally wouldn't indulge her and shot back directly. "A cold expression is to avoid talking to idiots. And who are you? Do I know you? Calling me elder sister out of nowhere." Wu Meiyu's face turned pale from Feng Lingyu's retort. She hadn't expected Feng Lingyu to be so blunt. The atmosphere grew awkward, but no one stepped in to help Wu Meiyu. They had just met, and no one wanted to get involved. Sun Yiming wasn't particularly easygoing either, having been pampered since childhood. Seeing Feng Lingyu and Wu Meiyu argue, he couldn't be bothered to intervene. Besides, in his view, Wu Meiyu was the one stirring trouble. Who couldn't catch the insinuation in her words? Zhao Nanshan was like an iceberg, even less likely to meddle. Wu Meiyu had no choice but to force a stiff smile. We're all educated youth. There's no need to be so harsh. If I've offended you, elder sister, I apologize. Her tactic of retreating to advance was clever, but Feng Lingyu wasn't falling for it. I told you not to call me elder sister. I'm only 16, not old enough to be your elder sister. And what business is it of yours what expression I wear? Even my parents don't meddle as much as you do. Sun Yiming stifled a laugh, and even Zhao Nanshan wore a faint smile. Wu Meiyu's face flushed with embarrassment, alternating between pale and red. She truly hadn't expected Feng Lingyu to be so young. Feng Lingyu, done with her, turned to the group and said, "My name is Feng Lingyu, from Beijing, 16 years old." Gao Xiaotao, familiar with Feng Lingyu's temperament, didn't find the atmosphere tense and smiled. "Hello everyone, I'm Gao Xiaotao, 18 years old, also from Beijing." At this point, only the shy girl beside Gao Xiaotao hadn't spoken. Seeing everyone's gaze on her, Lu Xiaoling twisted the hem of her clothes and said timidly, "My name is Lu Xiaoling, from Beijing, 18 years old." Lu Xiaoling seemed introverted by nature, and everyone gave her a friendly smile. Just as everyone thought the introductions were over and they'd mind their own business, Wu Meiyu started again. "Feng Lingyu, why did you come to the countryside?" Wu Meiyu asked, knowing Feng Lingyu disliked her but pressing on anyway. Feng Lingyu replied impatiently, "What's it to you? Do you live by the sea? You're way too nosy." At that, Feng Lingyu felt something was off about Wu Meiyu. She had been secretly sizing up her and Xiaotao since boarding the train. Now she was prying into her background. As far as she could remember, she didn't even know her. Chapter 52, Transmigrated into a book? Wu Meiyu was never one to have a good temper. Being rebutted by Feng Lingyu time and again, the fake smile on her face was almost impossible to maintain. "I was just asking. If you don't want to say it, then forget it. If I remember correctly, we just had a falling out a moment ago, didn't we? Instead of asking someone else, you came to ask me, the person you argued with. What's your intention?" Feng Lingyu stared intently at Wu Meiyu, not missing a single change in her expression. Hearing Feng Lingyu's words, the others also found it strange. None of them were familiar with each other, so prying into someone else's affairs was simply impolite, especially when it was someone you had just quarreled with. Seeing the shift in everyone's expressions, Wu Meiyu knew they were starting to distance themselves from her. She cursed inwardly. I was too hasty. Ever since coming to this world, relying on my ability to act cute and ingratiate myself, everything had been smooth sailing. I never expected to stumble here with Feng Lingyu. That's right, Wu Meiyu was not from this world either. Originally, she was an ordinary 18-year-old female high school student from the 21st century. She loved staying up late to read novels. After reading a male-centric novel titled The Rise of the Richest Man, Wu Meiyu became deeply infatuated with its male lead. Unexpectedly, a car accident on her way to school caused her to transmigrate into the world of the book. Upon realizing she had transmigrated into the book, Wu Meiyu was overjoyed. The body she had transmigrated into was also named Wu Meiyu. The original owner was considered a cannon fodder character in the novel. Although she was the daughter of the director of the Beijing City Supply and Marketing Cooperative, she had many siblings at home. Ranking third in the family, she was dull and taciturn, earning no favor from her parents. Thus, as soon as she came of age, her parents signed her up to go to the countryside as an educated youth. After going to the countryside, the original owner remained obscure and, a few years later, married a local man. Many years later, when the male lead achieved great success and became the nation's richest man, he was interviewed on television. By then, Wu Meiyu had been a farmer's wife for many years. Watching the interview with the male lead, she recalled and remarked, "That seems like that little wolf cub from back then." In short, Wu Meiyu was a minor character the author had written with little detail, serving only to recall the male lead's past. Knowing she had transmigrated into a cannon fodder character, Wu Meiyu didn't mind. Since there was no female lead in the original book anyway, it didn't matter who she became. So, Wu Meiyu worked hard to please her parents, making them value her more, while also actively preparing for her journey to the countryside. But as soon as she got on the train, she noticed something different from the book's description. According to the book, those sitting together on the trip to the countryside included Sun Yiming, Zhao Nanshan, and Lu Xiaoling. However, Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaotao had never appeared in the original novel. This was the first time Wu Meiyu encountered a deviation from the original book since transmigrating. Thus, she had been quietly scheming, wanting to find out where Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaotao had come from. Unexpectedly, her first attempt failed. This Feng Lingyu was someone who couldn't be swayed by either soft or hard tactics. Failing to learn what she wanted, Wu Meiyu comforted herself. There were still several days left on the journey. She would eventually find out about Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao. No need to rush. Sun Yiming and Zhao Nanshan were also important supporting characters in the book. She had to win their favor. As for Lu Xiaoling, the book didn't describe her much. She was probably just another background character. Feigning guilt, Wu Meiyu looked at Feng Lingyu and said, "Since you don't want to say it, I won't ask. Earlier, it was because I had just left home and was in a bad mood, so my words came out harsh. I'm sorry. Can you forgive me?" Feng Lingyu knew Wu Meiyu was up to something and naturally didn't want to deal with her. So she said indifferently, "Just mind your own business and don't meddle in others' affairs." Sun Yiming found Wu Meiyu quite interesting. She had offended someone right off the bat, then acted as if she didn't know she was unwelcome and insisted on butting in. People with such poor social awareness were rare these days. Zhao Nanshan kept his eyes on the book in his hands, not bothering to look up. Seeing that her performance hadn't garnered any sympathy, Wu Meiyu was furious. Gao Xiaodao suppressed a laugh. Trying to pick a fight with Xiaoyu? That was asking for trouble. With the annoying flag on, Feng Lingyu closed her eyes and pretended to sleep. Perhaps thinking Feng Lingyu was asleep, Wu Meiyu turned her attention to Gao Xiaodao. Taking advantage of Gao Xiaodao going out to get water, Wu Meiyu quickly grabbed her cup and followed. "Gao Xiaodao, you're getting water too? Let's go together." Gao Xiaodao silently rolled her eyes. What did this person want? She might as well have the words "ulterior motives" tattooed on her forehead. Seeing Gao Xiaodao silent, Wu Meiyu didn't mind. Mainly because Gao Xiaodao's appearance was too deceiving, a round, chubby face that made her look naive. In Wu Meiyu's eyes, getting information out of Gao Xiaodao would be a piece of cake. At the water station, Wu Meiyu looked at Gao Xiaodao's unusually tall stature and tried to strike up a conversation. "Xiaodao, you're so tall. You're the tallest person I've ever seen. Xiaodao, what's your relationship with Feng Lingyu? I saw you helping her with her luggage. Xiaodao, I'm just concerned about you. I don't want to see you being bullied." Wu Meiyu put on a look of righteous indignation on Gao Xiaodao's behalf. Gao Xiao filled her cup, screwed the lid tight, looked at Wu Meiyu, and said, "Trying to sow discord? You've picked the wrong person." With that, ignoring Wu Meiyu's sour expression, she let out a snicker and walked away. Gao Xiaodao didn't understand. Did she really look that easy to fool? So, for the rest of the journey, Gao Xiaodao kept a stern face, her round face full of seriousness. *3. Like an angry steamed bun. "Xiaoyu, I'm back. Want some water?" Gao Xiaodao saw that Feng Lingyu had woken up and handed her the cup. Feng Lingyu turned her head and saw the expression on Gao Xiaodao's face, couldn't help but laugh. "Xiaodao, why are you making that face? Who upset you?" Sun Yiming and the others also pricked up their ears, waiting for Gao Xiaodao's answer. Gao Xiaodao tried her best to frown, maintaining the expression on her face, and said, "I just wanted to look serious, so people wouldn't always think I'm easy to fool." Hearing Gao Xiaodao's answer, everyone burst out laughing. Was she being funny without realizing it? Wu Meiyu walked over just in time to hear Gao Xiaodao's words and nearly crushed the cup in her hand. Wasn't Gao Xiaodao clearly implying that she was the one trying to fool her? So she had no choice but to pretend she hadn't heard and return to her seat as if nothing had happened. After consecutive setbacks with Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao, Wu Meiyu felt a bit defeated. Ever since transmigrating into the book, Wu Meiyu had been smooth sailing, but what happened today dealt her a heavy blow. This world was a real world, not one where she could do whatever she pleased. Chapter 53. Defending Lu Xiaoling. From then until it was nearly dark, Wu Meiyu caused no more trouble. The group sat quietly until it was time for dinner. Gao Xiaodao was already hungry, so she said to Feng Lingyu, "Xiaoyu, I'm hungry. Let's start eating now." "All right." Feng Lingyu thought that the cooked food Wang Mingrui had made really needed to be eaten quickly. She couldn't forget to eat it and let it go bad, wasting Mingrui's kindness. Gao Xiaodao took out the small bag she carried with her, which was filled with food. "Let's eat the dumplings first. The remaining pancakes and steamed buns can last another 2 days. Hand me the lunchbox and I'll go heat it up." There was a designated place on the train to heat food. After all, in this era, train rides often lasted days, so people couldn't just eat cold food the whole time. Taking the lunchbox, Feng Lingyu went to the carriage specifically for heating food. It was mealtime, so the carriage was bustling with people. Before long, it was her turn. She wrote her name on the lunchbox, handed it to the attendant, and waited about 10 minutes. Actually, the train sold meals, and those meals didn't require food coupons. But in those days, most people wouldn't buy them. Only those on official business might pay for a meal, since they could expense it. Feng Lingyu herself wasn't short on money, but if she bought a meal while no one else did, it would draw too much attention. It was only 3 days. She could tough it out. What are you doing? Don't you watch where you're going?" A sharp, familiar voice rang out. Feng Lingyu turned and saw Li Mingfeng holding a lunchbox, its contents spilled all over. She stood there with an angry expression. Lu Xiaoling, having bumped into someone, was flustered and kept apologizing. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Someone pushed me from behind just now. What good is sorry? Do you think I'm stupid? Who knows if you did it on purpose? Li Mingfeng naturally had high cheekbones, and her glare made her look even more harsh. Tears welled up in Lu Xiaoling's eyes as she whispered, I'll compensate you. I'm sorry. Seeing that Lu Xiaoling was timid, Li Mingfeng became even more relentless. My meal costs at least 1 yuan plus 2 liang of food coupons. Pay me back right now. The food Li Mingfeng had dropped was all coarse rice with some pickled vegetables. How could it be worth that much? She just saw Lu Xiaoling as easy to bully and wanted to extort some money. Lu Xiaoling hadn't expected that after apologizing sincerely and offering to pay, Li Mingfeng would still try to cheat her. She was so angry her eyes widened, but she was never one to argue, and she couldn't get a word out for a long time. Some people around disapproved of Li Mingfeng's behavior. Hey, how can you be like this? That food you dropped isn't worth that much, and she didn't mean it. She even apologized. Why are you being so relentless? Oh, so you want to stand up for her? If you're so kind, pay for her then. Li Mingfeng craned her neck defiantly. The person who spoke, seeing Li Mingfeng demand he pay, dared not say anything more. Speaking up for Lu Xiaoling was one thing, but paying for her. Seeing Li Mingfeng lash out like a mad dog at anyone, the crowd fell silent. No one wanted to be her next target. Pleased that everyone was quiet, Li Mingfeng grew smug. Pay up now, or you're not leaving. Lu Xiaoling had never encountered such a bully in her life. Her hands clenched tightly. Seeing Lu Xiaoling, weak as she was, still trying to resist, Li Mingfeng raised her hand to hit her. Lu Xiaoling shut her eyes in fear, trembling all over. But after a long moment, she felt no pain and slowly opened her eyes. A pale hand firmly gripped Li Mingfeng's wrist. Feng Lingyu. Lu Xiaoling never expected Feng Lingyu to be the one to help her. Feng Lingyu honestly hadn't planned to intervene. If it were just a verbal quarrel, she would have let it go. But Li Mingfeng, failing to extort money, tried to hit someone that Feng Lingyu couldn't overlook. Li Mingfeng tried to pull her hand back, but failed after several attempts. Meddling? I'm upholding justice, Feng Lingyu said, tightening her grip. Li Mingfeng felt like her hand was about to be crushed and cried out, it hurts. Let me go. I was wrong, I won't do it again. Seeing such a bully being put in her place, some cheers arose. Serves her right. Who told her to bully that young girl? Now she knows what pain feels like. Li Mingfeng's hatred grew, but the sharp pain in her hand left her no room to dwell on it. She could only keep begging for mercy. Feng Lingyu snorted coldly. You're addicted to extortion, aren't you? Wasn't it enough when you tried it on me last time? Hearing the whispers around her, Li Mingfeng was mortified and wanted to run away. You? What else do you want? Li Mingfeng stiffened, afraid Feng Lingyu would punish her further. Lu Xiaoling, it's true you spilled her food. You still need to compensate. Feng Lingyu turned to the stunned Lu Xiaoling and said, just pay the market price. Lu Xiaoling snapped back to reality at Feng Lingyu's words. Oh, okay. She pulled out 2 mao and 1 liang of food coupons from her bag and handed them to Li Mingfeng. I'm giving you the market price for coarse rice. People around praised Lu Xiaoling for being fair. She was paying for a whole jean of coarse rice, and Li Mingfeng's lunchbox didn't even hold that much. Taking the money from Lu Xiaoling, Li Mingfeng turned and left. Feng Lingyu again. Wasn't it enough that you harmed my mother? One day, I'll make you pay. Feng Lingyu naturally didn't know what Li Mingfeng was thinking, and even if she did, she wouldn't care. She had never taken someone like Li Mingfeng seriously. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes and tricks were futile. Feng Lingyu, thank you, Lu Xiaoling said gratefully. Don't thank me. Feng Lingyu had no desire to chat with Lu Xiaoling. She took her heated lunchbox and left. Watching Feng Lingyu's cold back, Lu Xiaoling felt a bit wronged. Didn't I pay her back? Why is she still so distant? Back at her seat, Gao Xiaotao was so hungry her eyes were glazed over. Xiaoyu, why were you gone so long? If you hadn't come back soon, I would have gone looking for you, Gao Xiaotao said resentfully. Feng Lingyu apologized sheepishly. Something came up, but the food is heated now. Gao Xiaotao eagerly opened the lunchbox, and the aroma of dumplings hit her. Mingrue's cooking was always good. Sun Yiming across from them was shocked by Feng Lingyu's appetite. That was a full lunchbox of dumplings. Even he, a grown young man, would struggle to finish them. Feng Lingyu, who looked so small and thin, ate them all without changing expression. But why did her dumplings smell so good? The stuffed pancake in his own hand suddenly seemed bland. Before long, Lu Xiaoling quietly returned to her seat and ate in silence. After the afternoon's events, Wu Meiyu had been so quiet she seemed invisible. Now, seeing Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaotao eating better than her, she felt a surge of resentment. Chapter 54. The Mysterious Woman. In modern times, Wu Meiyu naturally never lacked meat to eat. But ever since she traveled to this era, she had rarely tasted meat. Although her parents treated her fairly well, the meat at home was always reserved for her brothers. How could it ever be her turn? She pulled a pack of preserved fruit from her bag and placed it on the table. My mom made this preserved fruit just for me. Everyone, please have a taste. It should be pretty good. Looking at the orange-red preserved fruit on the table, everyone was a bit tempted. In those days, there were very few types of snacks, and the preserved fruit Wu Meiyu had taken out looked quite appealing. Sun Yiming thought for a moment and, not wanting to take advantage of Wu Meiyu for nothing, pulled a small tin of cookies from his bag. I'll trade you with these cookies. Soon, except for Gao Xiaodao and Feng Lingyu, everyone else at the table took out something to exchange for Wu Meiyu's preserved fruit. Seeing that Feng Lingyu remained unmoved, Wu Meiyu had no choice but to say with a smile, Feng Lingyu, you and Xiaodao should try some too. No need to trade anything. Feng Lingyu had long seen through Wu Meiyu's little scheme. Wasn't she just thinking that if she ate her preserved fruit, she would have to give something in return? She wished. No need. I'm full from eating dumplings. You all go ahead. Hearing Feng Lingyu's Versailles-like remark, everyone's mouths twitched. Since Feng Lingyu wasn't eating, Gao Xiaodao certainly wouldn't either, and she shook her head to refuse as well. In truth, aside from Gao Xiaodao and Lu Xiaoling, everyone present had a clear idea of Wu Meiyu's petty desire to gain an advantage. But Sun Yiming and Zhao Nanshan simply didn't lack those things. Wu Meiyu wanted to persuade further, but when she met Feng Lingyu's eyes that saw through everything, the words on the tip of her tongue dared not come out. Over the next few days, aside from necessary exchanges, Feng Lingyu and the others got along without incident. Perhaps Wu Meiyu had also realized that Feng Lingyu was not someone to be trifled with, so she kept herself very well behaved. They were probably just a few hours away from getting off the train. Feng Lingyu shifted her body slightly to relieve the numbness from poor blood circulation. She hadn't found a chance to enter the space these past few days. Fortunately, Feng Lingyu had been foresight and left some food for the animals raised in the space beforehand. Closing her eyes, she used her consciousness to enter the space and check, finding that all the animals were alive and well. The chickens, ducks, and other poultry had grown quite large. In a few more days, they would probably start laying eggs. A batch of grain had already ripened and was harvested by Feng Lingyu. Now it was the second batch. As for the vegetables and fruits, Feng Lingyu didn't pick them. Another advantage of this space was that as long as you didn't pick them, they stayed ripe forever, never aging or falling off. Feng Lingyu left the old grain from the space for Gao Dashu, which should last a while for the black market's consumption. Once she settled down in the countryside later, she could have Uncle Gao and Wang Mingwei come to her directly to pick up the grain. She could also expand the business to the northeast. Wu Meiyu was extremely excited at that moment. Almost there, finally almost there. Soon she would be able to meet the male lead in her heart. She felt that her time travel was meant for him, that heaven had sent her to prevent him from ending up alone for life, as in the book. Seeing Wu Meiyu's barely contained excitement, Feng Lingyu felt suspicious. Why did Wu Meiyu look so eager? It didn't seem normal at all. Feng Lingyu secretly decided that she would have to keep an eye on Wu Meiyu's movements. It was just too suspicious. Wu Meiyu noticed everyone staring at her strangely and inwardly cursed herself for forgetting to hide her expression. Sun Yiming found it odd and asked, Wu Meiyu, is there something funny? You're smiling so happily. I heard the Northeast is rich in resources. The thought of experiencing something new just gets me a little excited, Wu Meiyu said with a smile. The explanation was plausible enough. Sun Yiming nodded and didn't press her further. But no rush, there was plenty of time ahead. Whether it was a person or a ghost, the truth would eventually come out. Since parting ways with Feng Lingyu, Zhang Weiming had been busy with work and gradually put the matter out of his mind. Hello, this is the Beijing Public Security Bureau. I'm Zhang Weiming, he said as he picked up the phone. A soft, charming female voice sounded. What, Director Zhang, have you forgotten me so soon? Hearing that familiar voice, Zhang Weiming's hand, which had been processing documents, stopped instantly. With mixed feelings, he said, I haven't forgotten. Do you need something? The female voice continued. How is that little girl from the Feng family lately? Any abnormalities? Zhang Weiming replied. She signed up to go to the countryside. I think she doesn't know anything. What? She went to the countryside? Didn't I tell you to keep an eye on her? Zhang Weiming's words were cut off by the person on the other end. The previously sweet voice instantly turned sharp. When did she leave? Where is she going in the countryside? She left just 2 or 3 days ago. Her destination is in the northeast, Zhang Weiming said, seeing that the person on the phone was angry. He had no choice but to tell her. The female voice said furiously, Why didn't you tell me immediately? Didn't I say that anything concerning her must be reported to me at once? I observed her for a while and thought she was just an ordinary young girl. Even we couldn't open the box Feng Ding Bang left behind, let alone her. Zhang Weiming genuinely felt that Feng Lingyu was no problem, so he hadn't taken her very seriously. Seeing that the person on the other end was very angry about this, he began to waver. Could a 16-year-old girl really be so deep? Had he been fooled too? You useless fool. You can't even handle such a simple task, and you call yourself a public security bureau director? How many times have I told you? The Feng family is not as simple as they appear on the surface. A family that has been passed down for thousands of years. Do you think they have no cards up their sleeves? A stream of scolding came through the phone and landed in Zhang Weiming's ears. He realized that he might have truly made a grave mistake. What do we do now? She's been gone for days. It's too difficult to get her back. There are still leaders above who care about her. If we make it too obvious then. The female voice on the phone had now calmed down. Don't interfere with what happens next. I'll send someone to keep an eye on her. After hanging up the phone, the woman sitting at the desk revealed an eerie smile. The real show is just beginning. Chapter 55. No good deed goes unpunished. Those getting off at Danang City, prepare yourselves. The train is about to enter the station. Grab your luggage and wait to disembark. A person who looked like a train attendant walked through the crowd with a megaphone, broadcasting the arrival information. This was also to prevent people from missing their stop, so they gave advance notice. After sitting on the train for several days and nights, they were finally about to arrive, and the train began to buzz with activity again. Shout out, just take care of your own things when the time comes. Don't worry about me. Knowing Feng Lingyu's true capabilities, Gao Xiaodao agreed without a second thought. The two of them had brought quite a lot of stuff this time: food, clothes, daily necessities, and especially a few thick cotton quilts. Their bags were stuffed to the brim. Feng Lingyu was worried that with so much luggage, someone might snatch something if they weren't careful while getting off. Perhaps sensing the arrival was near, Wu Meiyu, who had been quiet for several days, couldn't keep up her demure act and started stirring things up again. Feng Lingyu, we all carry our own luggage. You can't just rely on Xiaoao being tall to make her carry your bags for you. Feng Lingyu replied impatiently, mind your own business. Is it really that hard to just focus on yourself? Wu Meiyu choked, glaring as she said, I'm just standing up for Xiaoao. The remaining few people were speechless watching Wu Meiyu provoke Feng Lingyu again. Feng Lingyu hadn't even done anything to her, so why did she keep picking fights every day? Gao Xiaodao was both amused and annoyed. Why did Wu Meiyu always use her as an excuse to stir up trouble? Why do you need to stand up for me? Who do you think you are? Xiaoyu is right, mind your own business. Besides, Xiaoyu's and my luggage were always together. I'm carrying our luggage. Like I said, who are you? Who needs your kindness? Do you think everyone here can't see through your intentions? Are you taking everyone for fools? Gao Xiaodao fired off a barrage of retorts, leaving Wu Meiyu utterly embarrassed. Under everyone's strange stares, Wu Meiyu wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Feng Lingyu was also a bit surprised to see Gao Xiaodao's sharp tongue. She didn't know Xiaodao could be so articulate. On the train platform, Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao were checking their luggage. Seeing that nothing was missing, they both breathed a sigh of relief. On the train, everyone had shared where they were being sent to the countryside. Coincidentally, everyone sitting together was assigned to Qingshan village. So, Sun Yiming asked Feng Lingyu to keep an eye on his and Zhao Nanshan's luggage while they went to find the people picking them up. Feng Lingyu naturally didn't mind. Go ahead, leave your luggage here with me. Sun Yiming and Zhao Nanshan quickly disappeared into the crowd. The smell on the train was truly unbearable, but Feng Lingyu was fine because she could cheat with her spatial ability, blocking out the foul odors. Gao Xiaodao had even asked why the air always felt fresher around Feng Lingyu. But the others on the train had genuinely been tormented by the stench for 3 days. On top of that, they hadn't changed clothes, so they all looked quite disheveled. Wu Meiyu and Lu Xiaoling stood there panting, having both struggled to squeeze off the train. Lu Xiaoling's clothes had a tear in them, and Wu Meiyu had lost a piece of luggage. Looking at Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao standing nearby, with their neat hair and clean clothes, they stood out just by being there. Before long, Sun Yiming and Zhao Nanshan returned. Grab your stuff, and let's head out. We asked around, the people picking us up are all in the big square outside the station. They said there are too many sent-down youths this time, and the station can't hold everyone. Hearing this, Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao promptly picked up their luggage, ready to go. Lu Xiaoling and Wu Meiyu, unlike Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao, didn't have the same strength. They hadn't even recovered yet, and now had to carry their luggage out. Their hearts felt heavy. Wu Meiyu looked at the path to the exit, on the verge of tears. It was still such a long way. If she gritted her teeth and carried everything out, she definitely wouldn't be able to get up tomorrow. Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao certainly wouldn't help her. She had no choice but to turn her gaze to Sun Yiming and Zhao Nanshan, hoping they might lend a hand. But Sun Yiming and Zhao Nanshan picked up their own luggage and walked off without any intention of helping. Lu Xiaoling was stunned too. She had also assumed Sun Yiming and Zhao Nanshan would offer to help with the luggage. Seeing Wu Meiyu and Lu Xiaoling's dumbfounded expressions, Feng Lingyu chuckled inwardly. There's a particularly terrifying creature in this world called a straight man. Sun Yiming and Zhao Nanshan took a few steps, then noticed the others hadn't followed. They turned around, looking puzzled, and said, "Come on, what are you waiting for?" Seeing Sun Yiming about to leave again, Wu Meiyu had to speak up. Sun Yiming, could you help me with my luggage?" Lu Xiaoling also looked at Zhao Nanshan with hopeful eyes. Sun Yiming and Zhao Nanshan exchanged a glance and complained, "Why didn't you say so earlier? Nanshan and I thought we'd done something wrong, with you two staring at us so resentfully. Wasn't it just helping with some luggage? No big deal." So Sun Yiming and Zhao Nanshan helped Wu Meiyu and Lu Xiaoling carry part of their luggage out. What kind of people are they? Do we have to beg for help? They just didn't want to help us. Wu Meiyu bent down to gather the remaining luggage on the ground, muttering under her breath. Lu Xiaoling nodded beside her and whispered, "Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao are so strong. Why couldn't they have just offered to help us? Is that so? So helping you makes us enemies now." A sarcastic voice sounded behind them. Wu Meiyu and Lu Xiaoling quickly looked up and saw Sun Yiming, who had somehow returned, standing in front of them. "No, that's not what I meant," Wu Meiyu hurriedly explained. She had been hoping to build a good relationship with Sun Yiming and Zhao Nanshan. She was just complaining behind their backs. How did they hear it? I. Wu Meiyu racked her brain for a reasonable excuse. "Can't make one up, can you?" People like you and Lu Xiaoling don't deserve help. No good deed goes unpunished." Lu Xiaoling had been shrinking back, pretending to be a quail, not daring to make a sound. She never expected to get called out anyway. Sun Yiming didn't want to waste any more time here and left directly. He had originally come back out of kindness to see if they needed any more help, only to overhear something like that. Chapter 56. Commotion at the train station. Sun Yiming walked angrily over to Zhao Nanshan. Seeing his friend rush off eagerly to help but return in a huff, Zhao Nanshan couldn't help but feel puzzled. "What's wrong? What made you so angry?" With Zhao Nanshan, Sun Yiming always said whatever was on his mind. He immediately spilled the whole story like pouring beans from a jar. "Tell me, isn't that infuriating? What kind of people are they?" Sun Yiming was genuinely furious. Zhao Nanshan said calmly, "Forget it. There's no need to get angry over people like that." Zhao Nanshan's family background was far more complicated than Sun Yiming's, and he had learned to read people from a young age. Back on the train, he had already noticed that neither Wu Meiyu nor Lu Xiaoling had pleasant temperaments. So, he wasn't the least bit surprised that they would do something like this. Sun Yiming found no comfort from Zhao Nanshan. Spotting Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao watching the drama on the sidelines, he said directly, "Feng Lingyu, seeing you makes me feel like my situation isn't so bad after all." Zhao Nanshan and Gao Xiaodao were baffled by this remark. What did Sun Yiming mean? Sun Yiming looked at Feng Lingyu with sympathy. "This time, I'll just treat it like being bitten by a dog once. She won't get another chance. But you? You're different. You're being chased and bitten." Wu Meiyu and Lu Xiaoling, who were carrying their luggage over, happened to overhear Sun Yiming's words. Wu Meiyu was so angry she felt like spitting blood. The book hadn't written Sun Yiming as being this sharp-tongued. In the story, he was supposed to be a warm-hearted guy. As Wu Meiyu and Lu Xiaoling approached, Sun Yiming let out a cold snort, not sparing them any face. Wu Meiyu and Lu Xiaoling stiffened, but dared not say anything in return. And so, the group, which had never been particularly lively to begin with, now felt like it was freezing over. "All educated youths assigned to Qingshan village of Tuanjia commune, gather here. All educated youths assigned to Qingshan village of Tuanjia commune, gather here." Everyone picked up their luggage and headed toward the voice they had just heard. This time, no one helped Wu Meiyu and Lu Xiaoling with their bags. Fortunately, the distance was short, so they gritted their teeth and carried their luggage themselves as they followed. "Oh, so you can carry it after all?" Sun Yiming, who had a strong sense of justice and hated evil, couldn't resist mocking them. Wu Meiyu had no way to voice her frustration. Why couldn't she keep her mouth shut? Before even arriving, she had already offended people. Although Sun Yiming wasn't the male lead, he was far from insignificant in the book. If she could build a good relationship with him, it might be an advantage later. Lu Xiaoling was also on the verge of breaking down. Knowing full well what kind of person Wu Meiyu was, why had she bothered to strike up a conversation with her? She usually relied on her timid, gentle appearance to gain many benefits, but this time. "Are you the educated youths assigned to our village?" A middle-aged man with dark skin and shrewd eyes spoke to Feng Lingyu's group. Wu Meiyu, who had read the original novel, thought to herself, "Here it comes, here it comes. The plot is finally starting." According to the novel, this should be young Jiangwo, the village chief of Qingshan village. Yes, and you are? Sun Yiming stepped forward to ask. Young Jangwo said, I'm the current village chief of Qingshan village. Looking at the 5 educated youths standing before him, Young Jangwo continued, there are 11 people assigned to our village in total. 5 haven't arrived yet, so we'll have to wait a bit longer. Hearing this, everyone put down their luggage, wondering when the other 5 would show up. Young Jangwo called for the gathering every 5 minutes, afraid someone might miss it if they didn't hear. Although he had brought a wooden sign to hold up, there were too many villages picking people up today, and the area was filled with raised signs. Sighing, Young Jangwo recalled that the country had suffered disasters in recent years, and only their northeastern province had fared relatively well. As a result, people were being sent here in droves. Thinking about this, Young Jangwo felt troubled. 11 more people, plus the 12 older educated youths, that made 20 extra mouths to feed. After a while, when the remaining people still hadn't come out, Young Jangwo's face visibly darkened. It was a long way from the city back to Qingshan village. They first had to take a bus back to Tuanjia commune. If they delayed any longer, they might miss the last bus. And Young Jangwo had already arranged for old Liu, who drove the ox cart in the village, to wait for them at the commune to pick up the educated youths. If they couldn't make it back today, what would happen to old Liu? Just as Young Jangwo was about to lose patience, 5 people finally trudged over to him. These 5 looked unusually disheveled, as if they had been in a fight. What happened to you? The other educated youths from your train arrived long ago, Young Jangwo said, suppressing his anger. One of the male educated youths said sarcastically, it's because some people lost a few worthless things and insisted we help them find it. If we didn't, we weren't being comradely. Li Mingfeng was among this group, and the male speaker was named Wang Yi. Hearing this, Li Mingfeng knew he was talking about her. She immediately jumped in and said, so if it's not your stuff that's lost, you don't care? If it weren't for you, my luggage wouldn't have gone missing. You should have helped me find it. Seeing that the 2 were about to start arguing again, the remaining 3 quickly pulled them apart. These 3 were Lu Daqing, Qian Wen, and Xiao Yanfeng. They had been exhausted throughout the journey. Li Mingfeng and Wang Yi, for some reason, had been at odds with each other ever since they got on the train, constantly bickering. At first, everyone tried to mediate out of politeness. But later, as the 2 never let up, everyone grew impatient and stopped bothering with them. They had thought that once the train arrived, they would finally be free. But then another incident occurred as they got off. Li Mingfeng happened to be walking right in front of Wang Yi when they disembarked. Wang Yi was jostled by someone behind him and accidentally bumped into Li Mingfeng. One of Li Mingfeng's small bundles was knocked off. With so many people around, they were being pushed forward and couldn't stop to pick it up. Thus, after getting off the train, the 2 started arguing again. Li Mingfeng blamed Wang Yi for causing her to lose her luggage, while Wang Yi didn't think it was his fault. Someone else had bumped into him, and he was a victim too. The argument dragged on until, in the end, Li Mingfeng insisted that everyone go back and look for her bundle. The 5 of them ended up staying until the train was about to depart before leaving. Naturally, the bundle was never found. Seeing them bickering and pulling at each other, Young Jangwo's veins bulged with anger. Shut up. Do you want to get a disciplinary sanction the moment you arrive? Hearing this, everyone quickly separated and stood at attention. In those days, having a disciplinary sanction was a serious matter. At worst, it could affect whether they could return to the city. At best, it meant that promotions, raises, and honors would never come their way as long as they had a sanction. Chapter 57 Yang Jangwo's Recollection. I don't care what your reasons are. The fact is you didn't come out on time today. This is the first time, and it won't be tolerated again. Young Jangwo said sternly. Li Mingfeng and the others shrank their necks, not daring to cause any more trouble. If they offended the village officials right from the start, life would be hard for them from then on. Let's go. We'll head to the bus now. We might still catch the last one. Yang Jangwo glanced at everyone's expressions, said nothing more, and walked off directly. Wu Meiyu watched what was happening and felt somewhat pleased. The book had also described how Li Mingfeng and the other educated youths had argued at the train station, delaying their boarding time. Because of this, Young Jangwo, the village chief of Qingshan village, had formed a very poor impression of this new batch of educated youths. As soon as they arrived, he assigned them heavy labor. In his words, if they used all their strength on work every day, they wouldn't have the energy to cause trouble. Wu Meiyu had thought there might be changes in the group sent to Qingshan village this time. But now it seemed that only because Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao were added, Li Mingfeng and the others hadn't ended up in the same train car as them, unlike in the book. Watching Yang Jangwo walking ahead, Wu Meiyu resolved to get on good terms with him. Ignoring the strain of carrying her luggage, she quickened her pace to catch up. Seeing Wu Meiyu striding briskly, Sun Yiming was speechless. Feng Lingyu raised an eyebrow and extended her mental energy, ready to hear what Wu Meiyu was going to say. Chief Yang, may I ask how much longer it will take to reach Qingshan village after we get to the commune today? Wu Meiyu asked, pretending to be curious. Young Jiangwo had no particular objection to Feng Lingyu's group, so he didn't put on a stern face at Wu Meiyu's question and answered directly. Wu Meiyu had come to ask precisely because she knew this. She had already planned to head straight to the pickup point as soon as she got off the train. She had to change Yang Jiangwo's bad first impression of them. But seeing Sun Yiming take the initiative to ask for directions, and that her group seemed reliable, she assumed they wouldn't be late, so she kept quiet. She thought she had avoided the plot in the book, but Li Mingfeng and the others still delayed the schedule as before. Still, as long as she herself wasn't disliked, she didn't care about the others. By ox cart, it'll take about 2 hours. With all the luggage you've brought today, it'll probably take longer. Saying this, Yang Jiangwo felt a bit relieved that it was still summer, so it got dark late. If it were winter, it would get dark early, and the temperature would drop to dozens of degrees below zero. That would be terrible. Chief Yang, I've heard that the grain grown here in the northeast has helped many parts of the country in recent years. I specifically chose to come here for my rural placement. No one dislikes hearing nice words, and Yang Jiangwo was no exception. His expression visibly improved. The others following behind saw Wu Meiyu chatting amiably with Yang Jiangwo, each lost in their own thoughts. Pfft, bootlicker, Li Mingfeng muttered quietly. Feng Lingyu listened to the conversation between Yang Jiangwo and Wu Meiyu and found it quite interesting. When Yang Jiangwo came to pick them up, he only said he was the village chief of Qingshan village and nothing else. How did Wu Meiyu know his surname was Yang? Moreover, from her remarks, it seemed she knew a lot about Qingshan village. But how could Wu Meiyu, who grew up in the capital, know about a remote rural village in the northeast? Thinking back to her inexplicable probing and hostility toward herself and Xiao Ao. All these oddities made Feng Lingyu feel that Wu Meiyu must have a big secret. She just didn't know what it was. Pulling herself together, Feng Lingyu met a pair of eyes filled with malice. She flashed a big smile at the owner of those eyes, startling Li Mingfeng into quickly looking away. At the Danyang City bus station, it was already the departure time for most last buses, so there were few people around. Seeing that the bus to Unity Commune hadn't left yet, Yang Jiangwo breathed a sigh of relief. They had made it in time. The educated youths each bought their tickets and boarded the bus one by one, finding seats and sitting down. Probably tired, no one felt like talking once on the bus. They quietly closed their eyes to rest. Feng Lingyu didn't sleep. She felt the wind on her face, lost in thought. In summer, the bus windows were all open since there was no air conditioning. Looking out at the vast stretches of green land, all planted with various crops stretching endlessly, it was truly worthy of the famous Northeast Plain. It's made at China's granary. Was this the place where she would spend the next few years? Just as Feng Lingyu was immersed in the scenery outside, she suddenly felt someone's gaze on her. Turning her head, she met Yang Jiangwo's eyes. He was looking at her face with a complicated expression. Yang Jiangwo stared at Feng Lingyu's profile and fell into memory. Back then, the people of Qingshan village were all tenant farmers of the Feng family. The Feng family was kind and charged the lowest rent. This land was said to be the Feng family's ancestral grounds. They would return every year to pay respects to their ancestors. Every year when the Feng family came back for the ancestral rites, it was the liveliest time in the village. They would distribute things to the whole village, and in years of poor harvest, they would even reduce the rent for that year. The young master of the Feng family was about the same age as Yang Jiangwo. Several times, Yang Jiangwo would sneak a peek at the young master. When the young master caught Yang Jiangwo spying, he didn't despise him. Instead, he shared some tasty milk candy with him. Back then, he wasn't called Jiangwo yet. His name was Yang Guden. Later, the young master became the head of the Feng family and took a wife. Every year, he led everyone in the ancestral rites. In the early 1950s, a famine struck the area. When many families in the village were on the verge of starvation, the Feng family brought back a lot of grain, saving everyone's lives. This new educated youth in front of him looked exactly like a blend of the young master and his wife. And she was surnamed Feng. If this educated youth really was the young master's child, then he would definitely take good care of her. Feng Lingyu felt a bit nervous under Yang Jiangwo's gaze, but fortunately, he soon looked away. Thinking of the letter her father had left her, which said Qingshan village was the Feng family's ancestral land, could it be that Yang Jiangwo knew something? Soon, the bus arrived at the station. Feng Lingyu woke up Gao Xiaodao, who had slept the whole way. Xiaoyu, are we there? Gao Xiaodao rubbed her eyes groggily. She had slept soundly and was still a bit disoriented after being woken up. Gao Xiaodao didn't have Feng Lingyu's strong recovery ability. After these few days, she still felt very tired. Chapter 58 The Wolf is Coming. Seeing Gao Xiaodao's exhausted look, Feng Lingyu couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for her. We've arrived. Let's get off the cart. When we get back tonight, you should rest well. When Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao got off the cart, they saw Yang Jiangwo talking to an old man. This old man was probably the one the village had arranged to pick them up. This is old Lu, who drives the ox cart in our village. You can call him Uncle Lu. Alright, everyone's here, so get on the cart. Let's hurry up. By the time you reach the village, it'll already be dark, and you still need to tidy up your living quarters. Yang Jiangwo said, looking dissatisfied with everyone's slow movements. Hearing this, everyone perked up and quickened their pace. No one wanted to arrive at their destination very late. Old Lu's hoarse voice rang out. Everyone sit tight, we're leaving. Perhaps the consecutive transfers had drained everyone's energy. Except for Feng Lingyu, who was still full of spirit, everyone else looked a bit dazed. Sun Yiming saw Feng Lingyu sitting on the cart, still in the mood to look around, and he couldn't help but envy her. He was exhausted like a dog, but look at her. This was only the first day of going to the countryside. What was he going to do in the future? Yang Jiangwo and old Lu were already used to the scene. It was the same when the educated youths from the previous 3 sessions first arrived. After moving luggage all day, they were too tired to even speak. Sai, what do you think the higher-ups are thinking? Sending a bunch of little kids who can't carry anything on their shoulders or lift anything with their hands over here. What can they even do? Old Lu thought about the 11 new educated youths and couldn't help complaining. Yang Jiangwo sighed. How would we know what the higher-ups are thinking? As for these little kids, I just hope they don't cause any trouble. Remembering the commotion Li Mingfeng and Wang Yi's group had caused at the train station today, he felt a headache coming on. He could tell at a glance that these few were bound to be troublemakers. Once they've settled in, give them some heavier work first. When they learn to be afraid, they won't dare to cause trouble, old Lu suggested to Yang Jiangwo. Feng Lingyu used her mental energy to overhear the conversation between Yang Jiangwo and old Lu, and she knew the next few days were going to be tough. Looking at the oblivious faces of the people on the cart, Feng Lingyu felt a bit of sympathy. They probably thought they'd start with light work and ease into things. The last ray of sunlight disappeared, and the sky suddenly darkened. On the road, there was only the sound of the ox cart pressing against the ground and the chirping of insects all around. From the forest in the distance, strange bird calls occasionally echoed. The female comrades on the cart trembled in fear, and the men's faces didn't look good either. In the city, they had never experienced anything like this. Yang Jiangwo's voice rang out, "Don't be afraid. It's not completely dark yet. We'll be there in about half an hour." With Yang Jiangwo's reassurance, everyone's emotions visibly stabilized. Wang Yi even mustered the courage to joke, "I've heard the elders at home say that there are many forests in the northeast, and there are even wolves. Village chief, do you have any here?" "We did have wolves here before," Yang Jiangwo said slowly. Hearing this, the few timid ones, who had just calmed down, got nervous again. Yang Jiangwo continued, "But a few years ago, we also had a disaster here. When people had nothing to eat, they had to go up the mountains, didn't they? So now, there are hardly any animals on the mountains near the village. They've all run deep into the mountains." Seeing that Yang Jiangwo was easy to talk to at the moment, everyone boldly started chattering away. No matter what they asked, as long as he could answer, Yang Jiangwo replied to each one. Seeing that Feng Lingyu hadn't said a word, Gao Xiaodao asked softly, "Xiaoyu, what's wrong?" "Something's not right," Feng Lingyu said, staring at the forest not far away. Hearing Feng Lingyu's words, Wu Meiyu opened her mouth to mock. "Feng Lingyu, you're putting on an act again. No one else noticed anything wrong, only you." Wu Meiyu knew the plot of the book. She remembered it said they returned to the village safely, so she was certain nothing would happen on the road. Feng Lingyu ignored Wu Meiyu and directly said to Yang Jiangwo, "Village chief, there's movement in the forest. I suspect something is there." Seeing that Feng Lingyu didn't respond to her, Wu Meiyu clenched her fists in anger. "The village chief already said there are no animals here. Can you stop scaring everyone?" Everyone thought so too. They preferred to believe the village chief. Seeing Feng Lingyu's serious expression, Yang Jiangwo became stern as well. "I just know. Those who believe me, be prepared and stay alert. That's all I have to say." Feng Lingyu naturally couldn't say she sensed it with her mental energy, but she didn't feel like explaining either. After saying that, regardless of whether anyone believed her, Feng Lingyu jumped off the cart. This startled Yang Jiangwo, who thought she was about to do something. "Feng Lingyu, come back." No one expected Feng Lingyu to just pick up 2 wooden sticks from the roadside and then return to the cart. Seeing Feng Lingyu's actions, which didn't seem like she was lying, Yang Jiangwo thought it over and decided it was better to believe it than to risk it. If there really was some fierce beast, the lives of everyone on this cart would be at stake. Sun Yiming tugged at Zhao Nanshan and handed him something. "I don't think Feng Lingyu is the type to talk nonsense. I have 2 knives for self-defense here. Take one and stay alert." Zhao Nanshan nodded. He thought so too. But the knives were too small to be reliable. After thinking it over, Zhao Nanshan also jumped off the cart and, following Feng Lingyu's example, grabbed 2 sticks before returning. Young Jangwo said, "Everyone, find something to defend yourselves with." "I trust educated youth Feng." Old Lu muttered, "Could there really be a wild beast coming down the mountain?" In no time, everyone went to find something for self-defense and came back. Seeing that everyone had been persuaded, Wu Meiyu said angrily, "You've all been fooled by her. She just likes to show off." Enough. If you don't believe it, fine. No one's forcing you." Sun Yiming couldn't stand it anymore and cut her off. "You. Just listen to her then. I'd like to see what she does when nothing happens." Feng Lingyu's mind was entirely focused on the forest, and she had no mood to pay attention to what Wu Meiyu was saying. By now, it was completely dark. Apart from the faint starlight, there was no light at all. From the forest, the sound of something running could be heard from time to time. Sun Yiming swallowed his saliva. "Nanshan, do you sense anything?" Zhao Nanshan was also tense. "I don't know." Young Jangwo and Old Lu's faces changed instantly. This was bad. It was the call of the Wolf King. The rustling sounds all around became more and more obvious. Wu Meiyu no longer dared to be stubborn. She just wanted to survive. Feng Lingyu fixed her gaze on the forest, tightened her grip on the stick in her hand, and said calmly. Chapter 59. She is strong. As Feng Lingyu's words faded, pairs of green eyes lit up in the darkness. The ox pulling the cart sensed the danger and refused to move forward, no matter how much Uncle Lu cracked his whip. Yang Jangwo was also terrified, but he forced himself to stay calm to steady everyone's nerves. Howls rose and fell around them. Everyone on the cart was scared to death, and several girls were crying softly. "Why am I so unlucky? I just got to the countryside and now I'm going to be eaten by wolves." A few with weaker mental fortitude had already broken down, unable to even lift the sticks in their hands. The green eyes slowly closed in on the ox cart. Feng Lingyu said calmly, "If you don't want to die, pick up your sticks. Fight, and there might be hope. Give up now, and you're just waiting for death." Wang Yi, Chao Yanfeng, and the others thought she was right, so they picked up their sticks and prepared themselves. A wolf charged forward, trying to leap onto the cart. Gao Xiaodao swung her stick and knocked it down. Why were there wolves? Didn't the book say they would arrive safely? Was she going to die here before even meeting the male lead? "Wu Meiyu, if you can't help, fine, but can you stop screaming?" Sun Yiming was furious. Everyone else was gripping their sticks and fighting the wolves, but Wu Meiyu did nothing and only disturbed their focus. Soon, the ox cart was surrounded by wolves. They all stared hungrily at the people on the cart, poised to attack. With a howl from the strongest wolf, the pack launched a fierce assault. Everyone on the cart kept striking at the wolves trying to jump up, but it didn't solve the root problem. Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao were strong. Almost every wolf they hit would whimper for a long time and dare not advance again. The alpha wolf fixed its fierce gaze on Feng Lingyu. It knew she was the strongest among the group. If it could take her out, they would have a feast. Feng Lingyu also locked onto the alpha wolf. To catch the bandits, first catch the leader. The alpha wolf stepped toward the cart one pace at a time. Everyone's nerves were taut. This wolf was clearly not easy to deal with. The other wolves launched another wave of attacks. With the alpha wolf joining in, the pack fought with renewed ferocity. The stick in Wang Yi's hand was bitten in half by a wolf. On the other side, Zhao Nanshan's arm was caught in a wolf's jaws. Seeing his friend bitten, Sun Yiming's eyes widened in fury as he rushed to help. He pulled out the knife at his waist and drove it into the wolf's neck. "Nanshan, are you okay?" Sun Yiming asked, his voice trembling. Zhao Nanshan shook his head. "I'm fine. Focus on yourself. Don't worry about me." His face was pale, and he kept his hand pressed to the wound, but blood still seeped through his fingers. A large gash had been torn in his arm, bleeding continuously. It was unclear if the bone was damaged. The scent of blood further enraged the wolves. They lunged madly, and even Gao Xiaodao began to struggle. The others had also sustained various injuries. "Xiaoyu, if it comes to it, you should go first." "I know you can survive," Gao Xiaodao said, knowing Feng Lingyu had the strength to escape. Feng Lingyu said firmly, "I'm not leaving you behind. Don't worry, nothing will happen. I can't hold on anymore. I'll fight them to the death." Lu Daqing, who had been quiet all along, suddenly shouted. He felt hopeless. Rather than die cowardly, he might as well jump down and fight. Even killing a few wolves would be a win. Just as he was about to leap off the cart, Gao Xiaodao's cry came from the other side. "Xiaoyu, get up here." Feng Lingyu stood below the cart, her gaze cold as she stared at the people on it. Someone had pushed her from behind just now. Everyone on the cart wore worried expressions. Feng Lingyu scanned them one by one. Only Li Mingfeng, when meeting her eyes, instinctively looked away. "Xiaoyu, watch out." Gao Xiaodao shouted in alarm. Feng Lingyu had her back to the wolf pack. The alpha wolf seized the opportunity and lunged at her. Everyone on the cart forgot to breathe. Young Jangwo was especially anxious. If Feng Lingyu really was a descendant of the Feng family then. They all thought Feng Lingyu was doomed. Several girls shut their eyes in fear. Only Li Mingfeng watched the scene with excitement. But the bloody scene she imagined never came. The smile of anticipated victory froze on her face. How is this possible? Li Mingfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. In the instant the alpha wolf pounced, Feng Lingyu didn't even turn her head. She kept her eyes fixed on Li Mingfeng and gave her a smile. Then, with a reverse thrust of the wooden stick in her hand, she drove it straight through the wolf's neck. Time seemed to freeze. The moon had emerged at some point, casting silver light over Feng Lingyu. A few drops of wolf blood stained her face. In that scene, she looked like a demoness from hell, enchanting and mesmerizing. Everyone was stunned. For a moment, no one dared to speak. Li Mingfeng trembled on the side. That smile Feng Lingyu had just given was aimed at her. She must know it was her who pushed. Heaven was unfair. Why hadn't she died even after this? Why? Feng Lingyu calmly pulled the stick out. Only then did everyone notice that its end had been sharpened at some point. Blood dripped from the stick as it came out. Seeing their alpha dead, the wolves whimpered and crouched low, retreating step by step. When Feng Lingyu made no move, they tucked their tails and slipped into the woods. In an instant, only the alpha wolf's corpse remained on the ground. No one on the cart could believe it. The wolves had just left? They were saved? Feng Lingyu wiped the blood from her face with an indifferent hand and let out a scoff. What? All scared stiff. Gao Xiaodao quickly jumped off the cart and grabbed Feng Lingyu, checking her over. Xiaoyu, are you okay? She hadn't noticed until Feng Lingyu fell off the cart. Yang Jingwo also rushed over. Feng Lingyu, are you alright? Before Feng Lingyu could answer, torchlight and voices came from the distance. Chapter 60, Wound Infection. Come quick. Over here, a young man's voice called out. Dad, you're all okay. Thank goodness. Uncle Zhong and the others are here. The young man who arrived was Yang Jingwo's son, Yang Deli. Uncle Zhong was a well-known hunter in the village. As soon as he heard the wolf howls, he immediately sensed something was wrong. Yang Jingwo also wore an expression of having narrowly escaped death. He patted his son on the shoulder and said, I'm fine. Why did you all come? The villagers heard the wolf howls. Uncle Zhang said you might have run into wolves, so he organized some people from the village to come and check. Another group of people walked over holding torches. They were all able-bodied young men from the village. When the educated youths saw that the villagers had come out to meet them, they also relaxed. With the help of these villagers, the group quickly made their way back to the village. At the village entrance, a crowd stood waiting anxiously. Wang Yingzi had sharp eyes and spotted Yang Jingwo and the others from afar. They all swarmed over. After all, it had been wolves. Everyone was worried that their family members had met with an accident. Old Yang, are you alright? Yang Jingwo's wife, Lu Hohat, pulled Yang Jingwo around, looking him over. Seeing the noisy scene before him, Yang Jingwo cleared his throat and said loudly, those who are fine, go home. Don't all crowd around here. Yang Jingwo carried considerable authority in Qingshan village. As soon as he spoke, everyone went home. By this time, Zhao Nanshan's legs had gone weak, and he had been leaning on Sun Yiming the whole time. In the struggle with the wolves, everyone had some scratches or abrasions, but Zhao Nanshan was the most seriously injured. Feng Lingyu was the first to notice that Zhao Nanshan's condition was off. She looked at his flushed face and knew that his wound had become inflamed and he had a fever. Village chief, Zhao Nanshan has a fever. His wound needs to be treated immediately, Feng Lingyu said seriously to Yang Jingwo. Sun Yiming was so anxious he was about to cry. He said self-reproachfully, what? Nanshan, you have to hold on. It's all my fault. How did I not notice something was wrong with you? Yang Jingwo quickly had someone carry Zhao Nanshan into the clinic. Their village did have a barefoot doctor. Ma Dafu examined Zhao Nanshan's wound and said helplessly, his wound is infected. We don't have any anti-inflammatory medicine here. When Yang Jingwo heard this, his heart sank. The commune had anti-inflammatory medicine, but going to the commune and back would take 4 hours, let alone the fact that it was nighttime and they had just gone through the wolf incident. Who would be willing to go get the medicine? By the time they brought the medicine back tomorrow, it would be too late. Seeing that the village chief had fallen silent, Sun Yiming was so anxious he was about to cry. Is there no other way? Please save him. Save him. At this point, Zhao Nanshan was still somewhat conscious. He spoke faintly, Yiming, don't make things difficult for the village chief. This is my fate. You have to persevere from now on. Don't be impulsive. One day, you can return to the city. The other educated youths also felt sad seeing this scene. The joy of having narrowly escaped death turned heavy again. Gao Xiaodao felt conflicted at this moment. She didn't know if Xiaoyu could save him, but she couldn't speak up. What if Xiaoyu had other considerations? Wouldn't that ruin her plans? Just as everyone was immersed in the somber atmosphere, Feng Lingyu spoke. Sun Yiming's eyes lit up. He rushed in front of Feng Lingyu, clutching at her like she was his last lifeline. Sun Yiming thought this request was because Feng Lingyu was afraid everyone would disturb her, so he naturally agreed without hesitation. Ma Dafu hesitated. Feng Lingyu looked so young, could she really treat people? Seeing that no one was moving, Sun Yiming grew anxious and started pushing everyone out the door. Everyone out, everyone out. I trust Feng Lingyu. This was Zhao Nanshan's last hope. No matter what, they had to let Feng Lingyu try. It was better than lying here waiting to die. Inside the clinic, after confirming that everyone had left, Feng Lingyu took out silver needles from her space. She first used the needles to seal the acupoints on Zhao Nanshan's arm, then cleaned his wound with spiritual spring water. With the spiritual spring water, it should be able to eliminate the bacteria on his hand and achieve an anti-inflammatory effect. To be safe, Feng Lingyu also made Zhao Nanshan drink a small cup of spiritual spring water. After handling all of this, Feng Lingyu went out and called Ma Dafu in. What's wrong? Has it gotten worse? Ma Dafu asked anxiously. No, I've already disinfected his wound. He shouldn't have a fever anymore. You can stitch up his wound now. Treating the wound was easy to explain. She could just say she had medicine. But stitching was really hard to explain, so it was better to let a professional handle it. He really has no fever now. Ma Dafu marveled in amazement. Sun Yiming paced back and forth outside, as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Wu Meiyu muttered, who knows if she's just pretending. Do you really believe she knows medicine? If you don't have anything to say, no one thinks you're mute. I trust Feng Lingyu. Even if she can't help, I'm still grateful to her. Wu Meiyu was startled, but seeing Sun Yiming's angry expression, she didn't dare say anything more. You can come in now. He's fine. Dr. Ma is stitching up his wound, Feng Lingyu said as she walked out and called Sun Yiming inside. After all that talk, it's still Dr. Ma's credit. Wu Meiyu just couldn't stand to see Feng Lingyu do well, and she spoke disdainfully. Wu Meiyu, what else can you do all day besides make snide remarks? Shut your stinking mouth. Sun Yiming really didn't want to give Wu Meiyu any face anymore. After saying this, he walked straight into the clinic. He didn't have time to deal with her now. You're here. I've finished stitching him up. Thanks to Comrade Feng for treating his wound and disinfecting it, or it would have been really dangerous, Ma Dafu said to Sun Yiming. Sun Yiming bowed deeply to Feng Lingyu, who was standing to the side. Thank you. You saved my brother's life. From now on, your matters are our matters. Thinking that Sun Yiming and Zhao Nanshan had indeed been quite reliable along the way, and that they might be useful in the future, Feng Lingyu nodded to acknowledge his gratitude. Chapter 61. The Educated Youth Point. Seeing that Zhao Nanshan should be fine, Feng Lingyu walked out directly. Yang Jiangwo quickly asked, how is it inside? Is everything okay? If an educated youth had gotten into trouble on the very first day here, Yang Jiangwo's position as village chief would be over. Feng Lingyu said, it's fine now. He just needs to rest and recover properly. The worry that had hung over Yang Jiangwo all night finally settled. Seeing that the others present still had untreated wounds, he said, everyone, take care of your own minor injuries. I'll have Ma Dafu bring out a bottle of alcohol. Under normal circumstances, these small wounds might have been ignored, healing on their own in a few days. But Zhao Nanshan's infected wound had left a shadow over everyone, so each person carefully cleaned their own injuries. The stinging pain of alcohol on the wounds made several people gasp sharply. Only after everyone had finished tending to themselves did Yang Jiangwo speak again. Come on, I'll take you to the educated youth point first to get settled. You've all had a scare. I'll give you 5 days to adjust, and after that, you'll start work. Everyone's faces lit up with joy. Many educated youths had to start working the very day they arrived, but this group had unexpectedly turned misfortune into good fortune, gaining a few days of rest. Yang Jiangwo led Feng Lingyu and the others toward the educated youth point. Along the way, he kept updating them on the current situation there. This educated youth point was renovated just a few years ago. It's a neat, square courtyard. There are 8 bedrooms in total, half for men and half for women. Right now, 12 veteran educated youths live here, so the rooms are still quite spacious. Once you get there, discuss among yourselves how to arrange the rooms. As for meals and such, the village doesn't get involved. You'll need to sort that out with the veteran educated youths yourselves. Since you're new, the village will give each of you 50 gene of grain, which you'll repay with work points at the end of the year. What if we don't have enough work points? Asked a few of the weaker ones, worried they wouldn't earn enough to cover it. Then you'll make up the difference with money. But I'd advise you to work hard. If you have surplus work points, you'll not only get grain at the end of the year, but also some cash and tickets. Some young people, when they first arrived in the countryside, didn't work hard and earned so few work points they couldn't even support themselves, relying on family subsidies. But in times like these, how many families could afford such subsidies? After going hungry a few times, they'd still have to get to work properly. As he spoke, they reached the gate of the educated youth point. A faint light was still visible inside, meaning no one had gone to sleep yet. The person who opened the door was Yan Wei, the elected head of the educated youth point. Seeing the group behind young Jiangwo, he knew these were this year's new educated youths. Yan Wei led everyone into the courtyard. We heard you ran into wolves on the road and figured you'd be back late, so we haven't gone to bed yet. Yang Jiangwo had always found Yan Wei reliable. He had managed the educated youth point for several years without any major issues. I've always trusted you to handle things. By the way, there are 11 new educated youths this year, 5 men and 6 women. You arrange things as you see fit. It's gotten too late today, so I'll head back. Oh, and I've given them 5 days off, so they don't need to work tomorrow. After handing Feng Lingyu and the others over to Yan Wei, Yang Jiangwo left. He was tired, and he also needed to report the wolf encounter from tonight, so he had to go back and find someone to discuss it with. Once young Jiangwo was gone, the other educated youths came out of their rooms. Lu Xiaowei said sarcastically, "Why do they get 5 days off just for showing up? That's so unfair. If you ask me, we should have just gone to sleep instead of waiting up this late. They don't have to work tomorrow, but we have to be up at dawn." Lu Xiaowei had always been a competitive and assertive one among the veteran educated youths. If anything didn't go her way, she would surely make a fuss. Hearing young Jiangwo say the new arrivals would get 5 days off, she immediately felt resentful. Why? When she first arrived, she had to start working the very next day. The other veteran educated youths were also unhappy inside, but none of them voiced it like Lu Xiaowei did. Xiao Yanfeng, who had been frightened all day, immediately shot back, "Why don't you take a walk through a wolf pack? Then the village chief would give you time off too." Lu Xiaowei was about to retort when Yan Wei stepped in and cut her off. "Enough. The new comrades just got here today. What's all this arguing about?" Then Yan Wei turned to Feng Lingyu and the others and said, "Lu Xiaowei has always been like this. Don't take it to heart. Let me show you the rooms first." Wasn't this just a carrot-and-stick approach? On the surface, he seemed fair and impartial, but in reality, he was still siding with the veteran educated youths. Feng Lingyu saw through it clearly. Handling things this way would likely create discord between the new and veteran educated youths. On the men's side, there are 6 of us and we've taken 2 rooms. You new arrivals can take the other 2. Same for the women. As for how you split them up, you can decide among yourselves. Yan Wei showed everyone the remaining rooms. These rooms had all been built for the educated youths, with identical layouts, so there wasn't much to choose from. By the way, weren't there supposed to be 5 male comrades? Where are the other 2? Yan Wei only then noticed 2 were missing. Lu Daqing explained, Comrade Xiao Nanshan was seriously injured, so one person stayed behind at the clinic to take care of him. After hearing the explanation, Yan Wei didn't ask any more questions and went back to his room to rest, leaving the new arrivals to sort themselves out. Among the men, Lu Daqing, Xianwen, and Wang Yi shared one room, leaving the other for Zhao Nanshan and Sun Yiming. Among the women, Li Mingfeng now wanted to stay as far away from Feng Lingyu as possible, so she naturally wouldn't share a room with her. Wu Meiyu, on the other hand, was determined to figure out Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao's situation and insisted on rooming with them. In the end, Li Mingfeng, Qiao Yanfeng, and Lu Xiaoling shared one room, while Feng Lingyu, Gao Xiaodao, and Wu Meiyu shared another. Feng Lingyu was fine with this arrangement because she also wanted to uncover the secrets Wu Meiyu carried. She needed to be given a chance to get close before Wu Meiyu would slip up. Due to the climate in the northeast, every household had a heated brick bed, or kang, since there was no way to sleep through the winter without one. Feng Lingyu estimated that the kang in the room could fit 6 people lying side by side, taking up half the room space. That was fine, the 3 of them could each sleep on their own without touching each other. Gao Xiaodao proactively placed her bedding in the middle, intending to separate Wu Meiyu from Feng Lingyu. She wasn't about to let that scheming woman get close to Xiaoyu. Chapter 62, Lu Xiaowei asks for trouble. After some tossing and turning, they finally lay down on the bed. Gao Xiaodao let out a comfortable, long sigh. Before long, her breathing steadied. It seemed she was truly exhausted, falling asleep almost as soon as her head hit the pillow. Feng Lingyu also pretended to fall asleep, but in reality, her consciousness entered the space. The animals she had raised in the space before going to the countryside had all grown up. Fortunately, the space had a self-cleaning function, so she didn't need to deal with the manure herself. Moreover, new chickens, ducks, and geese had hatched, achieving sustainable development. From now on, there would be no shortage of meat to eat. Feng Lingyu collected all the various eggs from the ground into the warehouse. Over these many days, she had stored up over 1,000 eggs. She also picked all the ripe fruits and vegetables, planning to sell them when the opportunity arose. After several rounds of planting, the space had expanded a little. Although it wasn't very noticeable, Feng Lingyu was already delighted. At least she could see hope, right? After tidying up the space, Feng Lingyu went to sleep peacefully. Around dawn, when the sky was just beginning to lighten, voices came from the yard. The older, educated youths had gotten up to wash up. Feng Lingyu reached out from under the covers to check her watch. It was only a little past 5. Most of the new educated youths were woken up. Seeing that it was still dark outside, they couldn't help but feel some resentment. After all the trouble yesterday, they had only slept a few hours. Couldn't they show some consideration for the newcomers and keep it down? Lu Xiaowei deliberately made her movements loud when she got up in the morning. Why should the newcomers still be sleeping while they had to go to work? The other older, educated youths understood Lu Xiaowei's intentions, but no one stepped in to stop her. Qiao Yanfeng was furious and wanted to go out and argue, but Lu Xiaoling held her back. Forget it. We just got here. It's not good to start a conflict with them. Once they leave, we can go back to sleep, Lu Xiaoling said, thinking it was better not to cause trouble as newcomers. Qiao Yanfeng understood the logic. After calming down, she dropped the idea of going out. Seeing that the newcomers didn't react, Lu Xiaowei intensified her noisemaking. In Feng Lingyu's room, Wu Meiyu was also woken up. She was about to complain when she saw Feng Lingyu stop her with a look. She glanced over and saw that Gao Xiaotao was still sleeping soundly. Feng Lingyu probably didn't want her to wake Gao Xiaotao. Thinking this, Wu Meiyu dared not make a sound. After all, she hadn't forgotten how Feng Lingyu had killed the wolf last night. Suddenly, the sharp sound of a basin being dropped and unrestrained laughter came from outside. Gao Xiaotao was on the verge of being woken up. Wu Meiyu saw Feng Lingyu's eyes sharpen, her whole demeanor turning terrifying, and then she walked straight out the door. Oh no! Those people outside were asking for trouble. Provoking this demon would only bring them harm. Lu Xiaowei was laughing loudly with the female educated youth in her room, her laughter sharp and piercing. Suddenly, no one in the yard was speaking. Only her voice remained. Lu Xiaowei sensed something was wrong. What's up? Why did everyone stop talking? Yang Hongying, who was usually on good terms with her, tugged at her and gestured for her to look behind. Lu Xiaowei turned around and saw Feng Lingyu standing behind her, staring coldly. That gaze felt like knives stabbing into her, sending chills down her spine. What's the matter? Standing behind someone without a sound, trying to scare someone to death. Lu Xiaowei said defiantly. She wasn't afraid of these newcomers. They were all cowards. Anyone could hear the storm brewing beneath Feng Lingyu's calm, flat voice. Especially the few educated youths who had experienced the wolf-killing incident yesterday. Hearing the sudden silence outside, they came out and saw Feng Lingyu confronting Lu Xiaowei. What's it to you? Lu Xiaowei shot back, not backing down. Lu Xiaowei said smugly, I've always had a loud voice. You newcomers better get used to it. Feng Lingyu stepped closer to Lu Xiaowei, one step at a time. Wang Yi, Qianwen, and the others felt their hearts tighten. That woman Lu Xiaowei was really asking for it, provoking the one person who couldn't be tolerated. The older educated youths, including Lu Xiaowei, didn't take Feng Lingyu's actions seriously. Lu Xiaowei continued to provoke. Experience? You? Don't tell me your parents didn't teach you before letting you out. What are you doing? Before she could finish, she couldn't make another sound. Feng Lingyu walked up to her and gave her a faint, carefree smile. Then, under everyone's incredulous gaze, she gripped Lu Xiaowei's throat with one hand and slowly lifted her off the ground. Though Feng Lingyu spoke in the most ordinary tone, everyone felt every word strike their hearts, like a demon's whisper in their ears. Lu Xiaowei's face was flushed red. Her feet flailed wildly in the air, and her hands desperately clawed at Feng Lingyu's hand, trying to pry it open. Hearing Feng Lingyu's question, she could only make choking sounds from her throat, unable to form a complete sentence. Seeing that Lu Xiaowei was about to collapse, Yan Wei quickly snapped out of it and said urgently, Feng Lingyu, let go. Lu Xiaowei can't hold on. Others. The educated youths who had shared hardships also began to plead. If Lu Xiaowei died, Feng Lingyu wouldn't escape either. Why throw herself away? Feng Lingyu naturally wouldn't kill Lu Xiaowei in front of everyone. Judging the timing was about right, she let go. Lu Xiaowei crashed to the ground with a thud, gasping for fresh air, trembling all over, utterly pathetic. You're right. I really don't have parents to teach me. My parents have already sacrificed themselves. But someone like you would be better off without parents teaching you than with them. Feng Lingyu stood there, even flexing her fingers slightly, and said mockingly. No one present dared to say a word. Feng Lingyu's parents were martyrs, and Lu Xiaowei had been the first to run her mouth about someone else's parents. No wonder Feng Lingyu had lost her temper. Feng Lingyu scanned the crowd and finally fixed her gaze on Yan Wei. Do you always get up this lively in the mornings? Qiao Yanfeng and the others stood behind Feng Lingyu. Since someone had taken the lead, they should stand together. At these words, several older educated youths flushed red. Some things were clear to everyone, but bringing them up openly was shameful. Chapter 63. Bottom line. Yan Wei felt a bit embarrassed and said dryly, no, Today was an accident. Yan Wei wanted to smooth things over, but Feng Lingyu had no intention of giving him that face. Since they had already clashed today, she might as well make things clear. Everyone knows whether it was an accident or not. I didn't want to cause trouble as soon as I arrived, but if someone tries to climb all over me, don't blame me for stomping their face into the ground. Feng Lingyu had completely torn off the old educated youth's fig leaf, and their expressions were not good. Qiao Yanfeng also stepped forward and said, "Last night, this girl named Lu Xiaowei came looking for trouble, and today she's even worse. We want you to know that we newcomers aren't pushovers either." Wang Yi and the others quickly chimed in, "That's right." Feng Lingyu didn't have a strong impression of Qiao Yanfeng. They hadn't interacted much along the way. But from her behavior last night and today, she seemed straightforward and outspoken. This type of person was the easiest to deal with. They said what they thought to your face, so at least you didn't have to worry about them stabbing you in the back. Yan Wei also knew they were in the wrong here. He hadn't kept Lu Xiaowei in check, and he thought letting her vent would be enough. The new educated youths probably wouldn't dare to offend the old-timers. As the person in charge of the educated youth point, I failed to manage them properly. I apologize to you, and I guarantee nothing like this morning will happen again. As for Lu Xiaowei, she's already been punished. Look, since things had come to this, Yan Wei knew that arguing would only make the situation uglier. It was better to apologize directly, but he still pleaded for Lu Xiaowei. "I'll let today slide. But if she doesn't watch her step in the future, I won't be so easygoing. The charge of insulting a martyr alone is enough to give her a hard time." Since Yan Wei had stepped up too, Feng Lingyu didn't press further. Lu Xiaowei's voice trembled as she said, "I was wrong. I won't speak carelessly again." Seeing Lu Xiaowei, who was usually arrogant and domineering, in such a sorry state today, some of the old educated youths felt a bit of pity. They thought Feng Lingyu had gone too far. Feng Lingyu didn't know what the old educated youths were thinking, and even if she did, she didn't care. From the start, she never intended to get involved with these educated youths. "Alright, it's almost time to start work. Everyone, pack up and gather, don't be late." Yan Wei's words snapped everyone back to reality. Being late would mean losing work points. Soon, the old educated youths in the yard paired up and left in twos and threes, Lu Xiaowei following along. In the yard, Qiao Yanfeng looked at Feng Lingyu with admiration and said, "Feng Lingyu, you're amazing. I think they won't dare to bully us anymore." Unexpectedly, Feng Lingyu shook her head at this. "You're thinking too simply. These people have been here for years and know the village situation much better than we do. If things get too ugly, it'll ultimately be to our disadvantage." Qiao Yanfeng didn't understand. Feng Lingyu said it was best not to make things too ugly, yet she had just dealt with Lu Xiaowei today. That seemed contradictory. "That's because I was in the right today, so I wasn't afraid to clash with them. Besides, we didn't reach the point of a complete fallout today." Qiao Yanfeng and the others wanted to ask more, but Feng Lingyu turned and went back to her room. "Go back and get some more sleep." Feng Lingyu felt she had given enough reminders. She couldn't be bothered to say more. In today's confrontation, both Yan Wei and Feng Lingyu had held back. To the villagers, all these educated youths were outsiders. When dealing with certain matters, they had to unite and stick together to avoid being bullied. If they truly fell out, it would benefit no one. But the newcomers couldn't afford to show weakness just to get along. They still had to reveal their bottom line. That was the undercurrent hidden beneath today's clash. Regardless, Yan Wei and the old educated youths wouldn't really let the educated youth point fall apart. Back in the room, Wu Meiyu had been eavesdropping by the window. She was startled when Feng Lingyu suddenly came in and awkwardly returned to her king. This part wasn't in the book. In the book, they never encountered wolves, so Yang Jiangwo never gave them 5 days off, and the old educated youths naturally wouldn't cause trouble out of jealousy. It was this small difference that changed everything that followed. But these changes were all minor details, so Wu Meiyu wasn't worried. As long as it didn't affect her approach to the male lead, it didn't matter. Moreover, all the differences started with Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao. In the original book, these two never appeared. Last night, Feng Lingyu single-handedly killing the wolf showed she was no ordinary person. Wu Meiyu had just overheard that Feng Lingyu's parents had died, but she still needed to find out more about her background. Otherwise, she really couldn't rest easy. Feng Lingyu noticed Wu Meiyu's little moves, but decided to ignore them for now. When Feng Lingyu went out to confront them, she used her spatial ability to shield Gao Xiaodao's head, keeping outside noise from reaching her. So when she walked over to the king, Gao Xiaodao was still sleeping soundly, even smacking her lips. Seeing this, Feng Lingyu's gaze softened, and she gently tucked the blanket around Gao Xiaodao. In truth, Feng Lingyu hadn't planned to get involved at first. If they hadn't nearly woken Gao Xiaodao, she wouldn't have gone out. The girl Xiaodao was clearly exhausted and needed a good rest. She checked the time, it was just past 6, still early. Feng Lingyu also slipped into bed, planning to catch some more sleep. Wu Meiyu stared in disbelief. Feng Lingyu was going back to sleep. It was the summer harvest season. Most capable villagers were out working, even 5- or 6-year-old kids were in the fields doing what they could. Because of the summer heat, villagers got up very early during the harvest. They could work more in the cool morning and rest at home when the sun was high at noon. Otherwise, harvesting under the scorching sun would leave many people heat-struck. The old educated youths had been there a long time, the longest had been 5 years, and were familiar with the villagers. As they walked, villagers greeted them. "Hey, educated youth Yen, didn't the new educated youths arrive? Where are they?" Aunt Tian asked, noticing only the original group at work. A few gossipy village women also looked curiously at Yen Wei. Hearing this, the old educated youth's expression shifted as they recalled the cause of their morning conflict. Yen Wei replied with a smile, "Aunt Tian, the village head said they encountered wolves and got scared, so he gave them 5 days off." Chapter 64. Discussion at the educated youth point. Aunt Tian curled her lip at this answer. They're just too delicate. It was the height of the busy farming season. If the new educated youth also came to work, that would mean a few more laborers, and everyone could take it a bit easier, couldn't they? Several women who often gossiped together also looked displeased. Just then, village chief Yang Jiangwo arrived. His daughter, Yang Lemei, was the village's scorekeeper, so she was also on the ridge. "Dad, why are you here? Didn't Mom tell you to rest properly?" Yang Lemei frowned. Yang Jiangwo waved his hand. "I'm fine. This is the critical time for the harvest. How could I not come?" With that, Yang Jiangwo began to walk around and inspect. The village's grain was almost fully harvested. He estimated that with about 3 more days of work, it would be finished. This year's grain harvest was very good. After handing in the public grain, there should be enough to fill their stomachs. He hoped the weather would stay clear for the next week. If it rained and the grain couldn't dry properly, that would be trouble. As Yang Jiangwo walked, he calculated in his mind. Turning his head, he spotted Yen Wei carrying straw. He asked, "Yen Wei, how are the new educated youth doing? No problems, right?" Yen Wei naturally wouldn't mention the conflict from this morning. Smiling, he said, "Village chief, they were exhausted yesterday. They're probably still sleeping now." Even Yang Jiangwo, a seasoned farmer, had found yesterday's work extremely tiring, let alone those tender-skinned city kids. That was why Yang Jiangwo had let them rest. If they collapsed from exhaustion or fell ill right after arriving, he, as village chief, wouldn't be able to answer for it. Yang Jiangwo nodded. "Good, as long as there's no trouble." After Yang Jiangwo left, the veteran educated youth Zhu Hongye sidled up to Yen Wei and said, "This village chief is really biased. And you, Lao Yen, why didn't you mention what Feng Lingyu did this morning? The village chief hates troublemakers the most." Zhu Hongye genuinely couldn't understand why Yen Wei had covered for Feng Lingyu in front of the village chief, even warning everyone not to talk about it. Yen Wei continued carrying the straw, speaking slowly and deliberately. "Matters within our educated youth point are our own affairs. Taking them outside won't do anyone any good. Besides, we weren't in the right in what happened this morning either." That might be true, but Zhu Hongye still couldn't swallow his anger. "So we're just letting it go? I can tell the new ones aren't easy to deal with." Yen Wei paused in his work of moving the straw, looked at Zhu Hongye and said, "In any case, internal conflicts are internal conflicts. Besides, this is just a small matter. There's no need to be truly at odds." At the educated youth courtyard, Gao Xiaodao had finally woken up. Sitting on the kang, she stretched lazily. That sleep was so comfortable. "Xiaoyu, have you eaten yet?" "I'm hungry." "Not yet. I was waiting for you to wake up so we could eat together." Feng Lingyu jumped down from the kang and answered while folding her quilt. Gao Xiao said, touched Xiaoyu, "You're so good to me." "Hee, I'll get up right away." After the two had tidied up, they walked out of the room. The others had already gotten up and were sitting in the yard. Seeing everyone looking at them, Gao Xiao felt a little embarrassed. She and Xiaoyu had gotten up too late. Xiao Yanfang spoke first. "Feng Lingyu, Gao Xiao, you're up. Yang Deli, the village chief's son, just came by and delivered our rations. 50 jin of grain each, including 45 jin of coarse grain and 5 jin of fine grain. Come take a look." Gao Xiao walked over and hefted the bag on the ground. "Xiaoyu, it's about 50 jin of grain. I'd say there's even a few extra liang." Everyone was happy to hear the grain was a bit more than expected. It showed that life in this village wasn't too hard, and the villagers were honest people. "Have you all eaten breakfast? Why is everyone sitting in the yard?" Gao Xiao looked at them curiously. Wang Yi said, "We just got the grain, so we haven't eaten yet. We were discussing the meal situation. Since you're here, tell us your thoughts." Gao Xiao looked at Feng Lingyu. She would follow whatever Xiaoyu said. "Is there any need to discuss it now?" Feng Lingyu looked puzzled. Qiao Yanfeng and Wang Yi exchanged a glance, both seeing confusion in the other's eyes. "Why isn't there a need to discuss it?" Feng Lingyu said, "Have you forgotten about the veteran educated youth? We can't get around them on the meal issue, like using the kitchen, for example. What's the use of us discussing it among ourselves? Right? Everyone suddenly realized. It was useless for them to discuss it on their own. Seeing the look of understanding on their faces, Feng Lingyu continued, besides, we're not all here. Sun Yiming and Zhao Nanshan are still at the clinic. Let's wait until they get back. Qiao Yanfeng, Wang Yi, and the others blushed. They really had forgotten about Sun Yiming and Zhao Nanshan. Since that was the case, there was nothing more to discuss. They would wait until everyone was together to make proper plans. So, for this breakfast, are we eating together or separately? Qiao Yanfeng was also hungry and was about to go to the kitchen to cook. Separately. Xiao Dao and I have big appetites. You go ahead and cook first. We'll go back to our room to tidy up. After saying this, Feng Lingyu didn't wait for anyone's reaction and led Gao Xiaodao back to the room. There was no way she was going to eat with everyone. If they ate together, how could she cook her own special meals? With so many people, if she ate too well, she would definitely be resented. Besides, she didn't plan to live with them for long. She would definitely find a chance to move out later. There's only one kitchen. If we're outside now, it'll be a long time before it's our turn. And Gao Xiaodao immediately got anxious. Xiaoyu, and what? And I brought food. We can fill our stomachs without having to fight with them over the kitchen. Feng Lingyu said with a smile. Hearing there was food, Gao Xiaodao was pleasantly surprised. She thought they had finished all the food they brought with them. She didn't expect there was still some. Feng Lingyu opened one of her leather suitcases, and Gao Xiaodao was stunned. It was filled with all kinds of durable pastries, candies, and biscuits. There were even a few cans of milk powder and malted milk. She never expected Xiaoyu's suitcase to be completely filled with food. Feng Lingyu showed a rare, childlike smile and said proudly, as a foodie, how could my luggage not have food in it? Eat up. Gao Xiaodao was so moved that tears flowed from her mouth. Chapter 65. Is she of the Feng family? What did you say? She really looks that much like them, an elderly voice exclaimed in shock. At the Qingshan village branch office, Yang Zhengwo sat together with several elders. Yes, not only does she look like them, but her surname is also Feng. That makes me think. After inspecting the fields, Yang Zhengwo had gathered a few respected elders in the village to discuss Feng Lingyu. They were Old Man Yang, Old Man Wang, and Yang Zhengwo's father, Yang Niushan. Yang Niushan thought carefully for a moment, then said in a deep voice, we can't take this lightly. We need to confirm her identity first. Although there was a 70% chance that Feng Lingyu was a descendant of the Feng family, what if she wasn't? Their Qingshan village had finally achieved a stable life. Wouldn't this stir up trouble again? Old Man Yang, now the most senior member of the village, tapped his pipe on the table and said, the situation isn't good right now, and the Feng family are capitalists. We really can't rush into acknowledging her. Find a chance to test her privately. If she truly is a descendant of the Feng family, then our Qingshan village isn't ungrateful. We must protect her. Old Man Yang made his stance clear. He looked at the others present and continued, but what worries me most is that the Feng family may already be in grave danger. Yang Zhengwo's eyes widened as he sat up straight, startled. How could that be? In Yang Zhengwo's eyes, the Feng family was an unattainable presence. How could such a giant simply fall? Moreover, from his observations, Gao Xiaodao, who was always by Feng Lingyu's side, didn't seem like an ordinary person either. He remembered that the young master of the Feng family, Feng Dingbang, always had a shadow-like guard with him. Gao Xiaodao was probably that kind of guard too. At this point, Old Man Wang, who had been silent, spoke up. What kind of family is the Feng family? If they weren't desperate, why would they send their child to the countryside? And of all places, it happens to be our Qingshan village. Haven't you thought about why? Old Man Wang had watched Yang Zhengwo grow up. Seeing him fail to grasp such a simple logic, he had a tone of frustration. Even though Yang Zhengwo was over 40, he didn't feel embarrassed by the scolding. He just gave a simple, honest smile. Yang Niushan also shot Yang Zhengwo a glare. Back when they chose Yang Zhengwo as village chief, it was a decision made by the elders. Yang Zhengwo was loyal and not selfish. Though he wasn't the sharpest, he was still capable enough to manage Qingshan village. You need to find out quickly whether she is or isn't, so we can make arrangements, Yang Niushan instructed Yang Zhengwo. Yang Zhengwo nodded. Actually, I think even if she isn't from the Feng family, she's not from an ordinary household either. With that, Yang Zhengwo recounted the incident from last night when they encountered wolves. That was the alpha of the wolf pack. We all thought she'd get her throat bitten off, but instead, she turned around and drove a stick straight through the wolf's neck. Yang Niushan and Old Man Wang couldn't believe it. What kind of skill and judgment did it take to land a hit like that without even looking back? Even Uncle Zhang, the village's old hunter, couldn't have done that in his youth. It seems, whether she's a child of the Feng family or not, we can't afford to let our guard down. By the time the sun reached its peak in the sky, the people working in the fields knew it was about time to head home for lunch. As soon as the end-of-shift signal sounded, everyone paired up and headed home. Yan Wei and the others also returned to the educated youth point. Since the summer harvest had a long midday break, they didn't leave anyone behind to cook. They'd cook when they got back. If it were autumn harvest or spring planting, they would arrange for someone to come back early and prepare the meal. After a morning of hard labor, everyone was exhausted and drenched in sweat. When they got back to the educated youth point, they all sat down in the yard to rest. Wang Xiaoyan walked into the kitchen. Today, it was her and Yang Hongying's turn to cook. Seeing the empty water vat, Wang Xiaoyan was furious. She stormed into the yard. Those new arrivals used up all our water, and the firewood is gone too. What? Then how are we supposed to cook lunch? The older educated youths were all seething with anger. Sure, they had been in the wrong this morning, but hadn't they already apologized? Did they have to bully them like this? Feng Lingyu might be formidable, but if they were going to push people around like this, they'd report it higher up. Would the village chief just stand by and do nothing? Chao Yanfeng and the others had just finished eating and were resting in their rooms when suddenly the door was pounded on. Soon, the new educated youths were all called out. Wang Yi said impatiently, "What do you want now? Looking for trouble again?" Yan Wei asked, "I'm asking you, did you use up the water and firewood in the kitchen?" Seeing Wang Yi's indifferent attitude, Zhu Hongya's temper flared. "If you used it, what are we supposed to use when we get back? How are we supposed to make lunch? Even if you used it, didn't it occur to you to refill it?" These questions left the newcomers red-faced. They really hadn't thought about it. They had just eaten and gone back to rest. "Sorry, we just got here and didn't realize this was an issue." Since they were in the wrong, there was no point in denying it. Chao Yanfeng was straightforward. "What good is a simple apology? We've been working all morning, and now we have to go fetch water and gather firewood," Zhu Hongya said sarcastically, looking at Chao Yanfeng. "Since we used it, we'll go replenish it." As soon as he finished speaking, except for Chao Yanfeng, the faces of the others changed. In this heat, right at noon, going out to gather firewood and fetch water. Zhu Hongya had been in the countryside for years. Seeing their expressions, he knew exactly what they were thinking. "That's easy for you to say. Why don't you ask the people behind you if they're willing?" "Of course they're willing. Wang Yi, Qian Wen." Lu Daqing first asked the two boys he roomed with, but they both avoided his gaze. Let alone Wu Meiyu, Lu Xiaoling, and the others. Just as the tension hung in the air, Chao Yanfeng stepped forward. "I'm willing. If they won't go, I'll go with you. Just the two of you, and one of you is a woman? By the time you're done, will we even get to eat lunch?" The others who didn't want to go felt ashamed. Wang Yi gritted his teeth and stammered, "Then I'll go too." Once Wang Yi had spoken, the rest couldn't keep up their thick faces, and all said they would go fetch water and gather firewood. Just as they were about to leave, Yang Hongying quietly reminded them, "What about the other two among you?" Yang Hongying was Lu Xiaowei's roommate and close friend, always together. Lu Daqing suddenly realized right, where were Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaotao? Chapter 66, The Eaters. Whenever something happens, they disappear? Wu Meiyu said loudly on purpose. "Yeah, everyone used the water and firewood, so why should Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaotao get out of it? Looking for me?" A cold voice came from the door. Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaotao had gone out for a stroll after eating the pastries to familiarize themselves with the surroundings. They didn't expect to hear someone mention them as soon as they returned. Everyone turned to look and found Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaotao standing at the door, no one knew when. "We use their water and firewood, so we need to replenish them," Wang Yi quickly explained, hoping Feng Lingyu would lose her temper like she did in the morning, so they wouldn't have to gather firewood. The older, educated youths felt uneasy, remembering how Feng Lingyu had scared them in the morning. But Feng Lingyu naturally wouldn't play into his hands. Even in the morning, they had only benefited from Gao Xiaodao. Otherwise, she had no habit of meddling. Feng Lingyu nodded to show she understood. "Then go ahead." "That's it? Shouldn't she be angry?" Then they wouldn't have to go. If Feng Lingyu knew what Wang Yi was thinking, she would have replied with a few words. "You and Xiaotao aren't coming? We all have to go." Lu Xiaoling lowered her eyes and said softly. Gao Xiaotao was confused. "Why should we go?" Lu Xiaoling bit her lip and said sheepishly, "We all used their water and..." "Sorry, we didn't use any." Feng Lingyu smiled and walked away. "I think you're mistaken. Xiaoyu and I didn't cook today, so we didn't use the water or firewood in the kitchen." Gao Xiaotao explained a few words to everyone before following Feng Lingyu. Wu Meiyu, seeing Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaotao leave, complained, "Even if they didn't use it, they could still come with us. So uncooperative." After their group left, Zhu Hongya said to Yan Wei with a smile, "Looks like Feng Lingyu doesn't get along well with them." Yan Wei was naturally pleased with this situation. With Feng Lingyu being so capable, if she were also well-liked, she would be a competitor for the position of head of the educated youth point. Many hands make light work. Lu Daqing and the others soon returned carrying water and firewood. Wang Xiaoyan and Yang Hongying quickly prepared lunch. Qingshan village had always had decent grain harvests, so as long as they earned enough work points, they could eat their fill. There were 12 older, educated youths. On the table, each had a bowl of coarse grain rice, 3 stir-fried vegetable dishes, and a plate of homemade pickles. That was their lunch. Only during the busy farming season did they eat dry food. Usually, they had various porridges or gruel. The newly arrived educated youths looked at the older one's meal with some melancholy. In the future, they would only eat this, maybe even worse. After lunch, Yan Wei gathered everyone together. I'm also responsible for what happened today. I didn't clarify the rules about using water and firewood. Since we're all here, let's settle the issues that could cause disputes. I'll share my thoughts first. If there are objections, wait until I'm done. This should have been arranged yesterday, but it was too late last night, and this morning there was a commotion, so there hadn't been time. Xiao Yanfeng reminded him, Comrade Yan, Sun Yiming and Zhao Nanshan aren't here. The clinic isn't far. I'll go get him, said the older, educated youth He Wei. Everyone turned around as Sun Yiming helped Zhao Nanshan walk in. Dr. Ma said Zhao Nanshan's wound won't recur. He just needs to rest and recover, and it will heal, Sun Yiming explained to everyone. Seeing Sun Yiming and Zhao Nanshan, Yan Wei and Zhu Hongya realized they weren't simple either. The new educated youths really had hidden talents. Since everyone's here, I'll be direct. There are 23 of us, old and new. Eating together isn't practical, so the best way is to eat separately. As for water and firewood, the male comrades are responsible. The female comrades handle cooking. How you divide things internally is your own business. There's an empty lot behind the yard. We've cleared it and planted some vegetables. You can plant your own too. The kitchen utensils and seasonings were bought with our pooled money. Since we have some free time these days, you can go to the commune to buy supplies. Eating separately was fine, but there was only one kitchen. Who would cook first and who would cook later? And if meals weren't shared, then water and firewood would naturally be each group's responsibility. The kitchen utensils, seasonings, and vegetables from the backyard would all need to be bought anew. The older educated youths naturally didn't want the newcomers to take advantage, so they were satisfied with this arrangement. The newcomers looked troubled, realizing Yan Wei was making things difficult for them. After all, some things didn't need to be so clearly divided, but since the items belonged to others, it was only fair if they weren't allowed to use them. They couldn't help but regret clashing with them. Otherwise, Yan Wei wouldn't have been so meticulous. Once these matters were settled, the older educated youths went back to their rooms to rest. They had to work in the fields in the afternoon. Let's discuss what we need to buy and get it tomorrow. Qiao Yanfeng took the lead, wanting to be the leader of the new educated youths, so she was always proactive. You all discuss it. Shout out, and I won't eat with you. Qiao Yanfeng was a bit annoyed. What was wrong with Feng Lingyu? They were a collective, but she always wanted to break away, with no sense of unity. As new educated youths, we need to stick together. Let's eat together. Besides, it's inconvenient for just you and Xiao Ao, Qiao Yanfeng urged. Xiao Ao and I eat a lot. It's hard to split evenly if we eat with you, so it's better for us to eat separately. Qiao Yanfeng said smugly. Eat a lot? How much can you eat? Let's just stick together. She genuinely didn't think Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao could eat that much. After all, they were girls, probably just a bit more than average. Chapter 67 Feng Lingyu admits her identity. Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao didn't listen to the rest. Since they weren't eating together, it was none of their business. Xiaoyu, when are we moving out? Feng Lingyu, I'll go find the village chief soon. If things go quickly, we could move out as early as tonight. That morning, Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao hadn't just wandered around aimlessly. Their main purpose was to look for a suitable house so she and Xiaodao could move out together. They asked a child for information using 2 fruit candies, inquiring if there were any empty houses in the village. The child said that a house belonging to a family surnamed Ho in the village was up for sale. So Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao went to check out the Ho family's house. As it turned out, the Ho family's house looked quite new, as if it had been built only a few years ago. What pleased Feng Lingyu the most was that the house had a tall enclosing wall, which could completely block prying eyes from outside. Its location was also excellent, at the foot of the mountain, with a fair distance from the nearest households in the village. It perfectly met all of Feng Lingyu's needs. Village Chief Yang, are you busy? Feng Lingyu knocked on the door of the village committee office apologetically. Seeing it was Feng Lingyu, Yang Zhangwo thought to himself, saves me the trouble of looking for her. Village Chief, I heard there's a house in the village belonging to a family surnamed Ho that's for sale. I want to buy it. Feng Lingyu didn't beat around the bush and stated her purpose directly. The Ho family was considered well off in Qingshan village. Their son was serving in the military. Thinking ahead to their son's retirement, the elderly Ho couple had built a new house a few years ago. But not long after, their son earned merit in the army, got promoted, and took his parents to live with him at his post. They probably wouldn't return, so they entrusted the house to the village for sale. Young Jangwo looked at Feng Lingyu and said, "The Ho family's house has 3 main rooms and 3 side rooms, plus a large yard. The asking price isn't low." Many people had wanted to buy the house, but the price was too high, 500 yuan. Who in the village could afford that? So it had remained unsold. Moreover, young Jangwo thought the conditions at the educated youth point were already good enough, so there was no need for her to buy a house and move out. He meant well. How much? Feng Lingyu figured that as long as the price wasn't outrageous and she wasn't being taken for a fool, she would buy it. 500 yuan. Although the price is steep, the house was built with the best materials. You know how cold the winters are in the northeast. This house has heated walls. As long as there's enough firewood, the indoors will be very warm. Yang Jangwo explained why the house was so expensive. He thought Feng Lingyu would back off after hearing the price, but instead, she nodded in satisfaction after learning the reason for the high cost. Heated walls are even better. Village chief, I'll buy this house. Buy it. Feng Lingyu said without hesitation, decisively. 6 rooms with a large yard, and heated walls to boot. 500 yuan wasn't an outrageous demand. All right then, I'll take you to see the house. Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao had only circled the outside of the Ho family's house earlier and hadn't seen the inside yet, so she followed the village chief to check it out. Yang Jangwo led Feng Lingyu toward the foot of the mountain. Most villagers were at work at this time, so they didn't run into anyone along the way. Passing a patch of overgrown weeds, Yang Jangwo casually remarked, "See that piece of land? There used to be a beautiful mansion there." Feng Lingyu asked calmly, but the hand hanging by her side slowly clenched. There couldn't be any other mansion in Qingshan village besides the Feng family's ancestral home. The mansion, it was burned down in a huge fire that raged day and night for a whole day and night. Yang Jangwo said in a low voice, staring at the grassy field as if he had returned to the day the mansion burned. Is that so? Why was the mansion burned? Feng Lingyu lowered her eyes, blood dripping from her clenched fingers onto the ground. No one knows. The fire started suddenly. It was the middle of the night, and by the time it was discovered, it was too late. The mansion burned not long ago, didn't it? Feng Lingyu tried to steady her surging emotions and asked calmly. He hadn't expected Feng Lingyu to be so observant. The weeds on that land had grown deep by now, and the traces of the fire weren't obvious without a close look. Yang Jangwo replied, "It burned this March, when the weather was still very cold." He carefully observed Feng Lingyu's expression from the corner of his eye, but found no change. It seemed he would have to resort to stronger measures. So he continued, "Before the founding of the nation, everyone in Qingshan village was a tenant farmer. All the land here belonged to one family, the owners of that mansion, the Feng family." When he said the last 2 words, Yang Jangwo stared intently at Feng Lingyu, not missing any emotional fluctuation on her face. But Feng Lingyu didn't give him the satisfaction. Her expression remained calm. "What a coincidence, you're also surnamed Feng. And, even more coincidentally, you look very much like the previous head of the Feng family." Yang Jangwo stopped walking and said to Feng Lingyu with a smile. This was practically a direct hint, wanting to confirm Feng Lingyu's identity. Feng Lingyu had no choice but to stop as well. "Village chief, what exactly are you getting at?" "The Feng family once saved the lives of everyone in our village. The elderly in the village have all seen the faces of the Feng family members." Yang Jangwo said 2 seemingly unrelated sentences with deep meaning, then continued walking toward the Ho family's house. His intention was twofold. First, to tell Feng Lingyu that the Feng family had done Qingshan village a great favor, so revealing her identity wouldn't bring trouble. Second, to let her know that her identity was basically impossible to hide, since the village elders would grow suspicious just by seeing her face. "Village Chief Yang." Feng Lingyu called him to a stop. Yang Jangwo turned around and saw Feng Lingyu walking step by step toward him. Her demeanor was no longer the cold, indifferent one from before. She curled her lips into a sly, wicked smile. "Village Chief Yang, let me formally introduce myself. I am Feng Lingyu of the Feng family." Yang Jangwo's heart pounded like thunder. Asterisk, she admitted it. She really is a descendant of the Feng family. Asterisk. Your parents?" Yang Jangwo asked with a trembling voice. Feng Lingyu's smile faded. "They sacrificed themselves." A wave of sorrow washed over Yang Jangwo. Old Man Yang and the others had guessed right. If nothing had happened, Feng Lingyu would never have come to the countryside as an educated youth. "Child, rest assured. As long as you're in Qingshan village, we will do everything we can to protect you. You must take care of yourself." Feng Lingyu could tell sincerity from pretense. Yang Jangwo was genuinely grieved. Thinking this, Feng Lingyu let out a sigh. Asterisk, father really did his utmost to ensure I would live well. No wonder he arranged for me to come to Qingshan village as an educated youth. Asterisk. Chapter 68. Moving out. After Feng Lingyu confirmed her identity, she felt that young Jangwo's tone had softened considerably. He now treated Feng Lingyu entirely as a younger person in need of care. Come in and take a look. I often ask Aunt Ho-Hot to clean this Ho family house. After you buy it, just wipe off the dust and you can move in. Young Jangwo unlocked the Ho family's gate and gestured for Feng Lingyu to enter the courtyard. This yard is quite spacious. When the time comes, I'll have Aunt Ho-Hot help you open up a vegetable plot. It should be enough for you and Gao Xiaodao to eat. As for chickens, you and Xiaodao can raise too. I'll have Brother Deli come over and make you a chicken coop. The furniture in the house was all sold off cheap by the Ho family. See what you need, and I'll go find Grandpa Wang. His craftsmanship is excellent, and he'll make sure everything is beautifully done for you. Oh, and Grandpa Wang also knows about your identity. Don't worry, they all treat you like their own child. From the moment when she had the chance in the future, she would definitely repay those who had helped her. By the way, I think the storage room could be converted into a bathroom. Since there are 3 bedrooms, the one at the far end can be used as a storage room. The storage room was connected to the kitchen. When hot water was boiled in the kitchen, she could bathe directly in the storage room, just by digging a drainage outlet. That way, even in winter, bathing would be warm. Young Jangwo, all of that is no problem, but it will take a few days to get done, since the summer harvest isn't over yet. Uncle Yang, I don't have any more questions. How does the payment work? Do I hand it directly to the village? Yes, we'll have the village accountant transfer the money. Come on, let's go change the house deed. At the village branch office, Feng Lingyu took the revised house deed from the accountant. Comrade educated youth Feng, keep the deed safe. From now on, this house is under your name. Accountant He Pengcheng said, looking at Feng Lingyu with envy. The Ho family's house was selling for 500 yuan. Many people wanted to buy it but couldn't afford it. He never expected this new educated youth to be so wealthy. Instead of staying at the educated youth point, she had actually bought a house. Feng Lingyu didn't say much. She thanked He Pengcheng, nodded at young Jangwo, and left. Back at the educated youth point, the newcomers were still discussing what to buy tomorrow. Wang Yi, sharp-eyed, saw Feng Lingyu walking in from outside and asked, Feng Lingyu, where did you go? Everyone in the yard turned their gaze to Feng Lingyu. She had gone out once in the morning, so why was she going out again in the afternoon? Where I go is none of your business. Feng Lingyu coldly dropped this remark and went inside. What's wrong with her? I just asked. Wu Meiyu was secretly annoyed. Since arriving at the educated youth point, she had been focused on building good relationships with the others and had forgotten to keep an eye on Feng Lingyu's movements. She wondered what Feng Lingyu had gone out to do. Seeing Feng Lingyu finally return, Gao Xiaodao quickly asked. Feng Lingyu, pretending to take it from her bosom but actually from her space, pulled out the house deed and waved it in front of Gao Xiaodao, saying proudly, with me on the case, of course I bought it. Gao Xiaodao took the deed, examined it carefully, and saw that it was indeed under Feng Lingyu's name. She jumped up with joy. When are we moving? Great. From now on, we won't have annoying people staring at us all the time. As she spoke, Gao Xiaodao glanced at Wu Meiyu's bed, clearly indicating that the annoying person she referred to as Wu Meiyu. Feng Lingyu was amused by Gao Xiaodao's exaggerated expression. Since you dislike her so much, let's move today. Village Chief Yang said the house is often looked after. We just need to go wipe off the dust. Hearing this, Gao Xiaodao started packing. Luckily, they had only stayed one night. They had just spread out their bedding. Everything else was still in their bags, not taken out. Wu Meiyu returned to the room after finishing her discussions. She was shocked to see Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao packing their bedding. A bad feeling came over her. What are you doing? Why are you packing the bedding? Don't you need to sleep tonight? Gao Xiaodao replied cheerfully, we're not staying here anymore. Wu Meiyu shrieked in disbelief, what? You're not staying here? In the yard, Xiao Yanfeng and the others heard Wu Meiyu scream and rushed to their room. Seeing Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao packing their luggage, Xiao Yanfeng was also surprised. What's going on? Feng Lingyu, what are you doing? Feng Lingyu glanced at them, not stopping her movements, and continued packing. Starting today, Xiaodao and I won't be staying at the educated youth point anymore. Hearing this, everyone present exchanged glances, finding it hard to believe. If you're not staying at the educated youth point, where will you live? Feng Lingyu saw no need to hide this. They would find out sooner or later. Lu Xiaoling said softly, can you live outside? Wouldn't that be inappropriate? Won't the village chief have objections? Feng Lingyu shot a sharp look at Lu Xiaoling. This woman kept jumping out to say ambiguous things, and it was getting annoying. I bought the house from the village chief. Do you have any other questions? Lu Xiaoling shrank back under Feng Lingyu's gaze, bit her lip, and dared not speak again. Sun Yiming's heart stirred when he learned Feng Lingyu was moving out. He asked, how much did you spend on the house? Did you buy it directly from the village? Feng Lingyu, 500 yuan. If there are vacant houses, they will sell them. If you want to buy one, go ask at the village branch office. Some of the others had also considered moving out when they saw Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao leaving. Wouldn't living alone be better than crowding together? The educated youth point seemed spacious now, but what about when new educated youth arrived later? When they heard the price was 500 yuan, they all dropped the idea. Wu Meiyu was inwardly frustrated. Now that they were moving out, it would be harder to keep an eye on them. She kept comforting herself, it's fine. Feng Lingyu might not be a problem, as long as it didn't affect her chances of getting close to the male lead. Li Mingfeng watched Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao walk away, feeling a sense of relief. Since that night, she had been keeping her head down, not even arguing with Wang Yi, afraid that Feng Lingyu would notice her. She had been like an invisible person. Chao Yanfeng and the others even muttered that she had changed. Now that Feng Lingyu was leaving, she could finally breathe a little easier. But just as Feng Lingyu was about to step out the door, she suddenly turned back and flashed a big, unapologetically malicious smile at Li Mingfeng. She had always been someone who would repay a grudge. How could she forget what Li Mingfeng had done? Chapter 69. Feng Lingyu offers an idea. No matter how turbulent Li Mingfeng's heart was, after scaring her, Feng Lingyu picked up her things and walked out of the educated youth point with Gao Xiaodao. What fun would it be to finish Li Mingfeng off directly? Cutting flesh with a dull knife hurts more. Let her suffer day and night for now. Sun Yiming went inside to inform Zhao Nanshan, who was recovering from illness, and then went to help Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao move their luggage. When he arrived at the Ho family house, or rather, Feng Lingyu's house, Sun Yiming's jaw nearly dropped. Feng Lingyu, you're something else. This house is worth every bit of 500 yuan. Sun Yiming knew his stuff. He could tell at a glance that the house had a heated wall installed, and with such a spacious yard, it was a great deal. You and Xiaodao will be comfortable from now on. Your own private courtyard, you can do whatever you want, Sun Yiming said enviously. Thinking that Sun Yiming and Zhao Nanshan were decent people, Feng Lingyu kindly offered a warning. I can see that Chao Yanfeng seems fair on the surface, but she's actually eager for credit and rushes ahead recklessly. She's bound to clash with Yan Wei sooner or later. You and Zhao Nanshan had better not get involved. Sun Yiming's father was a high-ranking official in the capital, and he had grown up witnessing power struggles. He saw clearly Chao Yanfeng's desire for control. Hearing Feng Lingyu's reminder, he said somewhat gloomily, "Sigh, I know what you mean. Nanshan and I definitely don't want to get caught up in their conflicts. The best solution would be to move out like you two. I just don't know if there are any houses for sale in the village." He said that, but Sun Yiming knew the chances were slim. In the countryside now, every household had a big family living together. Where would there be extra houses to sell? Even if there were houses for sale, they wouldn't be like Feng Lingyu's nearly brand new courtyard. They'd mostly be dilapidated mud huts. If it was just for peace and quiet, moving out of the nice rooms at the educated youth point into a crumbling mud hut would be too foolish. Seeing Sun Yiming's face scrunch up like a bitter gourd, Gao Xiaodao couldn't help laughing. Just live your own lives. Why worry so much about everything else? Sun Yiming shook his head. It's not as simple as you think. Living together day in and day out, some things are unavoidable. Alright, let's drop it. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Let me help you clean up first. Give me all the heavy work. Sun Yiming quickly adjusted his mood and called out. As a man, Comrade Sun Yiming had a good sense of responsibility. He picked up a broom, ready to clean the dust off the beams first. Actually, I have an idea. Feng Lingyu leaned against the wall, thinking for a moment, and decided it might work. Sun Yiming was thrilled and asked eagerly, really? What idea? Actually, since we educated youth have had our household registrations transferred here, technically we're part of the village. So building our own house shouldn't be unreasonable, Feng Lingyu said slowly. Sun Yiming slapped his thigh. Right? Why didn't I think of that? If you want your own place, you don't necessarily have to buy a house. Building one yourself would suit your preferences even better. The only downside is that construction takes time, so you can't move in right away. But having a satisfactory place to live would be a blessing. A little delay is fine. With the housing issue settled, Sun Yiming was as energized as if he'd been injected with adrenaline. He scurried around alone and cleaned Feng Lingyu's house spotless. Whenever Feng Lingyu or Gao Xiaodao felt bad and tried to help, Sun Yiming, as if equipped with radar, immediately stopped them. Hey, don't move, don't move. I've got this. You two just watch. Watching Sun Yiming hum a tune while wiping dust with a rag, Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao were speechless. Oh well, since he was enjoying himself so much, let him do it. It wouldn't be right to stop someone's happiness, would it? Sun Yiming returned to the educated youth point in high spirits and found the older educated youth had also come back from work. Wang Yi snorted coldly and said sarcastically, "What, so happy? Others are different from us. You think sucking up to them will get you anything?" After a few days together, everyone knew Wang Yi was like that. He wasn't exactly a bad person, but his mouth was venomous and his words were harsh. Sun Yiming, a spoiled young master since childhood, wasn't about to put up with Wang Yi's attitude. He shot back without hesitation. Mutual help between comrades. Why do you have to make it sound so ugly? Some people have dirty hearts and see everything as dirty. Wang Yi tried to retort but was pulled back by Lu Daqing and Qian Wen. Alright, you were in the wrong to begin with. What's there to argue about? Lu Daqing said. At that moment, Chao Yanfeng was telling Yan Wei and the others about Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaotao moving out of the educated youth point. Yan Wei was surprised too. He had noticed that Feng Lingyu seemed to prefer being alone, but he hadn't expected her to move out just 2 days after arriving. They said they bought a house in the village. The village chief and everyone know about it, Chao Yanfeng said sourly. Yan Wei rubbed his fingers and said with a smile, since the village chief agreed, it should be fine. He didn't expect Yan Wei to say that. Chao Yanfeng's original intention was to get Yan Wei to talk Feng Lingyu into changing her mind. After all, Feng Lingyu was highly skilled in combat and had the status of a martyr's child. If she stayed at the educated youth point, having her support would greatly help Chao Yanfeng take control here. Chao Yanfeng thought that since Feng Lingyu was part of the new educated youth and had clashed with Yan Wei and the others, she would naturally support her. But she never expected Feng Lingyu to simply move out. Zhao Nanshan was leaning against the wall, flipping through a book. He had heard the earlier argument outside and expected Sun Yiming to come in angry, but instead, he walked in with a smile. Zhao Nanshan raised an eyebrow in surprise. What good thing had happened? Sun Yiming cleared his throat and said smugly to Zhao Nanshan, ahem, there's some great news. Want to hear it? Knowing Sun Yiming's nature well, Zhao Nanshan just glanced at him and went back to reading. Sure enough, without Zhao Nanshan asking, Sun Yiming quickly blurted out the whole story about building a house. Faced with Zhao Nanshan's skeptical look, Sun Yiming jumped in frustration, but told the truth. It wasn't my idea, alright? It was Feng Lingyu. She told me. I still owe her my life. Let's pick a building site close to hers. That way, we can look out for each other in the future, Zhao Nanshan said solemnly. Sun Yiming naturally agreed happily. He also thought it was better to be near Feng Lingyu. There was plenty of empty land around her place. Feng Lingyu, who had deliberately chosen a remote house to stay away from people. Chapter 70. Help from Yang Jiangwo and his wife. Thanks to Sun Yiming's helpfulness, Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaotao only needed to set out their own belongings, with nothing else to do. The reason they could finish cleaning so quickly was that aside from immovable items like the kang and stove, all the other furniture had already been moved out, so they only had to wipe off the dust. Gao Xiaotao cheerfully made the bed, then looked at the empty house and sniffed. Xiaoyu, this house is nice, but it's too empty. There's not even a pot in the kitchen. What are we going to do for dinner tonight? Feng Lingyu was about to answer when Yang Jiangwo's voice came from outside the door. Xiaoyu, are you home? Open the door for me. When she opened the door, Feng Lingyu saw that a middle-aged woman was following behind Yang Jiangwo. Meeting Feng Lingyu's questioning gaze, Yang Jiangwo smiled and introduced her. This is your Aunt Hohot, my wife. If anything comes up in the future, you can talk to her directly. Lu Hohot was a warm and cheerful woman, always smiling when she met people. Oh my, so you're Xiaoyu. You're really pretty. If you ever need anything, just tell your aunt, alright? You're just like my own daughter to me. At home, Yang Jiangwo had told Lu Hohot about Feng Lingyu's situation and asked her to keep an eye on her, since there were some things a man might not think of thoroughly. And sure enough, after hearing what Yang Jiangwo said, Lu Hohot immediately started scolding him. What kind of thing did you do? Don't you know how empty the Ho family's house is? Kids have no experience and don't realize it, but you should know. You let them move in with nothing, how are they supposed to eat? Yang Jiangwo had indeed forgotten about this, and after hearing her scolding, he felt a bit embarrassed. But Lu Hohot was reliable. She immediately started gathering things at home to bring to Feng Lingyu. Watching his wife's busy figure, Yang Jiangwo felt warmth in his heart. If it had been another man's wife, knowing she had to take care of someone else's child, she might have caused a huge uproar. These days, every household was struggling. But Lu Guihao had always firmly supported him and even took the initiative to bring things over. Feng Lingyu stepped aside to let Yang Jiangwo and his wife in, only then noticing that they had brought a large bundle of things with them. You two kids moved in with nothing, how are you going to eat tonight? I brought you an iron pot, along with some bowls and chopsticks. Just make do with them for now, don't be picky, alright? Lu Hohot said as she set the things down in the yard. Looking at the common seasonings, vegetables, and a few caddies of rice and flour on the ground, this was far from just a pot and bowls as Lu Hohot had described. Besides, in these times, an iron pot was quite valuable. Ordinary families had to save up for a long time to afford one, making it an important household asset. Feng Lingyu felt too embarrassed to accept such valuable items from others. So she declined. Aunt Ho-Hot, this is too much. You should take it back. To Lu Ho-Hot, Feng Lingyu was still a child, and with her fair, delicate skin, she had taken a liking to her at first sight. She immediately chided her playfully, "Why are you being so polite with us? Since I brought it for you, just use it. I originally thought about calling you and Xiao Dao over for dinner, but you know, that wouldn't look good for you and your uncle." Feng Lingyu naturally understood. As the village chief of Qingshan village, if young Jiangwo invited female educated youths to his home for a meal without any relation, people would gossip. Gao Xiaodao, hearing Lu Ho-Hot mention her name, said playfully, "Auntie, Xiao Yu, and I have huge appetites. We'd be too embarrassed to eat at your place." Lu Ho-Hot turned her gaze to Gao Xiaodao and exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, Xiaodao, you're so tall." Used to such exclamations, Gao Xiaodao smiled and said, "I take after my dad. I eat a lot, and I've always been much taller than others since I was little." Young Jiangwo, figuring the time was about right, interrupted Lu Ho-Hot's socializing. "All right, it's their first day moving in and they still have to tidy up. Your aunt and I will head off now. As for furniture, wait until I take you to see old man Wang to get it sorted." Unable to refuse Aunt Ho-Hot's warmth, Feng Lingyu had no choice but to accept the items, planning to compensate them in other ways later. She wouldn't let them lose out. After seeing off Yang Jiangwo and his wife, Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao began preparing dinner. In her past life, Feng Lingyu had been an orphan, so she naturally knew how to cook, though she wasn't as skilled as Wang Mingrui. As for Gao Xiaodao, she had always taken care of Gao Dashu and could cook as well. Gao Xiaodao and Feng Lingyu steamed 2 large trays of white flour steamed buns, stir-fried some vegetables, and paired them with the pickles Aunt Ho-Hot had brought. It counted as a hearty dinner. The leftover buns could be used for breakfast the next day, which was satisfying. Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao had agreed to go to the commune to buy supplies tomorrow, so after dinner, they both went to their rooms early to sleep. Finally alone, Feng Lingyu hadn't entered the space in the past few days, only checking on it with her mind. Now, with no more concerns, she couldn't wait to flash into the space. After her body was transformed by the spiritual spring, the congenital deficiencies had been healed, and the spiritual spring could slowly increase her abilities. The reason she needed to eat so much food was fundamentally that these ordinary foods contained too little energy to sustain her body's functions, so she had to rely on quantity. Once she started eating food produced in the space, she wouldn't need to eat so much. Having not entered the space for a few days, her body was actually low on energy, so Feng Lingyu stewed a large piece of mutated animal meat in the space's kitchen, enjoyed a hearty meal, and drank a big cup of spiritual spring water before stopping. Feeling the slow growth of her abilities in her body, Feng Lingyu was thrilled. At this rate, her abilities would recover in about 3 months. Suddenly, Feng Lingyu sensed a figure approaching the yard. She exited the space, lightly vaulted over the wall, and planned to see what this person wanted. As the figure drew closer, Feng Lingyu could see it was a young man, limping as he walked, holding some kind of animal in his hands. The direction he came from was the back mountain, and Feng Lingyu understood he had probably gone hunting at night. Since he wasn't coming to her house, Feng Lingyu decided to go back to sleep. But then, the young man suddenly spoke, his tone cold. "Seen enough." Chapter 71, Encounter Under the Moonlight. Could he have actually spotted her? Feng Lingyu was surprised. So she slowly stepped out from the darkness into the moonlight. Dressed in simple, clean clothes, her smooth hair cascading down, her delicate features were like those of a celestial maiden descending from the moon palace, striking a chord in the heart. The young man stared blankly at Feng Lingyu, momentarily forgetting to snap out of it. Feng Lingyu let out a soft laugh, and only then did the young man come to his senses, a hint of embarrassment and anger in his voice. "What are you laughing at?" Without answering his question, Feng Lingyu countered, "How did you spot me? Your shadow gave you away." The young man had returned to his usual aloof demeanor. Feng Lingyu had been hidden in the darkness, with only the slightest change in her shadow giving her away, yet he had keenly noticed it. Such astonishing observational skills. No wonder he, a man with a limp, could still hunt prey in the mountains at night. Noticing Feng Lingyu's gaze on the prey in his hands, the young man warily hid it behind his back. He had put in quite a bit of effort to catch this wild pheasant. He risked danger to go into the mountains at night precisely to avoid being discovered by the villagers. He had never seen this woman in the village before. She must be one of the newly arrived educated youths. "What do you want?" The young man frowned at Feng Lingyu. It was late at night, and it was strange for a woman like her to be out here. Seeing the wariness in the young man's eyes, Feng Lingyu chuckled. "Don't worry, I'm not going to steal your pheasant. I live here. I heard some noise outside and came out to check." The young man neither said he believed her nor disbelieved her. He gave Feng Lingyu a deep look, then lowered his head and walked away. As long as she didn't meddle, it would be fine. If she couldn't keep her mouth shut then. Ever since in his family, he was no longer someone who could be soft-hearted. Watching the young man's limping figure fade into the distance, there was an inexplicable sense of desolation about him. Another person with a story, Feng Lingyu mused. But it was none of her business. Sleeping was the most important thing. Back in her room, lying on the bed, just before falling asleep, Feng Lingyu suddenly thought of that young man's wary eyes, like a lone wolf. He was actually quite handsome. In the night, the young man arrived at the village's cowshed, from which a heart-wrenching cough could be heard. Forgetting to deal with the pheasant, the young man hurriedly pushed the door open and went inside. Old Master Shen propped himself up and sat up on the bed. Shen Huayu quickly stepped forward, gently patting his grandfather's back to help him breathe. Grandfather knows his own body. Don't risk going up the mountain anymore. Grandfather only hopes you'll be well. Old Master Shen had been coughing ever since he arrived here. Recently, he had clearly felt his body deteriorating rapidly, not something that could be fixed with a little nourishment. Shen Huayu's face was taut. Grandfather, I always avoid people when I go up the mountain. Nothing will happen. Old Master Shen glanced at his grandson's leg and let out a long sigh. If it weren't for those beasts, how could his brilliant grandson have ended up like this? He should have had a bright future. Grandfather, lie down for now. I'll go deal with the pheasant right away and make you some chicken soup by tomorrow morning. Noticing his grandfather's gaze, Shen Huayu knew his leg had upset him again, so he changed the subject. The pheasant had already had its neck twisted when caught in the mountains. Shen Huayu crouched by the river, meticulously cleaning the chicken. When his leg had first broken, he had also felt despair and given up on himself. But now, what did it matter if his leg was broken? If he collapsed too, what would happen to his grandfather? The next morning, Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao each practiced a set of boxing routines in the yard. The morning air was always especially fresh. Feng Lingyu finished her final move and let out a breath. After breakfast, Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao went to the village entrance to wait for the ox cart. The person driving the ox cart in Qingshan village was still Uncle Lu, who had picked them up that day. Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao had arrived early, so the cart was still empty. Uncle Lu tapped his old pipe on the edge of the cart, took a deep drag, and said slowly, "You young folks like your sleep. Why are you here so early?" "It's our first time taking the ox cart in the village. We were afraid we'd miss it," Gao Xiaodao replied with a smile. Seeing Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao, Sun Yiming's eyes lit up. Feng Lingyu, Gao Xiaodao, good morning. Qiao Yanfeng and the others also greeted them. Although they had some thoughts about Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao moving out of the educated youth point, on the surface, everyone remained harmonious. Today, there was no luggage on the ox cart, and since it was daytime, the cart moved much faster, reaching Tuanjia commune in about an hour and a half. "I'll wait here until 3 o'clock. Make sure you're back on time." "I won't wait for latecomers," Uncle Lu warned as the educated youths got off the cart. Actually, even without Uncle Lu's warning, none of them dared to delay, as no one wanted to risk encountering wolves on the road at night again. "Feng Lingyu, where are you and Gao Xiaodao going? Aren't you going to the supply cooperative to buy things?" Wu Meiyu asked hurriedly when she saw Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao about to leave. Qiao Yanfeng and the others were also puzzled. Although they didn't eat together, there were still essential items they all needed to buy. Where were they headed? "As you know, I'm a child of a martyr, so the state gives me a monthly allowance. Xiaodao and I are going to the local armed forces department to transfer our grain and oil rations here," Feng Lingyu said directly. By stating this outright, they wouldn't have questions later when they saw she wasn't short of money and was eating and drinking well. Watching Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao walk away, the remaining group had complex expressions on their faces. She was so lucky. Even after being sent to the countryside, she didn't have to worry about food or clothing. Unlike them, even if they worked hard, they could barely fill their stomachs. Wu Meiyu was especially bitter. Not only was Feng Lingyu good-looking, but she would never lack money or ration tickets in the future. Comparing people really could drive one crazy. But she comforted herself, thinking that once she met the male lead, everything would be fine. When she became the wife of the richest man, would she still have to worry about a good life? Li Mingfeng felt even more bitter. She had thought that after coming to the countryside, she would never end up worse off than the delicate Feng Lingyu, but she never expected Feng Lingyu to have state subsidies. Sun Yiming took in the envious and jealous expressions of the group, sneering inwardly. Feng Lingyu's allowance came from her parents' sacrifice. It was what she deserved. A bunch of green-eyed monsters. "All right, stop staring. Let's hurry up and buy what we need." Sun Yiming's voice broke everyone's train of thought. They snapped out of it and headed toward the supply cooperative, though the atmosphere was somewhat heavy. Chapter 72. A Call with Uncle Gao. Feng Lingyu brought Gao Xiaodao to the Armed Forces Department and asked a staff member for help. Upon learning that Feng Lingyu was the child of a martyr, the staff member was extremely kind. They quickly processed the transfer of her grain and oil rations. Keep this booklet safe. From now on, you'll collect your money with it every month. You can go directly to the finance office to get this month's payment. The staff member was somewhat envious. Receiving 30 yuan and various coupons each month was even higher than her own salary. After collecting the money, Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao headed to the post office. The package Gao Dashu had sent should be arriving soon, and they also needed to call home to report their safe arrival. Hello, I'd like to make a call, Feng Lingyu said to the postal worker. She called the steel plant where Gao Dashu worked, expecting him to be on duty. Hello, I'm looking for Gao Dashu in the procurement department. Before long, a familiar voice came through. Hello, is that Xiaoyu? It's me, Uncle Gao. Xiaodao and I have arrived safely at Qingshan village. That's good, that's good. I sent you a big package with all sorts of things. Don't skimp, let me know if you need anything. Minghui has plenty of good stuff. Hearing Uncle Gao's words, Feng Lingyu couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, I know. How's work going for you, Uncle Gao? And Minghui, any issues on his end? Gao Dashu lowered his voice. No major problems. I slipped some money to the director, so now I'm in charge of procurement for the Northeast region. The grain you left will last until next year, but I'll try to come by before it snows there to bring you some things. That kid Minghui has been thriving these days. With the grain, he's attracted customers from several other districts. Feng Lingyu was still uneasy. Uncle Gao, remind him to be careful of Uncle Feng. Tall trees catch the wind. It's best to keep a low profile and make money quietly. I'll send you a package and some cash and coupons every month. I'll put the cash and coupons in an envelope and mail them. Make sure to pick them up. Feng Lingyu added, by the way, has Zheng Weiming made any unusual moves recently? And what about that guy called Brother Liu? Any news? Zheng Weiming just goes to work normally, nothing out of the ordinary. No news on Brother Liu yet. Minghui says we'll have to check district by district. All right, Uncle Gao, that's all I have to say. Take good care of yourself and prioritize your safety above all. Keep the medicine I gave you on you at all times. It's a lifesaver in critical moments. I'll hand the phone to Xiaodao now. Gao Xiaodao had been watching eagerly, missing her father. But she knew the conversation between Xiaoyu and her dad was important, so she had been waiting patiently. Here, take it. I'll wait outside. Take your time, Feng Lingyu said, handing the receiver to Gao Xiaodao before stepping out. Seeing Feng Lingyu exit, the postal worker remarked, Comrade, it's 60 cents per minute. If you have that much to say, writing a letter would be more economical. Knowing the worker meant well, Feng Lingyu smiled. Urgent matters are faster by phone. By the time a letter arrives, the issue might already be resolved. The worker thought that made sense and said no more. As long as she could afford it, it didn't matter how long she talked. Soon, Gao Xiaodao came out with red-rimmed eyes, her voice muffled. Xiaoyu, the call's done. Feng Lingyu comforted her. Don't cry. Didn't Uncle Gao say he'd find a chance to come? Comrade, how much do we owe? 12 minutes, that's 7 yuan and 20 cents. The people waiting in line behind them were stunned. Spending that much on a single call, she must be an educated youth from the city. After picking up the package at the post office, Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao went their separate ways. Xiaodao, let's split up. You go to the supply cooperative, and I'll hit the grain shop and the meat stall. We'll meet at the state-run restaurant later. After sending Xiaodao off, Feng Lingyu wandered around the commune alone. Since Tuanjia commune was under the city's jurisdiction, it was quite bustling, almost like a small county town. At the meat stall, only some pig trotters and offal remained on the wooden board. Comrade, if you want good meat, you need to come earlier. By now, the best cuts are long gone, the butcher kindly reminded her as she stood at the stall. Pig trotters and ribs could be delicious when cooked well, no worse than pure meat. Feng Lingyu decided to buy some. If you want them, these 4 trotters are 3 yuan plus 1 jean of meat coupons. The ribs are 6 mao per jean. Seeing she was genuinely interested, the butcher gave her a fair price. Pig trotters still had buyers. Wealthier families would stew them for new mothers to boost milk production, so they cost more than ribs and required meat coupons. Ribs, on the other hand, were cheap, 2 mao less than regular meat and no coupons needed. Feng Lingyu said, all right, wrap up the trotters and ribs for me. I'll take all of them. Sure, let me weigh them. 7 jean of ribs, that's 4 yuan and 2 mao, no coupons. The trotters are 3 yuan plus 1 jean of meat coupons. The butcher wrapped the trotters and ribs in oil paper, took the money and coupons from Feng Lingyu, and said, take care. Next time, come earlier if you want meat. With all this meat plus what she had in her space, it would last a long time. The pigs in Feng Lingyu's space had already given birth to piglets. She planned to slaughter the 2 big ones for meat. They had been eating well in the space and had fattened up considerably, probably weighing around 400 jean each. She bought a little meat on the outside and would supplement it with meat from her space when cooking. After all, Gao Xiaodao wouldn't know what she bought. Feng Lingyu could say whatever she wanted. She also stopped by the grain shop and bought some grains she didn't have in her space, like millet and glutinous rice. Glancing at her watch, she figured it was about time. Feng Lingyu slipped into an empty alley and pulled a large package from her space. She had prepared this package in advance, stuffed with all sorts of odds and ends. Combined with what Gao Xiaodao bought at the supply cooperative, it should last them a few months. When Feng Lingyu met up with Gao Xiaodao, she saw that Xiaodao had bought quite a lot too. They had to abandon the idea of eating at the state-run restaurant. They bought a few meat buns and loaded their purchases onto the cart. Before long, Sun Yiming and the others returned. They had also bought a lot, quickly filling the ox cart to the brim. Chapter 73. Feng Lingyu's warning. Hold tight, here we go. Uncle Lu gave a shout, and the ox cart slowly began its journey back to the village. Sun Yiming watched Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao sitting together eating steamed buns and found it a bit odd. Why didn't you eat at the state-run restaurant? On the way there, he remembered Gao Xiaodao kept telling Feng Lingyu she wanted to eat at the state-run restaurant. He had even thought that since Zhao Nanshan wasn't around, he'd join them for the meal. Gao Xiaodao swallowed the bun in her mouth and wrinkled her face. We bought a bit too much stuff, so we put it back on the cart first. What a shame, I was looking forward to braised pork for lunch today, but I'll have to wait until next time. Sun Yiming glanced at what they had bought. Good grief, it was quite the haul. They even had a small stove for boiling water. You've bought everything in one go, so you won't have to make another trip, Sun Yiming said with a reassuring smile. Then, he deliberately pulled a lunchbox out of his bag and waved it in front of Gao Xiaodao. Is that braised pork? Gao Xiaodao's eyes followed the lunchbox and the bun in her mouth instantly lost its appeal. Seeing Xiaodao's eager look, Feng Lingyu shot Sun Yiming a glare. Why are you teasing her? Sun Yiming chuckled. This is for Nanshan. I'll share half the box with you two later, so you can have a taste. Before Feng Lingyu could respond, Gao Xiaodao spoke up with righteous indignation. What do you take us for? Comrade Zhao needs nutrition to recover. I'm just craving food. How could I take your meat? Take it back to him to build up his strength. Hearing Gao Xiaodao's words, a hint of amusement flickered in Feng Lingyu's eyes. Xiaodao might seem innocent on the surface, but she had her own way of handling things. People with pure hearts are often the best at judging good from bad, because they rely on their instincts to read others. Sun Yiming teased. Do you think I'd neglect my buddy's health? There's no way this whole box of meat will be finished today, and with the weather this hot, it'll go bad if left out. The other educated youths overheard this and felt a bit disgruntled. They all lived together. If the meat couldn't be finished, shouldn't he think of them first? Remembering the pig trotters she had bought at the pork shop, Feng Lingyu said, I bought some pig trotters today. Take some back and stew them into soup for Zhao Nanshan. In truth, people with injuries shouldn't eat heavy-flavored food, but in this era, folks rarely saw meat and greasy dishes, so they thought rich dishes were nourishing. That's why the state-run restaurant rarely sold light meat dishes. Sun Yiming's eyes lit up. Pig trotter soup was definitely better. This braised pork trade was worth it. Pig trotters are perfect. It's like treating the injury with the same body part. Lu Xiaoling, sharp-eyed, noticed a large bundle at Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao's feet and couldn't help feeling envious. Having someone send a package right after arriving, what a lucky life. Wait, didn't Feng Lingyu say her parents had died? Who would send her a package? Did she have such generous relatives? Feng Lingyu, did you pick up a package today? Hearing Lu Xiaoling's question, everyone turned to look at the bundle. Wang Yi rolled his eyes and asked, Aren't you a child of a martyr? Who would send you a package? This was exactly why Feng Lingyu couldn't stay at the educated youth point. Everything she did was watched. It was also why, even though she had plenty of things in her space, like meat, grain, various seasonings, and sugar, she still bought some. After buying them, the items had a clear origin, so even if someone came to investigate, there was nothing to fear. Never underestimate some people's cleverness. If you never bought anything but never lacked for anything at home, that would be handing them leverage. Xiaodao's father sent it. Feng Lingyu thought about how Lu Xiaoling kept stirring up trouble. Did she think that as long as others took the lead, she'd get off scot-free? With a flick of her wrist, a strand of silver thread slipped from Feng Lingyu's fingertip into Lu Xiaoling's mouth, silent and unnoticed by anyone. It just so happened that her powers had leveled up last night. Level 4 lightning abilities could now take form. She'd use Lu Xiaoling to test the effect. The current was enough to make her mouth break out in sores and rot, so she'd stop running her mouth all day. Lu Xiaoling only felt a sudden itch in her mouth. She thought some fuzz had gotten in and didn't pay it any mind. Why would Gao Xiaodao's father send you something? Your surname is Feng, hers is Gao, you're not relatives, are you? Wu Meiyu thought she had caught Feng Lingyu in a slip and pressed on. Why do you keep picking fights every day? What's wrong with Gao Xiaodao's father sending Feng Lingyu something? Feng Lingyu's parents died for the country. She's a daughter of the people. I'll write to my mom when I get back and have her send things too, like she's another daughter. No one expected Sun Yiming to say something like that. Wu Meiyu's face flushed red. That's not what I meant. Gao Xiaodao didn't back down either. My dad treats Xiaoyu like a daughter. What's the big deal about sending a few things? I'm her real daughter, and I'm not complaining. Who are you outsiders to point fingers? In truth, the psychology of these people was easy to understand. Everyone thought that since Feng Lingyu's parents had died and she had no one to protect her, she should be living like a poor little thing. But she was doing better than any of them. That really stung, didn't it? Qiao Yanfeng was fuming inside. What was wrong with Lu Xiaoling and Wu Meiyu? Always picking on Feng Lingyu. She wanted to get on good terms with Feng Lingyu and win her over. Tell me, is it really that hard to just leave each other alone? Or do you think I'm some soft tofu you can squeeze? Feng Lingyu said expressionlessly. Everyone's faces stiffened as they remembered how formidable Feng Lingyu was. Wang Yi even swallowed nervously, silently cursing his own loose tongue. You're not the police. Why should I tell you everything about me? Know your place. Aside from all being educated youths here, we have nothing to do with each other. Let that be known. I hope you remember this is the last time. If there's a next time. At the end, Feng Lingyu let out a soft laugh, and everyone could hear the killing intent in her voice. Old Uncle Lu, driving the cart, overheard the commotion and smirked to himself. In life, you've got to have some awareness, know who you can mess with and who you can't. Sun Yiming also laughed inwardly. These people were like donkeys. If you didn't rein them in, they'd kick. Feng Lingyu tapped her fingers on her knee. She'd find a chance to take the bicycle out of her space. That way, she wouldn't have to rely on the ox cart to get around. From what she'd observed, a few families in the village had bicycles, so she wouldn't be the only one. And given Sun Yiming's personality and family background, he'd probably buy a bicycle too. The bell hanging from the ox's neck jingled all the way, and because of the cargo, the return trip was slower than the ride there. As they neared the village entrance, a figure carrying a bamboo basket appeared ahead on the ox cart's path, walking with a slight limp. Chapter 74, Another Encounter, A Golden Millet Dream. Wasn't this the young man from last night? Meeting again so soon? Actually, Feng Lingyu had some guesses about the young man's identity last night. Although everything on the mountain now belonged to the public and hunting there without permission was forbidden, people usually turned a blind eye. After all, they were from the same village. There was no need to be harsh. Besides, which family hadn't secretly taken something from the mountain to eat? But this young man had gone hunting late at night when no one was around. His status in the village was likely not good. He was probably a person who had been sent down. The others in the cart were drawn by the sight of him. This young man was truly handsome, with every feature exquisitely refined. Perhaps because he hadn't fully matured yet, he had an androgynous beauty that was hard to distinguish. As they admired him, they noticed Shen Huayu's limp leg and felt a pang of regret. What a pity. Why was he a cripple? Shen Huayu was long accustomed to these pitying looks. Expressionless, he stopped and waited for the ox cart to pass. Just as the cart brushed past him, Feng Lingyu and Shen Huayu locked eyes, both recognizing each other. Feng Lingyu's smile made Shen Huayu freeze for a moment, but he quickly snapped out of it. Though his face remained calm and indifferent, the tips of his reddened ears betrayed him. There was another person in the cart who grew excited at the sight of Shen Huayu. Wu Meiyu clutched her pounding chest, her face flushed. He's appeared, the male lead, Shen Huayu. She hadn't even found a chance to approach him yet, and here he was, suddenly before her. The male lead was as handsome as the book described. Though still a bit immature now, he already showed signs of the future big shot he would become. Wu Meiyu was lost in her thoughts and didn't notice Feng Lingyu's gaze on her. Interesting. Wu Meiyu's reaction wasn't at all like someone seeing a person for the first time. It was as if she already knew him. And when she saw the young man's limp, she didn't show any negative expression, which was completely out of character for her. Wu Meiyu knew this young man and was happy to see him. Could it be reasonable to guess that Wu Meiyu's coming here had something to do with him? The ox cart reached the village. Seeing that Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao had bought a lot, Uncle Lu deliberately drove the cart to her doorstep. Thank you, Uncle Lu. Take these few candies back to your little grandson to sweeten his mouth. Feng Lingyu took some candies from her space and handed them to Uncle Lu. Though Uncle Lu felt embarrassed to accept, his love for his grandchild won out. Since it's for the kid, I'll shamelessly take them. After moving the things inside, Sun Yiming arrived shortly after. Feng Lingyu, bring out a bowl. I've brought the braised pork. Hurry up, I've got things to do, Sun Yiming urged. Earlier in the cart, Feng Lingyu had already given Sun Yiming 2 pig trotters. Feng Lingyu asked, what's so urgent? Shouldn't he be organizing his own purchases now? Sun Yiming sighed and waved his hand. I want to move out as soon as possible. The sooner it's settled, the sooner I can start repairs. If I wait a few more months and it snows, it'll drag on until next year. Feng Lingyu thought for a moment. You're going to see the village chief, right? Perfect. I borrowed the chief's pots and pans yesterday. I'll have Shout go with you to return them. With that, Feng Lingyu called Xiaodao out and wrapped up 2 jean of pastries. Take these along as a thank you gift. Go early and come back early. Once Sun Yiming and Gao Xiaodao left, Feng Lingyu chuckled, showing a rare playfulness befitting her age. She had deliberately sent Xiaodao out so she could freely take things from her space to fill the house. Besides what Xiaodao had bought at the supply cooperative, Feng Lingyu began frantically pulling items from her space. Soon, the kitchen was packed full, and some grain was piled on the floor to be stored in cabinets once they were made. The storage room was also stocked with daily necessities and various long-lasting items like biscuits, canned goods, malted milk powder, and milk powder. She even had cured meat in her space, so she took some out. If Xiaodao asked, she'd say she bought it at the black market today. Seeing that it was about enough, Feng Lingyu stopped. Any more, and she'd risk giving herself away. Xiaoyu, the village chief, agreed. Sun Yiming's house will be built next to ours from now on. And Aunt Ho-Hot, she refused the pastries I brought, but luckily I'm strong, and she could not push me. Imagining the two of them pushing and pulling, Feng Lingyu couldn't help but laugh. Aunt Ho-Hot's height was nothing compared to Xiaodao's, like a child next to her. But that troublemaker Sun Yiming, of all places to pick, he had to choose here. Feng Lingyu finally understood the feeling of shooting herself in the foot. Gao Xiaodao looked at their now full home and exclaimed in amazement, "Wow, did we really buy this much today? Xiaoyu, you're amazing. You even have cured meat. We can eat this for a long time." From now on, everything they ate would come from the space, full of energy, so their appetites would shrink. When night fell and all was quiet, a dark shadow swiftly flashed across the wall of the educated youth compound. Feng Lingyu used her spiritual power to sense that everyone was sound asleep. But to be safe, she still dosed them all with a sleeping agent from her space. She slipped silently into Wu Meiyu's room. Wu Meiyu was smiling in her sleep, lost in some pleasant dream. The medical texts in her space recorded a certain drug, a common interrogation method used by the ancient Feng family. This drug was colorless and odorless. Those who took it would fall into a dazed state, answering whatever was asked. What was even better was that after waking, they wouldn't remember what had happened, only thinking they'd had a wonderful dream. Thus, the drug had a fitting name, Golden Millet Dream. Standing by Wu Meiyu's bed, Feng Lingyu unceremoniously poured the Golden Millet Dream into her mouth. All along the way, Feng Lingyu had never found a chance to administer this drug. Now, she finally had her opportunity. About 2 minutes later, Wu Meiyu stirred awake, her eyes vacant as she stared ahead. Chapter 75, The Male Lead? The Richest Man? Feng Lingyu raised her hand and waved it in front of Wu Meiyu's eyes. She noticed that although her eyes were open, they were unfocused, so she felt relieved. Wu Meiyu, why did you come to Qingshan village? I came to get close to the male lead. I want to be the richest man's wife, haha. This answer caught Feng Lingyu off guard. Male lead? The richest man's wife? What nonsense was this? Thinking back to the scene on the ox cart earlier Still, Feng Lingyu asked Wu Meiyu for detailed information about the plot in the book, just in case it might come in handy later. The Rise of the Richest Man was a male-centric novel. It told the story of the male lead, Shen Huayu, whose family suffered a great upheaval when he was young. He was also schemed against by villains and injured his leg. Disheartened, he gave up on attending university and chose to follow his grandfather into exile. Not long after, his grandfather passed away from illness. For Shen Huayu, the last warmth in the world was gone. So he completely turned dark. Surprisingly, Shen Huayu never married in his lifetime. There were rumors that Shen Huayu once had a fiancée, but she died young. He loved her deeply, so he remained unmarried for life. But in Wu Meiyu's eyes, that was just an excuse from Shen Huayu. After hearing the novel's plot, Feng Lingyu's lips twitched. How delusional was Wu Meiyu to think that someone as cunning as Shen Huayu would ever fall for her? From the novel's plot alone, it was clear that Shen Huayu was exceptionally intelligent. With his grandfather's death driving him solely toward revenge, he had a resolute and unyielding character. How could someone like him fail to see through Wu Meiyu's deliberate approach? Sure enough, she was just a naive girl from a later era, with nothing but love and romance on her mind. Now that she had figured out Wu Meiyu's peculiarities, Feng Lingyu restored her room to its original state and left. At dawn, Zhao Nanshan opened his eyes. He felt something was off. He had never slept so soundly in the night. But nothing seemed unusual about the educated youth settlement. Suddenly, a scream came from the female educated youth's quarters. Sun Yiming was jolted awake from his sleep. What's wrong? What's going on? Realizing the sound came from the women's room, Sun Yiming irritably wiped his face and decided to check it out. When Sun Yiming arrived at the door of Chao Yanfeng's room, he found all the educated youths in the settlement had gathered. It's Lu Xiaoling. Somehow, her mouth has broken out in sores. The crowd around the king parted, revealing Lu Xiaoling sitting on the king, crying. Sun Yiming took a closer look. Good grief, Lu Xiaoling's mouth was ringed with blisters, making her lips look like sausages. He had no idea what her mouth looked like inside. Did eating something cause this? Don't talk nonsense. We all ate the same meal. How could only she be poisoned? Seeing Lu Xiaoling cry so pitifully, everyone started throwing out suggestions. Lu Xiaoling tried to speak, but the pain from opening her mouth made it impossible. She could only sob. Normally, Lu Xiaoling was considered somewhat pretty, and people were willing to comfort her. But now, her appearance was just frightening. When asked, she couldn't explain, which only annoyed everyone. So they offered a few dry words of consolation and then dispersed. Lu Xiaoling felt sorry for herself, but had no choice. At this point, she had to rely on herself. So she went to the clinic to see Ma Dafu. Ma Dafu examined her mouth carefully and said, "This doesn't look like inflammation from heat. It seems more like a burn. You'll just have to wait for it to heal slowly. Don't worry, it's not serious." Lu Xiaoling's eyes widened. How could it be a burn? I just slept and... Ma Dafu grew impatient. How would I know how you got it? Looking at your wound, it's definitely a burn. Lu Xiaoling, how long will it take to heal? Will it leave scars? Ma Dafu, probably about 10 days. You're young and heal well, so it won't scar. But keep your diet light for now, preferably soft foods. Reassured, Lu Xiaoling calmed down. She would just have to wear a face mask for a few days. The only problem was she couldn't talk. Back in the room, Sun Yiming said to Zhao Nanshan, "It's Lu Xiaoling." She woke up with her mouth all blistered. Then, with a gloating tone, he added, "If you ask me, she deserves it. She's always running her mouth. Even the heavens couldn't stand it and made her lips rot." Ever since the incident with the luggage at the train station, Sun Yiming had developed a bad impression of Wu Meiyu and Lu Xiaoling, thinking they were two-faced. After arriving here, they kept stirring up trouble every few days, which only deepened his disgust for them. Zhao Nanshan never showed his emotions easily. Although he also disliked Wu Meiyu and Lu Xiaoling, he wouldn't let it show. Enough. Weren't you going to finalize the house matter in the next few days? Why aren't you going? He planned to settle the house issue during these days off, otherwise, they'd have to start work soon. At the mention of business, Sun Yiming dropped his flippant demeanor. "I'm going now. Yesterday, I only told the village chief I wanted to buy the land next to Feng Lingyu's place. I haven't marked the exact spot yet." Sun Yiming initially... Chapter 76, Exploring the Treasure Site. Alright, let's get down to business. I came to ask you to come with me to find village chief Yang. Since you still need to get furniture made and all, we can handle it together. Maybe we'll get a better price. Sun Yiming meant well. He was worried that Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao might be taken advantage of by the villagers. So he wanted them to go with him to avoid being cheated. That's thoughtful of you. Feng Lingyu chuckled. If she went along, who would be helping whom was still uncertain. Still, since he meant well, she wouldn't brush him off. Besides, she had planned to go today anyway. At Yang Jiangwo's house, Aunt Ho Hot was feeding the chickens when she saw Feng Lingyu and the others approaching. "Xiao Yu. Xiaodao. What brings you here? Come in, sit down, quick. And what about me? Just completely ignored?" Sun Yiming, who had always been especially favored by elders since childhood, began to question his life. Come, sit. Let me pour you some brown sugar water." Aunt Ho Hot didn't give them a chance to refuse and went straight into the kitchen. Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao couldn't help but laugh at Sun Yiming's resentful expression. "What brings you here?" Lu Ho Hot asked, looking at Feng Lingyu with affection. Seeing that Aunt Ho Hot still hadn't looked at him, Sun Yiming couldn't hold back. "Auntie, did you not see me?" Aunt Ho Hot glanced at him sideways. "Child, of course I saw you. What's the rush?" "One thing at a time." Feng Lingyu said, "Auntie, I'm here to see the village chief today. My house still doesn't have any furniture." Young Jiangwo had already informed Grandpa Wang, but the old man said young people like variety, so it was better for Feng Lingyu to tell him herself what style of furniture she wanted. "He's with the accountant checking the village accounts today. Auntie will take you to see Grandpa Wang." "Young man, what about you? What's your business?" Sun Yiming replied, "Auntie, I also need furniture made, but I also need to ask the village chief to allocate me some land. Then come with us first. Once old Yang is done, he'll allocate it for you." With the summer harvest nearly over, Yang Jiangwo and the accountant were busy calculating the work points the villagers had earned this season. Grandpa Wang is the most famous furniture craftsman for miles around. With his carpentry skills, he built several tiled houses for his family. On the way to Grandpa Wang's house, Lu Ho Hot kept giving them background information. When they arrived at the Wang family's doorstep, an old man with completely white hair was planing wood in the yard. This was Grandpa Wang, who looked very old. Grandpa Wang looked up and immediately spotted Feng Lingyu. He paused for a moment. Just as Yang Jiangwo had said, she looked very much like her parents. Feng Lingyu looked at the Wang family yard. It was neat and clean, clearly a household with good values. "Just make me some basic furniture. Besides that, I also need a few wooden shelves." Feng Lingyu thought for a moment and stated her requirements. Although she knew many novel styles, there was no need for them. Practicality was enough. Seeing this, Sun Yiming quickly added, I also need furniture made, the same as Feng Lingyu's. Then I'll make them according to our village customs, tables, chairs, benches, cabinets, kong tables, wardrobes. Those are the big items. You can pay me after they're done. Grandpa Wang nodded in satisfaction. He had worried that Feng Lingyu might have a spoiled temperament, but now he saw she knew how to act appropriately and understood her situation. Not bad. With Sun Yiming around, they couldn't say much more. After ordering the furniture, they left. Qingshan Village was called Qingshan Village because there was a mountain behind it called Shao Qingshan. This mountain was relatively low, and the villagers often went up to catch small game or pick wild vegetables and mushrooms. Behind Shao Qingshan was Qingshan, which connected to the Greater Xing'an Range. On the other side of the Greater Xing'an Range lay the Hulunber grassland, but the range itself was made up of endless primeval forests. Even experienced old hunters dared not venture in recklessly. Walking through the lush forest, Feng Lingyu strolled leisurely. She felt no fear or unease about entering the deep mountains, as if she were taking a walk in her own backyard. From Wu Meiyu's memories the night before, she learned that Qingshan Village would experience a major event in the future. A mudslide would wash open a treasure vault onto Qingshan, and the state would quickly send people to take over. Later, many rare treasures were taken out of that vault, shocking the entire country. Feng Lingyu thought of the 4 treasure maps in her space. The treasure in Qingshan Village, who else could it belong to but the ancient Feng family? Life was unpredictable. Feng Lingyu had stumbled upon one of the treasure sites by chance. Who would have thought that the ancient head of the Feng family would hide one of his treasures right in the Feng family's ancestral land? Reaching the top of Shao Qingshan, Feng Lingyu took out one of the treasure maps from her space. Comparing it to the map, she slowly scanned the nearby Qingshan. When her gaze landed on a depression on the mountainside of Qingshan, she paused. That's not right. According to the map, there shouldn't be a depression there. These treasure maps had been passed down for who knows how many years. Time changed everything, enough for the natural environment to alter. It seemed that relying solely on the map wouldn't pinpoint the treasure's exact location. With that in mind, Feng Lingyu wandered around the mountain casually, found a nest of wild eggs, shot 2 pheasants, and prepared to head down. Truth be told, she preferred the taste of domesticated meat over wild game, but sometimes a change of flavor was nice. Suddenly, she met a pair of ink-black eyes, filled with a mix of emotions as if trying to pull her in. Meeting Shen Huayu again, Feng Lingyu's feelings were completely different from the first 2 times. Perhaps it was because she now knew he was the male lead. Shen Huayu had long seen the cold and warmth of the world, so he naturally noticed Feng Lingyu's retreat. His eyes darkened. Chapter 77. Shen Huayu rescues her, the Tongbi snake venom. Feng Lingyu looked at the figure ahead that seemed to be emitting black fumes, feeling inexplicably guilty. In an instant, a green shadow shot out from the grass. Feng Lingyu's eyes sharpened, and just as she was about to strike, the lightning at her fingertips was already primed. A pair of hands suddenly reached out and pulled Feng Lingyu into an embrace. The scent of grass filled Feng Lingyu's nostrils, causing her to momentarily lose focus. She knew it was Shen Huayu. In both her past and present lives, she had never been this close to a man. A muffled groan came from behind her head, as if a puff of hot air was brushing against her ear. Feng Lingyu couldn't help but blush. Within a few breaths, the arms around her loosened. Feng Lingyu quickly reached out to support Shen Huayu. She had no idea what that green shadow was, but Shen Huayu had likely been bitten. Seeing Shen Huayu's pale face, Feng Lingyu grew anxious. If something happened to the male lead, she wondered if it would affect this world. Besides, if it weren't for saving her, he wouldn't have been bitten. Feng Lingyu helped Shen Huayu sit on the ground. Looking closely, she noticed some bloodstains on his left shoulder. That was a Tongbi snake, a venomous snake unique to Daqing Mountain. Where it appears, the antidote grows nearby, a red stem with 7 leaves, easy to recognize, Shen Huayu said slowly, his breathing rapid. He felt half his body going numb. The Tongbi snake's venom had already taken effect. Feng Lingyu immediately rushed to the grass she had just been in, and, sure enough, spotted the herb Shen Huayu had described. Just as she was about to pick it, the Tongbi snake, which hadn't left, tried to ambush her again. This time, Feng Lingyu didn't let her guard down. She opened her palm wide, and a surge of electricity burst forth, instantly reducing the Tongbi snake to ash. After gathering the antidote and returning, Feng Lingyu found that Shen Huayu had fainted at some point. With no other choice, she first took some spiritual spring water from her space and fed it to Shen Huayu. She wasn't sure how to use the antidote, but external application seemed unlikely. After a moment's thought, she decided to feed it to him. Taking a medicine mortar from her space, she mashed the herb into a paste, added some spiritual spring water, and turned it into a thick mixture. Only after the unconscious Shen Huayu had swallowed the bowl of medicinal paste did Feng Lingyu breathe a sigh of relief. He should be fine now, right? It was still broad daylight, so carrying him down the mountain like this was out of the question. Feng Lingyu couldn't bring herself to leave him alone here, so she had to find a place to settle him down. Luckily, she had told Xiao Tao about her whereabouts, mentioning that she might return late. Feng Lingyu hoisted Shen Huayu onto her back and found him surprisingly light. Thinking of the plot Wu Meiyu had described from the book, Feng Lingyu sighed, "You're a pitiful one too." Earlier, while searching for treasure, Feng Lingyu had spotted a small wooden cabin at the foot of Daqing Mountain, likely a temporary shelter built by hunters. Shen Huayu slowly opened his eyes and found himself in a small wooden cabin. A fire was burning in the pit. Above it hung a small clay pot, bubbling and steaming, with a fragrant aroma wafting through the air. Just then, footsteps sounded at the door. Shen Huayu immediately tensed up, adopting a defensive posture. Feng Lingyu walked in from outside, holding a handful of wild fruits in her hands. Seeing that Shen Huayu was awake, her eyes lit up, and she said happily, "You're awake." Shen Huayu looked around the cabin and realized it was the hunter's small hut. But this cabin was within the Daqing Mountain area, rarely visited by people. She was bold to bring him here. She was genuinely worried about any after effects, since she had never seen or heard of the tongue-bee snake before. What if its venom was extremely potent? Shen Huayu shook his head. "As long as you gave me the antidote, I'll be fine." Though the tongue-bee snake's venom was fierce, its antidote was usually nearby, making this snake less terrifying than others. But Shen Huayu didn't mention that the venom had a side effect. His body would occasionally go numb and lose mobility in the future. Hearing that the venom was neutralized, Feng Lingyu relaxed. She walked over to the fire with the washed wild fruits and sat down. "I saw some cooking utensils in the cabin, so I made a pot of wild chicken soup. Have some." Feng Lingyu felt a bit awkward. She wanted to ask Shen Huayu why he had saved her, but whenever she met his eyes, she couldn't bring herself to speak. Fortunately, Shen Huayu didn't refuse. He came over to the fire, sat down, picked up the bowl of chicken soup, and drank it slowly, sip by sip. "Thank you for today. My name is Feng Lingyu. I'm an educated youth sent to the countryside here." Remembering she hadn't thanked him yet, Feng Lingyu spoke up again. Shen Huayu savored the deliciousness of the wild chicken soup, a warmth lingering in his heart. For some reason, this scene made him feel the warmth of home. It was as if the armor around him had been shed, and he became gentle. "No need to thank me. This bowl of chicken soup can count as your gratitude. And my name is Shen Huayu." Feng Lingyu had thought Shen Huayu wouldn't respond, but he answered earnestly. When he said his name, each word was clear and distinct, entering Feng Lingyu's ears. Though Feng Lingyu had already learned his name from Wu Meiyu, somehow hearing Shen Huayu spoken by his own lips was deeply memorable, impossible to forget. "Hey, why did you save me today? We've only met twice, haven't we?" Perhaps the shift in Shen Huayu's demeanor made Feng Lingyu let her guard down as well. The question she had found hard to ask earlier came out naturally. "Call me by my name." His voice still carried a youthful clarity. Feng Lingyu understood what he meant. He didn't like her calling him, "Hey." This kid, so particular. Feng Lingyu silently complained. Though Feng Lingyu was also 16 now, she had been 25 in her past life, so she saw Shen Huayu as still an underage child. As for Gao Xiaodao and Sun Yiming, they were both over 18, already adults. Shen Huayu, why did you save me?" Calling Shen Huayu by his name for the first time, Feng Lingyu still felt a bit unaccustomed. Shen Huayu set down his bowl of chicken soup, picked up a stick, and stirred the fire. The flames, which had dimmed slightly, flared up again. He said slowly, "No reason. I saved you because I wanted to." Chapter 78. Maybe I can cure it. Knowing that Shen Huayu didn't want to talk about it, Feng Lingyu gave him a deep look. "Regardless, you saved me. If anything happens in the future, I won't stand by and do nothing." She paused, then thought of Shen Huayu's crippled leg. In the novel, his leg wouldn't allow him to walk like a normal person until future technology advanced enough. But before that, he had endured over 20 years of people's strange looks. Worse still, some would mock him behind his back, so what if his business is big? He's still a cripple, haha. Although those people met bad ends under his iron hand, Feng Lingyu's heart softened at this moment. From their interactions these past few times, she could tell Shen Huayu was a proud man at heart. For someone like him to be ridiculed and insulted by a bunch of nobodies must have been unbearable. Thinking this, Feng Lingyu said, "Your leg." But before she could finish, she saw Shen Huayu's body stiffen at those two words. Even his problematic right leg subtly shrank back. The armor he had just shed instantly returned to him, radiating an aura of "stay away." Feng Lingyu's heart tightened. He wasn't yet the future tycoon at the top, commanding respect and weathering storms. He couldn't yet face his own pain calmly. Sorry, I meant to say that maybe I can cure it. Feng Lingyu quickly added. His grandfather had brought the director of the capital hospital to examine him, but they were all helpless. What could a young girl like Feng Lingyu do? I told you that bowl of chicken soup was thanks enough. You don't have to do this. No, I really have a way. Trust me. Feng Lingyu grabbed Shen Huayu's shoulders with both hands and said earnestly. Feeling the warmth slowly spreading from his shoulders, it inexplicably filled Shen Huayu with strength. Looking into her bright, determined eyes, he nodded as if possessed and said, all right. Fine, let her try. It couldn't get worse than this, could it? Just then, a tingling numbness spread through his entire body. Shen Huayu instantly lost all strength, unable to support himself sitting up, and slowly collapsed toward Feng Lingyu. Feng Lingyu was pondering how to treat Shen Huayu's leg when she felt a weight on her right shoulder. His face was flushed, adding a hint of enchanting allure to his already androgynous features, strangely captivating. Before he could speak, Feng Lingyu realized his symptoms were exactly the same as after being bitten by the tongue-beast snake that afternoon. How's this possible? The snake venom isn't cured? Why did you lie? Do you know you're harming yourself? Feng Lingyu was both furious and terrified. If Shen Huayu died because of her, then Shen Huayu hadn't lied to Feng Lingyu. He wouldn't gamble with his own life. That herb could indeed neutralize the venom, but the aftereffects would strike roughly once every 3 months. Shen Huayu hadn't expected the aftereffects of the tongue-beast snake to hit so soon. Seeing Feng Lingyu so angry that her hands trembled as she held him, Shen Huayu had to speak. I didn't lie to you. The venom is indeed cured. If it's cured, why is this happening? Are these aftereffects? Shen Huayu nodded slightly. These aftereffects aren't serious. You don't need to feel burdened. Seeing how lightly Shen Huayu took the aftereffects, Feng Lingyu's anger flared. Do you think that means I won't feel burdened? No, it only increases my guilt. Don't do anything stupid again. And how do you know I can't do anything about these aftereffects? Were you planning to just endure them on your own without telling me? Feng Lingyu helped the weak and powerless Shen Huayu lie back down where he had been. In the process, she secretly channeled her plant-based ability into his body. Her plant ability could enhance a person's vitality, which was often very helpful to the human body. Sure enough, Shen Huayu felt a cool sensation flow through him, and the tingling numbness and weakness greatly subsided. I'm sorry. I didn't expect these aftereffects to be worse than what the books described. Thinking that his current state was because of her, Feng Lingyu couldn't stay angry no matter how much she wanted to. In my opinion, the aftereffects of the tongue-beast snake are caused by residual venom at the wound, which leads to occasional numbness. Feng Lingyu thought carefully. According to Shen Huayu, since the antidote for tongue-beast snake venom usually appeared near the snake, people weren't too anxious after being bitten. Moreover, people in the past had tried applying the antidote to the bite wound, but the venom wasn't neutralized, only taking the medicine orally worked. Thus, the method for curing tongue-beast snake venom had been passed down this way. As for the aftereffects, they only struck once every 3 months, causing numbness for a while without being fatal. For most people, surviving was good enough. Since the venom in his body was already cured, the aftereffects could only be caused by residual venom at the wound. Having figured this out, Feng Lingyu said to Shen Huayu, I have a method that might completely cure the tongue-beast snake venom. So, she explained her theory to him. Shen Huayu found it very reasonable and asked, but the problem is, how do we remove the venom from the wound? I know an acupuncture technique specifically for helping the body expel toxins. There was indeed such an acupuncture technique in Feng Lingyu's space medical knowledge, and it was perfect for this situation. Seeing Shen Huayu's skeptical look, Feng Lingyu coughed lightly. I know you think I'm young and find it hard to believe I can use needles, but I'm gifted. I learned it in just a few days. Don't worry. Hearing this, Shen Huayu's mouth twitched. He was even more scared now. What should he do? Seeing his embarrassed expression, Feng Lingyu couldn't help but laugh. All right, I'll stop teasing you. Don't worry, I've practiced for a long time. Even though she had only studied for 2 years in her past life and only scratched the surface. But ever since she treated Gao Dashi's leg last time, she had practiced acupuncture extensively in her space. Helping the body expel toxins was a piece of cake for her. Feng Lingyu pulled a strip of cloth from her waist. When she opened it, it was lined with a row of needles. She heated the silver needles over a fire to sterilize them. After all, carrying needles on her person was explainable, but carrying alcohol would be too. Why do I have to take off my clothes? Shen Huayu's face flushed red. Don't you see where your wound is? How can I find the right acupoints if you don't take off your clothes? Feng Lingyu rolled her eyes. Did he think she was trying to take advantage of him? Even though he was very handsome, with red lips and fair skin. Seeing Shen Huayu still sitting there motionless, Feng Lingyu decided to do it herself. So, she grabbed his hands with one hand and pulled his collar down with the other. Feng Lingyu was so strong, how could Shen Huayu resist? Just as she was about to start, she caught sight of the pendant hanging around Shen Huayu's neck. Her heart churned with shock. How is this possible? Chapter 79. The fiancé turned out to be her. But after waiting for a while, seeing that Feng Lingyu made no move and instead stared at his chest without blinking, he couldn't help feeling a bit embarrassed and annoyed. He immediately broke free from Feng Lingyu's hand and pulled his clothes back. Shen Huayu said angrily, if you're not going to apply the needles, then fine, but you. She steadied herself, calming the turmoil inside her. That was my fault just now. I was lost in thought. I'll apply the needles now. The fire in the small wooden cabin crackled from time to time, its warm yellow glow casting light on Feng Lingyu's face, illuminating her brows and eyes. As Feng Lingyu inserted the silver needles into the precise acupoints, she casually asked, as if unintentionally, that gourd pendant hanging on your chest is quite pretty. Shen Huayu looked down at the pendant that had accompanied him since childhood. The jade was clear and translucent, clearly of excellent quality. Moreover, the pendant was shaped like a gourd, polished to a natural perfection. Such craftsmanship could only be the work of a master. Thinking of the meaning behind this pendant, Shen Huayu's hand tightened. He shouldn't get close to Feng Lingyu. It's none of your business. Shen Huayu's tone suddenly turned cold. Feng Lingyu had no idea what had gotten into him. He had been fine just a moment ago, and now he was suddenly distant again. On top of that, not getting the answer she wanted, she unconsciously applied a bit more force when inserting the next needle. Shen Huayu let out a hiss, and Feng Lingyu smirked triumphantly behind him. Little brat, now you know what happens when you offend your doctor. What she didn't know was that Shen Huayu, with his back to her, also revealed a helpless smile, as if he had long anticipated her little act of revenge. Before long, Shen Huayu's back was covered with needles inserted by Feng Lingyu. At the sight of his bite wound, black blood began to seep out. When the blood flowing out turned bright red, it meant the poison had been fully expelled. All right, in about 20 minutes, I'll come and remove the needles. There won't be any after effects. After saying this, Feng Lingyu walked back to the fire and sat down, ignoring Shen Huayu's reaction. Since he wanted to be cold, Feng Lingyu wasn't the type to force herself on someone who didn't want her warmth. Once she finished treating his leg, she would consider his debt repaid. In truth, Feng Lingyu already had some guesses in her mind. Asking him just now was only to get a definite answer from him. Based on Wu Meiyu's account, Shen Huayu had a fiancé, and that fiancé had died young. If she hadn't transmigrated here, Feng Lingyu would indeed have died young. And looking at the jade gourd on him, identical to hers, it was highly likely that he was the fiancé mentioned in her father's letter. Feng Lingyu propped her chin on her hand, feeling a bit irritated. She really didn't know how to handle her relationship with Shen Huayu. Considering that he was her nominal fiancé, she decided she would look out for him from now on, at least ensure he didn't suffer as much in the early stages as he did in the book. Having made up her mind, Feng Lingyu stopped dwelling on it. She got up to check the progress of the poison removal from Shen Huayu's wound. The poison is fully expelled now. You'll be fine from now on. Feng Lingyu removed the silver needles one by one, sterilized them over the fire, and put them back in their original place. Shen Huayu silently put his clothes back on and said softly, "Thank you." Feng Lingyu responded coldly, then leaned against the wall with her eyes closed, resting. The scene felt like it had returned to the night they first met, cold and distant. Just as the sky was beginning to lighten, Feng Lingyu and Shen Huayu had already descended the mountain. Due to Shen Huayu's physical condition, Feng Lingyu still escorted him to the cowshed. As they approached the gate of the cowshed, an old man with graying hair came out. "Huayu, what happened to you? Why didn't you come back all night?" Shen Shui had been worried all night and hadn't slept. Seeing the dark circles under his grandfather's eyes, Shen Huayu felt a pang of guilt. His grandfather must have been worried about him all night without sleep. "Grandfather, I'm fine. Just a small accident last night." Hearing this answer, Grandpa Shen knew his grandson didn't want to talk about it. "You're a decisive person, but from now on, prioritize your safety." After saying this, Grandpa Shen noticed Feng Lingyu standing to the side. The moment he saw her face, he was greatly shocked. Shen Huayu thought his grandfather's reaction was very strange, as if he recognized Feng Lingyu. Feng Lingyu thought to herself, "This is bad. This old man probably knew my parents, But since she was staying in Qingshan village, her name and surname couldn't be hidden. She hadn't expected to run into this old man. Helpless, Feng Lingyu had no choice but to speak her name. "My name is Feng Lingyu." Shen Shui's face flushed with excitement as he continued, "Are you Feng Dingbang's daughter?" "Yes." Feng Lingyu lowered her eyes. She remembered the letter her father had left behind. Could the Shen family from the 4 auxiliary families be Shen Huayu's family? It really is, haha. How is your father now?" When I left, he wasn't much older than you. It was clear that Shin Xiui was genuinely happy. Feng Lingyu said, Grandpa Shen, my parents have already passed away. I'm now a sent-down youth in Qingshan village. The smile on Shin Xiui's face instantly vanished, replaced by bitterness. I shouldn't have suggested they join the military back then. It's my fault. Back then, Feng Dingbang had sent the collateral branches of the Feng family and the 4 great families to seek their own paths, and only their Shin family had remained in the capital. Because Shin Xiui had left the family to make his own way when he was young, and after the liberation victory, he had held a high position. So the other members of the Shin family decided to stay and elected him as the new clan leader. At the time, he still had some influence in the military, so he suggested that Feng Dingbang and his wife join the military to seek the nation's protection and avoid trouble due to their excessive wealth. Shin Huayu quickly stepped forward to support his grandfather. He knew this had stirred up memories from the past. Feng Lingyu was also shocked. She hadn't expected that her parents had been introduced to military work by Grandpa Shin. Some things could now be explained. Back when Grandpa Shin was still in the military, her parents, under his protection, naturally wouldn't have encountered major problems. But after he was sent down and lost his former position, those behind the scenes could target her parents. It could even be reasonably inferred that Grandpa Shin's downfall was orchestrated by the to strike at the Feng family. Thinking of this, Feng Lingyu could barely control her surging emotions. She hadn't expected thee to have laid such an elaborate groundwork. Chapter 80, A Direct Confession. You should come inside first. It's still early, and the villagers probably haven't woken up yet, but just in case, let's go in and talk first. Shin Xiui led Feng Lingyu into the dilapidated shed where he lived. Feng Lingyu understood that Grandpa Shin was also looking out for her. The shed Shin Xiui lived in consisted of 2 rooms. Besides the small room where the Shin grandfather and grandson slept, the remaining room was where the cow was kept. Even after Feng Lingyu walked in, Shin Huayu was still a bit dazed. He didn't know why his grandfather knew Feng Lingyu. When he was young, he grew up with his parents in the military compound. It wasn't until his parents died. Now it was fine. He had a reason to get close to her. Even if he couldn't be with her, he could at least silently guard her from the side. Shin Xiui had been through it all. Seeing his grandson's excited state, he knew full well that the boy had fallen for her. In the past, when they reached the right age, he would have personally gone to propose marriage. After some conversation, Feng Lingyu learned that the betrothal between her and Shin Huayu had been arranged by both sets of parents. Later Shin Huayu's parents died on the battlefield, leaving behind 7-year-old Huayu and his 2-year-old brother Huiqing. She hadn't expected Shin Huayu's parents to have passed away so early. This character probably hadn't appeared in the original book. Otherwise, as the younger brother of the male lead, Wu Meiyu couldn't possibly not know about him. Huiqing was too young, so I left him in the capital city. Feng Lingyu frowned. Could it be that something happened to Shin Huiqing in the capital? Otherwise, why would such an important character not be mentioned? Of course, she might also be overthinking it, but Feng Lingyu silently made a mental note of this matter. By the way, Grandpa Feng, Xiaoyu said she might be able to treat my leg. After Shin Huayu uttered this name, the tips of his ears turned red. He had heard the tall girl beside her call her that earlier. Really? That's wonderful. Xiaoyu, if you have a way, go ahead and treat it. If you can't cure it, Grandpa will still thank you. Just treat it with confidence, don't put any psychological pressure on yourself. Shin Xiui was stunned by this news and spoke incoherently. He had once sought out the director of the capital city hospital to treat Huayu's leg. The director said his bones had already necrotized and there was no possibility of healing. After that, Shin Huayu became somewhat despondent. It wasn't until he followed his grandfather to Qingshan village that he perked up again. Even if there was only a sliver of hope for a cure, he was willing to let Huayu try. What if, just what if, a miracle really happened? Grandpa Shen, rest assured. I will do my utmost to heal his leg. Feng Lingyu didn't arrogantly claim she could definitely cure it, but the hope was still considerable. After all, she had the spiritual spring water and plant, both of which could enhance a person's vitality. Seeing that it was almost time to start work, Shin Huayu saw Feng Lingyu out. Thinking back to last night when Feng Lingyu had asked him about the jade gourd, Shin Huayu, being such an intelligent person, instantly understood that Feng Lingyu had been testing him. But if she knew last night that he was her fiancé, why didn't she say anything? If Grandpa hadn't recognized her today, was she planning never to bring it up? She didn't want to have anything to do with him, did she? Shin Huayu's previously bright mood instantly darkened. Why didn't you tell me who you were last night? Looking at Feng Lingyu's flawless profile, Shin Huayu asked. Feng Lingyu's expression stiffened. She knew Shin Huayu was thinking about what happened last night. When I saw that little gourd, I was also very shocked. That's why I asked you. Looking at Shin Huayu's serious face, Feng Lingyu didn't know why she felt a little guilty, as if she had done something wrong. But soon, Feng Lingyu became emboldened again. Although you are my fiancé, this is a new society now. We don't necessarily have to be bound together. Hearing these words, Shen Huayu's whole body seemed to emit black fumes as he sank into a low-pressure state. You don't want to be with me. Then who have you taken a liking to? I haven't taken a liking to anyone. I just think, do we even have feelings for each other? Why should we be tied together just because of a betrothal? Feng Lingyu quickly explained. If there are no feelings, feelings can be cultivated. Shen Huayu immediately retorted. Feng Lingyu was stunned on the spot by these words. What do you mean by that? Looking into Feng Lingyu's wide-open eyes, Shen Huayu pressed closer step by step until their breaths mingled together. I like you. I want to be with you. Do you understand now? Do I need to make it any clearer? Feng Lingyu had never experienced such a scene in either her past or present life. She only felt a wave of heat rising from the soles of her feet to the top of her head, her whole body burning. You. Faced with Shen Huayu's directness, Feng Lingyu opened her mouth but found herself at a loss for words. We're still young. Feelings at this age aren't mature. You. Before Feng Lingyu could finish, Shen Huayu interrupted her. Then wait until I'm 18. I know my own feelings. I'm serious. Looking at Shen Huayu's earnest eyes, Feng Lingyu couldn't bring herself to say anything to refuse. After saying this, Feng Lingyu left, but her retreating figure carried a hint of fleeing in panic. Shen Huayu chuckled softly. On the surface, Xiaoyu seemed strong and aloof, but when it came to matters of the heart, she was still a little coward. Chapter 81, hoping she grows and can stand on her own. Gao Xiaotao was practicing her punches and kicks in the yard when she saw Feng Lingyu push open the door and walk in. Xiaoyu, you're back. Was everything okay last night? Gao Xiaotao carefully looked Feng Lingyu up and down. Although she knew the chances of something going wrong were slim, she was still a little worried. Feng Lingyu shook her head and handed the wild chicken and eggs to Gao Xiaotao. I'm fine. I stayed the night in a hunter's cabin up on the mountain. Take these into the kitchen. We'll stew the chicken for lunch. The wild chicken was lean, with little meat, but it would make a flavorful broth. It just so happened that Aunt Hohot had brought over some dried mushrooms last time, which would go perfectly with the wild chicken for a nourishing soup. Seeing that Feng Lingyu was not only unharmed, but had also brought back game, Gao Xiaotao was deeply impressed. She had heard from Aunt Hohot yesterday that it was best not to go up Daqing Mountain casually, as wild animals might appear. Gao Xiaotao took the chicken into the kitchen and quickly cleaned it with deft movements. They had bought a clay pot for stewing from the supply cooperative, which was perfect for making wild chicken soup. Simmering it slowly over low heat would better preserve the nutrients in the broth. Oh, Xiaoyu, after you went up the mountain yesterday afternoon, Aunt Hohot brought us 2 chicks. They're still in the cage. Once they grow up, we'll have eggs to eat, Gao Xiaotao said as she crouched on the ground to start the fire. She hadn't expected Aunt Hohot to deliver the chicks so quickly. Their yard was empty, with no place to keep the chicks, so Gao Xiaotao had put them in a cage. I gave Aunt Hohot a few cloth coupons for the 2 chicks. I know they rarely get ration coupons for cloth in the countryside. Gao Xiaotao looked at Feng Lingyu nervously, unsure if she had done the right thing. Feng Lingyu nodded approvingly. You did well, Xiaotao. From now on, you can make some decisions on your own without asking me about everything. Trust yourself. I believe Uncle Gao would also be happy to see you grow. Feng Lingyu knew that since Xiaotao had been by her side, she had always put her first and gotten used to following her orders. Although obedience was essential for a loyal attendant, Xiaotao held a different place in her heart. She was not just her guard but also her friend. When the day came for Feng Lingyu to return to the capital, she would need capable helpers who could stand on their own. Feng Lingyu didn't want Xiaotao to lose her ambition and become a puppet just by staying by her side. Gao Xiaotao nodded firmly. Xiaoyu, I understand. I'll work hard to keep up with you and won't hold you back. Knowing that Gao Xiaotao had grasped her meaning, the two exchanged a smile. At noon, the summer heat surged relentlessly, accompanied by the incessant chirping of cicadas, which inexplicably made people feel irritable. Gao Xiaotao put down her chopsticks after just one bowl of rice. Xiaoyu, I don't know if it's because of the summer heat, but I've been eating so little these past few days. But in previous summers, my appetite never decreased. Can you take a look at me later and see if I'm sick? Gao Xiaotao rubbed her stomach and frowned. Feng Lingyu chuckled inwardly. Over the past few days, they had been eating grain grown in the space, which was rich in spiritual energy, so their appetites had indeed been gradually decreasing. Don't overthink it. You're not sick. Besides, haven't you noticed that my appetite has also decreased? That was true, Xiaoyu had been eating less too, so it should be fine. Otherwise, Xiaoyu, who understood medicine, would have noticed something wrong long ago, right? And besides, having a smaller appetite is a good thing. We won't need to buy as much grain anymore. Gao Xiaotao thought about it and realized she was right. Before, the two of them ate a lot and had to rely on buying grain. But with a smaller appetite, with her own strength, Even if Xiaoyu didn't work, the work points she earned alone would be enough to feed them both. Reassured, Gao Xiaodao ladled herself another bowl of chicken soup from the clay pot. This chicken soup with mushrooms is really delicious. No wonder everyone says the mountain delicacies in the northeast are famous. Gao Xiaodao squinted with satisfaction. When autumn came, she wanted to go up the mountain to pick mushrooms, dry them, and eat them slowly. Oh, and if there were a lot, she could also send some to her father and Shirue in the capital. Shirue loved cooking, so she would be thrilled to receive the mushrooms. Feng Lingyu noticed there was still half a pot of soup left and thought of Sun Yiming and Zhao Nanshan, who were decent people. She said, "It's so hot now and this soup will spoil quickly if we don't finish it. Why don't we give it to Zhao Nanshan to help him recover his strength?" Gao Xiaodao also thought they were good people, so she took out a lunchbox and poured all the remaining meat and soup into it. "I'll take it to them now. Xiaoyu, you must not have rested well last night, so go take a nap." Gao Xiaodao waved her hand, and seeing that Feng Lingyu was still sitting there, she stepped forward, pulled her up, and pushed her toward the room. Feng Lingyu had no choice but to say, "All right, I'll go rest. Go quickly and come back. Don't talk too much with the people at the sent-down youth point. If they cause trouble, don't be polite." Gao Xiaodao carried the chicken soup to the sent-down youth point, where everyone was sitting in the yard eating. When they saw Gao Xiaodao approaching with a lunchbox, they all stared at her. Qiao Yanfeng's expression softened, thinking that Feng Lingyu had sent Gao Xiaodao to bring food and mend relations. It seemed Feng Lingyu wasn't as clueless as she had imagined. "Xiaodao, what brings you here?" Sun Yiming stood up from his seat and walked over to Gao Xiaodao. He knew how Feng Lingyu felt about the sent-down youths, so Gao Xiaodao could only be here to see him. Gao Xiaodao pulled Sun Yiming aside and handed him the lunchbox. "This is chicken soup. You and Comrade Zhao can have it. Xiaoyu asked me to bring it." Sun Yiming's eyes lit up at the lunchbox in his hands. He had been eating poorly at the sent-down youth point these days, as everyone's cooking was mediocre, and the communal meals were far from appetizing. "Sister, from now on, you and Xiaoyu are my real sisters. I didn't expect you to remember me when you had chicken soup." Seeing Sun Yiming's exaggerated reaction, Gao Xiaodao rolled her eyes. "All right, stop joking. If it weren't for the fact that we couldn't finish it and it would go bad, I wouldn't have brought it. Besides, this is mainly for Comrade Zhao to recover." Sun Yiming knew Gao Xiaodao was joking. In these times, no one ever had leftover chicken soup. "Wait here. Let me get you something." Sun Yiming wasn't about to take their gift for nothing. The day he went to the commune, his mother had sent him a lot of things. Soon, Sun Yiming came back with a small box. "My mom said these are high-end candies. Take them back and share them with Xiaoyu." Sun Yiming was thick-skinned and already felt close to Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao, so he had naturally switched to calling them by their more familiar names, Xiaoyu and Xiaodao. Chapter 82. Sun Yiming loses his temper. Gao Xiaodao didn't decline either. "All right, I'm off. It's so hot out, I still need to go back for my afternoon nap." Qiao Yanfeng's face stiffened when she saw Gao Xiaodao leave directly after speaking with Sun Yiming. Were they planning to completely sever ties with the educated youth point? They wouldn't even bother keeping up appearances anymore. Sun Yiming took his lunchbox and went straight back to his room. Because Zhao Nanshan was recovering from his injury and needed to eat finer grains, he didn't eat with the others. "Nanshan, don't drink your porridge anymore. Xiaodao just brought over a box of chicken soup." Sun Yiming took a lunchbox from the cabinet, opened the one in his hand, and prepared to pour half of it out. As soon as he lifted the lid, a rich aroma wafted over. Stewed chicken with mushrooms, no wonder it smells so good. Sun Yiming used his chopsticks to divide most of the meat from the lunchbox to Zhao Nanshan, keeping only a small portion of the soup for himself to drink. Seeing Zhao Nanshan sitting there motionless, Sun Yiming knew he was feeling guilty again. "Drink up, quick. It's only because you're injured that I'm sharing this meat with you at all." Sun Yiming picked up the lunchbox and placed it in Zhao Nanshan's hands. "Come on, stop dawdling. Drink up and get better soon. Once we have to start working in the fields, I'll still be counting on you." Zhao Nanshan gripped the lunchbox tightly and slowly swallowed the chicken soup. Sun Yiming was right. Healing quickly was the most important thing. In the yard, Wu Meiyu stared at the watery paste in her bowl, catching the faint scent drifting through the air, and felt a surge of frustration. Why was it that when others time traveled, they got to eat well and drink well, while she had to endure a hard life here? She craved meat too. She didn't know what Gao Xiaodao had brought over, but it smelled so good. It had to be something nice. Lu Xiaoling, meanwhile, felt bitter inside. Her mouth had shown no sign of improvement over the past few days. She could only eat thin, watery broth. Zhao Nanshan and Sun Yiming came from well-off families and could have plain porridge when injured, but she didn't have the means to eat fine grains. She hadn't been eating well these days and had visibly lost several pounds. If only she could have some meat broth, maybe with the nutrition, her injury would heal faster. Everyone in the yard ate without tasting their food. Before long, Sun Yiming came out carrying 2 empty lunchboxes. He was humming a tune, clearly in a good mood. Sun Yiming, what did Gao Xiaodao bring you that smells so good? Wang Yi asked. Sun Yiming, she didn't bring it for me. It was for Nanshan to build up his strength. I just got to share a bit. Wang Yi, really? You don't think she has a thing for one of you too? Why else would she go out of her way to bring you soup? Ha ha ha. Wang Yi's words were vicious. He was trying to ruin Gao Xiaodao's and his brother's reputations. Sun Yiming's anger flared, and he hurled the lunchbox in his hand at Wang Yi. The aluminum lunchbox grazed past Wang Yi's scalp. Wang Yi's pupils dilated as he saw Sun Yiming charging at him with clenched fists. It was an aluminum lunchbox, actually very light, but Sun Yiming's sudden outburst still startled him. Fortunately, Lu Daqing reacted quickly and grabbed Sun Yiming in time, stopping him from hitting Wang Yi. If your filthy mouth can't speak properly, I can help you shut it, Sun Yiming said, unable to contain his rage. This guy kept provoking him. Did he think he was afraid of him? If I remember correctly, after Lu Xiaoling got sores on her mouth yesterday, you gave her a pound of millet. Does that mean you have a thing for her too? Sun Yiming added coldly. Did he think no one in the educated youth point had noticed his little schemes? Wang Yi hadn't expected his act of giving Lu Xiaoling something to be discovered. He thought he'd been so discreet. Now he was at a loss for words. If he admitted it, his accusation against Sun Yiming would become a joke. Lu Xiaoling hadn't expected the fire to turn on her, but her mouth still wasn't healed, and she couldn't defend herself. She could only silently shed tears. Under the table, her fingers dug tightly into the edge. She should have known better than to accept Wang Yi's gift out of greed. That idiot, his own mess, was dragging her into it. After this, everyone at the educated youth point would probably see her and Wang Yi as a pair. How could she still play the field and find a well-off partner? Wang Yi, I'm telling you, this is your last warning. If you run your mouth again, I won't let you off easy. Humph. With that, Sun Yiming picked up the lunchbox from the ground, shot Wang Yi a glare, and left. In the room of the older, educated youths, watching the commotion in the yard, Zhu Hongye grinned. Looks like there's a lot of internal conflict among the new educated youths. Yan Wei casually turned another page of his book. It's not scarcity that causes trouble, but inequality. Feng Lingyu is smart. Then he went back to reading, as if the events outside hadn't affected him at all. Feng Lingyu woke up from a satisfying afternoon nap, feeling refreshed. She checked her watch. It was already 6 p.m. The sun was about to set. Hearing noises from the yard, she put on her clothes and went outside. Aunt Hohat had arrived at some point and was now planting vegetables in the yard with Gao Xiaodao. Gao Xiaodao was strong and sharp-eyed. With one swing of the hoe, she dug a hole. She dug quickly and well, making even Aunt Hohat, an old hand at farming, feel inferior. Watching Gao Xiaodao work hard, Aunt Hohat grew more fond of her. Child, when you start working in the fields, you'll probably earn more work points than many men. Gao Xiaodao wiped the sweat from her forehead with her hand and smiled. Auntie, I'm just strong. I'm nowhere near as meticulous as you. Aunt Hohat beamed at these words, her gaze toward Gao Xiaodao growing even warmer. Feng Lingyu had just arrived and overheard this exchange. She chuckled softly, surprised that Xiaodao could say such sweet things to please people. Auntie, what brings you here? Feng Lingyu walked over and asked. Lu Hohat, Xiaoyu, there's progress on the well. It's 50 yuan for one well. If you think it's fair, they'll come tomorrow to get it done. And the bathroom you wanted, they'll handle that too. 50 yuan for a well was really not expensive. It must have been thanks to Grandpa Yang's connections. All right, Auntie. Tell them to come tomorrow. I'll also provide meals. The well diggers were old acquaintances of Grandpa Yang and had given her a friendly price. If she didn't offer meals, the Yang family would surely invite them to eat at home. Lu Hohat was pleased to hear this, feeling that Feng Lingyu handled things generously. After the vegetable plot was finished, Lu Hohat went home. Feng Lingyu looked at the newly planted plot and used her plant ability to germinate all the seeds, ensuring the vegetables would grow well. It was almost dark now. Who would come knocking at this hour? Gao Xiaodao walked over and opened the door, finding a bundle of firewood placed at the entrance. Feng Lingyu looked at the firewood on the ground and smiled knowingly. Since someone sent it, let's bring it inside. Chapter 83. First day of work. Time passed quickly, and today Feng Lingyu and the other new educated youths were about to start their first day of work. Yesterday, Aunt Hohat and her son came over to help with cooking and fixing the bathroom, leaving Feng Lingyu unsure how to express her gratitude. In modern society, people are indifferent, each sweeping the snow from their own doorstep. There's rarely someone as warm-hearted as Aunt Hohat, who takes care of everything for you. Of course, if you pay, you can enjoy good service. Later, when the apocalypse came, it was even more treacherous. Not only did you have to watch out for zombies, but you also had to constantly guard against those around you. People as kind-hearted as Aunt Hohat were few and far between. Gao Xiao packed up and was ready to leave. Xiaoyu, let's go. We shouldn't be late on the first day. Feng Lingyu nodded and left with Gao Xiaodao. There was still dew on the wild grass by the village path. Since they lived far from the village, they didn't run into anyone along the way. When they arrived at the meeting point, Wu Meiyu and the others were already there. Seeing Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao dressed in fine cotton clothes, everyone felt a bit envious. Fine cotton clothes were sweat-absorbent and fit snugly, unlike the coarse cotton they wore, which didn't absorb sweat and chafe the skin. Sun Yiming raised his hand and called out to the two, Xiaoyu, Xiaodao, over here. Come quick. He moved aside to make room for Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao to stand next to him. Seeing that everyone had gathered, young Jiangwo cleared his throat and began to speak. This year, because of the wolf incident, you were given 5 days to rest, something that's never happened before. Starting today, you'll officially begin work. I hope none of you will slack off and that you'll do a good job. Young Jiangwo scanned each of them and then emphasized, if any of you try to be lazy or cut corners, when the time comes and you have no food, the village won't help you. Alright, go to your team leaders and wait for assignments. Qingshan village had 3 team leaders, each responsible for overseeing work assignments. Gao Xiaodao naturally ended up in the same team as Feng Lingyu, and the shameless Sun Yiming also tagged along. The other 7 were split between the remaining 2 teams. The team leader for Feng Lingyu's group was named Yang Baogua, a cousin of Yang Jiangwo. You 3 are here for the first day, so go bundle the straw. Bundling straw was a light task that didn't require much effort. Feng Lingyu knew the team leader was giving her special treatment, so she smiled at him gratefully. The others were assigned to pick corn, a job that made everyone complain bitterly. Not only was the cornfield stuffy and hot, but the corn leaves easily cut the skin. A moment's carelessness left a small cut on your hand. What was even more torturous was that the dust from the corn made your whole body itch. Even the male educated youths couldn't stand it, let alone the women. Wang Yi said bitterly, why do we have to pick corn while Sun Yiming and the others get to bundle straw? That's not fair. Upon hearing this, the second team leader scoffed, what's unfair? Each team has different tasks. This month it's our turn to pick corn, next month, you'll have it easier. Hearing this, everyone felt a bit better. It turned out the hard work rotated. But starting off with such tough labor still left them feeling resentful. Gao Xiaodao was responsible for dividing the straw into piles, while Feng Lingyu twisted straw ropes and bundled them up. Sun Yiming took on the physical work, carrying the bundled straw to an open area to dry. With air, they sped up significantly and finished their tasks before the midday break. Team leader Yang Baogua was also surprised. He hadn't expected these 3 young people to work so efficiently. To prevent anyone from slacking off, everyone's tasks were pre-assigned. If you finished early, you could leave early. So after greeting Yang Baogua, Feng Lingyu and the other 2 headed back. Seeing them leave, Wu Meiyu was both angry and anxious. How can Feng Lingyu and the others leave early? Isn't that avoiding work? Then she said to the team leader, why can they leave early? The second team leader, Hidali, was somewhat impatient, feeling that the people assigned to his team were all troublemakers. If they finished their tasks, of course they can leave. If you can finish early, you can leave too. He then looked mockingly at Wu Meiyu's progress. With her working for 1 minute and resting for 3, she might even have to work overtime today. Xiao Yanfang, on the other hand, didn't complain. Instead, she worked very diligently on her tasks. Her family was just an ordinary one, and the only way to return to the city was to perform well and be recommended. After Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao got home, they started preparing lunch. Bundling straw today wasn't much for them, so they weren't tired at all. Xiaodao, let's take out some cured meat to eat. Braised cured meat with dried beans will definitely be delicious. Feng Lingyu had already finished the fresh meat she'd taken out a few times, so she could only use cured meat now. I'll cook lunch today. I need to go out for a bit. Gao Xiaodao nodded. Okay, remember to come back early for lunch. After Feng Lingyu left, she took 2 jars of wild honey from her space. She had bought this honey in the capital through Skinny Monkey. The quality was excellent, so Feng Lingyu had bought a large quantity. Shin Xiui had a cough, and this wild honey was the best remedy for it, very effective in stopping coughs. The cowshed in the village wasn't far from Feng Lingyu's home, so she arrived quickly. Unexpectedly, before she could get close, she heard a familiar voice. Feng Lingyu raised an eyebrow, stopped, and prepared to see what she had to say. You have to believe that this era will get better soon. Don't give up. Wu Meiyu gazed affectionately at Shin Huayu's delicate face. She believed that with her care, he could achieve even greater success than in the books. Shin Huayu just found this woman inexplicable. He had just finished cutting cow grass when she rushed out and started spouting strange things at him, looking at him with a weird expression. Who are you? Coming here to spout nonsense. Believe me, I'll go to the village head and report you for wandering around during work hours. Wu Meiyu nearly crushed the pastry in her hand. She had indeed used the excuse of needing to use the bathroom to sneak out. If Shin Huayu reported her, she'd have no good days ahead. She never expected the male lead to be like this. Wu Meiyu felt her enthusiasm doused with ice water. Helpless, Wu Meiyu could only run away in tears. It seemed she'd have to wait for another chance to come back. Chapter 84. Give her a better life. Feng Lingyu stepped out after Wu Meiyu ran off. Seeing Feng Lingyu's faintly amused expression, Shin Huayu quickly explained. Xiaoyu, I don't even know that woman who just came. She suddenly ran up and said she wanted to give me pastries. After I refused, she said some strange things to me. But I sent her away directly, please don't misunderstand. Shin Huayu remembered what his father had told him when he was still alive. Once you have a wife, keep your distance from other women. He had stayed pretty far from that crazy woman just now, right? Xiaoyu shouldn't be angry, should she? Feng Lingyu looked at Shin Huayu's uneasy expression and couldn't help but laugh. She wasn't angry at all. In fact, she thought he was a bit unlucky. Judging by Wu Meiyu's behavior, she would probably come looking for him often from now on. Seeing Feng Lingyu laugh, Shin Huayu breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she wasn't angry. Everyone else hadn't finished work yet. Had Xiaoyu snuck out too? Feng Lingyu handed him 2 jars of honey. This is pure wild honey I brought from the capital. It can soothe Grandpa Shin's cough and help relieve it. He hadn't expected Feng Lingyu to come specifically to deliver honey. Shin Huayu's heart swelled, and a big smile spread across his face. Thank you. Facing his smile, Feng Lingyu felt a little awkward and changed the subject. That woman who came to see you just now is called Wu Meiyu. She's not quite right in the head. Stay away from her from now on. Shin Huayu grinned. Alright, I'll definitely stay far away from her. After saying that, Feng Lingyu realized her words could be misunderstood as jealousy, so she added, I just think there's something wrong with her. Nothing else. Alright, I'm leaving. I'll treat your leg once I've prepared the ointment. Finally, unable to help herself, she asked, by the way, did you see the firewood at the door? Feng Lingyu noticed Shin Huayu's red ears and deliberately teased him. What firewood? I didn't see any. Feng Lingyu gave a light snort. Next time, if someone wants to give me something, they'd better do it in person. Otherwise, I won't acknowledge it, you know. He hadn't expected Feng Lingyu to react this way. Did she mean she agreed to let him get close to her? After Feng Lingyu left, Shin Huayu stood there alone, grinning foolishly. Shin Xiui's daily job was tending to the village's 2 oxen. At noon, when the sun was strong, he drove them back to the shed and would let them out to graze again when it cooled down in the evening. He had just returned to the shed when he saw his usually steady and mature eldest grandson sitting there, grinning like an idiot. Huayu, what's wrong with you? Did something good happen? Was this really his grandson, who usually remained calm no matter what? Shin Huayu only then realized his grandfather had come back at some point. Grandpa, I want to get in touch with Political Commissar Zhou, Shin Huayu said firmly. I want to give her a better future. When he said this, his eyes shone with remarkable brilliance. Seeing his grandson so driven, Shin Xiui seemed to recall the look on his face when he had first achieved a new breakthrough. Shin Xiui knew exactly who Shin Huayu meant by her. Now he only hoped that Huayu's leg could really be healed, so he would have more courage to pursue the girl he liked. Feng Lingyu had no idea that Shin Huayu had made a decision that would change his entire life, completely altering the path laid out for him in the book. Xiaoyu, when do you think Sun Yiming and the others' house will be finished? When I went to deliver food that day, the people at the Educated Youth Point were all scowling and glaring. But I couldn't be bothered with them. Gao Xiaodao thought about the expression on Sun Yiming's face when they parted ways at noon and couldn't help feeling a little sympathetic. Yesterday, when they were digging the well at her house, the village chief had marked out a plot for Sun Yiming about 50 meters away from her home. That's where his and Zhao Nanshan's house would be built. But since building materials were hard to come by, they hadn't started construction yet. Don't worry. Given Sun Yiming's temper, he won't want to stay at the Educated Youth Point much longer. He has connections in his family and plenty of money. Getting an approval slip will be easy for him. Besides, Zhao Nanshan was there too. He was smart and would give Sun Yiming advice on certain matters. At the Educated Youth Point, just as Gao Xiaodao had said, the atmosphere was tense. Chao Yanfeng had worked hard all morning and was now exhausted. When she saw Sun Yiming come back early but only cook for himself and Zhao Nanshan, anger flared up immediately. She didn't understand, since they were all comrades, why couldn't they show a little consideration for each other? If he came back early, couldn't he take the initiative to cook? Since Lu Xiaoling's mouth still hadn't healed, she wasn't eating with the others either. So now, only Chao Yanfeng, Wu Meiyu, and Li Mingfeng went into the kitchen to cook. After all, they had agreed earlier that the male educated youths would handle fetching water and gathering firewood, while the female ones would do the cooking. Wu Meiyu, who in modern times had been a high school student who never lifted a finger for housework, had no idea how to light a fire with firewood. Soon, thick smoke billowed out of the kitchen. Seeing this, the others outside rushed in, thinking there was a fire. But it turned out to be Wu Meiyu's doing. Qiao Yanfeng was furious and snapped. Wu Meiyu, if you don't know how to light a fire, why didn't you say so earlier? Now you've delayed everyone's mealtime, are you happy? Wu Meiyu felt wrong too. How was she supposed to know lighting a fire was so hard? Sun Yiming came back so much earlier, why didn't he cook? If anyone's delaying everyone, it's him. Sun Yiming happened to hear that and shoved the door open. That's the most shameless thing I've ever heard. Do I owe you something? Just because I came back first, I have to cook. Then what was the point of the rule that the female educated youths do the cooking? Qiao Yanfeng's face turned even uglier. She had set that rule herself. Wasn't that a dig at her? I'm telling you all, from now on, Nanshan and I will cook for ourselves. I'm sick of scheming with you people every day over trivial nonsense. Sun Yiming couldn't believe how shameless they were. Just because he came back first, he had to cook. What a joke. You had money too, but you never offered to share it with everyone. Zhao Nanshan was in the room, writing furiously. When Sun Yiming walked in, he handed him the letter. After reading it carefully, Sun Yiming paced excitedly around the room. Great. With this technique, we can build our house soon. Chapter 85. The Visitor Means Trouble. The letter Zhao Nanshan had given him contained a technique for improving brick kills. This technique could greatly enhance coal efficiency and the quality of bricks. As long as he submitted this technique, getting permits for bricks and tiles would be a piece of cake. Nanshan, how did you get this technique? Sun Yiming asked, suppressing his excitement. This technique was discovered long ago and published in the Huagua Science and Technology News. You just didn't pay attention to it. Zhao Nanshan had happened to flip through that newspaper during his free time, and now it came in handy. Their conflict with the educated youth point was escalating by the day, so it was better to move out sooner rather than later. Sun Yiming wanted to get this done during the break. He couldn't stand staying at the educated youth point for even a moment longer. Yang Zhengguo was having lunch at home when Sun Yiming rushed in, looking frantic. What are you doing? We still have work this afternoon. Why aren't you resting at the educated youth point? Is something urgent? He wondered if something had happened at the educated youth point. Village Chief Yang, I'm here to tell you some good news. Sun Yiming handed the letter to Yang Zhengguo. Aunt Hohat, seeing that Sun Yiming had serious business with Yang Zhengguo, told her daughter Yang Lemay to clear the dishes from the table. Yang Zhengguo read the letter, his joy growing with each line. Afraid he might have misread it, he went over it again. Of course it's real. This is an article published in the Huagua Science and Technology News. How could it be fake? Seeing Yang Zhengguo's excited expression, Sun Yiming knew the materials for his house were as good as secured. Yang Zhengguo hadn't expected Sun Yiming to bring him such a pleasant surprise. The last time he attended a meeting at the commune, the secretary had specifically emphasized the shortage of brick supply and urged everyone to brainstorm solutions. This was like finding a pillow just as drowsiness hit, perfect timing. Yang Zhengguo immediately forgot about the afternoon work. Come with me now, we're going to the commune. If this works out, you'll be a hero. So Sun Yiming eagerly followed Yang Zhengguo to the commune. When it was time for the afternoon shift, Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao, having performed well in the morning, were assigned by squad leader Yang Baogua to work at the grain drying ground. There was no easier job than drying grain. They only had to turn the grain over occasionally and could spend the rest of the time resting in the shade. It seemed Yang Zhengguo had given special instructions. Otherwise, how could such a coveted job have fallen to the two new educated youths, Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao? Xiaoyu, where do you think Sun Yiming went this afternoon? Why did he suddenly disappear? He's not sick, is he? Gao Xiaodao wondered. Wasn't he fine this morning? Feng Lingyu gently fanned herself with her straw hat and said calmly, he must be handling something. Otherwise, the squad leader would be worried. The squad leader had to keep track of everyone's attendance. If Sun Yiming had skipped work without reason, Yang Baogua wouldn't be so calm. A few elderly people were also at the grain drying ground, sitting under the trees to cool off. Hey, look at those two girls sitting over there. They're really pretty, remarked a sharp-eyed woman. In their rural area, the girls were usually tanned, not fair-skinned like those two. They must be the educated youths who came to the countryside. But wait, how do they qualify to be at the grain drying ground? A shrewd-looking old woman frowned. Jobs like drying grain had always been assigned to the villagers, never to outsiders. Last time, she had wanted her granddaughter to work at the grain drying ground because she had been introduced to a well-off match. She wanted her granddaughter to get paler, increasing her chances of being chosen. But Yang Baogua had flatly refused, saying rules couldn't be broken. So, what was the deal with these two educated youths now? No, she had to go find Yang Baogua and demand an explanation. This woman was Granny Wang, a notorious troublemaker in the village, known for stirring up conflict even when she had no ground to stand on. When the others saw Granny Wang suddenly stand up and storm toward Feng Lingyu and the others, they were puzzled. What was she up to? They exchanged glances and silently followed behind her. Meanwhile, Feng Lingyu had already noticed a thin, elderly woman charging toward them angrily. Granny Wang wasn't tall, but she was quick. She soon reached Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao. She lifted her chin arrogantly and said, "I'm asking you, why are you working at the grain drying ground?" Gao Xiaodao found it baffling. "Who is this woman?" "The squad leader assigned us here, of course." Granny Wang sneered at the answer. "Don't play dumb with me. Why would he send you two to the grain drying ground for no reason? There's clearly something fishy going on." The people behind Granny Wang suddenly understood. She was standing up for her granddaughter. Those two educated youths were in for a rough time today, running into someone as troublesome as Granny Wang. "If you think Squad Leader Yang's arrangement is wrong, go talk to him." "What does that have to do with me?" Feng Lingyu said coldly. Granny Wang glared. "I think you're taking advantage and acting smug. I'm telling you, if you don't explain yourself today, you're not going anywhere." Feng Lingyu stood up. "Ridiculous. I told you, if you have doubts, go see Squad Leader Yang. What right do you have to stop me from going anywhere? If I want to leave, do you think you can stop me?" With that, Feng Lingyu turned to leave, not wanting to waste more time. Seeing that Feng Lingyu was ignoring her, Granny Wang quickly reached out to grab her. Gao Xiaodao sprang up from the ground and blocked her way. Gao Xiaodao's imposing height instantly intimidated Granny Wang. Standing at over 180 centimeters, she was quite a deterrent to the rural women, who were barely 150 centimeters tall. Granny Wang swallowed nervously and steadied her voice. "What are you doing? We don't resort to violence around here. Let's talk this out, talk it out." The women watching from the sidelines snickered at Granny Wang's words. Wasn't she the one who always said, "If you can fight, don't argue"? Gao Xiaodao glared. "If you have a problem, go see Squad Leader Yang. Haven't we made that clear enough?" Granny Wang forced a smile and nodded. Clear, clear. I'll go talk to Squad Leader Yang." With that, she scurried away, afraid Gao Xiaodao might hit her. Chapter 86. Well, I do. Old Madame Wang had no idea that Gao Xiaodao was so tall and sturdy. She thought she could go scare those two young girls, and since they were thin-skinned, they would surely give up the grain drying ground job. Thinking it over, she still felt unwilling and decided to go make a scene with Yang Baogua. If he dared decide with outsiders instead of the villagers, she wouldn't need to say much. The villagers' spittle alone would drown him. Yang Baogua was working in the fields when he heard a voice that made his scalp tingle. "Let me ask you, why did you assign those two new sent-down youths to work at the grain drying ground?" The people working nearby knew old Madame Wang was here to pick a fight over this, and they all pricked up their ears to listen. At that moment, the other sent-down youths, both old and new, working in different fields, wore smug expressions on their faces. Li Mingfeng lowered her head to hide the smile curling at the corners of her mouth. "Let's see how Feng Lingyu handles this now." Yang Baogua looked around, knowing that if he didn't give a reasonable explanation for this today, he wouldn't be able to win everyone over. So he cleared his throat loudly and said in a raised voice, "Everyone only saw me assigning Comrade Feng and Comrade Gao to the grain drying ground, but they don't know that they had already finished all the tasks I gave them this morning." Old Madame Wang muttered, "You say they finished, so they finished? Who knows what kind of job they did?" What she said made some sense, because when the previous sent-down youths first arrived, they couldn't even tell weeds from crops and often made fools of themselves. She didn't believe that two newly arrived girls could finish their tasks ahead of time. They must have secretly given Yang Baogua some kind of benefit. Yang Baogua glanced at the crowd and continued, "Many people saw Feng Lingyu and the others working this morning. Whether I'm lying or not, plenty of people here can vouch for me." Immediately, a few people stepped forward and echoed, "That's right. Comrade Feng and Comrade Gao were quick and efficient. They finished very early." Now everyone exchanged glances. Were these two new sent-down youths really that capable? Seeing the expressions on everyone's faces, Yang Baogua spoke again, "Because they finished their assigned work this morning, I let them guard the grain drying ground. And from now on, if any of you can finish your tasks ahead of time, I'll treat you the same way." After hearing Yang Baogua's explanation, no one had any objections anymore. Since it wasn't about enjoying special privileges, what was there to say? Yang Baogua also breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao were capable, or else it would have been hard to smooth things over today. His cousin Yang Jiangwo had already asked him to arrange easier work for them, and he had been worried about it. Who would have thought Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao would be so impressive? He didn't even need to make up an excuse. He just got it done. Since old Madame Wang now knew that Feng Lingyu and the others had earned their spot at the grain drying ground through their own ability, she stopped saying anything. As long as they hadn't used underhanded means to take her granddaughter's place, she wasn't unreasonable. Seeing old Madame Wang back down, Yang Baogua waved his hand. "All right, everyone, get back to work." Qiao Yanfeng and the others felt indignant. They were still out in the scorching sun husking corn, while Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao were already sitting under a tree resting. The older sent-down youths also felt conflicted. Some of them had been here for up to 4 years, and none of them had ever gotten to work at the grain-drying ground. Feng Lingyu lay under a tree, a straw hat covering her face, taking it easy. Only one person was needed to watch the grain-drying ground. She reached up and took the straw hat off her face. Against the light, she saw that the person sneaking over was Xin Huayu. Xin Huayu wasn't actually a bad element. He had come along to take care of his grandfather, and he usually did things like cutting cattle grass. In his hand, Xin Huayu held a large tree leaf. When he opened it, inside were washed little red wild berries, still glistening with water droplets. Xin Huayu handed the leaf over. These berries are really sweet. Try some. Feng Lingyu had no choice but to sit up from the grass and settle down beside Xin Huayu. Seeing how serious he looked, she felt the urge to tease him again. As she said this, Feng Lingyu kept her eyes fixed on Xin Huayu. Then, how about I feed you? Xin Huayu gathered his courage and said, Feng Lingyu parted her lips slightly, waiting for Xin Huayu to feed her. Watching Feng Lingyu's red lips part slightly, with a hint of her tongue barely visible, Xin Huayu's Adam's apple bobbed nervously twice. He picked up a wild berry and slowly brought it to Feng Lingyu's mouth. His fingertip accidentally brushed against her red lips. Xin Huayu felt a surge of heat rush through him, as if his whole body was about to catch fire. He didn't dare look at Feng Lingyu anymore. Flustered, he turned his head away, pretending to stare calmly straight ahead. Feng Lingyu savored the wild berry in her mouth. It really was quite delicious. Xin Huayu turned his head back and stared at her intently, like a little wool dog whose tail had been stepped on, every hair on its body standing on end. Feng Lingyu couldn't help but laugh silently. She couldn't tease him anymore, or he'd get angry. All right, I'll stop. Don't look at me like that. Xin Huayu awkwardly turned his head away again. From now on, call me by my name. Don't call me hey anymore. Just call you by your name? I think I'll call you, how about Little Ware? Xin Huayu clenched his hands. Little Ware was what his family had called him when he was a child. No one had called him that since his parents passed away. Somehow, he wanted her to call him that, as if it meant they had already become family. Okay. Xin Huayu felt a little embarrassed. He wasn't a child anymore. Seeing that he didn't object, Feng Lingyu smiled contentedly. A guy willing to compromise for love was kind of cute, asterisk caret caret asterisk. A gentle breeze blew, and the air seemed to carry the fresh scent of grain. The sky was a vast blue, with a white cloud drifting by from time to time. And there, sitting under the tree, were a young man and a young woman. Everything felt so serene and beautiful. Would you be willing to do this again? With me. What does mean? The stubborn young man asked. The young man smiled foolishly. This world was still a beautiful place after all. Chapter 87. Successfully treating the leg, becoming the strongest support. The day's labor quickly came to an end, and those who had worked went to the scorekeeper to register their points. Yang Lumei held her scorebook in her hands, meticulously checking and verifying each entry. When it came time to register Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao, she gave them a smile. Hello, I'm Yang Lumei, the village chief's daughter. Yang Lumei knew that her father had been particularly attentive to these two educated youths, and though she didn't know why, she also felt favorably toward them. They exchanged greetings and got acquainted. Yang Lumei recorded the work points for Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao in her book, 7 points each, which was quite good. To earn full work points, one had to take on the hardest tasks, like digging irrigation ditches or reclaiming wasteland, all labor-intensive jobs. Alright, it's really impressive that you both earned this many points on your first day. Can I come find you to hang out sometime? Yang Lumei asked nervously, afraid that Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao, being educated youths from the capital, might look down on her. Of course, you're welcome to come, Feng Lingyu said with a faint smile and a nod. Gao Xiaodao quickly nodded along as well. We don't have any friends here yet, so you're welcome. Yang Lumei ran off happily, her two long braids bouncing up and down with her movements, as if expressing her joyful mood. Gao Xiaodao pouted. Xiaoyu, I kind of miss Mingrui. I think you miss the food Mingrui makes. Feng Lingyu teased. No way. I just miss Mingrui. Under Feng Lingyu's knowing gaze, Gao Xiaodao's voice gradually dropped. Okay, I also miss the meals Mingrui cooks. The shadows of Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao, one tall and one short, gradually faded into the sunset. After a simple dinner, Feng Lingyu packed a small bundle and quietly slipped out the door. Since drinking the honey Feng Lingyu had brought, Shen Xiui's cough had indeed improved significantly, and he had been sleeping more peacefully these past few nights. Grandpa, it's getting late now. You should rest. Shen Xiui nodded. Getting older, his energy was nowhere near what it used to be. Recognizing the voice of the person he had been longing for, Xin Huayu's expression softened. He went to open the door. Why are you here at this hour? Hearing the commotion outside, Shen Xiui also got up from his bed. Seeing Feng Lingyu walk in, he said happily. Xiaoyu, the honey you gave me has been very effective for my cough. I've been sleeping soundly these past few days. Shen Xiui knew this couldn't be ordinary honey, because even back when he held a high position, this cough had persisted. He had consumed countless expensive health supplements and nourishing tonics, including all kinds of honey, but none had ever produced such immediate results. Because of this, it filled him with hope that Feng Lingyu could cure his grandson's leg. Grandpa Shen, I'm glad it's working. Don't worry about drinking it. When it's gone, I'll ask Uncle Gao to send me more. In truth, the honey was so effective because Feng Lingyu had added some spiritual spring water to it. Nourished by spiritual energy, the chronic ailment in Grandpa Shen's lungs had improved considerably. Shen Huayu also gazed intently at Feng Lingyu, his eyes full of gratitude. Xiaoyu, did you come tonight because there's progress on Huayu's leg? Shen Xiui asked tentatively. Yes, everything needed is ready. Shen Xiui's face flushed with joy. I'm sorry for troubling you, Xiaoyu. Feng Lingyu just shook her head with a smile, thinking to herself, this is my little Ware, what trouble? Shen Huayu rolled up the pant leg of his right leg, exposing his mangled limb. This was a difficult thing for him to do. No one wants to reveal their broken side in front of the person they love. His hands clenched tightly. He feared Feng Lingyu might show a look of disgust. Feng Lingyu carefully examined Shen Huayu's leg. His knee was clearly twisted, as if whoever had done this to him bore a deep, bitter hatred. It looked as though it had been forcibly snapped. She barely managed to control the surge of rage within her. Her hand trembled slightly as she touched Shen Huayu's knee, and she saw him flinch just a little. She forced herself to put on a relaxed expression. I need to examine you thoroughly. Don't be afraid. Because Shen Huayu's bones hadn't healed properly after the injury, they were misaligned. Moreover, due to the lack of effective treatment over a long period, part of his knee joint had necrotized. If this continued, his leg would be beyond saving. Shen Xiui almost held his breath, afraid to disturb Feng Lingyu's diagnosis. Seeing her remain silent for so long, he couldn't help but grow anxious, though he dared not ask. Xiaoyu, if there's really no way, we won't blame you. Don't blame yourself. Shen Xiui thought Feng Lingyu was silent because she couldn't treat it and didn't know how to say it. Feng Lingyu shook her head. No, Grandpa Shen, I can treat it. Feng Lingyu looked up, staring into Shen Huayu's eyes, and said, your leg has healed crookedly, and part of your knee has necrotized. So I'll have to break your leg again and let it regrow. You. Feng Lingyu knew this was cruel. Wouldn't breaking Shen Huayu's leg again force him to relive that painful past? Then break it. I trust you. I only trust you, Shen Huayu said, word by word, his eyes even reddening. If he couldn't even face his own pain, how could he grow into a man who could stand tall and shield her from the wind and rain? Years later, Professor Shin, accused of being a kept man, would think, well, this is nice. Shen Xiui didn't hesitate either. Xiaoyu, go ahead and treat him with confidence. I'll wait outside. Unable to bear the sight of his grandson's leg being broken, Shen Xiui voluntarily stepped out. Feng Lingyu administered an anesthetic to Shen Huayu, a new type of drug developed in the apocalypse that took effect quickly. Sleep, little Ware. When you wake up, everything will be fine. When Shen Huayu woke again, it was already daylight outside. He looked around but didn't see the figure he longed for, and felt a pang of disappointment. Shen Xiui walked in from outside, holding a bowl of plain congee, bought with game Shen Huayu had hunted. Shen Huayu's leg was now immobilized by Feng Lingyu, wrapped in something that looked a bit like plaster. Shen Xiui set the congee aside and helped Shen Huayu sit up. That child Xiaoyu worked hard. She stayed by your side all night and only went back at dawn. Shen Huayu's nose stung. How could there be such a good person in this world? He had to get better quickly and become her strongest support. Chapter 88, Li Mingfeng's End. Half a month passed in a flash. Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao had grown accustomed to their daily work routine. Because of the new techniques Sun Yiming and Zhao Nanshan had submitted, the bricks and tiles they needed for their house were delivered quickly, and construction had started a few days ago. Zhao Nanshan's injuries had mostly healed, and he helped out at the construction site every day. Since it was the house they would live in, both he and Sun Yiming were very invested. At this point, their house was nearly finished, with only some basic preparations left. Old Man Wang's furniture had been completed and delivered long ago, and the custom pieces Sun Yiming and the others had ordered were stacked in Feng Lingyu's yard. After Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao moved out, Sun Yiming and Zhao Nanshan also left the point. This was a heavy blow to the other sent-down youths. Qiao Yanfeng, in particular, couldn't understand what was so great about moving out. Wasn't it better for everyone to stick together? Wang Yi was burning with jealousy these days, but after Sun Yiming's outburst last time, he didn't dare say anything out loud anymore. Xiaoyu. Xiaodao. Are you home? Yang Lumei knocked on the door with a small basket on her back. Over the past few days, she had grown closer to Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao. Today, she had come specifically to invite them to pick mushrooms in the mountains. Xiaoyu, I came to ask you both to go mushroom picking. It's the perfect time now. If we dry them in the sun, we can eat them for a whole year. Gao Xiaodao's eyes lit up. Ever since she had eaten the chicken stewed with mushrooms last time, she had been thinking about going up the mountain to pick her own. Now that young Lemay, a local, was leading them, it couldn't be better. Xiaoyu, let's go together. Gao Xiaodao looked at Feng Lingyu expectantly. Feng Lingyu thought about how she had gone up the mountain several times over the past half-month to search for the treasure spot, but had found nothing. This was a good chance to ask young Lemay some questions. As a local, she might know something. The three of them headed toward Little Green Mountain. Along the way, they ran into many villagers who were also taking advantage of their time off work to forage. Yes, Auntie, you've picked so many mushrooms. Lemay, hurry to that spot we went to last time. There are still plenty. Got it, Auntie, thank you. Take your time going down the mountain. All along the way, people kept greeting young Lemay. It was clear she was well liked in the village. Shout out, that grove over there, mushrooms grow there every year. It's my secret spot. No one else knows about it. Young Lemay pulled Gao Xiaodao toward the grove she pointed to, and Feng Lingyu followed helplessly behind them. When they arrived, Feng Lingyu saw that there were indeed many mushrooms growing there, untouched by anyone. Young Lemay briefly explained a few common edible mushroom types. If you see any other mushrooms, it's best not to pick them. In past years, some kids got curious, ate poisonous mushrooms, and nearly died. Gao Xiaodao nodded quickly. Don't worry, I won't pick any I don't recognize. With that, the three of them spread out and began picking mushrooms. Feng Lingyu looked at the tree trunks and soil where the mushrooms grew. She recalled that mushrooms were a type of fungus and wondered if she could grow them by storing some of the tree trunks and rotting soil in her space. So, while Gao Xiaodao and the others weren't looking, she secretly collected some soil and fallen tree trunks into her space. Soon, Feng Lingyu's basket was almost full. Remembering her purpose for the day, she walked over to young Lemay and helped her pick. Xiaoyu, your basket is already full? You're amazing! Lemay, wouldn't there be more mushrooms on Big Green Mountain? Why doesn't anyone go there? Young Lemay recalled, my dad told me there are fierce beasts on Big Green Mountain that eat people, so the villagers don't dare go there. But every deep winter, the village organizes a hunting trip to Big Green Mountain. By then, the beasts are hiding for the winter, so it's not too dangerous. The village has to hand over half of the catch to the commune. Young Lemay sounded a bit resentful about having to give away half of what they hunted. Has anyone ever encountered beasts on Big Green Mountain before? Otherwise, why would everyone be so afraid? Feng Lingyu pressed on. During the famine years, someone in the village couldn't stand the hunger anymore and ran up Big Green Mountain alone. Later, he came rushing down in a panic, saying there was a tiger up there. Not long after, the villagers often heard roars coming from the mountain, so gradually, no one dared to go up. Feng Lingyu lowered her eyes, continuing to pick mushrooms. So that's how it is. A tiger? How had she not run into a tiger during her several trips up the mountain? There must be some place she had overlooked, somewhere she hadn't searched. Just as everyone's baskets were full and they were about to head down the mountain, the howling of wolves echoed from the mountain. All the women foraging on the mountain were terrified at the sound. Gao Xiaodao stood close to Feng Lingyu, watching their surroundings warily. Young Lemay was so frightened she could barely stand. She had only come to pick mushrooms, how had they run into wolves? Gao Xiaodao supported young Lemay as everyone panicked and rushed down the mountain. Many of the sent-down youths were also on the mountain picking mushrooms. Wu Meiyu, Qiao Yanfeng, and the others felt a wave of despair. Why had they encountered wolves again? Feng Lingyu deliberately slowed her pace, gradually falling to the back of the group. Gao Xiaodao turned to look at her and wanted to let go of young Lemay. No matter what, Xiaoyu's safety was the most important. Feng Lingyu shook her head at her, stopping her. Only then did Gao Xiaodao realize that Feng Lingyu had other plans. In a few breaths, wolves emerged one by one from the depths of the forest, howling as they lunged at the crowd. The new female sent-down youths, lacking the stamina of the village women who worked year-round, quickly fell behind. Li Mingfeng gritted her teeth. She wanted to grab Wu Meiyu in front of her and use her as a shield. If one person died, maybe the rest could survive. Just as she was about to reach out, she saw someone ahead staring at her. She's going to get back at me. She must be trying to get back at me. So, steeling herself, she reached out anyway. If Wu Meiyu was caught by the wolves, Feng Lingyu wouldn't have time to deal with her. But just as her hand was about to touch Wu Meiyu, her foot caught on something, and she instantly fell to the ground. She had been so close, just a little more, and she would have succeeded. Why? Why? She couldn't accept it. Chapter 89. Hounded by everyone. The wolf pack quickly rushed up and bit Li Mingfeng, and a series of piercing screams rang out. Wu Meiyu and the others dared not look back, only focusing on charging forward. Feng Lingyu set me up. I was not wrong. It hurts so much. Li Mingfeng did not struggle for long before falling silent. Everyone knew she had likely lost her life. And just as she had imagined herself, as long as one person fell, it would bring a chance of survival to those fleeing ahead. She just hadn't expected that the one to fall in the end would be herself. Yang Limei caught sight of her father and eldest brother and instantly felt emboldened. Yang Jiangwo finally spotted his daughter's figure and, seeing she was unharmed, let out a long sigh of relief. The villagers all held torches, quickly scaring off the wolf pack that had been trying to surge forward. Several women, whose legs had gone weak from running, collapsed to the ground once they felt safe. Oh my god, how could there be wolves on Little Green Mountain? Yang Jiangwo looked at the chaotic scene before him, feeling that this year was truly unlucky. Village chief. Something terrible has happened. A sent-down youth has been eaten by wolves. Yang Jiangwo's face instantly turned pale. A sent-down youth in trouble. This was a huge disaster. Which sent-down youth? He hurried forward, grabbing the young man's hand and asking. I don't know, I only saw a severed hand on the ground. Upon hearing this, Yang Jiangwo nearly lost his footing and stumbled back a few steps, but Yang Deli caught him just in time. Yang Deli also knew that if only a hand remained, it meant the sent-down youth had been completely devoured by the wolves. Hurry and ask among the sent-down youths who exactly was eaten. At that moment, many thoughts raced through Yang Jiangwo's mind. The last time he went to pick up the new sent-down youths, he encountered wolves on the road. Though no accident occurred, he still reported the matter. He had requested the commune to send an armed team to encircle and eliminate the wolf pack to prevent a major catastrophe. But the report he submitted was suppressed by Director Liu of the commune's Revolutionary Committee, who said it was just an accident and not worth wasting manpower and resources on a mountain expedition. Yang Jiangwo knew that because he had always supported Commune Secretary Zhao, Director Liu of the Revolutionary Committee had long held a grudge against him and was deliberately making things difficult this time. But now that a life had actually been lost, he had no idea how this would end. Over with the sent-down youths, Yang Deli went to ask and learned that a female sent-down youth named Li Mingfeng had met with misfortune. I have something to tell the village chief. Wu Meiyu suddenly spoke up. Qiao Yanfeng and the others exchanged glances, all knowing that Wu Meiyu had also heard Li Mingfeng's final shout. Wu Meiyu's heart was uneasy, but she still decided to speak out. If she could use this opportunity to get rid of Feng Lingyu, even better. Wu Meiyu, what do you want to tell me? Yang Jiangwo asked with a frown. He had some impression of this female sent-down youth, Wu Meiyu. Wu Meiyu bit her lip, putting on a righteous and solemn expression, and said loudly. Village Chief Yang, Li Mingfeng being eaten by wolves was no accident. Everyone present was shocked by this news, and they gathered around, eager to hear what Wu Meiyu had to say. Qiao Yanfeng grew anxious inwardly. This fool was going to blow things up. Lu Shaoling, whose mouth had healed over the past few days, thought that with Wu Meiyu, this fool, taking the lead, she only needed to add fuel to the fire later. Ever since Feng Lingyu had ruthlessly retaliated and warned Lu Shaoling on the ox cart back to the village last time, Lu Shaoling had harbored a deep hatred for her. What are you saying? Then, what really happened? Yang Jiangwo's eyes widened. It wasn't impossible that the sent-down youths were harming each other. Wu Meiyu scanned the faces of everyone present, and only when she saw that all eyes were fixed on her did she continue. After Li Mingfeng was bitten by the wolf, she shouted something. She said. When she reached the last few words, Wu Meiyu kept her eyes locked on Feng Lingyu's face, hoping to see fear or unease, but there was none. Feng Lingyu even looked straight back at her, her face utterly calm, as if she didn't care at all what Wu Meiyu was about to say. Wu Meiyu comforted herself inwardly. It's fine. Once I say what Li Mingfeng said, let's see if she can still pretend to be composed. She said. Feng Lingyu set her up. Wu Meiyu raised her voice to shout the last few words, ensuring everyone present could hear clearly. The crowd erupted in murmurs, everyone whispering among themselves. Oh my god, how could there be someone so vicious? Exactly, you can know a person's face, but not their heart. She looks so beautiful, but has the heart of a viper. From now on, everyone should stay far away from her. What if someone gets harmed without knowing? Wu Meiyu and Lu Shaoling were delighted to see the tide turning against Feng Lingyu. Let's see how she turns this around. Qiao Yanfeng felt somewhat conflicted. This was the downside of not getting along with others. When trouble came, everyone wanted to kick you while you were down. Yang Limei saw the villagers believing Wu Meiyu's words and was so anxious she was about to cry. I believe in Xiaoyu. She's not that kind of person. Besides, the truth of what happened isn't decided by Wu Meiyu alone. Several aunties who were close to young Limei stepped forward to advise her. Limei, don't speak recklessly at a time like this. That's right, this has nothing to do with you. Don't drag yourself into it. The aunties meant well. A young girl should stay away from such trouble. Otherwise, if Feng Lingyu ended up being arrested, Yang Lemei's reputation would also suffer. Yang Jiangwo naturally believed in Feng Lingyu and stood by her side. So he said to Wu Meiyu, this is a matter of life and death. I can't just take your word for it. You. Before Yang Jiangwo could finish, a soft, light voice quietly said, I heard it too. Li Mingfeng said Feng Lingyu, set her up. After speaking, Lu Xiaoling shrank her neck back, putting on a look of hesitation. Yang Jiangwo was fuming inside. He didn't know how Feng Lingyu had offended these two, but they were clearly trying to pin the blame on Xiaoyu. Village Chief Yang, it's not just one person saying Feng Lingyu did it. I think we should arrest her first. Wu Meiyu looked with satisfaction at the scene of Feng Lingyu being hounded by everyone, then added maliciously. Look, there's not a trace of remorse on Feng Lingyu's face. She's truly wicked. Chapter 90. The Tide Turns. Everyone's gaze involuntarily turned to Feng Lingyu's face. Seeing that she was indeed expressionless, anger welled up in their hearts. To have done such a heinous thing and still remain so indifferent, truly worse than a beast. Gao Xiaotao, seeing the crowd's agitation, couldn't help but worry that their emotions might get the better of them and lead to something bad. So she quietly walked over and stood by Feng Lingyu's side. Although she knew that Xiaoyu never left any loose ends in her actions, what if something went wrong this time? Shen Huayu overheard a villager say that a new female educated youth had been bitten to death by a wolf on Shaoqing Mountain. Said her surname was Feng, poor thing. The person had misheard and gotten the wrong target. Shen Huayu felt a chill run through his body at that moment. He dared not dwell on it and, ignoring the fact that his leg had not yet healed, grabbed his crutch and headed up the mountain. No, she's so formidable. It couldn't be her who was eaten by the wolf. Shen Huayu climbed step by step up Shaoqing Mountain, driven by the conviction in his heart. Along the way, he fell countless times on the rugged mountain path, but none of this stopped his ascent. The leg that had been properly bandaged gradually began to seep blood, staining his trouser leg red. He seemed unable to feel the pain, focused solely on climbing upward. If something had happened to Xiaoyu, what use would it be even if his leg were healed? On the path he had traveled, faint traces of red were left behind. Yang Jiangwo, seeing that he could no longer suppress the crowd's anger, had no choice but to look helplessly at Feng Lingyu. At least on the surface, he had to give everyone some kind of resolution. Feng Lingyu slowly walked step by step into the crowd. Everyone unconsciously stepped back a few paces, making way for her. Wu Meiyu, recalling Feng Lingyu's methods, swallowed nervously in fear. What do you want to do? In front of so many people, are you really going to kill me to silence me? Feng Lingyu paid her no heed. Instead, she addressed the others present. I've been silent all this time just to hear what nonsense Wu Meiyu would spout. But that doesn't mean I admit to her accusations. Yang Jiangwo gestured for everyone to quiet down and listen to Feng Lingyu's explanation. When Li Mingfeng met with her accident, if I remember correctly, the person closest to her was you, Wu Meiyu. As for me, I was not only ahead of you both, but also at least 3 body lengths away. So I ask you, how could I have harmed her? Feng Lingyu's words instantly turned the tide of the situation. That's right, I remember educated youth Feng was running beside me. There was no way she could have harmed Li Mingfeng, said a young married woman. Then why did Li Mingfeng say before she died that educated youth Feng harmed her? Someone still found it questionable. Anyway, that's what Li Mingfeng shouted before she died. I'm not making this up. The few of us at the back should have all heard it. Since she had already stepped forward, she had to crush Feng Lingyu completely. Otherwise, given Feng Lingyu's vengeful nature, she wouldn't have an easy life from now on. Feng Lingyu let out a scornful laugh. Then do you know why Li Mingfeng would drag me down with her? Could it be that Li Mingfeng and Feng Lingyu had some other grudge? Wu Meiyu began to panic. Ever since Li Mingfeng arrived at the educated youth point, she had been like a ghost, completely lacking the arrogance she had shown at the train station. So Wu Meiyu really didn't know much about Li Mingfeng's affairs. Li Mingfeng is the daughter of my neighbor. Her mother tried to kill me to steal my house and was sent to a labor farm as punishment. She has always seen me as an enemy. Is it so strange that she would try to drag me down with her before dying? Yang Jiangwo nodded. Indeed, if she had a grudge against you, then what she said before dying isn't very credible. That's right. It could very well be her revenge. Exactly, and educated youth Feng was far away. She wouldn't have had the chance. Now I'm starting to think educated youth Wu is more suspicious, since she was the closest, someone said meaningfully. Wu Meiyu, seeing that everyone was beginning to suspect her, was furious. How could it be me? I have no grudge against her. Yang Lemei chimed in sarcastically. Who says you need a grudge to harm Li Mingfeng? For all we know, you two were at the back together. Who's to say you didn't do it to save yourself? Yang Lemei didn't finish her sentence, but everyone understood her implication. Wu Meiyu was likely guilty and trying to shift the blame onto Feng Lingyu. Lu Xiaoling, seeing Wu Meiyu caught in the trap, had no choice but to step up in support. Regardless, Li Mingfeng's final accusation was against Feng Lingyu. Logically, she should still be interrogated. That's right, why hadn't she thought of that? If they reported it to the police, Feng Lingyu would be the prime suspect. She would definitely be treated as the main target of investigation. By the time she came out, everyone would look at her with prejudice. By then, whether she had done it or not wouldn't matter anymore. Exactly. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. Seeing that Wu Meiyu understood what to say, Lu Xiaoling stepped back again. Yang Jiangwo had already formed a clear picture in his mind. Feng Lingyu was too far from Li Mingfeng to be implicated. The problem was that Li Mingfeng had spoken Feng Lingyu's name before dying. That was the tricky part. Ridiculous. You two, Wu Meiyu and Lu Xiaoling, are singing a duet. I think you're the ones guilty and in cahoots. If you can't explain today how I harmed Li Mingfeng from such a distance, then the ones who'll be taking a trip to the police station are you too. Let's see whether the state will tolerate the slander of a martyr's child. And also, how exactly did Li Mingfeng fall? If she was truly harmed, the most likely culprits are you. She was full of confidence. No matter how much they argued, this matter couldn't be pinned on her. Her current supernatural ability was low level and had a distance limit when used, so she had deliberately positioned herself neither too close nor too far from Li Mingfeng, ensuring they couldn't implicate her. The path down the mountain was overgrown with weeds. She had simply used her plant ability to make a small vine grow and tangle around Li Mingfeng's foot. Even if the police came to investigate, they would only find that Li Mingfeng had tripped over a vine. Wu Meiyu and Lu Xiaoling's faces turned pale. No matter how resourceful they were, they couldn't fabricate a story in front of so many witnesses. They truly couldn't explain how Li Mingfeng had fallen. They had thought that with Li Mingfeng's dying accusation, Feng Lingyu would at least be severely damaged, if not killed. They never expected that the ones under fire would end up being themselves. Feng Lingyu waited leisurely for Wu Meiyu and Lu Xiaoling's answer. This time, if she didn't crush them both, her surname wouldn't be Feng. Chapter 91. Resolving it together. Originally, this time I only wanted to take the opportunity to get back at Li Mingfeng, but I didn't expect Wu Meiyu and Lu Xiaoling to jump out together. This time, if I don't give them a proper lesson, it wouldn't be worth the effort they put into putting on this big show. Seeing Feng Lingyu so effectively rendering Wu Meiyu and the others speechless, Yang Jiangwo immediately chimed in to assist. Slandering the child of a martyr is indeed a serious crime. Besides, the two of you can't explain Li Mingfeng's death clearly, and you're under major suspicion. By reason and by principle, you both need to go to the commune. Upon hearing this outcome, Lu Xiaoling's legs went weak, and she cried out in grievance. This was clearly stirred up by Wu Meiyu. What does it have to do with me? I only said what I knew. Wu Meiyu, upon hearing Lu Xiaoling's words, was so furious she could barely breathe. Pointing at Lu Xiaoling, she cursed, "You bitch. You were the one scheming behind the scenes, and now you're trying to pin everything on me. Always putting on that pitiful act, as if the whole world owes you something." At that moment, a few tears hung on Lu Xiaoling's face, poised but not falling, her expression one of utter injustice. A few people present actually felt a pang of sympathy, thinking she might not be involved. Facing Wu Meiyu's accusations, Lu Xiaoling only wept silently, not retorting, crying as if she might faint. Village chief, I think Lu the educated youth is far less suspicious than Wu the educated youth. Yeah, she really didn't say much. Lu Xiaoling inwardly gloated, thankful that the brainless Wu Meiyu was taking the lead. Otherwise, escaping today would have been difficult. Village Chief Yang, this is a matter of life and death after all. The village can't make a decision alone. Besides, it's a fact that Wu Meiyu and Lu Xiaoling slandered me, and everyone here can witness it. I will pursue this to the end. The few who had just pleaded for leniency looked embarrassed, suddenly remembering Feng Lingyu's slander. Lu Xiaoling turned her gaze to those who had spoken up for her, her eyes pleading. The crime of slandering a martyr's child was very serious in those days, as the country advocated supporting the military. One person serving brought honor to the whole family. They didn't dare risk getting involved just out of sympathy for Lu Xiaoling. Lu Xiaoling knew her fate was sealed. She slowly lowered her head, her expression hidden from view. Yang Jiangwo called over a few strong young men from the village to take Wu Meiyu and Lu Xiaoling away. As for Li Mingfeng's remains, the wolves had left little behind, so there was nothing to clean up. He now had to hurry to the commune to report. With such a big incident, it would be inexcusable if higher-ups didn't send people to eliminate the wolves. When Wu Meiyu was taken away, her mind was foggy and chaotic. She didn't understand how she had ended up in this situation. If she hadn't provoked Feng Lingyu, would none of this have happened? Just as Yang Jiangwo's group was about to disappear from Feng Lingyu's sight, Lu Xiaoling, who had been silent until then, suddenly turned her head. She gave Feng Lingyu a strange smile, her lips moving slightly as she mouthed a sentence. Gao Xiaodao also saw this and thought Lu Xiaoling looked like she had been pushed over the edge, her demeanor somewhat unhinged. Waiting for her to come back? That would only matter if she had the ability to return. Thinking about how she had dealt with those annoying flies all at once today, Feng Lingyu felt the sky was bluer and the grass greener. Let's go, let's head back, Feng Lingyu said lightly. What a shame about the mushrooms we picked today. They all got trampled when we ran. When they fled down the mountain, no one cared about the baskets and all the mushrooms were ruined. It's okay. We can go up and pick more together another time, Yang Lemei said with a smile. If Gao Xiaodao hadn't been supporting Yang Lemei, or more accurately, dragging her down the mountain, she might have been in grave danger today. Yang Lemei blushed and said, with a death today, the commune will definitely send an armed team to clear out the wolves. They have guns, so dealing with the wolves will be easy. When they reached the mountainside, Feng Lingyu suddenly said, you two go back first. We're out of firewood at home, so I'll gather some. But there are still wolves on the mountain. We'll gather with you, it'll be safer, Yang Lemei suggested. Gao Xiaodao caught the signal from Feng Lingyu and gave a slight nod. Come on, Lemei. The wolf pack must have gone back into the mountains by now. Xiaoyu is quick, nothing will happen. Besides, didn't you say you still need to inventory the tools in the storeroom? Will you have time? Thinking about how efficient Feng Lingyu was faster than many villagers, and that she still had work to do, Yang Lemei didn't press further and followed Gao Xiaodao. Then Xiaoyu, make sure to come down quickly. Just gather enough for one day. Tomorrow, I'll have my brother bring you some more. After Yang Lemei left with Gao Xiaodao, Feng Lingyu turned her gaze to the grass by the roadside. Why did you come up the mountain? Don't you know your own condition? Feng Lingyu's tone carried an irrepressible anger. She didn't understand why Shen Huayu, whose leg hadn't healed yet, would come up the mountain. Didn't he know this could worsen his leg injury? If he didn't value his own body, then what was the point of her treating him? Shen Huayu leaned weakly against a tree trunk, looking at Feng Lingyu with a faint smile. Feng Lingyu was about to turn and leave in anger at the sight of him still smiling, but then she caught a strong smell of blood. Her expression changed drastically. Forgetting her anger, she rushed to Shen Huayu's side and saw that his bandaged right leg was now drenched in blood. Do you not want this leg anymore? Then why didn't you say so earlier? Why did I bother saving you? Shen Huayu just kept staring at Feng Lingyu's face with a smile, as if he couldn't get enough of looking at her. If Shen Huayu weren't so weak right now, Feng Lingyu would have wanted to hit him. Shen Huayu slowly reached out and took Feng Lingyu's hand, looking seriously into her eyes. Xiaoyu, don't be mad at Xiaoyu, okay? Don't talk yet. Let me check your leg first, Feng Lingyu said, her voice cold with anger. Chapter 92, Shen Huayu's deep affection. Xiaoyu, I thought something had happened to you, that's why I... Shen Huayu quickly explained when he saw Feng Lingyu was truly angry. Before Feng Lingyu could finish, Shen Huayu interrupted her. You definitely won't have an accident. Shen Huayu was sensitive about this topic. He became emotional whenever it was brought up. I heard someone at the foot of the mountain say you were eaten by wolves. How could I not be anxious? Xiaoyu, you're my life. If something happens to you, what good would it do even if my leg is healed? Tears welled up in Shen Huayu's eyes. He was genuinely terrified that something might happen to Feng Lingyu. Feng Lingyu was stunned by his words, pausing her movements. She hadn't realized Shen Huayu's feelings for her ran so deep. Shen Huayu, listen to me carefully. This is the last time you'll joke around with your own body. I hope you can learn to love yourself first, so you'll know how to love others. Also, you need to trust me, I'm much stronger than you think. I'll face more and more powerful enemies in the future, and dangers like today's will happen many times again. You have to learn to trust me, and I will give you the same trust in return. Feng Lingyu grabbed Shen Huayu's shoulders, looking him straight in the eyes, not allowing him to look away. Xiaoyu was right. They would face many more enemies ahead. If they did foolish things out of worry for each other, it would only bring pain to their loved ones and joy to their enemies. Trust was the foundation that could sustain them moving forward. Shen Huayu gazed at Feng Lingyu's serious profile, his heart filled with sweetness. How could she be so wonderful? Feng Lingyu briefly examined Shen Huayu's leg. Fortunately, his right leg only had bleeding from friction, and the bone wasn't seriously damaged. Otherwise, all their previous efforts would have been wasted. Feng Lingyu pretended to massage him while secretly using her plant-based ability to nourish Shen Huayu's knee joint. Shen Huayu felt a tingling sensation spread through his entire right leg, and the knee that had been aching moments ago instantly felt much better. Luckily, there's no major problem. Feng Lingyu shot Shen Huayu a displeased glare. Shen Huayu knew he had let his worry cloud his judgment, so he could only smile apologetically. Let's go down the mountain. If Grandpa Shen goes back and finds you missing, he'll be very worried. Feng Lingyu helped Shen Huayu up and supported him as they slowly made their way down the mountain. When I got there, I saw from a distance that village chief Yang was leading people down the mountain. You know my identity. so I hid in the grass to avoid them, planning to go up the mountain after they left. In truth, when Shen Huayu saw that Feng Lingyu wasn't among those coming down the mountain, he was filled with despair, thinking something had really happened to her, and he lost all his strength. Unexpectedly, not long after, he saw Feng Lingyu also coming down the mountain. At that moment, he experienced the joy of regaining something he thought he had lost. He stared greedily at Feng Lingyu's face, afraid it was just his imagination. Your leg can't have any more accidents, or not even Huatua could save you. Shen Huayu listened to Feng Lingyu's instructions, nodding from time to time. After this incident, Shen Huayu felt an even stronger sense of urgency. He was too weak right now. If something happened to Xiaoyu, with his current abilities, he couldn't protect her at all. After Shen Xiaoyu returned the cattle to the shed, he found his grandson wasn't there. He searched around the shed but couldn't find him. He couldn't help but worry. Huayu's leg wasn't healed yet. Where could he have gone? Shen Huayu felt a bit guilty for making his grandfather worry. Child, where did you go? Why did Xiaoyu have to help you back? Shen Xiaoyu was nervous, afraid something had happened to Shen Huayu's leg. Grandpa Shen, don't worry. His leg is fine, it's in good shape. Feng Lingyu naturally wouldn't tell the truth and make the old man worry. Shen Xiaoyu took Shen Huayu from her and supported him. Xiaoyu, you must be exhausted. Having to help this big young man, it's really... Hearing that Shen Huayu's leg was fine, Shen Xiaoyu relaxed. Only then did he notice his 183-centimeter-tall grandson leaning on the petite Xiaoyu, looking all bashful. It was an eyesore. Grandpa Shen, I'm actually very strong. I'm really not tired. Shen Xiaoyu looked around. Xiaoyu, it's still broad daylight. It's not good if people see you with me. You should leave quickly. Alright, you two be careful too. Don't skimp on the medicine I gave you, remember to take it on time. After Feng Lingyu left, Shen Xiaoyu returned to the shed and his expression instantly changed. Huayu, what exactly did you go do today? Shen Huayu knew he couldn't hide it from his grandfather, so he recounted what had happened that afternoon. After hearing it, Shen Xiaoyu let out a long sigh, uncertain whether Huayu's deep devotion was a good or bad thing. Huayu, you've always been a child with your own ideas, and I rarely interfere with your decisions. But today, you were indeed wrong. That child Xiaoyu was absolutely right. You need to have absolute trust in her. Even in the worst-case scenario, if something really did happen to her, you must not lose your composure. Because at that moment, she might only have you to rely on. Shen Huayu took a deep breath and said solemnly, I understand, Grandpa. Contact Political Commissarjo after your leg is healed. Grandpa believes that you will grow into a man of integrity and strength in the future. Shen Xiaoyu had great expectations for Shen Huayu. He patted Shen Huayu's shoulder with satisfaction. Huayu, if your parents could see you now, they would be happy for you too. But since you've decided to be with Xiaoyu, you must also bear the burden of her enemies. The Feng family's affairs are very complicated, and you will face many crises ahead. You must think thrice before acting from now on. He didn't want Huayu to be with Xiaoyu only out of a momentary passion. Shen Huayu placed his hand over his left chest, feeling his heartbeat. Grandpa, I know what you're worried about. But do you know? My heart tells me that in this world, the one thing I cannot lose is Xiaoyu. I cannot bear even the slightest harm coming to her from anyone. Shen Huayu's fair face now looked somewhat enchanting as he smiled at Shen Xiaoyu and said, If anyone tries to harm Xiaoyu, then I will personally break their spine and end their life. Chapter 93. An absolutely adorable creature. After returning from the commune, young Jiangwo held a meeting in the village. Fellow villagers, regarding the wolves that appeared on Little Green Mountain yesterday, I've already discussed it with the commune leaders. Don't worry, Secretary Zhao has decided to send 2 armed squads up the mountain to hunt the wolves. They'll definitely solve the wolf problem for everyone. This matter had become a major worry for the villagers, who feared what would happen if the wolf pack slipped into the village under cover of night. Now that they heard a solution, everyone felt a bit more at ease. There's one more thing, young Jiangwo said, his tone growing heavier. The educated youths Wu Meiyu and Lu Xiaoling, due to their strong suspicion of attempting to harm Li Mingfeng, along with falsely accusing the child of a martyr, 2 crimes combined, have been sent to the neighboring Day farm for punishment. The villagers below were shocked, never expecting their crimes to be so serious. Day farm was a truly harsh place, one that even these country folk might struggle to endure, let alone those 2 young girls. But this incident also taught everyone a lesson, that speaking recklessly could count as a crime. It was precisely because of this that the village was given a wake-up call. The gossiping women in the village no longer dared to speak carelessly. Qiao Yanfang felt dazed. How, in just one night, had she become the only one of the new female educated youths left at the educated youth point? The older educated youths also found the situation sudden, never expecting the new arrivals to turn on each other and destroy themselves. At the same time, they all shared a common thought. Just look at the fate of those who opposed her. She didn't strike unless she had to, but when she did, It was lethal. What future could they hope for now? Just staying alive was good enough. Watching the crowd buzz with discussion, young Jangwo finally spoke. I hope everyone takes this incident as a warning. Especially in the next few days, keep your children close. The armed squads won't arrive for 2 more days. If anyone ignores this advice and something happens, you'll bear the consequences yourselves. Feng Lingyu frowned as she gazed at Little Green Mountain in the distance. Xiaoyu, what's wrong? Gao Xiaodao asked curiously. The armed squads were coming to Green Mountain Village in 2 days to hunt the wolves. Who knew how many people would show up? To wipe out the wolf pack, they would inevitably conduct a thorough search. What if the treasure on Big Green Mountain was discovered early? In the plot Wu Meiyu had described, there was no mention of armed squads coming to hunt wolves. It seemed she would have to find the treasure herself before they arrived. Time was tight. Feng Lingyu was anxious, but this was something she had to do alone. As soon as she got home, she said to Gao Xiaodao, I have something very important to take care of in the next few days, so I won't be going to work. If anyone asks about me, just say I'm sick. Village Chief Yang should also help cover for me. Just play it by ear. It was acceptable for educated youths to take leave if they were sick. The advantage of living alone, like Feng Lingyu did, became clear now. Even if she wasn't home, as long as no one came specifically to check, no one would discover the truth. After explaining everything to Gao Xiaodao, Feng Lingyu wasted no time and headed straight into Big Green Mountain alone. According to Yang Lemei's clues, there were tigers on this mountain, and animals often had sharp instincts. Perhaps because the wolf pack had passed through, Feng Lingyu didn't spot any small animals along the way. She wandered around the foot of the mountain, but found nothing unusual, though she did come across plenty of mushrooms and wood ear fungus. Since few people came here, all sorts of mountain delicacies grew everywhere. Seeing them, Feng Lingyu didn't let them go to waste. She gathered all the big, good ones into her space. Suddenly, there was movement in the distant woods, and a flock of birds flew up with a cacophony of squawks. Without a second thought, Feng Lingyu rushed toward the spot, wondering what had caused the commotion. When she arrived, she searched around but found nothing. The ground was covered in years of accumulated dead leaves and branches, giving off a rotting smell. At least it wasn't a large predator, otherwise, there would have been some trace left behind. After leaving that patch of woods, the sky was growing dark. Feng Lingyu felt a bit frustrated. Finding a treasure was quite troublesome. Her space now held plenty of cooked food, so she could eat whenever she was out. She sipped freshly squeezed watermelon juice while gnawing on a prepared meat sandwich. Not wasting time, Feng Lingyu decided to head further up the mountain. After she had walked far away, a small white figure cautiously crept out. It lowered its body and sniffed the food scraps Feng Lingyu had accidentally dropped. In the end, hunger overcame its fear. It shook its little head and decided to follow the 2-legged creature ahead. Feng Lingyu's casual steps paused briefly, but she quickly resumed walking as if nothing was wrong. The small white figure ran around in a panic. It was so hungry. Just as it was feeling utterly frustrated, a figure leaped down from a large tree in front of it, landing directly before it. It buried its head under its paws, its body trembling slightly. Whoa, this 2-legged creature wasn't going to eat it, was it? Feng Lingyu looked at the trembling fur ball at her feet and twitched her mouth. She had thought something was following her, but it turned out to be a little fluff ball. She had no idea what kind of animal's cub it was. After a moment's thought, Feng Lingyu reached out with her wicked hand and picked the fur ball up from the ground. The little thing had pure white fur, not a single stray hair, and it felt as smooth as the silk and satin in her space when held. She lifted it to eye level for a closer look. If she wasn't mistaken, this was a tiger cub. Perhaps out of fear, the cub's body kept trembling, and it didn't dare open its eyes. Feng Lingyu's heart was instantly struck. What an absolutely adorable creature this was. So she gently patted the cub's head with her hand, trying to soothe its nerves. Chapter 94. The family head seal, useful? Thinking of the little things sniffing around just now, it must be hungry. Feng Lingyu took out a piece of honey-glazed pork hind leg from her space, looked at the little thing's tender baby teeth, and wondered if it had even been weaned yet. The little tiger might have smelled the aroma of the roasted meat, its nose twitching slightly as it stealthily opened its eyes. Where did this 2-legged creature get that meat? It smells so good. Seeing that Feng Lingyu just sat there and didn't bother it, the little tiger bravely crept toward the roasted meat on the leaves. First, it cautiously stuck out its tongue and licked it. So delicious. Then it couldn't wait to open its mouth and try to bite into the meat. But its soft, tiny baby teeth only left shallow marks on the skin, unable to tear it off at all. Feng Lingyu caught all of this out of the corner of her eye. The little tiger's adorable, clumsy appearance made her heart flutter. When the little tiger saw the 2-legged creature watching it, it shrank back in fear again. Feng Lingyu sighed helplessly. Even though it's a cub, you're still a tiger. Why are you so timid? She took a small knife from her space, sliced the roasted meat into thin pieces, and placed them on the leaves. Then she gently pushed them toward the little tiger, watching it with a smile. This two-legged creature is so kind, nothing like the bad ones Mom and Dad talked about. The little tiger gobbled down the meat, thinking to itself as it ate. It stuffed its belly until it was round and full, but it kept eating. It had been starving for days. Feng Lingyu reached out and pushed it aside. No more eating or you'll burst your little tummy. The little tiger bared its teeth with a growl. Oh, you're picking on the weak now, huh? You dare to show me your teeth. Feng Lingyu lightly flicked its little head. Not judging her strength well, the little tiger tipped over and fell to the ground. Feng Lingyu chuckled softly, stroking its fur. How did you end up here? Where are your parents? The little tiger was completely relaxed now, knowing this two-legged creature meant it no harm. It had given it meat and even petted it. Its little ears twitched gently, and its tail swayed comfortably from side to side. Before long, it let out a purr, curled up by Feng Lingyu's leg, and fell asleep. Feng Lingyu still had her mission to complete and wasn't planning to rest, so she picked up the little tiger from the ground and continued searching. And sure enough, the little tiger's body was warm and cozy, making it quite pleasant to hold. The moonlight was like water as Feng Lingyu searched all over the Great Green Mountain in the night. Thinking back to the location on the treasure map, the most likely hiding spot was still halfway up the mountain. But she hadn't found an entrance. Could there be some kind of mechanism? Just as Feng Lingyu reached a cliff face, the little white tiger in her arms stirred, squirming to get down. As soon as it hit the ground, it ran toward a corner of the cliff. After a few steps, it turned back, saw Feng Lingyu hadn't followed, and let out two soft roar sounds at her. Feng Lingyu followed it. This little white tiger seemed very familiar with the place. Did it live here? She trailed the little tiger to a pile of rubble, covered by vines hanging down from the cliff. The little tiger climbed onto the rocks, pushed the vines aside with its head, and revealed a cave entrance. Feng Lingyu slapped her forehead. How ironic, she'd been so clever she outsmarted herself. She'd wandered all over this mountain for so long and never thought to check behind the vines. She'd assumed the cliff face was fully visible at a glance and overlooked this corner of rubble. Empiricism is a killer, only practice yields true knowledge. Feng Lingyu followed the little tiger into the cave, pulled out a flashlight and shone it around. The cave was quite large, with signs of artificial carving. This must be where the Feng family treasure was hidden. She took a few steps forward and saw the little tiger lying in front of two massive figures, whimpering softly. Feng Lingyu approached to examine them and found two dead adult white tigers. The marks on their bodies were clearly from wolf bites and scratches. Recalling the wolf pack that had come down the mountain 2 days ago, everything clicked. The wolf pack must have fought these two white tigers first, lost, and then fled to the little green mountain. But the two white tigers were severely injured and had died from their wounds. Thinking of what Yang Lemay had said about someone seeing tigers on the mountain, those must have been these two big tigers. No wonder the little tiger was alone outside. The commotion from the birds in the forest was probably its doing. All right, say goodbye to your parents. Let them rest in peace. As if understanding Feng Lingyu's words, the little tiger went over, nuzzled its parents' heads affectionately, then stepped back and watched her. Feng Lingyu buried the little tiger's parents beneath the cliff and set up a small wooden plank as a grave marker. After finishing, she said to the little tiger, "Since we've both lost our parents, you can come with me from now on. I'll raise you well." As if in response, the little tiger let out two soft, babyish cries. "Since you're with me, I'll give you a name. How about Snowball? How about Dumpling? That's it, no changing it." Feng Lingyu returned to the cave and saw a stone door at the far end, carved with intricate patterns. She first tried pushing it with her hands, but found it couldn't be opened by brute force. Giving up on that idea, she carefully examined the door. She could roughly understand the writing on the door, thanks to the ancient books left by the Feng family head in her space, which she had studied in her spare time. The inscription said the door could only be opened by a direct descendant of the Feng family using the family head seal. Forcing it open would release mercury inside, destroying everything. Feng Lingyu gasped. Mercury. The Feng family would rather destroy everything than give the treasure to outsiders. She suddenly remembered the jade thumb ring, the symbol of the family head that she had found when she first opened her space. Could this be the key to opening the treasure door? Feng Lingyu took the jade thumb ring out of her space and opened it from the middle, turning it into a small seal. And sure enough, the seal was exactly the same size as the groove beside the door. Chapter 95, Worthy of an Ancient Noble Clan. Feng Lingyu placed the seal in her hand into the groove and waited for the door to open. After a moment's thought, she cut her finger and let her blood drip into it. For the direct line of the Feng family, only blood could prove one's identity right. In an instant, the sound of mechanisms moving came from within the door, and it slowly began to shift. Finally, the door fully opened. As it opened, the lamps inside lit up one by one. The world inside the door was clearly revealed before Feng Lingyu's eyes. She held her breath, unable to believe what she was seeing. Even just a quarter of the hidden wealth filled this cavern, stretching endlessly before her. No wonder the treasures here became world famous after the country discovered them in the novel. The gold and silver around her no longer caught her eye. Her gaze was entirely drawn to the tree made of gold and gems standing in the center of the cavern. The tree was about 10 meters tall, with every trunk and leaf carved with clearly visible veins. Beneath the leaves hung fruits made of various colored gems. Under the light, they radiated a dazzling brilliance. The little white tiger looked around, finding these shiny things quite pretty. So it picked up a faintly glowing night pearl from the ground and started playing with it. A night pearl worth a fortune outside was just casually thrown on the ground. Feng Lingyu walked to the base of the golden tree and noticed 2 lifelike phoenixes perched on its branches. A dragon was also carved on the tree, winding down from the top, vivid and realistic. Suppressing her excitement, Feng Lingyu decided to check what else was stored elsewhere. She wondered if she was getting carried away, thinking that even gold seemed just so. After inspecting the entire cavern, Feng Lingyu silently complained. Just how much did the ancient Feng family love gold? This huge cavern, aside from a few scattered chests of gems and night pearls, was filled entirely with gold. Seeing Tuanzi gnawing on a night pearl, Feng Lingyu's forehead twitched. Oh well, what kind of family was she from? Wasn't it just a night pearl? Finding this cavern was all thanks to this little thing anyway. With a wave of her hand, Feng Lingyu stored everything into her space. Especially the golden tree in the middle, she carefully placed it in the courtyard of her space. It suddenly occurred to her that the mastermind had gone to great lengths to find the Feng family's treasure, but opening the door required the family head's seal and her own blood. After collecting the treasure, Feng Lingyu left the cavern with Tuanzi. Looking back at the entrance, she thought it best to seal it shut, in case the armed team found it. The pile of rubble at the cavern's entrance was just right for blocking it. After tidying up, Feng Lingyu headed down the mountain with Tuanzi. She had prepared to stay on the mountain for a few days, but she found the treasure in just one night. Feng Lingyu vigorously rubbed Tuanzi's head, earning an annoyed growl. All right, stop that. I'm taking you home for good food and drink. Tuanzi understood the word food, and remembering the roasted meat the 2-legged creature had given it last night, its eyes lit up. Fine, if she wanted to pet it, she could as long as she gave it a piece of meat. Was it really a case of like owner, like pet? Feng Lingyu checked her watch. It was only 3 in the morning. Going back now wouldn't leave much time to sleep, and since she was already on the mountain, she might as well explore it thoroughly. The last few times she came, she was focused solely on finding the treasure and hadn't observed the resources of Dacheng Mountain. Tuanzi yawned widely. Wasn't the 2-legged creature going to sleep? Seeing Tuanzi was too sleepy, Feng Lingyu had no choice but to put it into her space. Tuanzi, you stay here and sleep well. Don't chase the chickens or ducks in the pen, got it? I know you understand. If you misbehave, no meat for you. Feng Lingyu placed Tuanzi on a lounge chair in the courtyard, tapped its nose, and warned. With a flashlight in hand, Feng Lingyu wandered around. Black fungus, monkey head mushrooms, matsutake, hazel mushrooms, various mountain delicacies. She picked everything she saw and stored it in her space. It was a pity she didn't come across rare herbs like ginseng or lingji, but she had set aside a special medicinal field in her space. She had planted many herbs there, so she already had most common ones. Not to mention the various precious herbs stored in her space's pharmacy. If Feng Lingyu used them alone, they'd last several lifetimes. After sweeping through Dacheng Mountain, Feng Lingyu decided to head back. Hazelnuts, pine nuts, and hickory nuts, these mountain goods, when stir-fried, would be perfect for slowly eating on the heated bed in winter. Noting the locations, Feng Lingyu decided to bring Xiaotao and Lemay next time to pick them. These nut trees were scarce resources in the countryside. Villagers could pick them and sell them at the collection station without taking advantage of the state. Thus, trees near the village were closely guarded, and anyone who knew of undiscovered trees wouldn't reveal them. After all, this was one of the few extra chances to earn money. Seeing small saplings growing next to the big trees, Feng Lingyu transplanted them into her space, so she could eat them whenever she wanted without competing with others. The damn wolf pack had scared off the small animals on the mountain, so Feng Lingyu didn't catch any game. Remembering Xiaotao's craving for chicken stew with mushrooms, Feng Lingyu took an old hen from her space and quickly prepared it. She'd pass it off as wild chicken once killed, no one could tell the difference. She pulled Tuanzi out of her space and saw it sleeping obediently on the lounge chair. Feng Lingyu nodded in satisfaction. When she got back, she'd feed the little one some milk powder. Eating meat at this age probably wasn't good. She couldn't keep it in the space forever. She needed to let Xiaotao see it to make it legitimate. Luckily, Tuanzi was a pure white tiger cub, with a king mark on its forehead barely visible. At first glance, it just looked like a stunningly beautiful little white cat. Seeing that dawn was approaching, Feng Lingyu stopped dawdling and quickened her pace home. Chapter 96. A great idea. Gao Xiaoda was practicing her punches with precision when she saw Feng Lingyu, who had been missing all night, walk in carrying many things in her hands. Wow, so many mushrooms! And pine nuts and walnuts! Gao Xiaoda exclaimed in surprise. She hadn't expected Xiaoyu to bring back so much stuff in just one night. Holding the dressed wild chicken in her hand, Gao Xiaoda found it strange. Feng Lingyu gave an awkward laugh. I also think this wild chicken is pretty plump, haha. Fortunately, Gao Xiaoda didn't dwell on it for long. Then we'll have chicken stew with mushrooms for lunch again. Huh? What's that? As Gao Xiaoda spoke, she saw a white figure leap down from Feng Lingyu's shoulder and dart into the house. Forgot to tell you, I picked up a little animal on the mountain. Its name is Tuanzi. From now on, it's our family pet. Feng Lingyu explained as she waved for Tuanzi to come over. Tuanzi walked over reluctantly. Honestly, did she think she could summon and dismiss it at will? From the moment Gao Xiaoda saw Tuanzi in full view, she couldn't stop exclaiming in awe. After Tuanzi arrived, it wandered into every corner, making sure its scent was left everywhere. After patrolling its territory, Tuanzi let out a soft, baby-like cry at Feng Lingyu. Feng Lingyu looked at Tuanzi's tiny body and estimated it wasn't even worth a single punch from her. I'll hold back. She fetched a small clay pot from the storeroom, opened a can of milk powder, and soaked some for it. Tuanzi first walked over with a disdainful look, sniffed it, and then, hey, it smells so good. Gao Xiaoda watched Tuanzi drink its milk, her eyes turning into starry shapes. Feng Lingyu could still resist the attack of cuteness for now, lightly tapping Tuanzi's little head. From now on, this is your, got it? No tipping it over. After doing this, Feng Lingyu was met with Gao Xiaodao's reproachful gaze. Feng Lingyu, all right, in Xiaodao's heart, her status has now fallen below Tuanzi's. By the way, Xiaoyu, you didn't sleep all night, so don't go to work today. So after Gao Xiaoda left for work, Feng Lingyu enjoyed a nice sleep at home. When she woke up, Gao Xiaoda had already returned to make lunch. Feng Lingyu felt a bit embarrassed. Since she hadn't gone to work, she should have prepared lunch in advance. But she was too familiar with Gao Xiaoda's presence and let her guard down. If anyone else had come in, she would have woken up. Tuanzi was also sleeping soundly beside her. Young animals have long sleep cycles, they still need to grow. Gao Xiaoda lifted the pot lid, and the aroma of chicken soup filled the entire yard. Seeing Feng Lingyu get up, her little dimples reappeared. Xiaoyu, you're up. The meal is just ready. Xiaoyu, weren't you tired all night? How could you cook? Resting properly is what matters. Without your effort, how would we have this delicious chicken soup today? By the way, Xiaoyu, this chicken is much bigger than last time. Should we still send some to Sun Yiming and the others? The foreign candy he gave me last time was so tasty. Feng Lingyu knew that Xiaoda loved sweets the most, and since the candy Sun Yiming gave was indeed rare, it made sense she couldn't stop thinking about it. Go give it to them, but remember to tell him directly that it's in exchange for his candy. Feng Lingyu thought of Sun Yiming's straightforward personality and added an extra reminder. Otherwise, Sun Yiming might thank her with something else, so it was better to just say it was a trade. Gao Xiaoda happily agreed and ran out with the chicken soup. At that moment, Sun Yiming and the others were tidying up at the new house. Though they couldn't move in immediately, they were fixing up some unfinished spots. These past few days, they had been eating dry rations brought from the educated youth point. It's Xiaodao. She must be bringing us something. Sun Yiming brushed the dust off his pants and rushed to open the door. As he opened it, a burst of fragrant aroma hit him. Haha, I knew it. You're here to deliver good food. Gao Xiaoda walked in with the chicken soup. The house was empty, so she had to set the soup on a wooden stump. This isn't free. You have to trade it for the candy you gave me last time. No problem. I'll bring it to you when I have time. It's still at the educated youth point. He didn't really like candy anyway. How could candy compare to meat? Gao Xiaoda wasn't worried about Sun Yiming going back on his word. She greeted Zhao Nanshan and went home. Seeing Gao Xiaoda return, Feng Lingyu asked. It's mostly fixed, just some small spots left. The mud on the walls isn't dry yet. It'll probably take another half-month before we can move in, Gao Xiaoda replied as she ladled herself a bowl of chicken soup. Once the arm team finishes clearing out the wolves, let's go up the mountain again, Xiaoyu, Gao Xiaoda suggested. Feng Lingyu also had an idea. The northeast was rich in resources. If they could transport these goods out, the profits would be substantial. She just didn't know how Wang Minghui's business in the capital was doing now. If there was still capacity, the northeast, this big piece of fat, could be worth a bite. The meat sauce Mingrui made last time was delicious. If we added some mushrooms, it would definitely taste even better. That was a great idea. Mushrooms were much cheaper than meat, which could significantly lower the cost of the meat sauce. Plus, Wang Mingwei already had control over the major train stations in the capital. Long-distance travelers would definitely need something that paired well with rice and could be stored easily. Even the target customers were already there. This was practically a business with guaranteed profits. Shout out, you've given me a brilliant idea. She couldn't wait to contact Mingwei and have her make a delicious mushroom meat sauce. Thinking of the world-famous laoganma, wasn't it popular across the country, loved by men, women, old, and young alike? But what Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaotao didn't know was that the Wang Mingwei they were thinking of was going through the biggest crisis of her life. Chapter 97, Wang Mingwei shows her teeth. Mingwei, school's out tomorrow. Want to go out and have some fun together? Huang Xiaoxia watched Wang Mingwei packing her things without a care in the world, a dark glint in her eyes. When Wang Mingwei looked up at her, she immediately reverted to her usual cute and innocent image. Tomorrow? Tomorrow might not work. I need to make some good food at home and send it to my friends who've gone to the countryside. Wang Mingwei thought about Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaotao, who had been in the countryside for so long. She wondered if they had lost weight. She had already asked her brother to buy the ingredients. As soon as school was out, she could start cooking right away. Wang Minghui's business was growing bigger and bigger. Besides the train station, he also had dealings in other districts of the capital city. He came home much less often than before. So he had arranged for Wang Mingwei to board at school, which put his mind at ease. Although Wang Mingwei himself had never studied, he insisted that his sister finish high school. Come on, let's head back to the dorm. Finally, a break. I'm so happy. Huang Xiaoxia nodded and got up from her seat to follow Wang Mingwei back to the dorm. Thinking about that person's warning, Huang Xiaoxia clenched her fists. She had to come up with a good excuse quickly. Back in the dorm, the other roommates had already returned. As soon as Wang Mingwei entered the dorm and saw the scene before her, her expression changed. Her homemade meat sauce was sitting in the middle of the room, and more than half of it was already gone. Furious, Wang Mingwei picked up the jar. You're all thieves. The other roommates had only planned to sneak a taste, but the meat sauce was just too delicious. A few of them who had stolen some felt a bit of shame and didn't dare talk back. Yan Lily, who had always been at odds with Wang Mingwei in the dorm, rolled her eyes and said disdainfully, so what if we ate a little of your meat sauce? We're roommates. Don't be so stingy. Stingy? How many times have I shared the things I brought to school with everyone? But you, Yan Lily, have you ever shared anything once? Anyone has the right to call me stingy, but not you. Wang Mingwei was so angry she almost laughed. She had never met anyone so shameless. She had only started boarding this semester. When she first arrived, she wanted to get along with her roommates. So whenever her brother brought her good food, unless it was something very rare or expensive, she would share the common stuff with everyone. Once, her brother brought her a box of expensive foreign candies called chocolate from the black market. Since it was so pricey, she didn't share it. But Yan Lily caught her eating it alone and immediately started making snide remarks. Oh, some people are just pretending to be generous. They eat all the good stuff behind everyone's backs. Wang Mingwei had thought the other roommates would speak up for her, but instead, they all looked dissatisfied. Her heart turned cold. She realized these people weren't worth associating with. So from then on, she stopped sharing anything with them. She never expected to catch them stealing her food today. Enough. So we ate a little of your stuff. Don't make such a big deal out of it. Yan Lily pushed past Wang Mingwei, who was standing in front of her, and sat down on her own bed. Wang Mingwei was only 15, young and not very tall, so she stumbled from the push. Yan Lily thought she was easy to bully because of her age, which was why she acted so arrogantly. Fine. If you want to be stubborn, go ahead. Taking something without asking is stealing. I'm going to ask the teacher right now how this should be handled. Wang Mingwei stood her ground and turned to leave the dorm. The others quickly grabbed her. If the teacher got involved, they wouldn't have a leg to stand on. Seeing this, Yan Lily had no choice but to back down. Fine, we'll pay you for the meat sauce, okay? Wang Mingwei snorted. You should. 2 yuan plus 1 gene of meat coupons. What? That expensive? Are you trying to rob us? Yan Lily's eyes widened. The others also thought it was too much and looked at Wang Mingwei pleadingly, hoping she would lower the price. Huang Xiaoxia tugged at Wang Mingwei's sleeve from behind. Mingwei, they're your classmates. You'll still be living with them. Wang Mingwei understood what Huang Xiaoxia meant. She shouldn't offend them too badly so they could maintain a superficial harmony. But why should she? Why should the person who did nothing wrong have to back down? People like Yan Lily weren't worth associating with anyway. If it came to it, she could just stop boarding like before. Having made up her mind, Wang Mingwei refused to budge. That jar of meat sauce used 1 gene of meat and so much oil. It's worth that much. The roommates exchanged glances. They had no choice. If they didn't pay up, Wang Mingwei would go to the teacher. so they scraped together 2 yuan, each contributing a few dimes. As for the meat coupons, none of them had any, so they promised to give them to her next week. Huang Xiaoxia noticed this and thought to herself that Yan Lili might be useful. Huang Xiaoxia wasn't in the same dorm as Wang Mingrui, so after seeing that things had settled down, she said goodbye and returned to her own dorm. Oh look, the bootlicking dog is back. Did your master give you any goodies today? The girls in Huang Xiaoxia's dorm started mocking her as soon as she walked in. They really disliked how Huang Xiaoxia fawned over Wang Mingrui. In their class, Wang Mingrui ate well and dressed well, standing out clearly from the other girls. Most of the girls in the class were only able to attend school because their parents wanted to sell them off for a good price. So the girls in the class had tacitly isolated Wang Mingrui. Only Huang Xiaoxia shamelessly clung to her every day, wagging her tail like a dog. Huang Xiaoxia was used to the mockery. She calmly walked to her bed, gathered her things, and went to wash up. Seeing that she didn't respond like a dead person, the others lost interest and stopped talking. Huang Xiaoxia stood woodenly at the sink brushing her teeth, but the hand gripping the toothbrush was white-knuckled with veins bulging. It showed that the owner wasn't as calm as she appeared. Spitting out the last bit of foam, Huang Xiaoxia gripped the edge of the sink with both hands. With her head down, she gave a bitter smile. Dog? Bootlicking? If she had a choice, who would want to grovel and flatter someone every day? Chapter 98, Blood. Spreads out. As the bell for the last class rang, the students began to cheer. Wang Mingrui packed her backpack quickly, eager to get home early. Mingrui, let's go home together later, Huang Xiaoxia said with a smile as she walked over. Sure, have you packed your things? Let's go now. Wang Mingrui only had Huang Xiaoxia as a friend in class, so how could she refuse such a small request? In her hurry to get home, Wang Mingrui didn't notice the triumphant smile on Huang Xiaoxia's face. Yan Lili watched the two of them walk away, raising her eyebrows smugly. After today, let's see how Wang Mingrui can still act so arrogant. Wang Mingrui and Huang Xiaoxia walked arm in arm, chatting and laughing as they headed home. Just as they reached a corner of an alley, a group of thuggish youths surrounded them. The leader had a cigarette dangling from his mouth. Hey, which one of you is Wang Mingrui? Wang Mingrui hadn't expected these people to be specifically looking for her. She had thought they were just robbers, and she would have been fine with losing some money to avoid trouble. Huang Xiaoxia trembled in fear beside her but never spoke up to reveal that she was actually Wang Mingrui. A flicker of gratitude appeared in Wang Mingrui's eyes. She felt she had dragged her friend into this today. Who sent you? Wang Mingrui forced herself to stay calm. The young man took one last drag of his cigarette and tossed the butt to the ground. He smirked wickedly. Looks like you're Wang Mingrui, huh? Remember this. Don't ever offend people you shouldn't. Take her away. With that, the group swarmed in, tied Wang Mingrui up with ropes, and gagged her. Just as the thugs were about to leave, the leader crouched down and patted Huang Xiaoxia's face condescendingly. Hey, you keep your mouth shut about what happened today. If you dare to blab, you won't want to know the consequences. Watching the group take Wang Mingrui away, Huang Xiaoxia leaned against the wall and spat out the rag stuffed in her mouth. Earlier today, on her way to the restroom at noon, she had overheard Yan Lili talking to some thugs. Because of the compensation issue, Yan Lili wanted her sworn brother to teach Wang Mingrui a lesson. Better yet, ruin Wang Mingrui's reputation, so she'd never be able to hold her head up at school again. After hearing that, Huang Xiaoxia had come up with a plan. She could turn the situation to her advantage and extricate herself from it entirely. So she had contacted the people who had threatened her family to get ready. Mingrui, I'm sorry, but if you don't get into trouble, then I'll be the one in trouble. Huang Xiaoxia got up from the ground, covered in dirt, and ran frantically out of the alley. Hey, miss, what happened to you? My classmate was kidnapped by a group of people. Whoa. Passers-by chimed in with advice. Huang Xiaoxia pretended to be at a loss, mumbled a few "oh-ohs," and ran toward the police station. As for Wang Mingrui, Yan Lili's sworn brother had originally planned to just scare her and teach her a lesson. Though they were thugs, they didn't dare do anything that could get them executed. But just as they brought Wang Mingrui to their secret base, an abandoned plastic factory, a group of masked people suddenly rushed out. They started punching and kicking them. These idle loafers from the streets were quickly routed. Yan Lili's sworn brother, the thug leader Wang Li, was knocked unconscious. Seeing their boss taken down, the rest scattered and fled, disappearing in no time. Wang Mingrui huddled in a corner, too scared to make a sound. She had no idea what was happening. But instinctively, she felt that this second group of people was even more dangerous. Then the masked leader suddenly turned and met Wang Mingrui's gaze. The man walked toward her slowly, step by step, a steel rod in his hand. Wang Mingrui's little sister? Huh, blame your brother. In Wang Mingrui's terrified eyes, the rod in his hand swung toward her. A sharp pain shot through her head, and Wang Mingrui lost consciousness. In the abandoned factory, a girl lay on the ground, a pool of blood spreading beneath her. Huang Xiaoxia went straight home after reporting the case to the police. At home, her older brother was sitting around, barking orders. Mom, you need to hurry your sister up. If she doesn't get her classmate out of the way, your son's legs are going to be broken by someone else. Son, don't worry, she wouldn't dare disobey. If she doesn't do it, I'll make her come home tomorrow and stop her from going to school. Huang's mother quickly reassured him. There's no money left at home. Once your dad's paycheck comes in this month, I'll give it to you. But I'm telling you, you can't go gambling again after you get the money. Yeah, I know. Huang's older brother said impatiently. Huang Xiaoxia let out a cold laugh. This was her family, she was used to it, wasn't she? Wang Mingrui, not everyone is as lucky as you, with a brother who dotes on you so much. Shouho and the others teased, Brother Wang, heading home to see your little sister again? You all keep a close eye on the business and cut the chatter. If anything goes wrong, I'll have your hides. His business had expanded a lot, and he could only see his sister once a week. So every time he went home, he brought bags and bags of stuff. Mingrui loved experimenting with food, and these ingredients were no trouble for him now. Thinking about how his sister had said last week she wanted to cook something nice to send to Maisie and Xiaotao, Wang Mingwei couldn't help but smile. They hadn't known each other long, and he didn't understand why Mingrui felt so deeply attached to them. Just as Wang Mingwei reached his doorstep carrying his bags, he found a crowd gathered outside his house. What's going on? Why is everyone standing around my door? At that moment, the crowd parted and two people in police uniforms walked over. Chapter 99. Please accept my condolences. Wang Minghui's eyes narrowed, but he quickly adjusted his expression. He was always very careful in his dealings, never bringing business home, so there was no way they could trace anything here. Are you Wang Mingwei? Asked one of the police officers, the slightly shorter one. Yes. May I ask what this is about, officer? The officer glanced at the neighbors gathered around watching. Let's talk inside your home. Wang Mingrui was, after all, a young girl. Being taken away by thugs would harm her reputation. As the neighbors saw Wang Mingwei leading the police into his house, they began to murmur among themselves. Judging by the officer's expressions, it doesn't look like they're here to arrest him. Maybe he's involved in some incident. Comrade Wang Mingwei, this afternoon we received a report from your sister's classmate. Hearing it was about his sister, Wang Minghui's heart leaped into his throat. Classmate Huang Xiaoxia said your sister was taken away by a group of hooligans. What? Wang Mingwei shot up from his stool. Please don't get agitated. Based on the clues provided by classmate Huang Xiaoxia, we've identified several suspects, and the Bureau has immediately sent people out to find them. The earlier thin officer quickly tried to calm Wang Mingwei down. The middle-aged officer, who had barely spoken since meeting Wang Mingwei, remained quiet. Out of professional habit, the moment he laid eyes on Wang Mingwei, he felt this man was not simple. The items Wang Mingwei had been carrying when he returned looked ordinary, but on closer inspection, they were luxuries an average family could only afford occasionally. Yet after entering the house, he looked around carefully and found nothing out of the ordinary. Comrade Wang Mingwei, we came first to inform you of this. Once we find your sister, we will notify you immediately. The middle-aged officer gave a final instruction, and the two left together. After the police left, Wang Minghui's expression changed instantly. He dealt with all kinds of people on the black market and had many connections. Finding a few thugs might even be faster than the police. Skinny monkey, Mingrui's in trouble. Some thugs took her. Gather all our brothers right now. Use whatever means necessary to find Mingrui as fast as possible. Without time to explain, Wang Mingwei gave the order directly. Hearing that Mingrui was in trouble, Skinny Monkey didn't dare delay and immediately went out to give instructions. Wang Minghui's heart ached as if cut by a knife. If anything happened to Mingrui, he would tear the person behind this into 1,000 pieces. Everyone knew that the newly risen Brother Hui was searching for someone. Whoever had information would become his honored guest. From then on, in all dealings with Brother Hui, he would give up 20% of the profits. Don't underestimate that 20%. For those specializing in buying and selling, it was a fat piece of meat falling right into their hands. Even the bosses from other districts in the capital were tempted and quietly sent their own men out to search. With so many people working on it, one of the thugs was soon found. Talk. Where's the girl you took this afternoon? Surrounded by a menacing crowd, the thug was so scared he wet himself. Sobbing, he said, "It wasn't me. We took the girl to an abandoned plastic factory. We just wanted to scare her. Then a group of masked people rushed out and beat me away. I really don't know what happened after that." Wang Mingwei had no time to settle scores with this thug. Finding Mingrui was the priority. When Wang Mingwei arrived at the abandoned plastic factory with Skinny Monkey and the others, he saw Wang Mingrui lying in a pool of blood. A mournful cry escaped his throat, and tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. He wanted to help Mingrue up, but didn't know where to start. It was Skinny Monkey who noticed that Mingrue's chest was still rising and falling. Brother Wang, Mingrue's alive. Hurry, get her to the hospital. Wang Mingwei wiped the tears from his face, quickly lifted his sister from the ground, and rushed her to the hospital. Just as Wang Mingwei carried Wang Mingrue to the factory entrance, they ran into the arriving police. They hadn't expected Wang Mingwei to find her before them. But with a life on the line, the middle-aged officer Dong Li set aside his curiosity. The police car sped through the streets, sirens blaring. Wang Mingwei only wished it could go faster, even faster. He gripped his sister's hand tightly, silently repeating a prayer in his mind. Dong Li was also anxious. He hadn't expected things to escalate to a life-or-death situation. With the police present, as soon as they entered the hospital, the doctors immediately took Wang Mingrue into the operating room. When Skinny Monkey and the others arrived at the hospital, they saw Wang Mingwei sitting alone in the hallway outside the operating room, looking desolate. We don't know yet. We have to wait for the surgery results. Dong Li frowned at the group led by Skinny Monkey. No wonder he could find people faster than the police station. About 2 hours later, the surgeon came out. Who is Wang Mingrue's family? She's hemorrhaging and needs a family member to sign. Wang Mingwei nearly collapsed, his heart sinking to the bottom. I am. How's my sister now? He barely steadied himself. You need to prepare yourself. The chances of recovery are slim. The doctor went back into the operating room after speaking. Just then, Gao Dashu arrived at the hospital after hearing the news. Seeing Gao Dashu, Wang Mingwei could no longer hold back his emotions. He sobbed. The doctor just said she might not make it. Uncle Gao, if my sister dies, it's all my fault. My fault. A burly man over 1.8 meters tall wept in unbearable grief. Everyone gathered around. Doctor, how is she? The doctor sighed. We did everything we could. Please, accept my condolences. Chapter 100, Life-Saving Potion. Upon hearing this news, Wang Mingwei immediately lost all strength and slumped to the side. Family members, go in and see her for the last time. Those working in the hospital had long grown accustomed to grief and separation, to life and death. Inside the ward, Wang Mingrue was breathing out more than she was breathing in. Wang Mingwei looked at his lifeless sister, knelt by the hospital bed, and silently wept. If only my sister were here, she would definitely have a way. Standing to the side, Gao Dashu heard this and suddenly remembered what Xiaoyu had told him. That's right, the life-saving medicine Xiaoyu had left for him was still on him. Gao Dashu called out first, but Wang Mingwei was immersed in grief and did not respond. The second time, Wang Mingwei finally reacted. He looked up and said, Uncle Gao, what's wrong? Before Xiaoyu left, she gave me a bottle of life-saving medicine. Maybe it will work for Mingrue. Ever since Gao Dashu had received that phone call from Feng Lingyu, he had never let this bottle of potion leave his side. He had specifically used a sturdy rope to hang the potion bottle around his neck. Really? Uncle Gao, what kind of medicine is it? Where is it now? Wang Mingwei grabbed Gao Dashu's shoulders excitedly and asked. This medicine was given to me by Xiaoyu to save my life. It's on me right now. But whether this medicine will actually work, I don't know either. Gao Dashu looked steadily into Wang Minghui's eyes as he spoke. Whether the medicine Xiaoyu gave would have any effect was still unknown. What if it had no effect at all after being used? So, whether to use this medicine or not, Wang Mingwei had to decide for himself. Wang Mingwei gave a bitter smile. Uncle Gao, I understand what you mean. Don't worry. Whether this medicine works or not, I will only be grateful to Sister Xiaoyu. Gao Dashu took the potion bottle from around his neck and handed it to Wang Mingwei. This is the potion. Xiaoyu said to just drink it directly. Wang Mingwei took the potion and immediately wanted to feed it to Wang Mingrue. At that moment, a young nurse happened to push the door open and walk in. Seeing Wang Minghui's actions, she quickly stepped forward to stop him. Hey, what are you doing? At a time like this, you can't just give the patient random things to eat. Wang Mingwei, with a firm look in his eyes, poured the potion into his sister's mouth. If anything goes wrong, I will take full responsibility myself. I won't cause any trouble for your hospital. Just then, the middle-aged police officer Dong Li and the attending doctor from earlier walked in. They both thought that by now, Wang Mingrue should have already passed away. The nurse quickly reported to the attending doctor, Dr. Zhang, they just fed the patient something unknown. Dr. Zhang frowned. He often saw family members giving patients folk remedies, which only delayed the patient's condition. But the young girl on the bed was beyond saving. Eating anything would be futile. If the family felt it gave them some psychological comfort, he didn't have much to say. Wang Mingwei had no time to pay attention to anyone else's reactions. He kept his eyes fixed on Wang Mingrue lying on the bed. Brother is here, Mingrue, Yu. Unfortunately, Wang Mingrue only had time to weakly utter 2 words before falling unconscious again. But even so, Wang Mingwei was overjoyed. Doctor, Come quickly and check on my sister. She just woke up. Dr. Zhang was snapped back to reality by Wang Minghui's call and gestured for the other doctors and nurses to come over for a re-examination. Dr. Zhang felt as if his 30 years of medical study had been in vain. Severe brain trauma and so much blood loss. Gao Dashu also hadn't expected the medicine Xiaoyu gave to be so effective. After a round of examinations, Dr. Zhang said in disbelief, "Her life is saved." Everyone present was overjoyed, and Wang Minghui breathed a sigh of relief. But don't get too happy too soon. After all, this young lady's injury is to the head. Whether she can wake up again later will have to be left to fate. Dr. Zhang's next words sent Wang Minghui from heaven back to hell. Minghui, being able to save her life right now is the best outcome. By the way, comrade, can you tell me what you just fed your sister? Although he thought it was unlikely that the substance had worked, what if it had? Dr. Zhang, it was just a folk remedy from the countryside. I was only seeking some psychological comfort. Dong Li's brow twitched. He felt that the medicine Wang Minghui used was no simple thing. The crowd dispersed, leaving only Gao Dashu and Wang Minghui in the ward. Minghui, let's split up. I'll go contact Xiaoyu now. She might have a way to treat Mingrue's illness. You must find the person who harmed Mingrue. Wang Minghui nodded. Even without Uncle Gao saying so, he would not let the person who harmed Mingrue get away. And he always felt that the person who harmed Mingrue couldn't be just a simple classmate of hers. In Xingshan village, everyone was hard at work in the fields. Yang Jingwo hurriedly ran to the threshing ground. Comrade Feng, Comrade Feng. There's a phone call for you. To avoid suspicion, Yang Jingwo and Feng Lingyu addressed each other publicly the same way as the other educated youths. The telephone in Xingshan village was a reward installed by the commune after they submitted the latest brick firing technology to the commune brick factory. It had only just been installed a few days ago, making Yang Jingwo extremely proud. This was a unique honor for miles around. It also helped dispel much of the gloom caused by the incident of wolves coming down the mountain and killing people. But what Yang Jingwo didn't know was that Sun Yiming's parents had put in a lot of effort behind the scenes to get the telephone installed. Since ancient times, parents have doted on their youngest children. Sun Yiming's parents had gone to great lengths to be able to stay in touch with their son regularly. Feng Lingyu took off the hat covering her face. A phone call? It could only be Uncle Gao looking for her. Yang Jingwo gave Feng Lingyu a look, signaling her to follow him. A man named Gao Dashu said he has an urgent matter to discuss with you. Hearing it was urgent, Feng Lingyu quickened her pace. Her heart had been racing these past few days. Had something major really happened? Chapter 101, Shen Huayu's Past. Gao Dashu couldn't wait to ask as soon as he heard a sound from the other end of the phone. It's me, Uncle Gao. What happened? Xiaoyu, it's Mingrue. She's in trouble. She was taken by a group of thugs and suffered a severe head injury. If it weren't for the life-saving medicine you gave me, she might not have made it. Feng Lingyu tightened her grip on the phone. How's she now? Not good. The doctor said she's likely out of immediate danger, but she might never wake up. Feng Lingyu's heart sank. Even she wasn't sure she could cure Wang Mingrue's condition. Brain issues were tricky even in a future with advanced technology. They weren't always solvable. Gao Dashu was now pinning all his hopes on Feng Lingyu. The capital was already the best place for medical care in China, and if the doctors there said there was no way, nowhere else would have a solution either. Feng Lingyu said, Uncle Gao, no matter what, I have to see Mingrue's condition with my own eyes before I can make a judgment. Gao Dashu replied, but you're a sent-down youth. How can you come back? I'll have to find a way. Uncle Gao, please help Brother Wang find the culprit first. A lot of thoughts raced through Feng Lingyu's mind. Returning to the city legitimately was no easy task. After all, she was a newly arrived sent-down youth, and this wasn't the season for family visits. Even if Yang Jianjun pulled strings and gave her an introduction letter, it would be hard to explain to the other sent-down youths. Feng Lingyu returned home and saw Tuanzi and Xiao Ao playing together in the yard. One threw a ball, the other caught it. They were perfectly in sync. Xiaoyu, what did the village chief want you for? Uncle Gao just called. He told me Mingrue is in trouble. Feng Lingyu, her eyes red, recounted what had happened to Mingrue. Gao Xiaodao couldn't believe that lively, lovely girl was now lying in a hospital bed, her fate uncertain. I have to go back. With Mingrue in this condition, Brother Wang can't bring her to me. Feng Lingyu stared into the distance, speaking seriously. In the cowsheet, the plaster cast on Shen Huayu's leg had long been removed. Shen Shui was overjoyed to see his grandson's leg recovering so well. He never expected Huayu's leg to heal this perfectly. Soon, it would be as good as new, just like before the injury. Huayu, when are you planning to contact Political Commissar Zhou? Since his leg was almost healed, some things had to be planned. Hearing his grandfather's question, Shen Huayu paused in his rehabilitation exercises. There were things he had to face, but he hadn't figured out how to tell Xiaoyu about his departure. As for Xiaoyu, you need to tell her soon. Don't put it off any longer. As you said yourself, your leaving is for the sake of your future together. Shen Huayu lowered his eyes and finally made up his mind. I understand, grandfather. I'll tell her today. Ever since Shen Huayu injured his leg again on the mountain, Feng Lingyu had been checking on him every night. That evening, she used her plant-based abilities to treat his knee joint as usual. Shen Huayu chuckled softly. What do you want to tell me? Looking at the smiling young man before her, Feng Lingyu's tense mood from the day finally eased. I have a little sister. Something happened to her in the capital. She's unconscious now, so I have to leave for a while. And you? What did you want to tell me? Feng Lingyu asked immediately after sharing her own news. Me? My situation is complicated. Back then, with Shen Huayu's clear, youthful voice, his past unfolded before Feng Lingyu like a scroll. When he was 14, he had improved an old-style gun his grandfather kept in his study, earning the recognition of political commissarjo from the capital's military district. That was the peak of his life. But soon after, his leg was maliciously broken. His grandfather traveled far and wide to get him treatment. He himself fell into despair, feeling that life was bleak. Later, when his grandfather also ran into trouble, Shen Huayu realized he couldn't keep drifting aimlessly. When he decided to go to the countryside with his grandfather to take care of him, political commissar Zhou had tried hard to persuade him to stay. But he refused. If no one looked after his grandfather, he probably wouldn't have lasted much longer. In the end, political commissar Zhou said helplessly that if he changed his mind, he could call him. The spot reserved for him, granted through special admission, would always be his. No one could take it away. Even now, he didn't regret not staying in the capital for university. Because if he had stayed, his grandfather wouldn't have made it this far. And he wouldn't have met the person he would love for a lifetime. Xiaoyu, once my leg is better, I'll contact political commissar Zhou and go back to university. After that, we won't see each other for a long time. Shen Huayu spoke slowly. He would never hide anything from Xiaoyu. Feng Lingyu hadn't expected Shen Huayu to tell her something like this. She thought she would be the one saying goodbye, but now it seemed the roles were reversed. What, are you afraid I won't let you go? Feng Lingyu pretended to pout. No, I just want to tell you that I want to have the ability to protect you. I don't want to be powerless if something happens to you one day. Shen Huayu looked at Feng Lingyu so tenderly that she felt her heart melt. This young man truly wanted to shield her from the wind and rain with his own strength. When are you leaving? Feng Lingyu asked the crucial question. She had just thought of a way to give herself a perfect reason to return to the capital. Shen Huayu, recalling what Feng Lingyu had said, also knew it would be hard for her to return to the capital openly. Thinking back to his own words, Shen Huayu said with mock exasperation, so you're plotting something with me in mind? And here he was, thinking only of her. What an ungrateful little thing. Chapter 102, The Little Boyfriend is Pretty Good. Originally, I planned to wait until my leg was fully healed before going to the capital, but it looks like I'll have to leave early, Shen Huayu said helplessly. Xiaoer, my friend's condition really is serious. Otherwise, I wouldn't have resorted to this. Could you contact political commissar Zhou tomorrow? Facing Feng Lingyu, Shen Huayu couldn't bring himself to refuse. All right. I'll call tomorrow and say my leg still needs your treatment, so I'll ask political commissar Zhou to arrange for you and me to return to the capital together. Feng Lingyu hadn't expected the problem troubling her to be resolved so easily. Having a document sent directly from the capital temporarily seconding her back there, no one could find fault with that. Seeing Feng Lingyu's light-hearted smile, Shen Huayu smiled along with her. As for what valuable thing he would have to offer to secure this opportunity, he didn't plan to mention it. Political commissar Zhou treated him well, but that kindness was built on his abilities. If he wanted to return to the capital, he had to prove he was still the same Shen Huayu from back then. After Feng Lingyu left, Shen Huayu told his grandfather about his decision. If you've made up your mind, then see it through. A few days earlier or later won't make much difference. I know you're worried about me, an old man. But ever since that girl Xiaoyu gave me that medicine, my cough has improved a lot. My health is fine now. Shen Xiaoyu knew his grandson was concerned about him, but he knew his own body. He felt full of energy every day now, even better than when he was in the capital. By the way, after you go back, go see your younger brother first, over at your second grandfather's place. Mentioning Huiqing, the atmosphere between them fell silent. I know, grandfather. This time when I return, I'll keep Huiqing by my side. Shen Xiaoyu nodded. Your brother has been clingy with you since he was little. Keeping him with you is a good idea. Once the capital was brought up, some things were unavoidable. Shen Xiaoyu looked at Huayu's cold, hard profile and found 1,000 words stuck in his throat. Given Huayu's current stern temperament, he probably wouldn't tolerate much anymore. The refined voice on the phone paused, then said in disbelief, Is that you? Huayu. You've come around. Yes, Uncle Joe. I'm calling to ask if what you said back then still holds. It holds. Of course it holds. As long as you're willing to come back. Zhou Shanhai was delighted that Shen Huayu had finally seen reason. Even though Shen Huayu had wasted 2 years, with such a sharp mind, catching up should be easy. Shen Huayu looked out the window. Feng Lingyu was waiting outside for him to finish the call. Uncle Zhou, there's one more thing. When I return to the capital, I'll need to bring someone with me. After hanging up, Zhou Shanhai sat in his chair and laughed heartily with joy. He never expected that this kid, out in the countryside, could still give him such a big surprise. The Type 56 semi-automatic rifle was currently the most widely used weapon in the Chinese military, with its performance basically perfected. But this rifle had a fatal flaw, a slow rate of fire, firing only 1 bullet at a time. In combat, it couldn't suppress enemy fire. Yet Shen Huayu had proposed a new design for the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle that could almost perfectly solve the slow rate of fire issue. No, he had to get Shen Huayu back to the capital as soon as possible. As for the educated youth Huayu mentioned temporarily coming to the capital to take care of him, those were minor details. Seeing Shen Huayu finish the call, Feng Lingyu hurried over to ask, "How did it go? Can I go with you?" Even though Shen Huayu usually indulged Feng Lingyu, he couldn't help feeling a bit resentful now. "Xiaoyu, aren't you even concerned about whether I can go?" Seeing Shen Huayu's aggrieved face, Feng Lingyu comforted him. "I'm just confident in your abilities, aren't I? You'll definitely make it." Shen Huayu raised an eyebrow. "In your eyes, am I really that impressive?" "Of course. Xiaoyu, you're the best. So, can I come along? You said you believe in me, so I can't let you down. Get ready these next few days. The documents will come through soon." He didn't believe Uncle Zhou would stay indifferent after learning he had a way to improve the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle. "Thank you, Xiaoyu. Don't worry. Even though we're heading back to the capital early, I promise your leg will be fine." Feng Lingyu knew Shen Huayu had originally planned to wait until his leg was fully healed before returning to the capital. Now, for her sake, he was going back early. Shen Huayu flicked Feng Lingyu's forehead. "How could I not trust you? Come on, get ready for what you need over these 2 days." Having a little boyfriend to rely on didn't feel half bad. Back in her own yard, Feng Lingyu told Gao Xiaodao the news. "Xiaoyu, what are you taking back to the capital?" Gao Xiaodao wished she could pack Feng Lingyu off to the capital immediately, afraid that Ming Rui's condition might worsen. The sooner she went, the better the chance of a cure. "I'll go back with Shen Huayu. I'll mainly bring some food for the road. Everything else I can get in the capital." Not knowing how long this trip to the capital would last, Feng Lingyu instead wanted to leave more things for Xiaodao. Also, how was Zhang Weiming in the capital doing? The people behind this probably didn't know she was going back, so she could act discreetly. "By the way, Xiaodao, while I'm away, keep an eye on Grandpa Shun at the cowshed. But put your own safety first, don't take risks." Gao Xiaodao knew that staying out of trouble and not causing Feng Lingyu any issues was the biggest help she could give. "I know. Don't worry, Xiaoyu. I'll just focus on my work, and I'll look after Grandpa Shun too. Besides, Village Chief Yang is there. As long as I don't stir up trouble, nothing should go wrong." Feng Lingyu understood this too. After what happened last time, no one at the educated youth point would dare mess with Gao Xiaodao. Still, she carefully went over everything, afraid that something might happen to Xiaodao while she was away. Chapter 103. The Recipe for Roasted Goods. The day after making the call, he called back, telling Shen Huayu that he could buy a train ticket back to the capital. The documents had already been approved. Yan Jiangwo handed the stamped letter of introduction to Feng Lingyu. "Xiaoyu, I don't know what important business you're going back for, but safety comes first." Feng Lingyu took the letter. "I'll be careful, Uncle Yang. While I'm away, please take care of Xiaotao. Don't worry. I can handle that for you. I'll have Aunt Ho-Hot check on her often." After saying goodbye to young Jiangwo, Feng Lingyu and Shen Huayu boarded an ox cart and left Qingshan village. Without a moment's delay, she feared that if they arrived too late, Ming Rui might not be saved. Shen Shui led the ox out to graze, walking slowly as he murmured, "Go on. Go. Go fulfill your ideals and ambitions." Feng Lingyu and Shen Huayu boarded the train to the capital that very day. This time, they didn't have to endure days of hard seats like when they were sent to the countryside as educated youth. In this era, those who could afford a sleeper berth on the train were generally people of some status. Thus, the environment in the sleeper car was much better than the chaotic mix in the hard seat section. Both Feng Lingyu and Shen Huayu had lower berths. Political Commissar Zhou, considering that Shen Huayu's leg hadn't healed yet, had specifically arranged for lower berths. "Take a seat and rest. Your leg has been moving long enough today. I'll go fill the kettle." After putting down her things in the sleeper car, Feng Lingyu went out to get water. When the couple in the compartment saw Feng Lingyu leave, they teased Shen Huayu, who was sitting on the bed. "Young man, was that girl your sweetheart? She really takes care of you." Shen Huayu nodded politely without saying much. He was naturally reserved, only showing a bit of warmth around Feng Lingyu. The couple had only spoken up because both young people were good-looking. Seeing Shen Huayu's distant attitude, they tactfully stopped talking. Soon, Feng Lingyu returned with a cup of water. The couple in the sleeper watched their interactions, every move seeming to bubble with pink sparks. TSK, these young people today, when it comes to their sweetheart, they're not cold as ice at all. When the wife saw Shen Huayu peel an apple and hand it to Feng Lingyu, she irritably slapped her sleeping husband. Honestly, look at how others treat their sweethearts, hers just slept all day. At mealtime, Feng Lingyu took out the meat sauce she had prepared. She had made it herself. Though it wasn't as good as Ming Rui's with oil and meat, it couldn't possibly taste bad. The couple initially thought their own meal was decent, but once the aroma of Feng Lingyu's meat sauce wafted over, the food in their hands suddenly seemed unappetizing. After struggling for a while, unable to resist their cravings, the wife sheepishly asked Feng Lingyu, "Sister, your meat sauce smells amazing. Could I trade something with you for some?" "Don't worry, I won't take advantage of you." Feng Lingyu was happy to oblige for such a small matter. As long as it wasn't deliberate freeloading, trading a bit was fine. "Sure, big sister. I have another unopened jar of meat sauce. If you want it, I'll trade that jar with you." In those days, private transactions were banned, so people always said trade instead of buy and sell. The couple was overjoyed that Feng Lingyu was willing to trade. Both had salaries and didn't mind spending a bit of money or ration tickets. "How about trading it for some of those nuts you just brought out?" Feng Lingyu certainly wasn't foolish enough to use cash directly with strangers on the train. Mountain goods would do. Though she had these in her space, they were valuable, so she wouldn't lose out in the trade. Besides, the meat sauce actually contained many mushrooms picked from the mountains. It wasn't purely meat. Hearing her request, the couple felt Feng Lingyu was a decent person. They divided a large portion of the mountain goods from their bag. "Sister, I won't shortchange you. These mountain goods were stir-fried by my mother using a secret recipe, absolutely delicious." Because Feng Lingyu had traded meat sauce with them, the couple became chummy and started chatting. Feng Lingyu learned that the couple both worked in Beijing and had returned to their hometown to visit parents. The man was named Zhou Lifeng and the woman Yang Lifeng. Both were honest folks, repeatedly urging Feng Lingyu and Shen Huayu to try their local specialty. Unable to refuse their hospitality, Feng Lingyu and Shen Huayu had a taste. But the moment it entered their mouths, both their expressions lit up. So Sister Yang wasn't exaggerating. Her family's stir-fried mountain goods were truly delicious. Seeing their expressions, Sister Yang knew they liked it. "Good, right? I didn't lie to you. My mother's roasted goods are famous in our area. Before liberation, someone even tried to force-buy our recipe." Yang Lifeng spoke with some pride about her family's past. If she had that secret recipe for roasted goods, Qingshan village could supply the raw materials, and Wang Mingwei could handle sales. Good heavens, a complete production line would emerge. One look at Feng Lingyu's expression told Shen Huayu she was falling into thoughts of money again. Sister Yang had mentioned her family's recipe, and her mother wouldn't sell it. Feng Lingyu was just thinking about it. If it worked out, great. If not, it wasn't meant to be. "Sister Yang, your family's roasted goods are truly delicious. I hope I can eat them again. Let's exchange contact info so when I crave them, I can trade with you for some." "Sure, sister. I like your straightforwardness." At the Beijing train station, Wang Mingwei and Uncle Gao were already waiting at the exit. Feng Lingyu had called them before returning. Gao Dashu hadn't expected Xiaoyu to act so quickly, since it was really hard for educated youth to return to the city. Only during annual family visits did they have a chance. With the train's whistle, Wang Mingwei knew it had arrived. He and Gao Dashu craned their necks, eager to see Feng Lingyu. But as the crowd nearly thinned out, they still hadn't spotted her. "Impossible. This is the right train, no mistake. Look, there she is." Gao Dashu's eyes lit up as he spoke. "Xiao, no way. Who's that guy walking with her?" Gao Dashu was utterly stunned. Chapter 104. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Because Shen Huayu's leg hadn't fully healed yet, they were worried he might get jostled getting off the train. So Feng Lingyu and Shen Huayu deliberately waited until most people had disembarked before leaving the train. As soon as they walked out of the station, they saw Gao Dashu waving at them. Feng Lingyu had missed Uncle Gao and Wang Mingwei too, so she quickened her pace forward. "Uncle Gao. Brother Wang. I'm back." Beside her, Shen Huayu unconsciously straightened his posture. For some reason, it felt like meeting the family for the first time. "Xiaoyu this is?" Gao Dashu began to ask. This man was so good-looking, he'd better not be trying to leech off his own Xiaoyu. Feng Lingyu didn't avoid the topic. Uncle Gao and Brother Wang were both people she trusted. Hearing Feng Lingyu acknowledge his identity in front of others, Shen Huayu's heart felt as sweet as if it had been coated in honey. "Surname Shen? Is it the Shen family I know?" Gao Dashu made no effort to hide his scrutinizing gaze toward Shen Huayu. "Yes, my grandfather is Shen Shui. Uncle Gao, Brother Wang, hello. I'm Shinhuayu. How long had Xiaoyu been in the countryside? How did she already have a fiancé? Unexpectedly, Shinhuayu turned out to be Uncle Xiaoyu's grandson. The expression on Gao Dashu's face improved considerably. But still, his own cabbage had been snatched up by a pig so quickly, even if this pig was from a familiar household, that didn't make it acceptable. So Gao Dashu gave a light snort and turned back to talk to Feng Lingyu. Xiaoyu, should we go to the hospital to see Mingrui now? Gao Dashu asked. I didn't bring much luggage. Let's go see her now. Feng Lingyu's top priority was to find out Mingrui's condition. Before Feng Lingyu could answer, Shinhuayu smiled and said, Uncle Gao, I have someone coming to pick me up. As he spoke, several soldiers in uniform walked over. Hello, are you Comrade Shinhuayu? Political Commissar Zhou sent us to pick you up. The soldier leading the group held a photo of Shinhuayu from a few years ago and wasn't entirely sure if the person before him was the one they were looking for. That's me. Hello, comrade. Sorry for the trouble. Gao Dashu and Wang Mingwei were both astonished. How did this kid have military personnel coming to pick him up? Uncle Gao, Brother Wang, I'll be going then. Xiaoyu. Go ahead, don't worry about me. Feng Lingyu knew what Shinhuayu wanted to say. After Shinhuayu left with the military personnel, Feng Lingyu and the others headed to the hospital. These past few days, the doctor said Mingrui's condition is still the same, but fortunately it hasn't worsened. Still, the chances of her waking up aren't great. Brother Wang, there's no final verdict yet. Let me take a look at her condition first before we decide. Things might not be that bad, we need to think positively. Alright. Wang Mingwei still held great hope. After all, one bottle of Feng Lingyu's medicine had pulled Mingrui back from death's door. At the hospital, Dr. Zhang saw Wang Mingwei bring a new face into the ward. In his opinion, his sister lying in bed like this was worse than death, but Wang Mingwei had never agreed to give up. When Feng Lingyu saw Mingrui lying on the hospital bed, utterly lifeless, a wave of heat rushed to her eyes. Nothing anyone described could compare to the impact of seeing it with her own eyes. Who could be so cruel as to harm a 15-year-old girl? Setting aside her grief, Feng Lingyu examined Mingrui from head to toe. The person behind this had wanted Mingrui dead, directly striking her head. If not for the spiritual spring water she had left behind, she really might have died. Feng Lingyu used her mental energy to probe into Mingrui's head and clearly felt a resistance. There must be blood clots in her brain, pressing on the nerves. Xiaoyu, how is it? Can you do anything? Take her home. I think I have a way to wake her up. But after she wakes, I can't predict what condition she'll be in. The human brain is arguably the most complex organ. I can drain the blood clots from her head, but after that, Mingrui might become mentally impaired or lose her memory. These are all unknowns. Wang Mingwei was already overjoyed at the prospect of his sister waking up. That's fine. As long as she wakes up, even if she really becomes simple-minded, I'll take good care of her for the rest of her life. After all, I raised her. Besides, as long as Mingrui could wake up, with Xiaoyu's medical skills, maybe she could be cured later. Then arrange for her discharge. I'll start treating her tonight. Wang Mingrui's body was too weak. Feng Lingyu worried she couldn't withstand the medicine's potency, so she needed to build up her strength first. When Dr. Zhang heard that Wang Mingwei wanted to discharge his sister, he was a bit shocked. Have you made up your mind? Dr. Zhang, thank you for treating her these past few days. Wang Mingwei didn't explain much, but still wore a pained expression on his face. Dr. Zhang understood he had given up on his sister. Well, staying in the hospital costs so much every day, many people couldn't afford it. Sigh, given your sister's condition, she doesn't have many days left after leaving the hospital. Take care of yourself. Dr. Zhang had grown quite fond of Wang Mingwei over the past few days. He had taken meticulous care of his sister and spent several hundred on medical fees. Now, he was probably forced by circumstances to give up on her. Wang Mingwei was completely unaware of Dr. Zhang's assumptions. He just felt that Dr. Zhang was looking at him strangely. Well, Dr. Zhang, you're busy. I'll be going. Goodbye. Feng Lingyu didn't plan to go back to her own house this time. She intended to stay at Uncle Gao's place. So after Wang Mingrui was discharged, for the convenience of treatment, she was also brought to Uncle Gao's home. Feng Lingyu took out a few medicinal patches from her bundle. Give her these medicines twice a day for the next few days. They're all mild, nourishing herbs. For meals, just feed her some liquid food. Alright. Wang Mingwei had become quite experienced in caring for his sister over the past few days. Oh, by the way, Xiaoyu, I also hired an older woman to help. After all, there are things I can't do due to the difference in gender. But don't worry, she's absolutely trustworthy. Wang Mingwei knew Feng Lingyu's concerns. I have nothing to worry about. By the way, have you found out who harmed Mingrui? Feng Lingyu asked. Wang Mingwei frowned and said, those hooligans have all been found. At the scene where Mingrui was knocked out, the head of the hooligans was also knocked unconscious. The police have taken him in for questioning now, but we don't know the result yet. Those hooligans all claimed they were beaten away by a group of masked people and didn't know what happened afterward. I don't think they were lying about that. Is that so? That group of masked people was clearly targeting Mingrue. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The hooligan leader left at the scene was just a scapegoat. Chapter 105, Meeting Political Commissar Zhou. Did that gang leader say why he was targeting Mingrue? Feng Lingyu continued asking. Wang Mingwei, he said that Yan Lily, Mingrue's roommate, is his sworn little sister. Yan Lily had a conflict with Mingrue and asked him to teach Mingrue a lesson. Brother Wang, I think Yan Lily really wanted to harm Mingrue, but she was also being used. It's very likely that someone knew about Yan Lily's plan and turned it against her. Feng Lingyu sneered. The only people who could know about Yan Lily's plan are those close to her and Mingrue. That makes Huang Xiaoxia highly suspicious. Wang Mingwei had already considered what Feng Lingyu said. He didn't fully trust Huang Xiaoxia either. I've already sent people to keep an eye on Huang Xiaoxia. If anything unusual happens, they'll notify me immediately. No, just monitoring her alone isn't enough. Her family is also key. How could a young girl like her have connections with those people? That's too unreasonable. Feng Lingyu analyzed calmly. Xiaoyu, you just got back and you're already caught up in this with us. Go rest for a while. Uncle Gao will cook for you. Seeing Gao Dashu's concerned gaze, Feng Lingyu felt a warmth in her heart. Uncle Gao, I'm fine. It's just Xiao Dao, I really couldn't bring her back this time. That's nothing. I've already established myself in the procurement department of the machinery factory. There will be plenty of chances to go to the northeast later. As long as you two are doing well, I'm happy. Alright, go get some rest. As soon as Shen Huayu left Feng Lingyu's sight, his entire demeanor turned cold. The soldiers who came to pick him up were somewhat surprised. How had the warm, naive person from moments ago changed so instantly? But his current image was more fitting of that arrogant genius. Seeing that the car wasn't heading toward the military district, Shen Huayu spoke up to stop it. Political Commissar Zhou had said to do everything possible to meet Shen Huayu's needs. Knowing his leg injury hadn't healed yet, he had even specially arranged for his own official car. The car slowly drove into the Jing City military district, where soldiers were training everywhere. If he hadn't gone to the countryside back then, he would already be a student at the military academy now. Zhou Shanhai looked up when he heard the sound. Huayu, didn't I tell them to take you to the guest house to rest first? Good kid, you've grown so tall now. Your leg. Zhou Shanhai couldn't help but notice Shen Huayu's leg. It was no longer apparent that his leg had once been lame, though his walking pace was a bit slower. Uncle Zhou, my leg is fine for walking now, but it still needs proper recovery. By the way, didn't you say the doctor who treated your leg was coming back with you? Why are you alone? Zhou Shanhai raised an eyebrow. This kid had specifically wanted to bring someone back. He didn't believe it was just a simple doctor. Shen Huayu gave a helpless smile. Uncle Zhou, I'll bring Xiaoyu to see you next time. She went home first this time. Xiaoyu? A female comrade, right? Tell me, what exactly is your relationship? Meeting Uncle Zhou's knowing gaze, Shen Huayu didn't hide anything. Xiaoyu is the fiancé my parents arranged for me, and she's also the person I truly want to marry. Fiancé? Then she must be quite young. What's this about her treating your leg? A leg that even the doctors at Jing City Hospital couldn't cure, healed by a young girl. Was that possible? Uncle Zhou, she is indeed young, but I'm not lying to you about her treating my leg. Facing Shen Huayu's sincere expression, Zhou Shanhai was somewhat convinced. Because Shen Huayu had never been one to bother with lies. Can you tell me more about the improvement to the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle you mentioned last time? After learning about this, Zhou Shanhai had immediately reported it, and the higher-ups placed great importance on Shen Huayu. That was why his transfer back to the city was arranged the very next day. Uncle Zhou, I have the blueprint with me. Kid, how could you carry something so important on you? What if you accidentally lose it? Zhou Shanhai couldn't help but scold him. Young people just didn't understand the gravity of things. Don't worry, this blueprint is just a preliminary concept. It hasn't been fully drawn yet. Even if someone took it, it would be nothing but scrap paper. Zhou Shanhai took the blueprint and examined it carefully. Just as Shen Huayu had said, it was impossible to make anything out of it. Uncle Zhou, you need to hand this blueprint over to the Weapons Research Institute. They'll definitely understand it. Zhou Shanhai's guard let out a snicker. Zhou Shanhai cleared his throat. This kid really, even if he couldn't understand it himself, he didn't need to say it out loud. Alright, I'll submit this blueprint now. Will you be staying at the guest house these next few days, or going home? Should I notify them that you're back? At the mention of going home, Shen Huayu's expression visibly darkened. Fine. Your admission notice will come through in a few days. But since they've already started classes, you'll inevitably be talked about when you enter. Keep a level head. Shen Huayu showed no reaction to this. He had never cared about others' opinions. After meeting Zhou Shanhai, Shen Huayu was sent back to the guest house. Feng Lingyu was already waiting for him there. His leg still needed continued treatment. The guest house was bustling with people. The two of them, alone together as a man and a woman, drew too much attention. Shen Huayu shook his head. I need to go see my younger brother first. When he and his grandfather went to the countryside, Shen Huiqing had been entrusted to the care of their great-aunt's family. His great-aunt was his grandfather's youngest sister and had always been close to their family. Feng Lingyu suddenly recalled her earlier speculation. In the book, the male lead's younger brother likely didn't survive in the later stages. Otherwise, why would he never be mentioned? Feng Lingyu had come on a bicycle, and Shen Huayu's leg wasn't in good shape. Shen Huayu, over 1.8 meters tall, sat awkwardly on the back seat of Feng Lingyu's bicycle, which was meant for someone 1.62 meters tall. His ears were bright red, and he didn't know where to put his hands. Feng Lingyu seemed to have eyes in the back of her head and let out a soft laugh. Xiaoyue, are you shy again? The moment his hands touched Feng Lingyu's waist, both of them froze. Feng Lingyu pedaled the bicycle at lightning speed, racing through the streets. Chapter 106, Shen Qingping. Is this the place? Feng Lingyu looked at the bustling alley before her, clearly an area where people of modest means lived. This type of large courtyard house was usually shared by several families, each occupying 2 or 3 rooms, so cramped that there was barely room to move. Moreover, because of the housing shortage, many people had built small sheds next to their own homes. These illegal structures went unregulated, making walking through the courtyard particularly difficult. Supposedly, Grandpa Shen had been a high-ranking officer in the military back in the day. How could his sister live in such a poor place? Shen Huayu's expression was indifferent. My great-aunt insisted on marrying her current husband back then, and by the time my grandfather returned from the war, everything was already settled. So it was a case of a rich young lady falling for a poor boy? Feng Lingyu sneered at the thought. Such situations rarely ended well. My great-aunt and my grandfather had always been close, so he often helped them out. That family didn't dare treat my great-aunt badly. Shen Huayu continued, my great-aunt has a strong personality too, so when I was sent to the countryside, I entrusted Huiqing to her. After hearing the whole story, Feng Lingyu felt too exasperated to comment. Was this just typical male carelessness? Even someone as clever as Shen Huayu couldn't see through people's hearts? His great-aunt had once been a wealthy young lady, but married a poor man and lost her former glory. Unlike Shen Xiui, who returned triumphantly after winning the war, she had fallen so low. Wouldn't her mindset be unbalanced? Could she have any genuine feelings for Shen Xiui's family? She was only relying on her elder brother's high status to back her up. But Feng Lingyu didn't voice these thoughts. After all, they were just her own guesses. Let's go, let's head inside and take a look, Feng Lingyu said. As they walked into the crowded courtyard, people kept sizing up Shen Huayu and Feng Lingyu. Their striking looks and well-dressed appearance clearly marked them as children from a well-off family. Who were these rich folks coming to see in their neighborhood? Come to think of it, Shen Qingping from their alley used to have a wealthy older brother. Thanks to his support, the Ma family lived better than anyone else around here. Shen Qingping had the final say at home and walked through the alley with an air of superiority, ignoring almost everyone. Unfortunately, ever since her brother fell from power, her family's life had taken a sharp downturn. I heard Shen Qingping's brother sent her a child to raise. Don't even mention it, that kid's life is miserable now. Shen Qingping's brother was so good to her, how could she be so heartless? Heartless? What's the use of a conscience these days? Isn't filling your own stomach the most important thing? Feng Lingyu overheard the gossiping women with her psychic abilities. Glancing at Shen Huayu, who looked expectant beside her, she hoped he wouldn't witness anything too unpleasant. Shen Huiqing, you little brat, did you steal the 2 white buns from the kitchen? Lu Xiaotsue, Shen Qingping's second daughter-in-law, stood at her doorstep with her hands on her hips, cursing loudly. Why did her mother-in-law have to bring some kid home to raise? Didn't food cost money? Shen Huiqing stood stiff-necked in the courtyard. It wasn't me. Ma de Bao ate them. Mom, he did it. I saw him. Little brother, you saw it too, right? Ma de Bao laughed excitedly, pulling his younger brother to back him up. Let the little bastard get a beating, see if he dares refuse to play with him again. Lu Xiaotsue knew full well that Shen Huiqing couldn't have stolen the buns, but she was venting her frustration. She lunged at Shen Huiqing, who stood nearby, grabbed him, and started hitting him. Her slaps landed heavily on his thin back, producing dull thuds. Shen Huiqing's eyes stung with tears from the pain, but he stubbornly refused to cry. In the beginning, when he was falsely accused, he would try to defend himself. Now he knew no amount of words would help, so he stayed silent. As for his great-aunt, she always waited until he'd been beaten before making a half-hearted appearance to say a few words. He had long stopped hoping for anything from her. Say it, were you wrong or not? Huh? Still not talking? You little bastard, stealing food today. What's next tomorrow? Speak up. Seeing Shen Huiqing remain silent only fueled Lu Xiaocui's anger, and she hit harder. Ma Debao and his brother cheered from the side. Ooh, the thief is getting beaten. The thief is getting beaten. Inside the house, Shen Qingping sat with her eldest daughter-in-law, Zhang Xiuxiu, doing needlework. Hearing the commotion outside, a flicker of disdain passed through Zhang Xiuxiu's eyes. Mother, is sister-in-law out there beating Huiqing again? Shen Qingping saw through her eldest daughter-in-law's scheming. Enough, stop stirring the pot. I'll go out and check on it in a bit. Zhang Xiuxiu curled her lips inwardly. Hypocritical old hag. Talk was cheap, she'd wait until the kid had taken his beating before going out to offer a few fake words of concern. But since Lu Xiaocui, that fool, was taking all the blame, she was happy to watch the show. Mother, why did you bring that child home in the first place? Back then, she thought her brother's high position wouldn't crumble overnight. What if he made a comeback later? With the favor of raising his child, wouldn't her ties with her brother's family be stronger? Then her grandsons could find good jobs more easily. But 2 years had passed, the outside situation had grown worse, and it seemed hopeless that her brother would return. Lately, she hadn't bothered much when Lu Xiaocui bullied Shen Huiqing. If her brother wasn't coming back, what use was keeping the kid? I had my reasons for bringing him home. Why do you need to ask so many questions? Well, Mother, the Shen family was so rich, didn't they leave you anything when they left? If there was money left, their branch shouldn't be shortchanged. Otherwise, what if the old hag favored the second branch and spent it all? She knew her mother-in-law had always doted on Lu Xiaocui's 2 grandsons. Curse her own useless womb, she'd only born 1 son, and the rest were all worthless girls. Money? They had nothing left to leave back then, Shen Qingping said flatly. Zhang Xiuxiu was always full of schemes, now she was eyeing her money. Just as the 2 women were talking inside, a scream rang out from outside. Who are you? Chapter 107, Saving Shen Huiqing. Then Ma Debao and his younger brother Ma Xiaobao also began to wail. Mother. Mother. What's wrong with you? Villain. Whoa. Shen Qingping and Zhang Xiuxiu exchanged a glance, then immediately rushed out of the house. Shen Huaiyu, accompanied by Feng Lingyu, arrived at Little Ant's courtyard and witnessed a scene that made his eyes burn with rage. Little Ant's second daughter-in-law was pressing down on Huiqing, hitting her hard, while Huiqing's face was pale and she remained silent. You little beast, do you admit your mistake? Do you admit it? Lu Xiaocui had somewhat lost her mind. With that, she shoved Shen Huiqing forcefully to the side, and Shen Huiqing was instantly thrown by the great force. But the direction he fell toward happened to have an axe that had been used to chop firewood. Huiqing! Shen Huaiyu screamed hoarsely, trying to run over. But his leg hadn't healed yet, and he couldn't manage to run. At the critical moment, Feng Lingyu's eyes sharpened, and she rushed over at lightning speed, catching Shen Huiqing in her arms midair. At the same time, she kicked Lu Xiaocui fiercely, sending her flying. That kick nearly knocked Lu Xiaocui's internal organs out of place. She crashed heavily to the ground with a thud. She lay on the ground for a long time, unable to speak, only groaning. Ma Debao and Ma Xiaobao, seeing this scene, cried in fear. Ma Debao rushed over to kick and hit Feng Lingyu. You villain, I'll beat you to death. Beat you to death. Feng Lingyu had no intention of indulging the children. She had seen everything just now. These 2 kids had been clapping and cheering while Shen Huiqing was being beaten. So when Ma Debao's foot was about to kick her, she extended a palm and tapped him on the forehead. Shen Huiqing had thought he would die this time, but he didn't expect to hear his brother calling his name just before death. So it was true, what the elders said about seeing the people you wanted to see before dying. Just as Shen Huiqing closed his eyes, waiting for death, he felt his body being caught in someone's arms. His face fell into Feng Lingyu's embrace, and then his nose caught a faint scent of medicinal herbs. Shen Huiqing quietly opened his eyes, and Feng Lingyu's exquisitely beautiful face came into view. His face flushed bright red. Had a fairy sister from heaven come to save him? Hearing the little person in her arms make a buzzing sound, Feng Lingyu looked down at the child in her arms. Seeing Shen Huiqing's adoring gaze, Feng Lingyu couldn't help but laugh softly. Was he treating her as an idol? Shen Huaiyu, seeing that Feng Lingyu had caught Shen Huiqing, breathed a sigh of relief. He stepped forward and asked anxiously, Huiqing, are you all right? Xiaoyu, if it weren't for you, Huiqing would have been in danger today. Hearing the voice, Shen Huiqing looked toward Shen Huaiyu and saw the familiar face from his memories. His eyes instantly reddened, and he threw himself into his brother's arms. Brother, I missed you so much. I thought I'd never see you again. Whoa. Shen Huaiyu hugged his younger brother's thin body, guessing that he hadn't eaten well over the past 2 years. He had barely grown at all. If Grandpa saw this, how heartbroken he would be. Shen Huaiyu choked up and said, Brother missed you too. It's brother's fault. Just then, a jarring voice rang out. Who are you? How dare you come to my house and hit people? My precious grandsons. As soon as Shen Qingping and Zhang Xiuxiu came out, they saw Ma Debao and Ma Xiaobao sitting on the ground, crying pitifully. As for Lu Xiaotsue, who was lying to the side, the two tacitly ignored her. Shen Qingping pulled Ma Debao and Ma Xiaobao up from the ground. Grandma, they're villains. They hit me and mother. They even sent mother flying. Woo-woo. Seeing that their usually doting grandmother had arrived, Ma Debao quickly cried out to tattle. Shen Qingping was furious that someone had barged into her home to hit people. Pointing at Feng Lingyu and Shen Huayu, she cursed, I say, you two look decent enough, but why don't you act like decent people? Coming to my house to hit my kids, if you don't give me an explanation today, you're not leaving. Shen Qingping said this with great confidence. With so many people in the compound, no one would sit idly by if someone came in and hit children for no reason. Shen Huayu pulled Feng Lingyu and Shen Huiqing behind him, coldly looking at Shen Qingping and saying, Little Aunt really has a short memory. It seems you don't recognize who I am. Shen Qingping then took a closer look at Shen Huayu's face, her eyes flickering. The more she looked, the more alarmed she became. Wasn't this the eldest grandson of her eldest brother, Shen Huayu? Many thoughts raced through Shen Qingping's mind in an instant, filled with shock and uncertainty. You're Huayu, This child, after 2 years, little aunt couldn't recognize you. Tell me, why did you come and hit your cousin right away? Feng Lingyu let out a sarcastic snort. This woman had thick skin. Even with the situation so obvious, she still tried to turn the blame around. No wonder she had managed to deceive Shen Xiui and Shen Huayu into trusting her, and trusting Huiqing to her care. If Shen Huayu hadn't seen it with his own eyes today, he probably wouldn't have discovered Shen Qingping's true face. Shen Huayu didn't want to beat around the bush with her and asked directly. Hearing this, Shen Qingping's mouth stiffened. What do you mean by that? Grandfather and I trusted you, so we entrusted Huiqing to you. Is this what you promised us, taking good care of him? Shen Huayu pointed at Shen Huiqing's thin body and demanded. Back then, you came to us yourself, saying you could take good care of Huiqing, or else we had other options. It turns out grandfather and I misjudged you. We invited a wolf into the house. Shen Qingping's face turned pale and green at Shen Huayu's words, and she couldn't help but resent Lu Xiaotsue. This wretch, why couldn't she have beaten the child at any other time? Of all times, she had to do it just when Shen Huayu came back. Now they had offended him deeply. What goodwill was left between them? If it weren't for the sake of her 2 grandsons, she would have made her second son divorce this woman. Chapter 108. Who is right and who is wrong? Huayu, this is all a misunderstanding. I was just coming out to stop it, but you happened to return. Shen Qingping still refused to give up, trying to defend herself. A misunderstanding? Then let me ask you, today is a school day, isn't it? Why is Huiqing still at home? How tall was Huiqing when we left, and how tall is he now? Do you even deserve the money we left you? Back when he and Grandpa left, they had given their great-aunt 500 yuan for Huiqing's daily living expenses and school fees. That 500 yuan was more than enough to raise Huiqing until he came of age, yet in just 2 years, they had abused the child to this state. Even though Shen Qingping was quick with words, faced with such undeniable facts, she could no longer find anything to say in her defense. Zhang Xiuxiu, standing behind Shen Qingping, rolled her eyes. Oh, so the Shen family really did leave money for that old hag, and she lied to me saying they didn't. She wanted to keep the money for her second son's family, no way. Whoa, Huayu, I'm the one who let you down. I really wanted to treat Huiqing well, but ever since you were sent away, I've had no standing in this household. Even if I wanted to protect Huiqing, I simply didn't have the power. Feng Lingyu had been standing off to the side, silent until now, but upon hearing this, she let out a cold laugh. This woman really could twist black into white and white into black. According to her, was it all Grandpa Shen and Shen Huayu's fault? Shen Qingping finally noticed Feng Lingyu standing behind Shen Huayu. Who is this person? I have to say, you've got some nerve. So someone leaves you 500 yuan to take care of a child, and you still act like you're the victim? When they gave you the child, didn't you know they were about to be sent away? You want to take the benefits without putting in any effort, since when does the world work that way? Feng Lingyu mocked her bluntly, tearing down the veil of shame on her face. The people nearby were shocked to hear that Shen Qingping had taken 500 yuan to raise someone else's child. Hey, Shen Qingping, that's 500 yuan. And you raised the kid like this? Don't you feel any guilt? A woman in the compound who had always been at odds with Shen Qingping chimed in with a sneer. That's right. She used to complain to me about how hard it was to raise someone else's child. Made me feel bad even when I saw Lu Xiaotsue hitting her own kid and didn't dare to stop her. Back then, in these times, every household had a few poor relatives. When those families couldn't even afford to eat, they'd send their children to wealthier relatives to raise, just so they could have a meal. But children taken in like this were usually treated poorly, expected to help with chores as a given. So when Shen Qingping went around complaining, everyone assumed Shen Huiqing was in the same situation. In the first year, when Huiqing first arrived and could still go to school, many in the compound even said the Ma family was decent. But now that the family had come looking for him, it turned out they had given her 500 yuan. Shen Qingping had always cared about her pride, unable to let go of the airs she'd kept since her days as a young lady from a wealthy family. Now, hearing the mockery from the common folk she usually looked down on, she trembled with rage, nearly fainting on the spot. You. After stammering out 2 words, Shen Qingping turned to Shen Huayu. Huayu, even if I have 1,000 faults, I am still your elder. Are you just going to stand there and let the friend you brought speak to me like this? As expected of a young lady raised in a feudal aristocratic family, she had all these little tricks down pat. Staying in this compound all these years really was a waste of her talents. Great aunt, we all know very well who is right and who is wrong. From today on, I'm taking Huiqing with me. That 500 yuan can be considered your compensation from the Ma family for these 2 years. But from now on, don't even think about setting foot in the Shen family's door again. Shen Huayu took Shen Huiqing's hand and walked away with Feng Lingyu. Shen Qingping was so enraged by Shen Huayu's final words that she actually fainted. In those days, for a woman to be cut off by her natal family was no small matter. Especially for someone like Shen Qingping, who prided herself on her family background. Zhang Xiuxiu was happy to see Shen Qingping humiliated, but if the Shen family cut ties with her mother-in-law, they wouldn't get anything out of it either. So she shouted loudly, Mother! Mother! How could you faint? But Shen Huayu was ruthless, not even turning back as he left. I'd say Shen Qingping got what she deserved. Now that her natal family has cut ties with her, let's see if she can still hold her head up at home. The neighbors in the compound buzzed with gossip, watching the fainted old woman, Lu Xiaocui wailing, and the 2 children crying loudly. Shen Huayu held Shen Huiqing's little hand, his heart full of mixed emotions. Thank goodness they made it back today, otherwise, Huiqing might not have survived. Meanwhile, Shen Huiqing kept stealing glances at Feng Lingyu, who had long noticed his sneaky looks. She decided to tease the child, deliberately lowering her head to meet his gaze the next time he peeked. Shen Huiqing flinched like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, immediately turning his head away. Shen Huayu noticed the interaction between them and said helplessly, All right, stop teasing him. Huiqing, this is your Xiaoyu sister. She saved you today. You need to thank her, understand? Shen Huiqing tightened his grip on his brother's hand and whispered, Xiaoyu sister, thank you for saving me. Shen Huiqing and Shen Huayu had completely different looks. Shen Huayu was very refined, with an air of nobility. Shen Huiqing, on the other hand, had a round little face that made him look adorable, though he was too thin now. If he gained some weight, he'd surely be very endearing. Brother, why are you back? Where's Grandpa? Shen Huiqing asked, his big round eyes wide open. Shen Huayu patted his head. Only I came back. Grandpa is still in Qingshan village. Don't worry, from now on, you'll stay with us. Hearing that he wouldn't have to go back to the Ma family, Shen Huiqing visibly relaxed and started to perk up. Feng Lingyu also felt relieved. She had been worried the child might have developed psychological scars from his early experiences. On the way home, Shen Huiqing chattered non-stop with his brother. Is Xiaoyu's sister also your lifesaver? Then when I grow up, I want to marry Xiaoyu's sister and make her my wife. Feng Lingyu, riding her bicycle, nearly swerved when she heard that. Shen Huiqing, frowning, was held in his brother's arms, thinking, the fairy's sister has been snatched away by a pig. Chapter 109, bringing them back to the Gao family. Feng Lingyu rode her bicycle with the 2 brothers back to Uncle Gao's courtyard. Along the way, countless people cast contemptuous glances at Shen Huayu. A strapping young man like him, how could he have the nerve to sit on the back and let a girl pedal him along? At first, Shen Huayu felt embarrassed, but by the end, he had become completely composed. Uncle Gao had already finished cooking by then. Hearing a commotion outside, he knew it must be Xiaoyu returning. Xiaoyu, the food is ready. Come on in. Uncle Gao opened the door and called out. Toward Shen Huayu, his attitude was far cooler. He said flatly, you're here too. And this is? Spotting Shen Huiqing standing beside the bicycle, Uncle Gao asked in confusion. Hadn't she gone out to bring Shen Huayu back? How had an extra child appeared? This is Huayu's younger brother, Huiqing. Huiqing, you should call him Uncle Gao. Hello, Uncle Gao. My brother and I are sorry to trouble you. Though young, Shen Huiqing managed a proper greeting. Gao Dashu's demeanor softened considerably toward the child. Huiqing, come on in. Treat this place like your own home. Don't be scared. With that, Gao Dashu led Feng Lingyu and Shen Huiqing inside. Uncle Gao, is the soup I asked you to stew ready? Earlier, Feng Lingyu had asked Uncle Gao to prepare some nourishing soup. The medicinal ingredients she'd added were all taken from her space, originally intended to help Mingrue recover her health. Now that Huiqing had arrived, his body was frail too, so he could benefit from the same regimen. It's ready, keeping warm on the stove. I'll go ladle out a bowl, Gao Dashu said and headed into the kitchen. Huiqing, come sit over here. Feng Lingyu beckoned Shen Huiqing to sit down in the courtyard. Sister Xiaoyu, is Uncle Gao your father? Shen Huiqing trotted over and asked. Feng Lingyu shook her head, unhurriedly picking up the teapot on the table to pour herself a cup of tea. He's not my father, but he is my family. Gao Dashu happened to walk out carrying the medicinal soup just as he heard Feng Lingyu's reply. Beaming, he placed the bowl in front of Shen Huiqing. Shen Huiqing caught the aroma wafting from the bowl and secretly swallowed his saliva. Though he desperately wanted to eat, he first glanced at his brother. Only after Shen Huiyu nodded at him did he politely say, "Thank you, Uncle Gao." Shen Huiqing carefully cradled the bowl, gently blew on it, and then took a tiny sip. How is it? Good. Gao Dashu asked, looking at Shen Huiqing with affection. Mine isn't that great. If your sister Mingrue, Gao Dashu's face darkened as his words trailed off. Shen Huiqing didn't understand and looked to Feng Lingyu. Feng Lingyu smiled at him and said, "It's nothing. Go ahead and eat. Uncle Gao, don't worry too much. Once Mingrue's health is better, I'll treat her. Uncle knows. Let's wait for Mingrue to get back, then we'll start the meal." Gao Dashu checked the time, estimating that Wang Mingrue would return soon. Shen Huiyu watched his brother eating with relish, his heart aching. Back home, their grandfather had put so much effort into raising him to be chubby and healthy, and Huiqing had been such a picky eater as a child. Huiqing, after you finish eating, let your sister give you a checkup, okay? Feng Lingyu asked. Shen Huiqing lifted his head from the bowl. A small bone fragment stuck to his face. Sister, what are you checking me for? To see why Huiqing hasn't grown taller. Don't worry, it'll be quick. Feng Lingyu actually wanted to assess how depleted Shen Huiqing's body was. She just hoped it wasn't too severe. Otherwise, being short would be the least of the problems. It could even affect his lifespan. Hearing it was about his height, Shen Huiqing agreed readily. He didn't want to be a shorty. He wanted to be as tall as his brother. Shen Huiyu looked at Feng Lingyu with gratitude. He truly didn't know how to repay this kindness, how to thank the world for still showing him favor. At his most wretched and humiliated, it had let him meet Feng Lingyu. If not for her, his leg wouldn't have healed. His grandfather's illness had grown severe, and he likely wouldn't make it through the year. And as for Huiqing today, he had come within a hair's breadth of smashing his head against an axe. So from now on, he would love this world well. Feng Lingyu felt that Shen Huiyu's gaze on her right now was unbearably sticky, giving her goosebumps. What are you looking at me for? Feng Lingyu asked, uncomfortable. Nothing. I just wanted to say thank you, Xiaoyu. You certainly should thank me. Feng Lingyu replied without modesty. Shen Huiqing only thought that adult affairs were truly hard to understand, one moment sad, the next happy. Just as the atmosphere between the two grew sweet, Wang Mingrue returned. Xiaoyu, the people I sent out have found some leads. Wang Mingrue, Skinny Monkey, said that a woman named Huang Xiaoxia has a biological brother. A while ago, he gambled outside and owed a lot of money. But now, not only has he paid off his gambling debts, he's out living it up. I've already sent people to keep an eye on her brother. The person who helped him pay off the debt should be the one we're looking for. Brother Wang, what about Yan Lily? How is she now? Even though we know she was used by someone, she's not innocent either. We can't just let her off lightly. Don't worry. The police have already arrested her, and the school has expelled her. Today, her parents even came to beg me, but I ignored them. Wang Mingrue clenched his teeth in hatred toward anyone who had harmed his sister. There was no way he would let them off easily. By the way, one of the cops has gotten suspicious of me. For the next few days, I've told Skinny Monkey and the others to stay off the streets and lie low for a while. Wang Minghui's case had stirred up a lot of attention because of his sister. Plus, on the day they found her, Dongli had seen Skinny Monkey and his crew, so Dongli had been tailing him ever since. It's fine. The brother's safety is what matters most. Feng Lingyu had never been the type to disregard others' lives for the sake of money. If she lost people's loyalty, she wouldn't be able to go far. As the saying goes, those who gain the way have many allies, those who lose the way have few. Chapter 110, A Perfect Match. By the way, Brother Wang, I haven't introduced you yet. This is Huiyu's younger brother, Huiqing. Feng Lingyu noticed Wang Mingrue sizing up Shen Huiqing and quickly made the introduction. After speaking, she turned to Shen Huiqing and said, Huiqing, this is your brother Wang. Make sure to remember him from now on. Hello, Brother Wang. Shen Huiqing wasn't shy at all and greeted him immediately. Hello. Wang Mingrue, a rough and rugged man, really didn't know how to interact with children, so he offered a stiff, dry smile. Mingrue, you're back? Everyone, wash your hands and let's eat. Feng Lingyu and Shen Huiyu followed suit, heading into the kitchen to help fetch the bowls and chopsticks. Brother Wang, didn't you say you were bringing an auntie over to take care of Mingrue? Where is she? Feng Lingyu remembered that it was time to feed Mingrue her medicinal meal. She'll be here soon. Don't worry, I've arranged it with her. She only needs to come over to help with feeding and changing clothes. She won't be here the rest of the time. Wang Mingwei had also considered that having an extra stranger in the house might interfere with Feng Lingyu's work, so he made this arrangement. Knowing that Wang Mingwei was thinking of her, Feng Lingyu gave him a grateful smile. Just then, Shen Huayu's tall figure stepped in, interrupting the conversation between Feng Lingyu and Wang Mingwei. Feng Lingyu and Wang Mingwei had been standing together, but Shen Huayu forcefully wedged himself between them. Excuse me, Uncle Gao asked me to come in and find a bowl. Shen Huayu opened the cabinet in front of him, pretending to search carefully. Uncle Gao walked into the kitchen just in time to hear this, and said with displeasure, "When did I ever ask you to get a bowl? Why are you talking nonsense and blaming me?" Shen Huayu's lean back stiffened, and he awkwardly said, "Then I must have misheard." Feng Lingyu was initially confused, but now she understood everything. She let out a laugh, the sound reaching Shen Huayu's ears. He turned his head and glared at her angrily, his ears turning red. Feng Lingyu quickly composed herself, coughed lightly, grabbed a few pairs of chopsticks and walked out. Left behind, Shen Huayu grew more and more embarrassed, angrily smacking the cabinet. "Hey, I say, kid, are you stupid? Doesn't it hurt to hit the cabinet with your hand?" Under this barrage of blows, Shen Huayu was already numb. Gao Dashu shook his head. This grandson of Shin Xiui didn't seem very bright. So this was the type Xiao you liked. Considering his poor brain, he'd better be nicer to him from now on. Thus, at dinner that night, Shen Huayu clearly felt that Gao Dashu was unusually warm toward him. After the meal, Feng Lingyu first used her ability to soothe Shen Huayu's leg. "Your leg is recovering very well, even beyond my expectations. It seems it won't be long before you're back to normal." The past few days of running around hadn't affected his leg at all, thanks to the strong recovery ability of a 16-year-old's body. "My leg healing so quickly is all thanks to you," Shen Huayu said with a smile. "Brother, is your leg really healed?" Shen Huiqing stared intently at Shen Huayu's right leg. The incident of Shen Huayu's broken leg had left a deep shadow on Shen Huiqing. "Of course it's true, are you doubting your sister?" Feng Lingyu pretended to be upset. Shen Huiqing thought he had really made his sister angry and quickly said, "No, sister, of course I believe you. I just can't believe my brother's leg is really healed." Seeing Shen Huiqing's little face scrunch up in worry, Feng Lingyu rubbed her nose and comforted him. "All right, I was just teasing you. Remember what I said before dinner? I need to check you over too." "I remember. Sister, will the checkup involve a shot?" Shen Huiqing recalled the scene of getting shots at the hospital when he was little and felt a bit scared. "No, it's just a look. It'll be quick. How about this, close your eyes and count to 30, and I'll be done checking." Shen Huiqing trusted Feng Lingyu deeply, so he obediently closed his eyes. Feng Lingyu used her plant ability to probe Shen Huiqing's body inch by inch. His height had basically stagnated, with no signs of growth. His stomach and intestines weren't in good shape either, likely from starvation. Seeing Feng Lingyu's grave expression, Shen Huayu first found an excuse to send Huiqing out. Then he asked, "What's wrong with Huiqing? Is it serious?" "Huiqing is severely malnourished. Luckily, we brought him back now, or it might have affected his lifespan." Feng Lingyu didn't hide anything and told him everything. Shen Huayu's clenched fists made cracking sounds as he nearly ground his teeth and said, "Shen Qing Ping. Xiaowei, I have a way to nurse Huiqing back to health. Don't blame yourself too much." Feng Lingyu rushed over and held Shen Huayu's hand to stop him from hurting himself with too much force. "I should indeed blame myself, but those who hurt Huiqing should also be punished, don't you think? Xiaoyu, I'll take Huiqing back to the guest house first. I know you have things to do too." Feng Lingyu didn't stop him and calmly saw Shen Huayu out the door. "Xiaowei, I've never believed that bad people will be punished by heaven." Just as Shen Huayu turned around, Feng Lingyu suddenly spoke. Shen Huayu turned his head. "Punished by heaven? That's just the powerless wish of victims. I am my own heaven." Feng Lingyu smiled as she watched Shen Huayu lead Shen Huiqing away into the distance. "Brother Wang, the people following the Huang family have news." Just after seeing off the Shen brothers, Skinny Monkey rushed in urgently. "It's Feng Chong who did it." Skinny Monkey didn't dare look at Wang Minghui's expression. "Him? It was him? No, he doesn't have the guts or the brains to do something like this. With Feng Chong's personality, how could he have come up with this idea? I heard a man named Li Wei has been hanging around Feng Chang lately and has gained his trust. He's probably the one who came up with the plan for Feng Chang. Li Wei? The debt has its owner. Anyone who hurt my sister won't get away. Let's go find Feng Chang right now." Since he had found the real culprit, Wang Mingwei couldn't hold back any longer. Under the cover of night, Wang Mingwei said goodbye to Feng Lingyu and Gao Dashu, then strode off with Skinny Monkey. "Looks like tonight's a good night for revenge." Uncle Gao, you should go rest too. Chapter 111. The Truth Surfaces. Li Wei, do you think Wang Mingwei will find out about us? Feng Chang had been genuinely happy when he first retaliated against Wang Mingwei. But as time passed, his fear and anxiety grew. Wang Mingwei was the apple of Wang Minghui's eye. His men said Wang Mingwei had been constantly searching for the culprit. What if he got traced back to him? Li Wei looked at Feng Chang's pathetic demeanor and sneered inwardly, useless piece of trash. Don't worry, I've already found a scapegoat. Even the police can't find anyone. How could Wang Mingwei? Feng Chang's uneasy heart settled again, and he murmured, you're right. He won't find out. Besides, Wang Mingwei was the one who bit the hand that fed him first. You were just teaching him a lesson on behalf of your father. Isn't that only right? Li Wei whispered temptingly into Feng Chang's ear. You're right. His life was saved by my father, yet he dared to strike out on his own. Isn't that a slap in my father's face? Feng Chang took a big gulp of wine and quickly pushed the matter to the back of his mind, starting to mess around with his brothers. Li Wei watched it all, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Wang Mingwei. Losing someone you love doesn't feel good, does it? You deserve every bit of this. He had come to Feng Chang's side in the first place to find a chance to avenge his brother. Feng Chang was weak-willed and easily swayed. After successfully pulling off a few big deals, Li Wei quickly secured his position beside Feng Chang. With Li Wei's constant, deliberate provocations, Feng Chang indeed grew to hate Wang Mingwei to the bone. So Li Wei suggested that Feng Chang target Wang Minghui's sister, since she was the one he cared about most. Only then would he truly learn his lesson. Feng Chang had just had a deal arranged by old Master Feng snatched away by Wang Minghui's men. He was already furious, and the moment he heard Li Wei's idea, he agreed immediately. Not long after, Li Wei told Feng Chang that the deed was done, and Wang Mingwei would be in agony. Feng Chang had actually regretted it a bit at the time, but since it was already done, there was no turning back. He spent several days in fear, but when he saw that Li Wei had covered their tracks so well that even the police couldn't find the culprit, Feng Chang acted as if nothing had happened. But maybe people always have a premonition before something bad happens. Feng Chang couldn't shake the feeling that something was off tonight. Bang! The gate to Feng Chang's courtyard was kicked open. The people in Feng Chang's yard were already drunk and stumbling, and Feng Chang himself was barely conscious. The only one still relatively sober was Li Wei. Seeing that it was Wang Mingwei kicking down the door, Li Wei's heart raced, and his eyes started nervously. It's over. Wang Mingwei waved his hand behind him, and his men swarmed in, tying up everyone in Feng Chang's yard. To keep them quiet, their mouths were gagged too. Go, wake them up. Wang Mingwei sat down imposingly in the middle of the yard, his face dark and grim. Skinny Monkey fetched some water from the kitchen and splashed it on them one by one to wake them up. The sting of the cold water instantly sobered them up. The drunk men opened their eyes wide, trying to shout, only to find their mouths covered. When it was Feng Chang's turn, Skinny Monkey wasn't so gentle. He threw a ladle of cold water straight into his face, and then slapped him twice. Feng Chang was the only one among them whose mouth wasn't gagged. Who is it? Tired of living, huh? How dare you hit your grandpa? Feng Chang cursed as he opened his eyes, only then realizing something was wrong. Wang Mingwei, what are you doing here? Feng Chang asked in disbelief. He looked around and saw his brothers all tied up. He shouted, you dare to tie us up? Are you crazy? Wang Mingwei was fiddling with the wine glass they had been drinking from. Hearing Feng Chang's question, his expression hardened. Then, with a sharp whoosh, the wine glass in Wang Minghui's hand smashed hard into Feng Chang's mouth. Feng Chang felt a sharp pain in his mouth, and two of his front teeth fell out. Wang Mingwei, how dare you, hit me? Aren't you afraid my father will come after you? Old Master Feng had never told anyone about what he did to Wang Mingwei back then. So even now, Feng Chang still believed Wang Mingwei was the ungrateful one for striking out on his own. Feng Chang, do I need to remind you of what you've done? Wang Mingwei walked slowly toward Feng Chang, crouched down beside him, grabbed his hair, and forced his head up. What are you talking about? Aren't you the one coming after me? Playing dumb, are you? Feng Chang, I'll give you one last chance. Confess everything. Otherwise, I can't guarantee I won't kill you right now. Wang Mingwei pulled Feng Chang closer to him and said in a hoarse voice. Seeing the madness in Wang Minghui's eyes, Feng Chang knew he meant it. If he didn't talk, he would kill him. I'll talk. It wasn't me. It was all Li Wei. He did everything. He found someone to lure Huang Xiaoxia's brother into gambling, set a trap to make him owe gambling debts, and then used that to force his sister Huang Xiaoxia to take your sister to a designated place. But that Huang Xiaoxia was cunning. She didn't want to get involved, so she used a conflict between classmates to find a scapegoat for herself. Mingwei, it really wasn't me. Feng Chang grabbed Wang Minghui's pant leg, crying and pleading. Who is Li Wei? Wang Mingwei asked expressionlessly. It's him, it's him. Feng Chang, desperate to shift the blame, immediately pointed at Li Wei, who was cowering in the corner. Skinny Monkey dragged Li Wei in front of Wang Mingwei. Hey, you had the guts to do this, so why are you hiding now? Knowing there was no escape, Li Wei decided to look Wang Mingwei straight in the eye. I don't recall having any grudge with you. Why did you go to such lengths to scheme against me? Wang Mingwei studied Li Wei's face carefully, but didn't recognize him. Huh, you're a big shot in the underground world of the capital now. Important people have short memories. How could you remember how you got to where you are today? Hey, Brother Wang is asking you a question. Answer properly. Keep talking nonsense, and you'll lose your miserable life. Instead of being afraid, Li Wei bursts out laughing. Brother Wang, ha ha ha. Look at how glorious you are now. Do you even remember the people you've harmed? I have always acted with integrity and have never actively harmed anyone. Wang Mingwei said firmly. Integrity? You dare to use that word? Let me ask you, do you still remember the name Qi Yong? Li Wei stared at Wang Mingwei with hatred in his eyes, seeing him as nothing but a hypocritical fake. Chapter 112, Reckless with Confidence. The long-sealed memories suddenly burst open, and Wang Minghui's eyes flickered with a daze. What, are you trying to tell me you don't recognize him anymore? Li Wei asked mockingly. Li Wei glanced around at Skinny Monkey and the others who had come with Wang Mingwei. Today, I'm going to expose the true face of your brother Wang. Let you all see clearly whether someone like him is worth risking your lives for. Skinny Monkey thought he was about to spout nonsense and rushed forward to hit him. Let him speak. Wang Minghui's indifferent voice rang out. Back when your brother Wang first started working under Master Feng, the one Master Feng valued most wasn't him, Wang Mingwei. It was a young man named Qi Yong. With Qi Yong around, Wang Mingwei was just a little lackey following behind him. Later, your brother Wang, out of jealousy, deliberately exposed and framed Qi Yong during a deal. Qi Yong was caught by the police, and because the amount involved was huge, he was sentenced to execution by firing squad. How about that? Didn't expect the person you follow to be such a complete scumbag, did you? The entire courtyard echoed with Li Wei's accusations. He looked at the expressions on Skinny Monkey and the others and laughed loudly. Wang Mingwei, look, even your own brothers can't believe in you anymore, haha. You're lying. I know what kind of person Brother Wang is better than you do. Skinny Monkey shouted loudly. But Li Wei ignored him and turned his gaze to Wang Mingwei. What? Wang Mingwei, don't you have anything to say? Or, have you done something guilty and don't dare to refute me? Thinking of that steady and magnanimous young man from his memories, Wang Mingwei didn't directly answer Li Wei's question, but instead asked back, are you Qi Yong's younger brother? Part of what Li Wei had just said was indeed true. When he first came to Master Feng's side, Master Feng did have a capable right-hand man, and everyone called him Brother Yong. Qi Yong had been very kind to Wang Mingwei when he first joined Master Feng's ranks, often caring for him and his sister's daily life. At the beginning, Wang Mingwei always followed Qi Yong out to handle business. Qi Yong taught him a lot of things and truly had a debt of gratitude toward him. It was also because of running around with him that Wang Mingwei could honestly say he had learned a great deal from Qi Yong. Otherwise, later on, Master Feng wouldn't have valued him so highly. Your brother Qi Yong once told me he had a younger brother fostered with relatives. That's you, isn't it? Wang Mingwei really hadn't expected that people and events from so many years ago would be brought up again today. Li Wei sneered. Wang Mingwei, that's right, I am Qi Yong's younger brother. Seeing his surviving family member in front of you, shouldn't you be kneeling to speak to me? He had thought that once Wang Mingwei knew who he was, his face would show guilt, unease, and regret. But to Li Wei's surprise, Wang Mingwei was very calm, with no trace of emotion on his face. Li Wei, I don't know where you heard that I was the one who harmed Qi Yong. But, yes, what you said is partly true. Li Wei's eyes burned with fury as he roared. Did you all hear that? Wang Mingwei, my brother was killed by him. So, it's only fitting that this retribution falls on your sister, an eye for an eye. When Wang Mingwei heard him mention Mingrue, he couldn't control his anger and immediately kicked him to the ground. Li Wei, your brother did have a kindness toward me back then. That deal was indeed deliberately leaked by me, but it was because your brother tried to harm me first. Li Wei's first reaction was to deny it. Impossible. To be honest, I respected your brother deeply at first. But later, after Master Feng handed several business deals to me in a row, he became dissatisfied with me. That deal, he insisted I go along, so I went. Once I got there, I immediately sensed something was wrong. The other men Qi Yong brought with him all had shifty eyes, and when asked about the deal, they knew nothing. I secretly observed and realized what deal. It was just a trap your brother set to harm me. Everyone who went that day was your brother's trusted men. I was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. The only way to come out unscathed was to completely break the situation. So, I secretly lured a child with candy to go find the inspection team. As for me, I took the chance to escape. This was the first time Wang Mingwei had truly harmed someone, even if it was in self-defense. At the time, he only thought Qiyang would be locked up for a few years. He never expected it to coincide with a strict crackdown. It was precisely this incident that made him grow up quickly, and he soon stood out under Master Feng. After hearing Wang Minghui's completely different account, Li Wei stammered, "You're lying. How could my brother have tried to harm you? Why not? How many people who manage to stand firm in the black market are truly that naive? I think you should know that well yourself. Actually, if you had just been foolishly trying to cause me trouble, I might have let you off. But the one thing you absolutely shouldn't have done was set your sights on Mingrui. Li Wei, in your next life, you'd better keep your eyes open and not pick the wrong person." When Wang Minghui said this, his tone was icy cold, and his eyes were filled with undisguised malice. Only then did Li Wei feel fear, crying and begging for mercy. I was wrong, don't kill me, don't kill me." Wang Minghui held a stick in his hand, eager to act, constantly gesturing in front of Li Wei as if looking for the best angle to strike. "Gag him. Li Wei, don't blame me. I'm just giving you a taste of your own medicine." Before he finished speaking, the stick in Wang Minghui's hand swung fiercely toward Li Wei's head. Li Wei's last memory was the blur of blood before his eyes. Seeing Li Wei lying in a pool of blood with his eyes wide open, the others who were tied up were filled with dread. Brother Wang had never been so ruthless before. Now, what punishment awaited those who had been involved in kidnapping Wang Mingrui? Everyone had their mouths gagged and could only communicate through their eyes, which were full of fear. If they had known things would turn out like this, they would have run away earlier. "Wang Minghui, how dare you kill someone? All of us here saw it. If you have the guts, kill us all, or else you won't get away." Skinny Monkey and the others laughed wildly. "How could Master Feng have such a stupid son? Do you really think you'll walk out of here safely? And you still have the nerve to threaten Brother Wang?" Skinny Monkey truly couldn't understand Feng Chang's way of thinking. Shouldn't he be more worried about his own safety now? Didn't he use his brain to think? Since Brother Wang dared to act in front of them, he must be reckless with confidence. Chapter 113, Killing the Chicken to Scare the Monkey. Skinny Monkey, break the wrists of everyone who participated in kidnapping Mingrui with Li Wei. Don't forget to pour the medicine Xiao Yu gave us into them. Before leaving, Feng Lingyu had specifically handed Wang Minghui the yellow millet dream and explained the drug's effects in detail. With this drug, Wang Minghui had no more reservations about taking revenge. The people who came with him today to confront Feng Chang were those he trusted most, and there was no way they would leak any information. After all, he held leverage over each of them to some extent, and for both emotional and practical reasons, they wouldn't, and didn't dare, betray him. Skinny Monkey went to check Li Wei's breath. He had already stopped breathing. Throw him into the mass grave outside the city, dig a shallow hole, and bury him, Wang Minghui ordered without even blinking. These days, many rural areas had incomplete household registrations, making it all too easy to make someone disappear without a trace. Especially someone like Li Wei, who operated in the black market, as long as no one reported it, who would even know he was dead? Seeing everyone in the yard dealt with one by one, leaving only himself, Feng Chang grew increasingly terrified. "Wang Minghui, what exactly are you trying to do? Li Wei was the one who actually did it, and he's already dead. What more do you want? Let me go, and I swear I won't say a word about what happened today, and I'll never oppose you again." After personally taking care of Li Wei, Wang Minghui felt much better, but he had other plans for Feng Chang. Was there anyone more suitable than the famous Master Feng's own son to be the chicken killed to scare the monkeys? Wang Minghui wanted to see who would dare lay a finger on his sister after this. "Feng Chang, you still haven't realized your situation, have you? What right do you have to negotiate with me? Shut your mouth, and I'll give you a quick end." Wang Minghui picked up a rope from the ground and tied it around Feng Chang's mouth from behind his head. This method made Feng Chang feel like the corners of his mouth were being torn apart, and saliva kept flowing uncontrollably. "Is everything taken care of?" Wang Minghui took the handkerchief Skinny Monkey handed him and wiped his hands. "All done. It was handled by trustworthy people. No one dares to leak anything," Skinny Monkey said with a bow. After tonight's events, he didn't dare speak casually to Wang Minghui anymore. "Take this waste and go, pay a visit to his father." Although Wang Minghui had left Master Feng to start his own operation, they had always kept their distance and stayed out of each other's way. Skinny Monkey had thought that at most, Brother Wang would break one of Feng Chang's hands tonight, but now it seemed he was going to confront the old man directly. Killing to strike at the heart, this was trampling Master Feng's face into the dirt. Gritting his teeth, Skinny Monkey still led the brothers to follow Wang Minghui. "Master Feng, something terrible. Something terrible. Wang Minghui has brought people and broken in." Master Feng was about to go to sleep when he heard this news and was greatly alarmed. In a panic, Master Feng quickly put on his clothes and walked out. "Bring him up," Wang Minghui said calmly, waving his hand. Receiving the order, Skinny Monkey dragged the bound Feng Chang out and threw him into the middle of the yard. Seeing his son tied up like an animal and thrown to the ground, Master Feng was so furious he could barely stand. His face flushed red as he demanded, "Wang Mingwei, what is the meaning of this? Haven't we already settled things?" Master Feng thought Wang Mingwei was retaliating for the shooting incident last time. "You should ask your good son what he's done." Wang Mingwei signaled Skinny Monkey to untie the rope from Feng Chang's mouth. Once his mouth was free and with his father present, Feng Chang quickly cried out, "Dad, I really didn't participate in this. It was all Li Wei's doing." Feng Chang stumbled through the story of how Li Wei had lured him into plotting against Wang Mingrui. "Besides, Wang Mingwei betrayed you first. I couldn't stand it, so I did this. Dad, tell him to let me go." Hearing Feng Chang's words, Wang Mingwei sneered, "What, none of you know why I left Master Feng back then?" It seems Master Feng knows this is something he can't talk about. Several of Master Feng's trusted men exchanged glances. Everyone had their suspicions, but they had never been confirmed. "Mingwei, this is all my fault for not making things clear to everyone. But Feng Chang really didn't directly participate in harming Mingrui. For my sake, can you let him go?" "Master Feng, now that things have come to this, let's settle everything at once," Wang Mingwei said loudly. "Brothers, you've all worked with me before, and everyone knows my character. The reason I left Master Feng to start my own operation was that Master Feng, to ensure Feng Chang could smoothly inherit his position, hired someone to assassinate me. Though I narrowly escaped, I could no longer serve Master Feng." The people in the yard looked at each other in shock, never expecting the truth to be like this. At the same time, they began to feel uneasy, fearing that Master Feng might treat them the same way in the future. Master Feng watched the scene before him, closed his eyes tightly, and knew he had completely lost the people's loyalty. Feng Chang also widened his eyes in disbelief, never imagining that his father had tried to kill Wang Mingwei for his sake. As for Feng Chang, without his approval, Li Wei wouldn't have had the guts or the manpower to go after my sister. No matter how you look at it, he's not innocent. The debt of gratitude I owed Master Feng for saving my life is wiped clean by that assassination attempt. But what Feng Chang did, I will never forgive. Master Feng stared straight at Wang Mingwei. The once small child had grown so big, even capable of threatening his position. "Mingwei, how do you intend to deal with him?" Master Feng's voice was hoarse to the point of breaking. "Whatever he did to my sister, I'll do the same to him. Mingwei, I'm begging you. He's my only son." Master Feng was now just a father bending his proud spine for his son. But Wang Mingwei did not yield an inch, "And I have only one sister." The old-timers in the yard who had followed Master Feng all gasped. Master Feng had actually knelt straight down before Wang Mingwei. For once, Feng Chang showed some backbone. "Dad, don't kneel. Dad. As long as you don't take his life, you can do whatever you want with him. And I'll hand over all my resources to you. For the rest of my life, I'll take Feng Chang and leave the city, and I'll never trouble you again." Chapter 114. The sky over Jing City has changed. Although the people in the courtyard felt that Master Feng's trust had crumbled, they had followed him for many years as their boss, and seeing him kneel to Wang Mingwei, they couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. "Brother Wang, please spare Feng Chang. After all, he's Master Feng's only son." Wang Minghui's purpose in coming here today was to force Master Feng into retirement. Since he was so cooperative and voluntarily gave up the territory of the Northern District, Feng Chang could certainly be spared. "Master Feng, since you're showing such sincerity, it wouldn't be right for me to refuse your gesture. It's not too much for me to cripple one of Feng Chang's hands, is it?" As he spoke, Wang Mingwei walked over to Master Feng and helped him to his feet. Master Feng gave a bitter smile. "Crippling just one hand is already showing mercy. Don't worry, I will hand over everything without holding anything back." Whether it was because the night's blows had been too heavy, Feng Chang gritted his teeth and didn't make a sound when Skinny Monkey broke his hand. Just as everything was settled and Wang Mingwei was striding out, passing by Feng Chang suddenly spoke. "Wang Mingwei, tell Mingrui I'm sorry for me." Wang Minghui's steps paused. "You should be grateful that Mingrui could still be saved, otherwise, your life definitely wouldn't have been spared." With that, Wang Mingwei left Skinny Monkey and the others to handle the aftermath, while he strode away. The boss of the Western District's black market, upon receiving the news from took a deep drag of his cigarette and said leisurely, "Wang Mingwei is a ruthless man. With this move of his, who would dare to touch his sister in the future? The sky over Jing City is about to change. Boss, you've been operating in Jing City for years. Surely you're not afraid of a greenhorn like Wang Mingwei," a sycophantic lackey flattered. The Western District boss let out a light snort through his nose. "What do you know? Isn't Master Feng's experience older than mine? Even he can't contend with Wang Mingwei now, so how could I? In a few days, Wang Mingwei will probably announce to everyone that the Northern District has changed hands. Go prepare a decent congratulatory gift right away and send it to him when the time comes." The same situation played out in several other districts of Jing City. From now on, Wang Mingwei was the undisputed master of the northern district. Not to mention that he also controlled the station's resources and a massive amount of grain. From now on, they might all have to rely on Wang Mingwei to get things done. Truly, fortunes changed 10 years east, 10 years west. Never bully a youth for being poor. At the Ma family home, chaos had erupted after Xin Qingping fainted. When Ma Wenkai returned home from work that evening and heard from his eldest daughter-in-law, Zhang Xiuxiu, about what had happened during the day, his brow furrowed tightly. How had Xin Xiui's eldest grandson suddenly come back? Listening to Lu Xiaozui's incessant wailing from the room, along with the crying of Ma Debao and Ma Xiaobao, Ma Wenkai felt nothing but irritation. Ma Wenkai still held considerable authority in the family. The moment he spoke, everyone fell silent. Only his eldest son, Ma Xingjie, stepped forward to speak. Father, what do you make of today's events? And what about second sister-in-law? Beaten like this, there has to be some resolution. In the Ma family, because Xin Qingping doted on her grandson, she favored the second son, Ma Xingli. But Ma Wenkai had always regarded his eldest son as his successor. So when Ma Xingjie spoke up, Ma Wenkai didn't lose his temper. Xingjie, this matter is very tricky. Xin Huayu dared to lay hands on your second sister-in-law today because he was in the right. And as for your mother, I don't know what she's thinking. Lu Xiaozui, lying in the room, shouted upon hearing this. This afternoon, someone else said they were cutting ties with mother. What are you still hesitating about? He beat me like this. At the very least, he should pay medical expenses, right? At these words, Xin Qingping, who had just been recovering, nearly fainted from anger again. Ma Xingli was furious. Clenching his fists, he charged toward the door. Mother, no matter what, you're still his elder, Xin Huayu. How dare he make you faint? I'm going to find him and demand an explanation. Enough. Can you stop causing trouble at a time like this? All of you, go back to your rooms. Your father and I will discuss this, Xin Qingping said, closing her eyes as the younger generation filed out of the room. Qingping, what do you think of this? Is your eldest brother about to return? What if he finds out what we've done? Ma Wenkai had lost his earlier composure and asked frantically. Xin Qingping glanced at him sideways and sighed inwardly. This was the man she had once been willing to die for. Do you think Xin Xiui can come back that easily? Besides, if an official of his rank were to be rehabilitated, wouldn't we have heard some news? It must be that little brat Xin Huayu who found a way back on his own. Xin Qingping raised a hand to rub her forehead. If she hadn't been waiting so long for news of her eldest brother's rise, she wouldn't have let Lu Xiaozui mistreat Xin Huiqing. Still, she had prepared for both outcomes. Xin Huiqing was just a backup plan. Since she had already completely offended Xin Huayu, she had no choice but to fully align herself with her second brother. What a pity, she could have played both sides and remained unbeatable. But what if Xin Huayu retaliates against us? Our jobs are all. Ma Wenkai looked at Xin Qingping's face uneasily. That depends on whether he still has the energy to deal with us. Tomorrow, I'll go find second brother. He probably doesn't know yet that Xin Huayu is back. A flicker of malice passed through Xin Qingping's eyes. Little brat, since you and I have already burned bridges, don't blame me for being ruthless. In Ma Xingjie's room, Zhang Xiuxiu was attending to him as he soaked his feet. She was always gentle and submissive around Ma Xingjie. Otherwise, with her family background, how could she have married into the Ma family? Xingjie, when Xin Huayu left this afternoon, he said they had given mother 500 yuan back then. Mother never mentioned that money to us. I wonder if the money second brother takes every time is. Zhang Xiuxiu paused several times in her sentence, but still managed to say what she wanted. And upon hearing this, Ma Xingjie's face indeed darkened. Although Ma Xingjie had always known that Xin Qingping favored his second brother, he also knew that his father valued him the most, and most of the Ma family's property would eventually be his. So he had never minded Xin Qingping's occasional favoritism. But if mother had secretly given so much money to second brother behind the family's back, wouldn't that mean his own rightful share was reduced? Chapter 115 Shen Xiuda. Shen Xiuda, of the second branch of the Shen family, sat in the courtyard drinking tea. Looking at the spacious Sihiyuan now occupied only by his own family, Shen Xiuda couldn't help but feel a surge of smugness. Big brother, even if you were once highly respected, what of it? In the end, it all became a stepping stone for me. Shen Xiuda was the second son of the Shen family. As a child, he had never thought of competing with his elder brother for anything. After all, his elder brother had always been groomed as the heir, while he only needed to coast through life, content as a carefree second-generation rich kid. But who would have thought that one day, his elder brother, whom their father deeply relied on, would vanish after leaving behind a letter? Their father flew into a rage at the time, but after searching far and wide for his elder brother with no news, he had no choice but to give up. After all, the land of China was engulfed in war everywhere back then, and his elder brother had gone to the front lines, likely facing great danger. Left with no other option, their father had to turn to grooming him instead. At that moment, Shinshota felt as if a pie had fallen from the sky and landed right on his head, filled with the joy of becoming the Shin family heir. He simply thought his elder brother, Shinshui, was foolish. What was all this about national duty and righteousness? Why give up the comfortable position of Shin family heir to go out and be a mere soldier? And so, Shinshota followed his father, learning the ropes of managing the family. But his father often sighed behind his back, and Shinshota knew his father thought he couldn't measure up to his elder brother. Just when he had finally endured until his father's death and thought he could inherit the Shin family, the will his father left behind dealt him a heavy blow. If the eldest son, Shui, returns, the Shin family shall still be under his control. Shinshota couldn't recall the rest of the will, but this last sentence was forever etched into his mind. Eldest son. Eldest son. The eldest son you always pined for didn't come back even when you died. Haven't I done enough, running around for you all these years? The looks from other Shin family members felt like thorns to him. He felt they were all mocking him. About a year or so later, Shinshota had basically taken full control of the Shin family, and everyone had tacitly accepted that Shinshui was dead. Not only did he return, but he came back as a great hero of the newly founded nation, a high-ranking official in the military, and the entire Shin family had to rely on him to survive. Because at that time, land reform was sweeping the whole country, and the Shin family was a well-known landlord family. With no other choice, Shinshota had to voluntarily hand back the reins of power to Shinshui. That hypocrite Shinshui even had the nerve to say he didn't care who inherited the Shin family. But in the end, he couldn't let go of that fat piece of meat that was the Shin family. He had thought his second branch would be forever subordinate to the first, but fortunes changed. A roaring cultural movement began. Shinshota saw a chance to topple Shinshui. Look now, it was him sitting in the courtyard drinking tea, him living here. Shinshota gazed at the flowers still blooming in the yard, lifted his cup, and took a light sip of hot tea. Shinshota frowned and looked over, seeing his once glamorous younger sister standing there with a haggard face. Shinshota was surprised by Shin Qingping's visit. She wouldn't come looking for him without a reason. After all, he wasn't that fool Shinshui, who could be easily deceived by her. Second brother, I've come to tell you something I think you'll find very interesting. Shin Qingping strolled over and sat down beside Shinshota. Shinshota paused in his tea drinking, wary of his youngest sister's nature, and felt something was off. What do you want to tell me? Second brother, won't you even offer your sister a cup of tea? Are you here to put on airs with me? Shinshota's face darkened. Shin Qingping knew her second brother's character well, and she also knew why their father always said he wasn't fit for great responsibility. No, second brother, we're in the same boat. I'm here to tell you that that little brat Shinhuayu is back. Shinshota was so startled he nearly dropped his teacup, his eyes wide. What? How can he be back? Only then did Shin Qingping confirm that no one else knew about Shinhuayu's return. I don't know either. Yesterday, he came to my place to see Huiqing and on the spot said he wanted to cut ties with me. Second brother, you have to handle this. How can I handle it? Wait. What about Shinshui? Is he back or not? Mentioning his elder brother still made Shinshota fearful, his hands trembling slightly. After what he did to frame his elder brother, if he were reinstated, wouldn't his whole family be finished? Second brother, I only just found out Shinhuayu is back. As for news about big brother, how would I know? You'll have to look into it yourself. Shin Qingping knew Shinshota had someone backing him, otherwise, he wouldn't have succeeded so smoothly in bringing Shinshui down back then. By the way, second brother, you need to help me with this matter of cutting ties that Shinhuayu mentioned. You're the head of the Shin family now. If Shinhuayu wants to come back, you can't hand over the power to him. Shinshota was busy thinking about contacting his backer to investigate, with no time for Shin Qingping's trivial little issues. Besides, he wasn't stupid. If Shinshui came back, he might be afraid, but just Shinhuayu? Making him spit out what he'd already swallowed wasn't that easy. Seeing the look on Shinshota's face, Shin Qingping knew he wasn't taking it seriously, and she felt a surge of anger. If she hadn't helped him back then, using Big Brother's trust, could that fool Shinshota have ever schemed against Big Brother so easily? Second brother, you have to help me with this, or else about what happened back then. I have evidence. Shin Qingping dropped that bombshell and then sauntered off. She paid no mind to Shinshota's face, which was turning from pale to red. Did he think she had helped him for nothing back then? Without some cunning, how would she dare get involved in something like this? She had to have the Shin family as her backup. Otherwise, relying solely on the Ma family, they'd be stuck as commoners forever. From a noble lady to a common market woman, haggling over every penny of grain and money, bending over to beg others. So she couldn't let her descendants live like this forever. Chapter 116. A 4-year-old big kid, sarcastic tone. Sunlight streamed through the window into the room, and along the light, a few specks of dust could be seen dancing in the sun. Wang Mingwei rubbed his aching temples. Since the matter with Feng Chang had been resolved, he had been keeping vigil over Mingrue every night these past few days. If anything went wrong with Mingrue, someone would notice immediately. Little Sister Fengyu said that today she should be able to administer the acupuncture. Wang Mingwei poured some warm water from the table, first moistening his sister's lips as she lay in bed, then feeding her the medicine he had prepared earlier. Mingwei, are you awake? I've left the medicine I brewed for Mingrue on the table. Gao Dashu asked softly from outside the door. Wang Mingwei opened the door. Uncle Gao, I'm awake, and I've already fed her the medicine. Brother Wang, later, when the auntie who's been looking after Mingrue arrives, tell her not to leave in a hurry. After I finish the acupuncture on Mingrue, I'll need her help to change Mingrue's clothes. Feng Lingyu sat in the courtyard drinking tea, while Shen Huiqing lay beside her at the table, writing characters. 5 days had passed since Wang Mingwei had gone looking for trouble that night. Shen Huiyu, aside from coming every night to treat her, was elusive during the day, though Feng Lingyu understood this. As for Shen Huiqing, the child now stayed by her side every day. His body needed proper care. All right, I understand. By the way, little sister Fengyu, there's something I want to discuss with you. Since Master Feng handed over everything he had, our territory and influence have grown significantly. With the grain you supply, the other 3 districts can't compare at all. According to custom, the new boss needs to host a small banquet, inviting all the black market leaders to meet. Of course, it's also a gesture of paying respects. The boss of the West District contacted me yesterday, asking when I'd hold the banquet, saying he's already prepared his gift. Wang Mingwei had intended to expand his territory when he went after Master Feng. He wanted to do his best with the enterprise Feng Lingyu had entrusted to him. It was the only way he could repay her. Even Feng Lingyu, who usually thought highly of Wang Minghui's abilities, was momentarily stunned by his words. What Brother Wang implied was that he would now be the boss of the capital's black market, otherwise the other 3 districts wouldn't have mentioned coming to pay respects. Calming her excitement, Feng Lingyu said, since it's the custom, go ahead and do it. But be careful in every aspect, don't let anyone set you up. And didn't you mention a policeman named Dongli who's been watching you? Wang Mingwei, with all the black market leaders present this time, security will be guaranteed. As for Dongli, I had Shouho send one of our brothers to divert his attention. Plus, with me keeping watch over Mingrue these past few days, he hasn't been as focused on me as before. That's good. I think Dongli is an upright person, just clear his suspicions, don't resort to any tricks against him. Feng Lingyu advised. She knew Wang Minghui's methods, but while they were fine against bad people, good police officers deserved respect. After some preparations, Feng Lingyu began treating Mingrue. The blood clot in her brain needed to be drained with silver needles. Fortunately, with her psychic power and plan abilities, the chance of failure was almost 0. Feng Lingyu had become quite skilled with the silver needles, and the acupuncture technique she used this time was recorded in the medical texts from the space. Soon, many silver needles were inserted into Wang Mingrue's head, and tiny beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. It was a good thing they had used many precious herbs to nourish her body over the past few days, otherwise, Mingrue might not have been able to withstand this acupuncture session. Then, Feng Lingyu used her plant ability to soothe the pain in Mingrue's brain while simultaneously trying to awaken her with her psychic power. Achieving this required extremely high skill from the ability user. If not for her experience with max-level abilities from her past life, Feng Lingyu wouldn't have dared to be so bold. Before long, Mingrue showed some subtle reactions. Though faint, Feng Lingyu keenly noticed them. So she increased the flow of her abilities. Today, she had to make Mingrue open her eyes. If she stopped halfway, Mingrue might never wake up again. Fortunately, within a few minutes, Mingrue began to respond, as if she was struggling to open her eyes. Mingrue, wake up. Your brother is waiting for you. Feng Lingyu whispered softly in Mingrue's ear. Finally, Wang Mingrue's eyes fluttered open, and she murmured something faintly. Feng Lingyu was overjoyed and quickly called for the people waiting outside. Brother Wang, Mingrue is awake. Wang Mingwei felt as if the heavy weight hanging over his heart had finally lifted. He strode into the room in a few big steps and knelt by Mingrue's bed. Little sister, you're finally awake. Wang Minghui's voice trembled, his eyes red. Gao Dashu was also thrilled. He knew that if little sister Fengyu said she could do it, she really could. Wang Mingwei and Gao Dashu both looked at her in confusion. Little sister, what's wrong? Feng Lingyu stared intently at Wang Mingrue's face. She was looking around with wide, bewildered eyes, even a hint of fear in them. She might not remember us. Wang Mingwei gave a bitter smile. Her waking up is already a blessing. Even if she's truly lost her memory, I believe she'll remember again someday. You? Who are you? Where's my brother? Wang Mingrue's eyes filled with tears, and she shrank back into the corner in fear. Wasn't Mingrue just suffering from memory loss? Why else would she be looking for her brother? but she clearly didn't recognize any of them. What was going on? Wang Minghui's heart ached. He wanted to go comfort his sister, but seeing how scared she was, he stopped his approach. Mingrui, don't you remember? I'm your brother. Unexpectedly, Wang Mingrui began to cry quietly at his words. You're lying. You're not my brother. My brother is still a little kid. He said he went to get revenge for me against that kid Xiaoduzi. Whoa, brother, where are you? Mingrui is so scared. Wang Minghui was stunned by his sister's words. After a long pause, he asked cautiously, Mingrui, how old are you now? I'm 4 years old. Can you help me find my brother? I'm scared alone. Where is this? Feng Lingyu suddenly understood. Mingrui hadn't completely lost her memory. She was just stuck at the memory of being 4 years old. Mingrui, be good, don't cry. How about I get you a piece of candy, okay? Since Mingrui had just woken up, crying too much would harm her vitality. Feng Lingyu pulled out some candy to stop her tears first. Candy? What candy? As expected, candy worked best on a child. She forgot to cry. Feng Lingyu magically produced a piece of fruit candy, held it out in her palm, and offered it. Here, take it and eat. Mingrui glanced cautiously at Feng Lingyu, but my brother told me not to take things from strangers. And I'm already a 4-year-old big kid, I can't eat candy. Feng Lingyu nudged Wang Minghui with her hand, let him handle the coaxing. Right, 4 years old, what a big kid indeed. Chapter 117, Someone Else. Wang Minghui smiled awkwardly. When he was a child, struggling to make a living while taking care of Mingrui, just having enough to eat was already a blessing. How could he afford to buy candy for his sister? That was why he had told her that older kids didn't eat candy. This memory had long been buried, only to resurface today in such an unexpected way. Mingrui, take a good look at me. Do I look familiar? Wang Minghui said softly. He even leaned his face closer for Mingrui to examine. Perhaps sensing that everyone was friendly, Wang Mingrui relaxed as well. She studied Wang Minghui's face carefully, her eyes lighting up. You look a bit like my big brother. Are you a relative of mine? Yes, I'm your relative. Your brother asked me to take care of you for a while. He was chosen by a wealthy family to go to school. Once he finishes his studies, he'll come back to see you. Wang Minghui patted his sister's head and gestured for Feng Lingyu to come over and check on her again. Wang Mingrui nodded. After all, she was just a child, her emotions came and went quickly, and she was soon calmed down. Mingrui, do you feel any discomfort anywhere? If you do, tell me, okay? Feng Lingyu asked with a smile. Sister, my head feels a little uncomfortable. It feels dizzy. Perhaps because she had become a 4-year-old child, Wang Mingrui's voice was soft and sticky. Feng Lingyu said, then for the next few days, no matter what you do, take it slow, okay? That way, your head won't feel dizzy soon. When you get better, I'll reward you with some candy, alright? Outside the house, Wang Minghui watched Feng Lingyu slowly sip her tea and asked anxiously, Little Yu, is my sister going to stay like a 4-year-old forever? I'll have to see how things develop before I can say for sure. The blood clot in her brain has been cleared, but I can't guarantee whether she'll recover to her original state. Feng Lingyu had never encountered such a case before and didn't dare give a definite answer. Brother Wang, don't worry too much. It's already a miracle that Mingrui survived such a serious incident. As for her memory, we can only do our best. Wang Minghui looked at his sister playing nearby with Shen Huiqing and nodded. You're right. I shouldn't be too impatient. Wang Mingrui was squatting on the ground, poking at ants with a small stick. Brother Huiqing, there are so many ants. Even though Wang Mingrui was taller than him, she still called him brother, and Shen Huiqing had adapted to it quite well. They're looking for food. Hey, don't poke them with your stick. Seeing Shen Huiqing stop her, Wang Mingrui pouted and said discontentedly, oh fine. Brother Huiqing, let's go play something else. These ants aren't fun to look at. Then I'm going to read. Don't come over and cause trouble, got it? Shen Huiqing spoke seriously, like a little adult. His brother had said that reading requires a calm mind, otherwise, it's better not to read at all. Oh, Brother Huiqing, can I just sit quietly next to you and watch? Wang Mingrui looked at him with pleading eyes, afraid he would refuse. Shen Huiqing nodded solemnly. Fine, but you can't talk. I don't know why Mingrui is so clingy to that brat. Wang Minghui snorted lightly. As her brother, he couldn't stand it, and even his way of referring to Shen Huiqing had changed. Mingrui's mind is that of a child right now. If she doesn't play with Huiqing, is she supposed to play with you? Feng Lingyu glanced disdainfully at Wang Minghui's rough face. Wang Minghui instinctively touched his face. Did he really look that old? Maybe he should ask his sister for some skincare products. He still hadn't found a wife yet. Little Yu, do you have anything for the face? I know whatever you have is good stuff, Wang Minghui asked awkwardly. But he pretended to take a jar of face cream from his room, when in reality, he had taken it from his face. Here, I made this myself. This big jar should be enough for you. Under Feng Lingyu's teasing gaze, Wang Mingwei couldn't sit still any longer. Muttering something about needing to handle matters, he hurried out. Gao Dashu and Feng Lingyu were laughing so hard they could barely stand. Hey, Boss Liu, you came today too? Wang Changjiang, the boss of the West District, raised an eyebrow and stepped forward to greet him. Wang Changjiang, aren't you here too? Lu Sihai, the boss of the South District's black market, shot back without backing down. But soon, they realized it wasn't just the two of them. Almost every notable figure in the capital's black market had shown up. They even spotted several of their own suppliers. Wang Minghui's rise had become an undeniable fact. Since everyone was in the business world, they naturally had to come and make themselves known. Everyone who arrived today knew the rules. After entering, they found their own spots in the courtyard to sit. Outside the courtyard, many people were stationed to keep watch. If you bumped into someone on the street outside the alley, chances were they were a lookout. With such tight security, it was practically foolproof. Brother Wang, almost everyone is here. Should we head out now? Shouho ran into the house to report. The moment the door opened, the noise from the courtyard spilled inside. I'll go out first, Wang Mingwei said quietly to Feng Lingyu. Lu Sihai, who was talking to Wang Changjiang, saw the door of the central room open. He knew the main figure of the day was about to appear. As Wang Mingwei walked out step by step, the lively courtyard gradually fell silent. Thank you all for giving me, Wang Mingwei, the honor of attending this banquet today. I invited everyone here not only to follow the rules of the underworld, but also to introduce you to the true master of the North District.